9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 580 to Chapter 614. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian finally understood. It turned out that every member of the Snow clan was very beautiful, regardless of their gender. Everyone's eyes were big and deep. Everyone's skin was as white as snow. Yang Dingtian originally had a concept of the snow race, which was that they were just like the Eskimos. They lived in caves or wooden houses on the snow mountain, and their bodies were wrapped in thick animal skins. Now it seemed that this was completely wrong. They also had a beautiful city and a beautiful life. Yang Dingtian also had a misunderstanding. He thought that the Snow clan was small in number, at most a few thousand or 10,000 people. But after entering the Snow clan's royal city, although the streets were not crowded, there were definitely a lot of people. There were at least 100 or 200,000 people living in this huge city. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian almost entered a sea of handsome men and beautiful women. As far as his eyes could see, the men were slender and handsome, while the women were graceful and beautiful. Moreover, all of them were exotic in style. In terms of women, the skin of the Snow clan's women was whiter and smoother than the fairest white people on earth. Their eyes were deeper and more mesmerizing than Persians. Their figures were more charming than Eastern European women and Middle Eastern beauties. The dress of the women here was very interesting. In the outside world, the Snow clan's women were wrapped up tightly. But here, every woman showed a beautiful face. It was as if it didn't matter if the Snow clan's women's beauty was seen by their own people, but they must not let the men of the outside world see it. Moreover, the Snow clan would never marry outside, except for the princesses of the royal family. That was why the marriage between Wu Maji and the Ning clan was arranged. Even though the temperature was a few degrees below zero, the women here were all wearing thin clothes, trying to show off their graceful curves. Moreover, her enchanting waist was also exposed to the air, and there was a gem embedded in her belly button. They were said to be wearing revealing clothes, but the collars of their clothes were made of expensive demon fur. It was not so much for warmth, but for decoration. Anyone from the outside world who came in would probably be mesmerized by her beauty. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian became the ugliest man without a doubt. Of course, Xiaoxiao was the ugliest girl no matter where she went. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also attracted the attention of everyone, especially the women on the street. They all looked at Yang Dingtian, pointed at Yang Dingtian and whispered, "Look, look, that man is so ugly, yeah. I've never seen such an ugly man before. Come and see, there is a very, very ugly man here." Then, more and more women came to watch Yang Dingtian. Every single one of them was a 1 in a million beauty in the outside world. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. Whether it was on Earth or the chaotic continent, although he wasn't considered very handsome, he definitely wasn't ugly. He was still a little handsome. But now, he had become an ugly man that everyone was looking at. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the Snow clan's palace. The person who received Yang Dingtian was not the Snow clan's king, but the third in command of the Snow clan, the lord of the royal city, Siri Moore. He was also from the royal clan and was the younger brother of the Snow clan's king. He was also a handsome man who made people want to kill themselves. He was already in his 50s, but he looked less than 30 at most. Moreover, when he stood, he was as straight as a javelin, proud and arrogant. "Nice to meet you, Sir Yang Dingtian." Siri Moore bowed. Thinking about it, Yang Dingtian could be considered as the most respected person in the Primal Chaos continent. But Siri Moore's attitude was extremely reserved and even had a hint of arrogance. For some reason, the Snow clan always had a sense of superiority and arrogance when facing outsiders. Yang Dingtian finally understood why Wu Maji had such a high status in the Ning clan, and why she had always looked down on Ning Rua. So she really had married into the Ning clan. "Nice to meet you, Sir Moore." Yang Dingtian said, "May I ask if the Snow clan's king has time to see me?" Siri Moore smiled and said, "I'm sorry, our king is meeting another distinguished guest." Yang Dingtian's eyes jumped. Another guest was being received by the Snow clan's king? Didn't that mean his status was higher than Yang Dingtian's? Although Yang Dingtian didn't care about status, was there anyone in the chaotic world who had a higher status than Yang Dingtian, other than Wu Yu, Walingzi, Nihility Piao Ling, Wendian, and a few others? everyone else's status was at most on par with Yang Dingtian. Now, the Snow Clan's king was personally receiving another guest and had sent the third in command to receive him. The second in command didn't even come out. Didn't that mean Yang Dingtian's status was 2 whole levels lower than that guest's? In that case, I'd like to see Wu Maji, Yang Dingtian said. Sir, why do you want to see my niece, Princess Wu? Siri Moore asked. I'm here to deliver some gifts on behalf of Ning Wuming, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Cyril Moore's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, all right then, please follow me. But I can't guarantee that Princess Wu will see you. Then, Siri Moore led Yang Dingtian out of the palace. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard. The walls of this courtyard were still covered in thick ice. Opening the door, instantly, a warm breeze hit him in the face. The inside of this courtyard was a completely different world. There was lush green grass, bright red flowers, and flowing water. In the boundless mountain, Masteress's courtyard was a warm paradise. But now, in this world of ice and snow, Wu Maji's courtyard was even more beautiful and precious. If Mistress's little paradise was described as Eastern style on Earth, then Wu Maji's courtyard was Western style. There were large lawns, neatly trimmed ornamental trees and gardens, and a milky white castle. As the princess of the Snow Clan, Wu Maji lived here. Right now, dozens of beautiful maids were busy in the courtyard. Some were mowing the lawn, while others were trimming the flowers. Some were cleaning the white jade floor, while others were cleaning the sculptures. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with the prettiest girls among them. Because they had once had a night of pleasure with Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji was such a crazy woman that she even dragged her personal maid onto the bed on the night of their wedding night. Before they entered the courtyard, a blonde beauty in a silver dress came up to them and said gently, Sir, how may I help you? This is Yang Dingtian of Sky City. He's here to visit Princess Wu, Siri Moore said. Yes, I see. The blonde beauty quickly glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, I'll bring Sir Yang Dingtian in. Please make yourself at home. Siri Moore left right away. He didn't even take half a step into Wu Maji's courtyard. Sir Yang Dingtian, this way please, the blonde beauty said gently and led the way. This woman was very tall. She wasn't any shorter than Yang Dingtian. She was wearing a silver silk dress, which made her body look even more voluptuous. With her long blonde hair, snow-white skin, and blue eyes, she looked like Snow White. As she walked in front, the curves of her back and her swaying posture were incomparably beautiful. She was Wu Maji's female housekeeper, Naya. She had once served Yang Dingtian intimately with the other female servants. Naya, how's your princess? Yang Dingtian asked. She's fine, Naya said. When you see her, just pretend that she's talking to you. I am not sure. How are you? Did everything go well when you left Peace City? Yang Dingtian asked. We're fine. Thank you, Naya said gently. Soon, all the beautiful maids in the courtyard recognized Yang Dingtian. Some of them looked at him shyly, while others secretly pointed at him. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt even more pressured than when he was surrounded by countless beauties on the streets. The girls here were even prettier than the beauties on the streets. After entering the milky white castle, Naya fell a few steps behind Yang Dingtian and walked side by side. Are you okay? I heard that you were in big trouble a while ago, Naya asked gently. To Naya and the others, they didn't care about the difference between Yang Dingtian and Ning Fu. They only knew that Yang Dingtian was their only male master. That trouble is over. We've completely defeated Zhu Qingzhu, Yang Dingtian said. That's good. Naya boldly glanced at Yang Dingtian. Her eyes were filled with shyness and boldness. There are guests from the Snow Clan today. Do you know who they are? Yang Dingtian asked. It should be Wu Yuming and his wife. They might do something bad to you. You have to be careful, Naya said. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian said. Let's go this way. Naya led Yang Dingtian up the stairs and said, the princess's room is on the highest floor of the castle. Then, Naya looked at him and said, how long are you going to stay this time? Perhaps I won't be able to stay for long, Yang Dingtian replied. Oh. Naya's beautiful eyes showed a little disappointment. They came to the top floor. At the end of the soft carpet was a magnificent door with golden carvings. Naya led Yang Dingtian to the door. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside. It was Vulture. Sister, your belly is so big and pointy. I'm sure you're going to have a boy, Vulture said. I think so. Anyway, he's very naughty. My belly hurts every time he kicks me, Wumaji said in a gentle voice that she had never used before. That's great. After he's born, he'll be the joint master of the Snow clan and the Ning clan. Vulture said, by the way, Sister Wu, after your baby is born, my husband and I will take him as our godson. What do you think? Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. My son will take Wu Yuming as his godfather. Dream on, Wumaji fell silent. Hey, don't tell me you don't want to? Vulture said coquettishly, if worst comes to worst, my husband and I will take you as our godmother when we have a baby. What do you think? That's great. Wumaji smiled. Then it's a deal, Vulture said, after this baby is born, he'll be my and my husband's godson. Wumaji smiled but didn't say anything. Sister, I have something to tell you. Ning Wuming is dead. He was killed by Yang Dingtian, Vulture said. Wumaji said. Sister, Ning Wuming should be the person who loves you the most in this world, Vulture said. No, the man who loves me the most is Ning Hua, Wumaji said coldly. Ning Wuming tried to kill my husband. He deserved to die. Then let's not talk about this anymore. Vulture said, by the way, sister, the list of all the spies in Zhongzhou and the evil spirits they cultivated is under Ning Wuming's control. Now that he's dead, do you know where the list is? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Wu Yuming really wanted the list of spies and evil ways. It's not me who wants it, it's my husband, Vulture said, you know that I don't care about these things. But my husband said that if this name list were to fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, everyone on the name list would definitely be killed. There might be tens of thousands of people on the list. Although these people are from evil ways, many of them have never done anything evil in their lives. Many of them are innocent. If they were all killed, it would be too cruel. So my husband wants to get the list and find these people. Then, he'll erase part of their memories with spiritual power and put them on a remote island for them to live. Your husband is indeed benevolent and righteous, Wumaji said, but only Ning Wuming has this list. I don't know about it. Now that he's dead, no one knows. Just like the list of spies in the West Continent, it's all in Qin Chi-Chi's hands. Even Ning Wuming doesn't know about it. Sister, you have to know that there are tens of thousands of people on the list. Many of them are weak women like us. If they fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, he'll kill them all in order to control the central continent, just like what he did in the West Continent, Vulture said, you're saving countless lives. I want to save them too, Wumaji said, but I really don't know. Vulture said, did Ning Wuming give you any meaningful gifts? At this moment, Naya's face turned cold. She knocked on the door and said, Princess. Wumaji said coldly, Naya, didn't I tell you? I'm having a private conversation with Madame Wu. Don't let anyone disturb us. Someone important is here to see you, Naya said, and then opened the door. It seemed that Naya was important to Wumaji. She could be half of her family. There was also another person. Naya was on Yang Dingtian's side. She interrupted Vulture to ask for something from Wumaji. After the golden door opened, the two pairs of eyes behind the door looked straight at Yang Dingtian. One was Vulture, and the other was Wumaji. Vulture was stunned at first, but her gaze became complicated. Finally, her complicated and awkward expression turned into a faint smile. She said to Yang Dingtian, Hello, City Lord Yang. Vulture, hello, Yang Dingtian said. Vulture said, I haven't congratulated you yet. City Lord Yang has won again. You used a scheme to make Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu kill each other, and then you reaped the benefits. Now, the entire central continent is in your hands. I congratulate you. Vulture's words were very sinister. She was mocking Yang Dingtian for not being able to defeat Zhu Qingzhu. He could only use a scheme to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming kill each other. However, wasn't the city Lord Yang I used to know an upright and selfless person? He wouldn't use a scheme. Are you hiding too much, or am I too stupid? Vulture said. With that, Ling Jiu glanced at Wu Maji and said, Big Sister Wu, as women, we have to keep our eyes open when facing men. With that, the spirit eagle swaggered off. Yang Dingtian ignored her and looked at Wu Maji's face. Wu Maji's face was a little plump, but it made her look more beautiful. She was so beautiful that it was as if she was releasing light. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, her beautiful eyes shrank and then quickly scattered. Then, her hands instinctively touched her belly. Her belly was really big, even bigger than Qin Chichi's. Yang Dingtian even suspected that there might be twins inside. Then, the two of them fell into silence. Neither of them spoke. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and asked, Your stomach is so big. Are there two babies inside? Yes. Wu Maji said, because sometimes, there are 4 little legs kicking. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to hit the nail on the head, and twins at that. Then it must be hard. It's already been more than 7 months. You'll give birth in a little more than a month. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, it's hard, but it's also very happy. Wu Maji said, but what does this have to do with you, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian's smile froze. These were his babies. Of course it had something to do with him. Of course he was happy. This child is. Yang Dingtian was interrupted before he could finish. This child belongs to my husband, Ning Rua. What does it have to do with you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Seeing her serious look, he didn't know if she was being serious or not. Right, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, why are you here? Wu Maji asked. One is to see you and the child. The other is to pass something to you on behalf of Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took out the Devil Spirit Misty Clothes and Devil Spirit Black Armor. Are you done? Wu Maji asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji put down the cake in her hand, then turned to the wall and pulled out a sharp sword. She then walked towards Yang Dingtian. Maji, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian asked. I'll kill you. Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed at Yang Dingtian with her pregnant belly. Bastard, you pretended to be my husband and sullied my purity. I'll kill you. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. This woman with such a big belly raised her sword at him. What if she hurt the child? Note, brothers, I'm here to ask for a few monthly votes. Thank you, please. Hey, be careful of your belly, be careful of the baby inside. Yang Dingtian was flustered and tried to snatch the sword from her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wu Maji slashed a few times. Although this woman's belly was big, her swordsmanship was still sharp. Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain as he was stabbed a few times. Are you serious? Yang Dingtian was shocked. What do you think? Wu Maji sneered, you dared to impersonate my husband and ruin my chastity, you deserve to die. You think I will be soft-hearted and change just because I am pregnant? Dream on. With that, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. When Yang Dingtian saw that she was wielding her sword with such a big belly, he was instantly alarmed. He quickly fled and said, okay. I'll leave after saying a few words. Wu Maji ignored him and continued to stab him. Before Ning Wuming died, he made a deal with me. He asked me to give you the demonic spirit fog cloak and demonic spirit black armor. Yang Dingtian carefully dodged and said, then he gave you a ring and asked you to give it to me. Of course, he also asked you to go to the Ning clan after giving birth. The child in your belly will be the future leader of the Ning clan. Ring? Wu Maji asked. Yes, ring. Yang Dingtian said. I have one, but that bastard gave it to me and I threw it away long ago. Wu Maji said, besides, you and I are irreconcilable, my Snow clan will not make any deals with you. Then, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. Yang Dingtian said seriously, Maji, are you serious? You should know the meaning of that ring. Yes, I am serious. You and I are irreconcilable, Yang Dingtian, don't have any fantasies about me because of the child in my belly. I, Wu Maji, have nothing to do with Yang Tian, and the child in my belly has nothing to do with you. Wu Maji said coldly, this is my husband's son, Ning Rua's son. You must not have any improper thoughts. With that said, Wu Maji leaped lightly and landed in front of Yang Tian, thrusting her sword madly. Besides, I've already sworn an oath. You lied to me and ruined my innocence. As long as I see you, I will definitely kill you. If I can't kill you today, I will kill you tomorrow. If I can't kill you tomorrow, I will kill you the day after tomorrow. Wu Maji said furiously. Then, he chased Yang Tian out of the castle. Then, she closed her beautiful eyes and silently chanted a terrifying incantation. Rumble. Suddenly, countless undead crawled out from the ground and madly pounced on Yang Tian, crazily attacking him. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, countless dark undead charged towards Yang Tian with ghostly aura that soared to the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the entire magnificent courtyard was filled with a ghostly aura. Yang Tian dodged like lightning. However, there were more and more dark undead. Whoosh. Suddenly, a dark undead directly pierced through Yang Tian's body. Pfft. Yang Tian only felt his vision go black as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Wooer, what's going on? In the distance, Siri Moore shouted loudly. Third uncle, Yang Tian, this thief, ruined my innocence and dares to bully us today. Help me kill him, Wu Maji said coldly. Do you really want to kill him? Siri Moore asked. I must. Wu Maji said. Your Excellency Yang Tian, I'm sorry. Siri Moore said, Wooer, you're pregnant. Go back quickly. Leave this Yang Tian to me. With that said, Cyril Moore charged into the sky and threw his hands downwards. Flying snow, immediately, countless snowflakes burst out from his body. They were like countless concealed weapons as they attacked Yang Tian in a frenzy. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the countless snowflakes looked incomparably beautiful. However, wherever the snowflakes passed, they were indestructible. Yang Tian gathered his celestial qi and formed an energy shield. Then, he waved the sword in his hand madly, frantically dodging the snowflakes. At this time, countless undead began to gather in the distance. They grew bigger and bigger until they became an incomparably huge undead. It was ferocious and terrifying as it madly pounced on Yang Tian. Naya quickly rushed over and cried at Wu Maji, Stop, princess, stop. This is your man, the father of the child in your belly. Shut up, Naya, Wu Maji said sternly. Wu Maji spoke sternly, Yang Tian humiliated me and ruined my chastity. He is my enemy, an enemy that we cannot coexist with. He was far away in the western continent and I couldn't help him. Now that he has come to me, he's asking for it. Kill him. Suddenly, Yang Tian was attacked by the huge undead and Siri Moore. However, he had the chaotic attribute at this time. His mystical fire did not have any energy or heat, so it could not destroy these ice attacks. Yang Tian gritted his teeth. Crack. A huge lightning bolt suddenly struck out. Demonic sky split, crack 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 crack, countless lightning bolts struck out wildly. He did not dare to strike the huge undead because it was controlled by Wu Maji. If he shattered the undead, Wu Maji would also be severely injured. He could only resist Siri Moore's attack while dodging the huge undead. However, the undead was too fast. Whoosh. Yang Tian's vision suddenly turned black as he was hit by the huge undead again. Black filthy blood violently spurted out. Almost Yang Tian's entire body was contaminated. His whole body was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me hit that man, Yang Tian said loudly. Oh. Xiao Xiao immediately rushed up and waved his fists wildly at Siri Moore. Suddenly, everyone was stunned again. Because a fight between children had appeared again. Hundreds of punches were thrown in a second. The wind from each punch was like a cannonball, but none of them hit their target. However, this ice city was unlucky. Wherever Xiao Xiao's fist wind went, everything was smashed into pieces. The huge castle, the bustling streets, and the magnificent city walls. In short, wherever Xiao Xiao's fist wind went, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the most beautiful city of ice was shattered piece by piece, collapsing into pieces. Outside, countless people began to cry and howl as they desperately fled. Sirimor looked at his city being destroyed and was furious. He said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, how dare you?" Then, Sirimor looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, in the distance of the royal city, 3 white figures whizzed over and instantly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. Among the 3 people, 1 was a great grandmaster and 2 were 9-star grandmasters. "Who is so bold to wreak havoc in our ice city? We will crush you into pieces." The old man who led the 3 said sternly. "I am Yang Dingtian. I came to the Snow Tribe with no ill intentions. It is you who did not distinguish between right and wrong." Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he was stopped by the old man. This old man was wearing a purplish-red robe. His hair and beard were white, and it was impossible to tell his age. He slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. 1 great grandmaster and 2 9-star grandmasters formed a triangle and surrounded Yang Dingtian. "Today, we will destroy you, you evil creature. Kill." Naya, who was next to her, knelt down and cried, "Princess, I beg you, just chase him away. Why do you have to kill him?" Wu Maji was furious. She swung her sleeve and knocked Naya to the ground. She said coldly, "Shut up, you traitor. From today onwards, get out of the royal city. Attack, destroy." The old man with the white beard shouted and then slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and began to summon the obsidian fire to condense an unprecedentedly huge lightning. Even if the old man in front of him was a great grandmaster, Yang Dingtian believed that he might not be able to escape from his lightning. Whoosh! The million-spirit demonic fire emerged from his left hand. Whoosh! The devil spirit demonic fire emerged from his right hand. Then, the 2 flames began to condense, and condense. After condensing to the extreme, it was about to be released. It burst forth with terrifying lightning that could ignore any defense and even split Zhu Qingzhu's head open. Go! The great grandmaster smashed the ice staff in his hand. Roar! Suddenly, a great grandmaster-level frost dragon roared and rushed toward Yang Dingtian. At the same time, Yang Dingtian's 2 obsidian fires struck out like lightning. In an instant, the terrifying frost dragon was about to swallow Yang Dingtian. The 2 mystic flames were about to hit the old man at the great grandmaster realm, and then burst out with destructive lightning. Stop! At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared. It was Wu Yuming, handsome, gentle, and elegant. Even in the Snow Clan, he was still a crane in a flock of chickens. He instantly appeared between Yang Dingtian and the great grandmaster of the Snow Clan. Then, he suddenly struck out with his left hand and instantly grabbed the great grandmaster Frost Dragon. His right hand also suddenly grabbed the 2 obsidian fires that were flying like lightning. Then, his left and right hands suddenly crossed. In an instant, the Frost Dragon and the 2 obsidian fires collided together. Boom! A white light flashed, and the ice houses within a radius of more than 10 miles were smashed to pieces. And Wu Yuming, standing in the center of the storm, was completely safe and sound. Then, everyone was suffocated and looked at all this in amazement. Yang Dingtian's 2 obsidian fire lightning, how amazing was it? That old man from the Snow Clan was a great grandmaster. His Frost Dragon Xian skill was extremely powerful. If both sides were hit, it would be a lose-lose, and it would be a serious injury. However, Wu Yuming had casually received all of the attacks by himself and then neutralized them. From this, it could be seen how astonishing his cultivation was. Wu Yuming frowned and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang, why can't we talk things over? Why do we have to fight? It's a complete waste to destroy such a beautiful ice city." Then, Wu Yuming said to the elder of the Snow Clan, "Priest Elder, I know Yang Dingtian, he is not an evil person. There must be a misunderstanding in today's situation. Why don't you give me face and let him go?" The old man of the Snow Clan was the second in command of the Snow Clan, the priest elder of the Snow Clan. After hearing Wu Yuming's words, the priest elder immediately bowed and said, "Since young Lord Wu has spoken, how can this old man refuse?" Then, the priest elder said to Yang Dingtian, "It seems that for young Lord Wu's face, I will spare your life. You will never be welcomed here, please leave." Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Maji deeply and then bowed to the elder of the Snow clan. He said to Xiao Xiao, stop fighting, let's go. Vulture sneered, my husband saved you, but you didn't even say a word of thanks. Yang Dingtian said to Wu Yuming, we still have a long way to go, right? Then, Yang Dingtian and Xiao flew up to the sky, rode on the demon eagle, and quickly left. Yang Dingtian and Xiao flew for 1,000 miles and immediately landed. Then, they dug an ice cave in the snow and Yang Dingtian hid in the ice cave, and began to resolve the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji's undead poison was not a real poison, but a kind of death qi, a kind of evil energy. It was very scary. Once someone was hit, their blood would be polluted, and they would become like a devil. It was only because of Yang Dingtian's astonishing bloodline and the Naga royal bloodline that he was able to suppress the spread of the undead spirit poison. Over time, he could even resolve the undead poison himself. It was a pity that the darkness flame was asleep, or else the undead poison would be a good meal for him. But in order to recover his battle strength, Yang Dingtian decided to completely expel the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji was very powerful, and the undead she summoned were even more shocking. But it was still easy for Yang Dingtian to destroy them. But he was afraid of hurting Wu Maji, so Yang Dingtian did not destroy them. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Time passed, second by second. Night fell. Xiao, who was supposed to be on guard, was sleeping like a pig, and could not be woken up at all. Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind on the ground. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Was the Snow tribe here? Or was it Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian held his breath. Soon, someone landed on the ground above him. Crack! Then, the sword fiercely stabbed down. Yang Dingtian grabbed the blade of the sword with lightning speed and pulled it back. Crash! All of a sudden, the ice above his head suddenly collapsed, and the person on top was pulled down alive. The first thing he smelled was a mesmerizing fragrance. Then, he saw a huge belly. Wu Maji? What was she doing here? You want to kill me so badly that you came after me after 1,000 miles? Yang Dingtian said coldly. After falling, Wu Maji carefully steadied herself and supported Yang Dingtian. Then, she quickly reached out to touch her stomach to check if there were any bumps. Are you crazy? What if you hurt the baby by pulling me down? Wu Maji scolded. You're the one who's crazy. Not only did you try to kill me in Snow City, but you also chased me for 1,000 miles. Yang Dingtian said. If I didn't do this, would that hypocrite Wu Yuming believe me? Wu Maji said coldly. The Snow tribe can't afford to offend him. If he knows that the Snow tribe is working with you, it will be the end of us. Yang Dingtian was shocked. You're acting? Half. Wu Maji said. I wanted to cut you into pieces too. Then, she handed over a ring and said, this is the ring that Ning Wuming gave me. I threw it into the latrine. You said you wanted it, so I asked someone to find it and washed it at least 100 times. Yang Dingtian immediately took the ring and looked at it carefully, but he didn't find anything strange. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at it over and over again, but he couldn't find anything. Was Ning Wuming lying to him? That can't be, he's already dead, why would he lie to me? Seeing that Yang Dingtian couldn't find anything, Wu Maji snatched the ring and put it on her finger. Then, she silently inserted a stream of Xianxia into it. She silently chanted an incantation. Yang Dingtian felt a chill down his spine. Maji, you're not going to summon the dead to kill me again, are you? Killing you is good. I want to skin you, eat your flesh, and break your bones every day. Wu Maji said coldly. Being angry won't do the baby any good. Yang Dingtian said. I'm not angry, I'm just venting. Wu Maji said, every time I think about how I'll skin you and break your bones, I feel so good. The baby is also very excited in my stomach and kicking around. Alright, shut up. I don't want you to talk to me. Wu Maji said. She focused on the ring in her hand. Suddenly, under her command, the dead flew out of the ring one by one, wailing and screaming in the air. Then, the countless dead spirits formed a pattern. The pattern was a golden pyramid. It seemed that Ning Wuming had nurtured the evil spirits, and many treasures, as well as the list of spies, were all placed there. However, there was only a pyramid in the pattern. He couldn't tell where it was. It's under the desert. Wu Maji said, I know the general direction, but I don't know the specific location. Then, Wu Maji took out a map, closed her eyes, and recalled. Then, she pointed and said, it's roughly in this area, within 100 miles. That's easy. I can find it easily. Yang Dingtian said. I'll go with you. Wu Maji said. No. Yang Dingtian said, your stomach is so big. What if there's a bump? You? Wu Maji said disdainfully, you think you can get in? Of course. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on. Wu Maji said, do you have any evil spirit energy in you? Oh, you do. You put it in a box and sewed it in your stomach to trick me. You can trick me, but you can't trick the evil spirit guards in the pyramid. Once you enter, all the evil spirits inside will fight back. You can't go in. I'll ask Duan Ruyan to get it. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan's evil spirit is only a 4th-class evil spirit. Wu Maji said, Ning Wuming can enter this temple base, which means that only 3rd-class evil spirits can enter. So, Ning Wuming is dead, and Zhu Qingzhu is gone. Only I can go in. That won't do. I'll think of another way. I don't believe that I can't get in. Yang Dingtian said, anyway, you can't go. Did I discuss it with you? I'm just letting you know. Wu Maji said, can you stop me from doing what I want to do? Who do you think you are to control me? I'm your man. Yang Dingtian said. Bah. Wu Maji spat on Yang Dingtian's face and said, shameless thing, you're just a pervert. Looking at her domineering and cold face, Yang Dingtian gently wiped the saliva off his face. Then, he grabbed her face and kissed her fiercely. I'm your man. If I say not to let you go, then I won't let you go. Note, I'll continue with the second update. Wu Maji, who was kissed, shuddered as if she was electrocuted. Then, she froze on the spot. Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to hug her waist, then turned the light kiss into a deep kiss. Wu Maji's waist was like a snake in the past. Now, Yang Dingtian could not even hug her waist. At this moment, Wu Maji seemed to have come alive. Her beautiful eyes trembled and her white teeth bit down. Yang Dingtian screamed. His tongue suddenly felt a sharp pain, then a burning sensation. His entire tongue could not feel anything. Yang Dingtian even suspected that his tongue was bitten off. He reached out and wiped his mouth, which was full of blood. You're a dog. Yang Dingtian said fiercely, but his tongue was injured and his voice was muffled. Wu Maji pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose and said, Yang Dingtian, show me some respect. If there's a next time, I'll bite off your tongue. Do you believe me? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Dingtian stuck out his tongue and kept blowing. What's wrong? Do you want to hit her? Xiao, who was in a deep sleep, asked Yang Dingtian after being awakened. Hit your grandpa. Yang Dingtian said. What's a grandpa? Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about him and spoke to Wu Maji, you really can't go. What if you get injured? The ring is with me. I'm leaving. If you want to stop me, knock me out and take the ring. Wu Maji said and flew out. B***starred woman. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. At this moment, Xiao closed her eyes and was about to sleep again. Let's go. Don't sleep. Yang Dingtian pulled Xiao away. After catching up with Wu Maji, he let her ride on his demon eagle king and flew as high as possible because it was warmer there. Yes, on Earth, the higher the altitude, the colder it was. However, this world of ice and snow was too cold. It was warmer higher. However, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. There was not enough oxygen, and it was not good for the baby, so Yang Dingtian quickly flew down. Are you cold? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji was dressed very skimpily. Even though she was pregnant, she was wearing very thin clothes. What do you think? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took the shirt and was about to put it on her. I mean, it's not cold at all, Wu Maji said. Did you wear the demon spirit black armor? Yang Dingtian asked. I have such a big belly, how do you expect me to wear it? Wu Maji asked. Oh, right. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Wu Maji was too fierce. She rushed forward as if she had eaten gunpowder, choking back every word she said. Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Every word he said was choked, but if he did not say anything, he would be called a mute. Wu Yuming, did she leave? Yang Dingtian asked. She left a long time ago. Wu Maji said, if I remember correctly, that vulture is your sworn sister. She used to have an affair with you. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing between us. Yang Dingtian said. Is that so? You're a demon in chaos. How can a woman leave you so cleanly? Wu Maji said, but she obviously doesn't like you now. She's always helping her husband deal with you. You're a failure. But he has good taste. That Wu Yuming is much better than you. Is that so? Yang Dingtian said. She's more handsome, more powerful, more vicious, more hypocritical than you. Isn't that enough? Wu Maji said. Since when did being vicious and hypocritical become strengths? Yang Dingtian said. In my eyes, that's a strength. Wu Maji said. Ning Wuming is vicious enough. Why are you? Before Yang Dingtian could finish, Wu Maji clawed at him. Yang Dingtian said angrily, not only is your zodiac sign a dog, but your zodiac sign is also a cat. Don't mention that bastard. I'm disgusted. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, Wu Maji, Ning Wuming is already dead. Don't talk about him like that. No matter how vicious he was still the person who loved you the most and treated you the best in this world. Even more so than Ningli. I'll like whoever treats me well? Am I that cheap? Wu Maji said coldly, if I were such a woman, would I let you off so easily? Alright, I'm a bastard now. Alright, I can't provoke you, but I can hide from you. I won't say anything, okay? Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Wu Maji couldn't be bothered with Yang Dingtian. Then, she rubbed her stomach and started singing. Of course, this was for the baby. It was a prenatal education in the chaotic realm. As she sang, Wu Maji suddenly let out a cry. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. The little bad guy in my stomach is kicking me. Wu Maji said. Let me listen. Yang Dingtian wanted to come over. Don't. Who are you? Why did you come over here to listen? Wu Maji said coldly with a cold expression. Yang Dingtian said, at most, I'll let Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao have a baby. I'll listen to all you want. Wu Maji suddenly elbowed Yang Dingtian in the stomach. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air and rolled his eyes in pain. The extreme south was divided into two parts. The north was an endless desert, and the south was endless ice and snow. In the middle was a precious and rare oasis. The north belonged to the Ning clan of the South Sea, and the south belonged to the Snow clan. Was there any value in the boundless desert that stretched for thousands of miles? Of course there was. Many precious materials and most of the minerals were dug out from under the desert. This endless desert was even the source of the Ning clan's wealth. When dawn arrived, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji flew over the skies of Peace City. Ning City looked as prosperous and peaceful as before. It didn't look desolate or destroyed. When are you going to bring the child to Ning City? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Wu Maji said, anyway, the slaves of Ning clan are the most loyal and obedient. Even without a master around, they would still be diligent and complete every task diligently. The territories below will also continuously hand over their wealth to Ning City. After flying over Ning City, the oasis became more and more sparse, and more deserts appeared. After 2,000 miles, all they could see was a pale white desert. The endless desert spanned 4,000 to 5,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was still holding the map to compare, but Wu Maji directly flew in a certain direction. After flying to a place in the desert. Descend. Wu Maji said. Immediately, 2 demon eagles landed. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless desert. Yang Dingtian said, it's roughly in this direction. Maji, you wait here. I'll go down into the sand and look for it one by one. No need. Wu Maji said. Then, she put on the undead ring and chanted silently. Then, a burst of mystic chi was injected. Swoosh. A golden light shot out from the undead ring. Suddenly, an illusory image appeared in the vast desert. It was like a mirage, extremely thin. This illusion was really a golden pyramid. As the light of the ring became brighter and brighter, the illusion of the golden pyramid became clearer and clearer, and more realistic. Whoosh! The light of the undead ring dissipated. An incomparably huge illusion of a pyramid stood in front of him. Wu Maji slowly walked towards the door of the pyramid. Hey, this is an illusion. Yang Dingtian said. Who said it's an illusion? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch it. It was actually real. He touched scalding gold. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought it was a mirage. He didn't expect it to be real. What was going on? Did this undead ring summon the entire incomparably huge pyramid? Or did the space ring open a passage directly from the plane to the huge pyramid, and the world ignored the geographical distance? But no matter what it was mysterious and mysterious. Didn't you say that it's within 100 miles? You don't know the specifics? Yang Dingtian said. You can pretend to be Ningyu and lie to me. Can't I lie to you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then, Wu Maji walked in. Follow me. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian said, didn't you say that I can't go in without a third-grade evil spirit? I said that shit can be eaten. Will you eat it? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he had the thought of hitting a pregnant woman. This pyramid was extremely huge. It was about 200 meters tall. The door of the pyramid was a screen of light. It was as if it only recognized the ring and not the person. Wu Maji raised the undead ring and shot out a ray of light, directly dispersing the screen of light. To be safe, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill and followed in. Xiao, on the other hand, entered in a daze. After entering, there was a long golden passage. At the end of the golden passage, there was another golden door. Yang Dingtian stepped in front of Wu Maji and pushed the door open. Inside was the main hall of the pyramid. The moment he entered, Yang Dingtian was shocked again. In the middle of the main hall of the pyramid was a huge tree. This tree didn't have any physical tree, trunk, leaves, or branches. All of them were white ghost-like shadows. The tree was about 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. This was nothing. The key was that on the tree trunk, there was a ferocious howling face. It was Ning Wuming's face. At this moment, it was extremely painful and ferocious. Then, branches grew out from the tree trunk. One branch after another, making the whole tree dense. On the 10 or so thick branches below, there was a face engraved on each of them. However, they were all motionless as if they had died. Later, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar face on the branch. It was Qin Chichi's face. This face was also frozen and motionless. Yang Dingtian immediately understood, the faces on the lowest branches were the Ning clan's elders. There were more than 10 of them who were above the master level. Now, they were all dead. They were killed by Zhu Qingzhu. Their souls were also devoured alive. Next, it was Qin Chichi, Qiu Ruhan, and the others. The fourth-grade evil spirits these people possessed were all bestowed by Ning Wuming. Therefore, Ning Wuming was the trunk of this big tree, and the fourth-grade evil spirits were the branches. Of course, there were the fifth-grade evil spirits, such as Yi Feng, Song Minghua, and the others. They were even thinner branches and leaves. Their evil spirit energy was the evil spirit contaminants bestowed by Ning Wuming. Of course, among the branches, Yang Dingtian saw a few living faces. They were Qiu Ruhan, Shimin Ju, and the others. Moreover, Yang Dingtian saw that there were a few new branches on this tree. There were no faces on them, and these branches weren't thick enough. Obviously, these fourth-grade evil spirits weren't bestowed to anyone. Ning Wuming had the right to bestow them to anyone. The evil spirit energy was extremely powerful. Even if one possessed a fourth-grade evil spirit, they would have an immortal body and their cultivation would skyrocket. Therefore, it could be said that in the eyes of many, evil spirits were incomparably precious. They were like immortal elixirs. In order to obtain them, many people were willing to sell everything they had. Therefore, the Ning clan was able to develop so quickly. Ning Wuming was also able to gather so many experts in a short period of time. Why can't I find Duan Ruyan? Also, more than 10 grandmasters died in the Battle of Cloud Sky City. Why don't they have an immortal body and evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. Also, how did the blood pupil demonic army grow? Wumaji glanced at Yang Dingtian, then pulled out her sharp sword and lifted the golden bricks on the ground. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Wumaji made her move, and countless golden bricks were sent flying. Then, Yang Dingtian was once again completely disgusted by fear. Below the golden bricks was an incomparably huge blood pool. The blood was black and even green. It was sticky and smelled fishy. It was bottomless. And this evil spirit tree was growing in this bottomless blood pool. Then, countless corpses were soaked in the blood pool. There were really countless corpses, too many to count. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of corpses. There were probably hundreds of thousands of corpses under the pyramid. Yang Dingtian saw that among the 100 corpses, there was one that wasn't a skeleton but had flesh. However, most of it was rotten, but it could still move. It was struggling, twisting, and screaming. The one that survived is the blood pupil demonic army. Wu Maji said, 1 in 100. As long as you are an enlightener, even if you have a little bit of Xian meridians, you can soak in it. About 1 in 100 will emerge from the blood pupil demonic army. Last time, you killed all the blood pupil demonic army. Now, a few thousand more blood pupil demonic army have matured. Not only that, among the 10,000 corpses, there might be a black pupil demonic emperor, above the grandmaster level. These people don't look much different from ordinary experts. These are the black-robed grandmasters that you killed for the first time. They don't have evil spirits, but they can reach the grandmaster level in a short period of time. Evil, perverted. Yang Dingtian could not help but say, this is the so-called secret of the Ning clan's strength. Everything depends on evil spirits. What's the list of spies? Yang Dingtian asked. Wumaji flew up gently and came to the top of the pyramid, where there was a hanging coffin. Opening the coffin, there was a thick book inside. After opening it, it was full of densely packed words. However, they were not written in the common language of this world. This was the list of spies of evil ways. I don't recognize the words on it. Wu Maji said. I recognize them. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Whether it was from Ningning Space Ring or from Qin Chi Chi, Yang Dingtian had learned this special language. In addition to the list, there were many scrolls in the coffin, most of which were martial and mystic skill scrolls. In addition, there were some weapons and rings. Of course, there were also the incomplete corpses of the demonic spirits. There were more than 30 of them. However, other than the demonic spirit heart and some of the demonic spirit eyes, the other treasures were gone. Because of the energy shield and the demonic spirit black mist, the most precious things were given to Wumaji's demonic spirit black armor and demonic spirit mist cloak. Yang Dingtian took away the demonic spirit claw, demonic spirit eye, and demonic spirit heart. He did not recognize the rest, so he did not take them. You don't want these scrolls? Wu Maji asked. I don't want them. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, he did not want them. He learned the most mysterious skill in the world, the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was the pinnacle of the martial arts civilization. He did not care for the other things. Moreover, these things were all from the Temple of Annihilation. If he did not learn them, it would not be suitable for others to learn them. Perhaps it would be different if they were contaminated. A thief will not leave empty-handed. I'll take these, Wu Maji said. Then, she took out a large bag and casually grabbed dozens of scrolls, rings, artifacts, gems, and so on, and put them into the bag. Okay, the things in this bag are yours, Wu Maji said, then, the rest is all mine. You don't have any objections, right? Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was splitting the loot? What do you want these things for? Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Anyway, these things are mine. I don't want them. At most, I will give them to my son and daughter, Wu Maji said. You are going to give them random things. I'm warning you, Yang Dingtian said. Who are you? You dare to control me? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Okay, let's go out, Yang Dingtian said. You are going back? Wu Maji said quietly. Yang Dingtian said, I will send you back first. No need, Wu Maji said, I want to stay in this pyramid for a while and see if there are any other treasures. No, who knows if there are any dangers in here, Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Who are you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. He carried Wu Maji and walked out. Wu Maji immediately scolded Yang Dingtian. She opened her mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's back. Outside the pyramid. The moment Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji walked out, the pyramid disappeared without a trace. I am going back. When the baby is born, I will try my best to come back, Yang Dingtian said. You should not come, Wu Maji said. I will send you back, Yang Dingtian said. No need. Wu Maji rode on her demon spirit ray and flew toward the Snow Clan. Yang Dingtian looked at her disappearing figure and flew towards the direction of the central continent. After the middle continent's lobbying, he would go to the Yinyang school with his master again. This time, Dongfang Minmi would announce his identity to the world. The return of the king. 3 days and 3 nights later, Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongzhou State. As expected, the leader's persuasion of Zhongzhou State was very successful. 7 days ago, Zhu Qingzhu appeared again and publicly announced his resignation as the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Qingzhi would take over. Then, Zhu Qingzhu disappeared completely. No one knew where he went. Zhu Qingzhu's announcement shocked the entire Zhongzhou State like a nuclear bomb. Almost all the big shots and people were completely shocked. Zhu Qingzhu had been the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect for almost 20 years. He had been hovering over Zhongzhou State for more than 10 years. He was a person with a strong desire for power. How could he be willing to resign? What exactly happened at the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Of course, there were no fools in the world. Yang Dingtian snatched the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-splitting city from Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu flew into a rage out of humiliation and colluded with the evil ways to eliminate the Council of Light in one fell swoop. Although this matter was very secretive, most people of a certain status knew about it. Even if there was no evidence, they could guess it. Moreover, many people saw hundreds of experts from the evil ways flying down from the north. Some of the leaders of Zhongzhou State's forces even estimated the number of grandmasters on both sides to be in the single digits. Therefore, although they could not see it, almost everyone in Zhongzhou was paying attention to this earth-shattering battle. However, everyone felt that Yang Dingtian's side did not have much hope. That was because Yang Dingtian only had 2 grandmasters. Moreover, he had failed to ask for help from the Yinyang school. Of course, this was what the forces of Zhongzhou State thought. After all, their sources of information were limited. On the other hand, the Black Heaven sect and the evil ways had joined forces. There were 6 or 7 grandmasters, and Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful. Therefore, Yang Dingtian should be completely finished in a martial arts battle. Therefore, all the forces in Zhongzhou pricked up their ears and waited for the news of Yang Dingtian's destruction. Then, they would watch in agony as Zhu Qingzhu's darkness shrouded Zhongzhou State again. However, they did not expect this news to come. Zhu Qingzhu abdicated, and Zhu Qingqi became the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Moreover, Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light were safe and sound. Then, the Council of Light announced that Ning Wuming and the Joyless Palace represented the evil ways to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, they were annihilated by the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect. The allied forces of the Ning clan and the Joyous Palace were completely annihilated. Ning Wuming and Mutant Guda died a violent death. This announcement by the Council of Light once again shook the entire world. What was wrong with this world? Why did the Black Heaven sect partner up with the Council of Light? Moreover, he killed the Ning clan and the Joyous Palace. However, if that was the case, why did Zhu Qingzhu abdicate? Countless people could not figure it out no matter how much they thought about it. But no matter what, Yang Dingtian, who was supposed to be destroyed, actually won again. All the forces of Central Continent were in awe. Just as they were still feeling dizzy from the two pieces of news, the Black Heaven sect's Shui Qingqi announced the third piece of shocking news. From today onwards, the Black Heaven sect will join the Council of Light. This time, the people of Central Continent almost went crazy. What was going on? Just a while ago, they were still fighting to the death. How did the Black Heaven sect join the Council of Light all of a sudden? Then, many different versions of the rumor spread. They said that Yang Dingtian's Council of Light was very mysterious and powerful, and that he defeated the evil ways and the Black Heaven sect that day. Zhu Qingzhu was supposed to die, but he was spared because of Zhu Hongshua's pleading. However, Zhu Qingzhu had to be removed from his position as punishment in order for the Black Heaven sect to completely submit to him. The Ning clan and the Joyous Palace were not so lucky. They were completely annihilated. When this version of the rumor spread, everyone believed it immediately. It was reasonable and in line with reality. This way, everything made sense. Why Zhu Qingzhu abdicated, why the Black Heaven sect joined the Council of Light, and why the evil ways were annihilated. The only thing that did not make sense was Yang Dingtian really that powerful? No matter how powerful Yang Dingtian was, he could not be that powerful. Therefore, some people started to imagine. Wasn't there an ancient underwater beast that obeyed Yang Dingtian's orders in the previous naval battle? This time, there was an even more powerful ancient expert that obeyed Yang Dingtian's orders. That was why Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways were annihilated. As for why Yang Dingtian could command these ancient experts? It was very simple. It was because he was the new leader of the hidden sect. Of course, no one knew that the evil ways were annihilated by Zhu Qingzhu alone. No one knew that even if Yang Dingtian and his 6 masters worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for Zhu Qingzhu. However, this truth was too shocking. No one would believe it even if it was told. However, this way, the persuasion work of the Council of Light's big shots became very simple. Basically, as soon as they opened their mouths, the other party would immediately agree and swear that they would be loyal to the Council of Light, to Yang Dingtian, and to fight the evil ways to the end. At first, Qin Wanchou and the others even took the initiative to visit and persuade. Later, it was the leader of Zhongzhou's forces who took the initiative to ask to join the Council of Light. No one was a fool. Even the Black Heaven sect had joined. If they still did not join, they would be beaten up. If Yang Dingtian issued a third order to annihilate them, they would not be able to find their graves even if they cried. In the past, there was still Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heaven sect. Now, even the Black Heaven sect was kneeling. What were they waiting for? Zhongzhou was so big. The persuasion that was originally expected to take a month was completed in less than 10 days. Because in the end, almost everyone took the initiative to come to the Council of Light. In the entire Zhongzhou, there are 25 Tiando League forces and 273 Tiando League affiliated forces. Among them, 23 Tiando League forces have agreed to join the Council of Light, to prepare for the evil ways. And 265 affiliated forces have agreed to join the Council of Light, Shui Qingqi said. Other than the Vulture sect, which Tiando League forces have not joined the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. The 7 Refined Lane. Shui Qingqi said. No wonder Third Lady Gongsun was now Wu Yoming's concubine. That was why the 7 Refined Lane would not stand on Yang Dingtian's side. During the persuasion, did you encounter any obstruction from some mysterious force? Yang Dingtian asked, for example, the Vulture sect or the Sea of Hades? No, not at all, Shui Qingqi said. Yes, the whole process was very smooth. Xianxia said, by the way, sect master, how do you plan to reorganize Zhongzhou? Is it the same as West Continent? It's impossible to do it like West Continent. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, West Continent's forces are much simpler. Once the World Meeting, Qin City, and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa are established, the entire West Continent will be stabilized. Zhongzhou is too complicated. It has too much land, too many people, and too many prosperous cities. If we reorganize like this, it will hurt the interests of many people. When the time comes, countless people will rebel. In West Continent, we can suppress the rebellion, and not many people will die. In Zhongzhou, if there's a rebellion, there will be tens of millions of casualties. This will hurt the Tiando League too much. Qin Wanzhou and the others nodded in agreement. Great chaos can only be solved. Therefore, Zhongzhou can only be reorganized secretly from top to bottom. Dongfang Minmi said, we will work from two aspects. First, let some of Zhongzhou's leaders enter the Council of Light's highest level. But more importantly, we need to establish the Council of Light in Zhongzhou. Let the forces most loyal to Black Heaven sect hold the most power and change the power structure in Zhongzhou. Second, we will establish the Heavenly Edict Academy and recruit a large number of high-level martial artists. At this point, Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, it's a pity that Zhu Qingzhu left. Otherwise, it would be much easier for him to reorganize Zhongzhou. Yes, my prestige and deterrence are far from enough. Xue Qingqi sighed. Then, what about the division of defense zones and the establishment of the Council of Light Corps? Are we still doing it? Qin Wanzhou asked. Yes, but we have to do it slowly. Yang Dingtian said, however, Zhongzhou has a large number of mature navy soldiers. They can be transferred to West Continent to form a new navy. In short, reorganizing Zhongzhou will be a very slow and long-term process. Dongfang Minmi said, yes, but Zhongzhou joining the Council of Light is a huge victory in itself. If the Yinyang School leads East Continent's forces to join the Council of Light, it will be a huge boost and stimulus for West Continent's reorganization. Everyone nodded. Zhongzhou's forces were far greater than West Continent's. It would be difficult to use West Continent to control Zhongzhou. However, if East Continent and West Continent worked together, it would be much easier to reorganize Zhongzhou. Little Tian, Zhongzhou's situation is set. Come with me to Yinyang School in the afternoon. We will let Yinyang School join the Council of Light in the shortest time possible. Then, we will lead the entire East Continent to join the Council of Light. Dongfang Minmi said, 10 days. We will try to hold the Tiando League conference in Zhongjing in 10 days to reunite the world. We will reorganize the Council of Light as a wartime organization and prepare for the upcoming Doomsday War. Yes, Master. Dongfang Minmi said. In the afternoon, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Ning Busi, Qing Dabii, and Shadowless, the five of them rode the Demon Eagle and headed to Yinyang School. 2 days and 1 night later, the five of them arrived in the sky above Dongfang Yunzhou and landed directly in front of Yinyang School. The 4 of them were all covered in white cloaks. Only Yang Dingtian's face was exposed. At this time, there were still hundreds of people waiting in line at Yinyang School. Yang Dingtian walked forward and said to the disciple guarding the gate, Yang Dingtian has come to visit. All members of the Yinyang School's Elders Guild, please come out to welcome him. The disciple was stunned. He then bowed and said, yes, I will go and report this. Then, he quickly left. Half an hour later, Ling Ao appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. City Lord Yang, you're so impressive. But remember, if you're impressive, don't act in front of Yinyang School. No matter what your status is outside, in front of Yinyang School, you're just an abandoned student of Yinyang School. Even if you're the City Lord of Cloud Sky City, in front of Yinyang School, you're just a traitor. Ling Ao said indifferently, you want all of the Yinyang School's Elders Guild to come out to welcome you? Yang Dingtian, you think too highly of yourself. Today, Yinyang School does not welcome you. Please leave. Humph. Ning Busi snorted and said, is this the most outstanding young disciple of Yinyang School? Has being a frog in a well made you so stupid? Ning Busi suddenly lifted his cloak. Ling Ao's expression changed. He then bowed and said, Disciple Ling Ao greets Grand Marshal Uncle. I asked you a question, so just answer, Ning Busi said. I can only listen to Grand Marshal Uncle's teachings. However, I feel that I'm not wrong. Yang Dingtian is an abandoned disciple of Yinyang school. No matter how high his status is or how high his cultivation level is, in front of Yinyang school, he can only be an abandoned disciple. I will not bow to force. I will not become humble and flatter him just because his strength and status have changed. Ling Ao said stiffly, you want all of the Yinyang school's elders guild to come out to welcome you? Yang Dingtian is not worthy. Even you are not in line with the rules. This is not me trying to show off, and it is not Yang Dingtian trying to show off. Ning Busi said, since the headmaster has arrived, shouldn't the Yinyang school come out to welcome him? Since the headmaster has arrived, of course we should all come out to welcome him. However, the headmaster is already dead, Ling Ao said. Who said that I'm already dead? Dongfang Minmi said coldly. Then, he suddenly lifted his cloak. Behind him, Qingdabii and Wuing also lifted their cloaks. When Ling Ao saw Dongfang Minmi, his body suddenly trembled. His entire body was completely stiff, and he could not breathe for a moment. After a long time, he suddenly knelt down. Disciple Ling Ao welcomes the headmaster's return. After kneeling and kowtowing, Ling Ao quickly returned to Yinyang school. 15 minutes later, all of the Yinyang school's elders guild, the leaders of all the valleys and pavilions in the Yinyang school, a total of hundreds of people, walked out of the mountain gate and knelt down on the platform in front of the mountain gate. The Yinyang school welcomes the headmaster's return. Just like that, Dongfang Minmi easily became the head of the Yinyang school. He immediately obtained all of the authority of the Yinyang school. He had been away for more than 13 years. Would there be anyone in the Yinyang school's elders guild who had other thoughts? Would there be anyone with ambitions? Of course there were. When the news of Dongfang Minmi's death spread, not everyone in the Yinyang school was sad. Some were secretly delighted. Otherwise, no one would treat Madame Dongfang so coldly. Furthermore, Dongfang Minmi's return was no less than a thunderbolt to some people. However, Ning Busi, Qingdabii, and Shadowless, the three grandmasters, stood loyally behind Dongfang Minmi. Was this enough to suppress any thoughts of disloyalty? It was enough to prevent anyone from acting out of desperation, not to mention, Dongfang Minmi also had an extremely powerful disciple. After Dongfang Minmi became the head of the Yinyang school, he did not hesitate and immediately took over the Yinyang school's elders guild. He directly established the Yinyang school's temporary 3-person team and absorbed all of the authority of the Yinyang school into this 3-person team. Ning Busi, Qingdabii, and Shadowless were the members of this 3-person team. Next, they began to thoroughly investigate and even purge the Elders Guild. In the past 10 years, it was not only Dongfang Minmi who was absent. Even Ning Busi and Qingdabii did not care about the Yinyang school's matters. Therefore, it was obvious that the Yinyang school was heavily infiltrated. However, now that there were 4 grandmasters holding the fort, no one could cause any trouble. Moreover, Dongfang Minmi held absolute righteousness. All of the mid-level and low-level martial artists in the Yinyang school regarded him as their absolute spiritual leader. After becoming the head of the Yinyang school, on the same day, Dongfang Minmi announced in Dongfang Yunzhou that the Yinyang school officially joined the Taiyando League's Council of Light and fully prepared for the evil ways. 3 days later, the Yinyang school's reorganization and purge were more or less complete. Of course, this kind of reorganization and purge was very violent. Any members who might be infiltrators of the evil ways or those who might have been infiltrated had their Xian meridians sealed and were temporarily placed under house arrest. Among them was Ling Ao. Ling Ao's suspicion was very small. The reason he was placed under house arrest was only that he was hostile to the Council of Light and did not have a correct understanding of the evil ways. Of course, he was only placed under house arrest and did not kill anyone. They wanted to thoroughly investigate the evil ways infiltrators in the East Continent and find out which of them had betrayed them. The only way was to find the biggest infiltrator of the evil ways in the East Continent. However, this person did not appear at all and did not take any action. There was no way to find out. That's right. The evil ways in the East Continent had not taken any action yet. In other words, almost none of the infiltrators of the evil ways had awakened. 3 days later, Dongfang Minmi gathered all the martial arts forces in the East Continent at the Tiando League's headquarters. The Tiando League's forces, as well as their affiliated forces, were all present. Dongfang Minmi did not explain anything about his resurrection and comeback. He only said 3 sentences. The first sentence was that the demon king Wentian would be resurrected soon. Once he was resurrected, it would be the day of the apocalyptic war. The second sentence was that Yin Yang School would join the Council of Light and prepare for war with all their might. In this monstrous war, if they were not comrades, they would be enemies. The third sentence was that the forces in the East Continent would make their own choices. The East Continent was not as big as the West Continent. There were a total of 19 Tiando League forces and more than 400 affiliated forces of the Tiando League. The East Continent was the smallest in the world, but it accounted for almost half of the total registered martial artists. This was a pure martial arts continent. It did not have many armies, territories, or castles. What it had were the purest martial arts sections. Yin Yang School's appeal in the East Continent was greater than that of the Black Heaven sect in the Central Continent. Under Dongfang Minmi's tough words, almost all the forces in the East Continent agreed to join the Council of Light on the same day. Soon, Yin Yang School would enter the East Continent and be completely reorganized. In the Central Continent, it was very difficult to reorganize. It was almost impossible. Because there were too many benefits, too many territories, and too many cities. In the East Continent, it was much easier to reorganize. Because the benefits involved were very small. Whether it was the establishment of the Heavenly Edict Academy, the movement of martial artists for cultivation, the establishment of defense zones, the establishment of defense lines, or the establishment of a martial artist army. The difficulty and resistance were not too great. Of course, these things were very difficult to accomplish in one go. Now, the West Continent, Central Continent, and East Continent were all unified and had joined the Council of Light. Then, the only thing left was the Tiando League conference in Zhongjing. They would officially announce that the world was unified and that the Council of Light would be reorganized as a wartime authority. They would officially announce that the Primal Chaos Continent would be fully prepared for the apocalyptic war. Now, the Legion of Doom was still in hiding. The Demon King Wentian had not been resurrected. The Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and Princess Mu Dan were all trying their best to resurrect the Demon King. And the Joyous Palace's experts were all wiped out. The Temple of Blood's master was wise. Yang Dingtian's Council of Light's only enemies could only be the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect, who had ulterior motives. But once the Tiando League conference was held, everything would be a foregone conclusion. Even the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect could not change anything. Although these two sects were powerful, they were unable to go against the entire world. They could not go against the entire Tiando League. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi had returned to Zhongjing. Originally, the Tiando League was supposed to be held in East Continent. That was the headquarters of the Tiando League. However, the main focus of the reorganization was Zhongzhou, so the Tiando League was held in Zhongjing instead. Dongfang Minmi had said that the Tiando League would be held in 10 days. Although the reorganization of East Continent was very fast, 10 days was still not enough. Therefore, it was unanimously decided that it would be held in 5 days. On July 9th, when he went to Eastern Cloud State with his master, Yang Dingtian gave the Council of Light and Black Heaven sect a task that was not considered difficult but was very huge. That was to eliminate the spies of evil ways. Now that Ning Wuming's army was wiped out, the tens of thousands of spies in Zhongzhou had lost their highest leader. The spies of evil ways were the most terrifying group of spies. This was something that Yang Dingtian would be able to see clearly if he was in the world. She was loyal to them. Their ruthlessness and decisiveness. Especially their spirit of sacrifice. It was enough to make anyone shudder. However, their eternal loyalty and obedience made them harmless when they were not given orders. With Ning Wuming's specific name list, it was not difficult to capture these tens of thousands of spies. These spies didn't even resist when they were captured. This was because they did not receive any orders. The Council of Light used the shortest amount of time to form a team of hundreds of thousands to capture the spies. When they were in West Continent, Yang Dingtian had tricked Wu Maji and then mobilized tens of thousands of people to eliminate all the spies in West Continent in one day and one night. Although Xianxia was 3 times bigger, 4 to 5 days was enough. Uncle Master Zhua, Uncle Master Qin, how's the capture of the spies of evil ways coming along? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhua Qingqi and Qin Wanzhou instantly fell silent. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? The capture operation failed, Qin Wanzhou said. Qin Wanzhou said, we only caught a few hundred people. There were also a few hundred who committed suicide before we found them. What about the tens of thousands of people? Yang Dingtian asked. They're all gone. Qin Wanzhou said, this name list is very clear. Even their faces are described clearly. Moreover, their current identities and names are all very clear. But by the time we found them, they had all disappeared. Disappeared? How could this be? Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. The disappearance of tens of thousands of people, under the watchful eyes of our hundreds of thousands of soldiers, is absolutely impossible. Qin Wanzhou said, that's right. When we started to capture them, it was impossible for these tens of thousands of people to disappear. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, we would still find them. But, these spies disappeared before we made our move. The hundreds of people who were captured and the hundreds who committed suicide were the ones who couldn't escape in time. Tens of thousands of people suddenly disappeared from the land of Xianxia state and evaporated from the world? How could this be? Zhua Qingqi said, these spies are from various forces in Central Plains, some of them hold prominent positions. Therefore, the sudden disappearance of these people will definitely attract attention. In fact, this is also the case. Before this period of time, we heard news of people suddenly disappearing in batches, as if the world had disappeared from the face of the earth. Yang Dingtian asked, when exactly? When did they start to disappear? On the 3rd day after Ning Wuming's death, this group of people began to disappear. Zhua Qingqi said, it's been more than 20 days since then. It's been 20 days since we started to capture them. These 20 days are enough for tens of thousands of people to disappear completely. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes trembled. Could this be Ning Wuming's backup plan? He made a plan for himself in case something went wrong. Once he lost and died, he would make all the central state spies disappear. Yang Dingtian believed that Ning Wuming definitely had the ability to plan this. This person's calculations were almost flawless. When it came to scheming, even 10 Yang Dingtians would not be his opponent, therefore, there was this possibility. But this possibility wasn't very big. Because Ning Wuming was an extremely selfish person. Other than himself and Wu Maji, he didn't care about anyone else's life. After he died, he only cared about Wu Maji. He didn't care about anything else. There was another possibility. Other than Ning Wuming, there was someone else who knew about this specific list. Once Ning Wuming died, this person organized all the central state spies to evacuate. This person knew that once Yang Dingtian got hold of this list, the evil ways spies in central state would be uprooted. Then, who could this person be? Who had the ability to get hold of this list? Who had the ability to evacuate tens of thousands of people? There weren't many people who could do this. In fact, it could be counted with one's fingers. Could it be Wu Yuming? Of course, he was one of the few who had this ability. The power he wielded was even the greatest in the world right now. However, he and Vulture personally went to the Snow clan, as if they wanted to get something from Wu Maji, including this list of spies. It seemed like he didn't know about this. However, who could guarantee that this wasn't Wu Yuming acting? In terms of acting, Wu Yuming was definitely better than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had said before that these spies couldn't be allowed to collude with Wu Yuming. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Although Wu Yuming pretended to be righteous, he had to be careful when doing things. He couldn't destroy his own image of righteousness. However, if the evil ways spies were in his hands, then it would be too shocking. His left hand was benevolent and righteous, while his right hand was terrorizing. Zhu Qingzhu had played this game before, and the results were very good. It allowed him to easily regain control of the central state's power in a few months. Zhu Qingzhu's methods were ruthless, but he was arrogant and fragile. He was still brooding over the kneeling incident 20 years ago. Therefore, he had to straighten his back at all times. Therefore, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that he wasn't a complete person after fighting with him a few times. He had always been struggling in his heart, and there was a painful cleansing in his heart. There was a strong bottom line in his heart that prevented him from falling into the darkest abyss. It was also this bottom line that made him surrender and leave when he could defeat Yang Dingtian and everyone else. Just like Ning Wuming, there was a painful knot in his heart. That was his infatuation with Wu Maji, and his inferiority complex. Therefore, there was an absolute bottom line in his heart, and that was to not harm Wu Maji, and even the child in her womb. However, Wu Yuming was different. Wu Yuming was many times more cunning than Zhu Qingzhu. Once he did something, he was very thorough. Once tens of thousands of Evil Wei's spies fell into his hands, the power he could unleash would be many times more than Zhu Qingzhu's. There was another detail. When Dongfang Minmi was chasing Ning Wuming, there was a great grandmaster waiting quietly in the southern part of the Sunset Mountains and saved Ning Wuming. Who was that person? Now it seemed that this person was most likely from Wu Yuming's faction. At least, it wasn't Zhu Qingzhu. During the battle with Qin Chichi in Cloud Sky City, and the battle with Zhu Qingzhu in Central Province, Wu Yuming and the faction behind her had been playing the role of the Oriole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. When these people disappeared on a large scale, they must have left through the sea or the air. Yang Dingtian said, "Did anyone find any strange ships or flying mounts?" "Yes." Shui Qingqi said, "Someone once saw a ship that shouldn't have been there at the pier. It was sailing in the southern barbarian continent." Yang Dingtian said. "Should be." Shui Qingqi said, "Later, a few people at the pier were killed." Silenced. Qin Wancho said. Shui Qingqi nodded and said, "Of course, that's not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is. 4 days ago, when someone was waiting for the sunrise at the top of Thunder Mountain, he suddenly heard a very strange cry from the sky. It came from very, very high up in the sky." "What cry?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Gagalu." "More than one cry," Shui Qingqi said. "The cry of the black vulture," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Shui Qingqi said, "The vulture sex black vultures never leave southern barbarian continent. I believe that it's not the only place where the black vultures visit, and it's not the only time they visit. Perhaps the black vultures have been flying over Central Province for the past few nights and then landing." Yang Dingtian said, "Someone changed these Evil Wei's spies' identities and faces and sent them back to Central Province." "Yes." Shui Qingqi said, "So here comes our trouble. Thousands or tens of thousands of Evil Wei's spies have changed their faces and entered Central Province again. We don't know if their goal is to attack and destroy the upcoming Tiando League." "Looks like it must be." Qin Wancho said, "No one would have thought that we could defeat Zhu Qingzhu and the Evil Wei's alliance. But everyone knows that once the Tiando League convenes, the entire world's situation will be decided. The faction leader will become the only leader of the Tiando League, and the entire chaotic world will prepare for the Legion of Doom. The Sea of Gloom and Vulture sect will be completely marginalized by the world. So, someone will do everything they can to destroy the Tiando League." Shui Qingqi said, "But, what will they do?" "I don't know." Qin Wancho said, "Maybe they will plan something that will change the entire world." "Then what will they do?" "They are in the dark, and we are in the light. We don't know what they want to do, so we can't stop them." Shui Qingqi said. "Don't care what they do, we will only do what we should do," Yang Dingtian said, "Don't let others destroy our rhythm, and prepare for the Tiando League with all our strength." "How many legions from the West Province are here?" 300,000. Qin Wancho said. "Send out all the crystal warships and fast crystal warships to lock down and monitor every part of the sea. Send out all the Demon Eagle legions in Central Province and all the flying mounts to monitor every part of the sky. The hundreds of thousands of legions in Central Province and the elite legions controlled by Xianxia sect will lock down the entire Central Province, especially Zhongjing. Before the Tiando League ends, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Send out orders to all the armies in Central Province to investigate every city and monitor every suspicious face that has appeared recently." "Yes." Qin Wanchou shouted, other than the participants, no one is allowed to enter Zhongjing. Monitor all the new faces that have appeared in Zhongjing in the past 20 days. Lock down Zhongjing and even the entire central province. No one is allowed to enter or leave. After the highest order of the Council of Light was issued, immediately, hundreds of thousands of flying mounts rushed into the sky and began to lock down every part of the central province. Thousands of crystal warships of all kinds began to lock down every part of the sea in central province. 200,000 Tiando League Black Cavalry and 200,000 Council of Light Elite Legions surrounded the entire Zhongjing. The hidden strongholds in central province that Zhu Qingzhu had built were all activated to monitor every place. Millions of troops began to check every place, every restaurant, every house, looking for suspicious faces. Especially the new faces that had appeared recently. Of course, the Council of Light and Xianxia sect could only control the central province at the moment. As for the forces in South Central Province and North Central Province, they had just agreed to join the Council of Light. They would accept the order, but it was hard to say whether they would carry it out or not. The Council of Light's control over these forces was still very weak. Even the Council of Light found it difficult to control the central province. There were 200,000 elites in the West Continent and 300,000 elites in the Xiantian sect. A total of 500,000 to 600,000. It was very difficult to control the entire central province, but it was still possible to control the Zhongjing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only place his absolute focus on the Zhongjing. As long as the Zhongjing was stable and safe, it would be difficult to stop the Tiando League from being held. It would be difficult to stop the general situation of the world from being fixed. At Yang Dingtian's order, millions of troops were mobilized. Tens of thousands of miles of land, countless cities, and countless towns were all in turmoil. This was the power that came with power. With a casual glance and a wave of his hand, millions of people would risk their lives for him. He could change the fate of hundreds of millions of people. However, Yang Dingtian had never been an ambitious person. After a short period of intoxication, not only did he not feel happy, but he also felt a little uncomfortable. Because this meant that he would be reviled and criticized. He did not care about the reviling and criticism, but he did not enjoy it. He only hoped that these actions would be useful. They could stop the upheaval from happening, but no matter what, with the Council of Light's order, the entire central province was filled with a sense of oppression as if a storm was coming. Faction leader, Jiao Liao requests to see you. It's very urgent. Yang Dingtian was staring at the huge map in a daze. Suddenly, Yun Zhena came in to report. Yun Zhena had changed her appearance. She looked like Yang Dingtian's personal secretary. Jiao Liao? She was now the highest-ranking spy in the West Province. Her mission was very heavy. What was she doing here? Did something happen in the West Province? Let her in. Yang Dingtian, after Jiao Liao entered, she immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Faction leader, Madame Jiao is about to be born." Yang Dingtian's eyes trembled. Jiao Liao was definitely not someone who could not distinguish between public and private matters. Even if Shimin Yanyan was about to give birth, she would not leave the West Province to report to Yang Dingtian. But Jiao Liao was different. This was because Yarao was a second-generation demon fox. Her ancestor was once tempted by the void demon dragon and fell into darkness. Her mission was the same as the second generation of Naga. She was to find humans and use their genes to give birth to a perfect race of gods. They entered the primal chaos mainland from another space for the same purpose. Such people included Guduashwang's mother. She succeeded and gave birth to 2 women. One was a human and the other was a Naga. As for Yarao, she was the second generation after being tempted by the void demon dragon. So once she was pregnant, she could be an extremely powerful and perfect descendant of a demigod. Now, she had been pregnant for more than 10 months and was finally about to give birth. What would happen to the child she gave birth to? No one knew. He only knew that his child was very healthy. He even paid attention to this point. Only now did he remember that his child was completely different from the humans in this world. I know this is very important, but I don't have time. Yang Dingtian said, "Ride the demon eagle and use your fastest speed to make a trip to the Temple of Blood. Let Du Gushao temporarily protect everything in Cloud Sky City." Temple of Blood? Jiao Liao said, "Du Gushao is the leader of the evil ways. He will go. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Jiao Liao said, then what about the person who will deliver the child? Master's wife and mother-in-law will deliver the child. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, then I will go and do it. Once Xiaorao gives birth to the child, I will immediately report. Jiao Liao said. Okay. Yang Dingtian nodded. Sect master, you should go back. Qin Wanchou suddenly said, I know that Yarao's child is very, very different. The first person he saw was you. Perhaps it will be very different in the future. Martial uncle, I want to go too. I want to see the child for the first time. Yang Dingtian said, but if the mastermind behind all of this and the one who wants to destroy the Taekwondo League and create a shocking incident is Wu Yuming, then I believe that he will definitely meet me in advance. I have this feeling. Meet? Why? Qin Wanchou asked. He wants to toy with me and trample on me. Yang Dingtian said, I can clearly feel this. Every time I see him, I can clearly feel it. Since you can feel this, then what do you think he will do? Qin Wanchou asked. I don't know. In fact, I can see this person clearly. I once asked him a question. What does he want? He didn't answer me. But this question is indeed what I want to ask him. Because I really don't know what he wants. Yang Dingtian said, but Ning Wuming once told me that it's not necessarily a good thing for me to win against him. From then on, the way we fight will completely change. At this point, Yang Dingtian said with a smile, to be honest, I somewhat miss Ning Wuming now. Although this person is extremely vicious and his schemes are unfathomable. But his face at least tells you directly that I want to frame you, I want to plot against you. Unlike Wu Yuming, we completely don't know what he wants to do. Sect Master, Zhu Hongxue requests an audience. At this moment, Slave Yunjun entered to report. After a moment, Zhu Hongxue entered. What's the matter, senior brother? Senior? Yang Dingtian asked. It's like this. After your order is passed down, the first thing to be rectified is Zhongjing. All the suspects in Zhongjing will be under surveillance. Some of the more suspicious ones will be arrested. Zhu Hongxue said, the first one to bear the brunt is Ling Wu. Because she has an extraordinary relationship with Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, yes, this is very normal. I won't be biased because of her. Locking her up at this time is protecting her instead. I know. Zhu Hongxue said, senior brother Zhao Mu is the person to execute this matter. He went to see Ling Wu. Ling Wu said that she wants to see you. I'm not free. Yang Dingtian said, I won't see her. This time, he had made a big fuss and sealed off the entire Zhongjing to investigate any suspects. Without a doubt, Ling Wu was going to ridicule Yang Dingtian again and attack his tyranny. Little did she know that the current Zhongjing was already the most dangerous place. In case the Evil Wei spies launched the most thorough and terrifying attack, then it wouldn't be tens of thousands of people who would die. It might be hundreds of thousands or even more. Of course, it was still unknown whether Wu Yuming would launch such a direct and thorough attack. But they had to be on guard. In short, Yang Dingtian didn't have the obligation to explain to Ling Wu. Yes. Zhu Hongxue left, however, an hour later, Zhu Hongxue came again. Sect Master, Ling Wu requests to see you again. Zhu Hongxue said, she said that it's not that she wants to see you, but she wants to convey some words to you on behalf of Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian's face trembled slightly. Wu Yuming asked Ling Wu to convey the words to him. What did he want to say? However, Yang Dingtian's intuition was right. If Wu Yuming was planning to operate some shocking conspiracy, he would definitely meet Yang Dingtian in advance. I'll go now. Yang Dingtian. The related suspects in Zhongjing were locked up in various castles. Ling Wu was locked up in one of the castles. However, considering the special nature of her identity, she was locked up in a room by herself. Yang Dingtian pushed open the door and entered. Ling Wu was still standing at the window. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only see her back view. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? Yang Dingtian asked. I haven't congratulated you on obtaining the entire central continent. I've just escaped to the central continent, and the central continent is now yours, said Ling Wu. Stop. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, stop. Is this insolent sarcasm or an attack? Please stop. Let's get straight to the point. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? Ling Wu turned around and said, why? Are you afraid of facing my words because she's piercing your heart? No. I'm afraid of your stupidity, and I'm powerless to deal with it. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not good with words. I obviously know that other people's stupidity is beyond compare, yet I can't explain it. Ling Wu's face twitched for a while. She smiled and said, now, you also know how to use words to attack? It's just that it's very laughable. It's just childlike pestering endlessly and verbally attacking. I'm very stupid. Say something reasonable. I really want to save your thinking. However, I'm very sorry. I don't have enough time, Yang Dingtian said, so, let's talk. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? You're very afraid of him? Ling Wu smiled. Yes, a little, said Yang Dingtian. So, you also know fear. You also know that there's someone who's far better than you, said Ling Wu. It's a good thing to know fear. People who don't know fear are the ones who are tragic, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Are you afraid of some things? I'm not afraid, said Ling Wu. Because my heart is righteous and strong, and I've grasped the truth. Therefore, I'm fearless. Are you really not afraid? Are you not afraid if someone wants to kill your father? Yang Dingtian said. Are you threatening me? Ling Wu said coldly, however, I'll still say that. No matter what method you use, don't think of making me yield. Even if you're using my father. Threaten you? Threaten you with what? Do you have any value in being threatened? Yang Dingtian, the truth is cruel, but I still have to tell you that your only value is the special relationship between you and me. If I care about you, your value will be owned. If I don't care about you, then you are worthless. Therefore, no one will threaten you. Even if there is, it will be others who use you to threaten me. Shut up, you arrogant thing. Who do you think you are? With my value, do I still need to rely on you? I'm an independent and noble person. I'm not related to you in any way. Ling Wu said loudly, feel free to use whatever means you have. So what if you want to imprison me? I'm different from you. You have a guilty conscience. You're afraid of Big Brother Wu Yuming. I have a righteous heart. I'm not afraid of anyone. You've said it before. You're not even afraid that your father might be killed. Then you really have nothing to fear. Because, whether it's for the stubbornness, pride, or truth in your heart, you don't care about anything, including your father's life. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, but I care. There are too many people I care about. My wife, my children, my comrades, my brothers, my master's wife, and so on. There are many, many of them. These people are my most beloved, and also my weakness. I'm full of flaws, but Wu Yuming doesn't have any flaws for the time being. I would naturally be afraid of him. Ling Wu, I'm not good with words. Therefore, I rarely talk to others. Basically, unless I'm very, very sure that it's the right thing to say, I'll only say it. Then today, I'll tell you one sentence, just one sentence. Yang Dingtian, you don't know fear. Either you're an extremely egotistical person, or you're a stupid person. Ling Wu's delicate body trembled, and her face instantly turned ghastly pale. You have a reaction? After seeing Ling Wu's reaction, Yang Dingtian said, all right then, I'll tell you the second sentence. You keep saying that your heart is strong, righteous, and has truth in your heart. If we're talking about something specifically, your truth should be. You're righteous, and I'm evil. Everything I've done is to usurp the power of the entire world. I won't argue with you on this point. I'll only ask you one thing. Previously, you liked to wear tight and wear-resistant coarse clothes, and didn't like to wear luxurious brocade clothes. But now, why do you like to wear expensive and soft brocade clothes? Previously, you were barefaced, and your skin was slightly dark and even a little rough due to exposure to the wind and sun. But now, your skin is snow white and delicate. The one who changed is you, not me. Previously, your simplicity and wildness were your style. What did you encounter? It made you impatiently bid farewell to your past, to bid farewell to your simplicity and wildness, and to chase after a kind of so-called calmness, prosperity, nobility, and nothingness. What did you encounter? It made you feel inferior, made you impatiently deny everything about your past, made you blindly chase after some things, and even packaged them with pride and righteousness. Ling Wu, although I'm not good with words, I have a pair of eyes and a pair of eyes. However, I still have a pair of observant eyes, and also a resolute heart. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, regardless of whether it's for the so-called righteousness or for the so-called pride. In short, forgetting the past means betrayal, and denying everything about yourself means complete loss. Then, you'll have nothing. Someone made you feel inferior. But when a person starts to feel inferior, then the distance to sliding into darkness isn't too far. Ling Wu sat stiffly on her seat. Her face was pale, and she didn't say a word. All right, my wisdom is ordinary. So, I can only say so much, Yang Dingtian said, then, pass on Wu Yaoming's words to me. At this moment, Ling Wu appeared helpless and weak. It was as if her inner heart was being torn apart alive, and then exposed in front of her. Eyes, dripping with blood. That feeling was like the shame and hurt of being stripped naked in front of countless people, and it made her tremble from head to toe. Then, she quickly closed her eyes and clenched her hands, trying to find some strength to support herself. She started to take deep breaths, and started to gradually calm herself down. Yang Dingtian knew that this was a kind of thought isolation technique. It completely isolated her mind and body from the outside world, and prevented her from receiving any harm, including the harm of the truth. Very soon, Ling Wu calmed down, and her gaze had completely recovered its tranquility. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, your words are very sharp. It seems like you have a lot of means. Of course, if you didn't have such means, you wouldn't have been able to bewitch Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others to risk their lives for you. Previously, someone told me that your brainwashing ability is very powerful, but I didn't believe it. Now, I completely believe it. However, you can rest assured that I won't reject the truth and truth. I'll think carefully about what you've said. No, you won't think about what I've said. You'll only think of any method and use any theory to deny what I've said, and to prove that you're right. Yang Dingtian said, but I'm sorry, this is all I can do. I'm too busy, and I don't have the time to take care of your mind. There's no need for that. Ling Wu said, I'm an objective person, and I'm also a brave person. I can look straight at my own shortcomings, and I'll think about what you've said in a realistic manner. You don't have to judge others by your own standards. Alright, you can't go out for the time being. You have a lot of time to think here, Yang Dingtian said. Now, pass on Wu Yaoming's words to me. To see a person clearly, one shouldn't look at what he says, but what he does. Ling Wu said, you don't have a guilty conscience, so why did you imprison me? When Ling Wu found out that she had been imprisoned, not only was she not angry, she was happy instead. Because this had provided her with a weapon in her mind, a weapon to deny Yang Dingtian. As long as she denied Yang Dingtian, then his theory would be wrong, and those words that he had said to her would be wrong. Then, she, Ling Wu, would be able to become strong again. She kept saying that she would think in a realistic manner, and wouldn't deny Yang Dingtian to prove that she was right. In fact, she had already started. Yang Dingtian lost interest and said, all right, I'm running out of patience. Pass on Wu Yaoming's words to me. Ling Wu stood up and stood face to face with Yang Dingtian. It was as if she wanted to pursue a kind of imposing manner, an imposing manner that wasn't weak. After that, she said to Yang Dingtian word by word, he asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't hold a Tianda League assembly. Don't let your ambition destroy you. Just this sentence? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Ling Wu said. Got it. The first sentence is for me, while the second sentence is for you. Yang Dingtian turned around and walked out. If I'm not wrong, this sentence should be just a prelude. He'll look for me again. Next time, he probably won't ask you to pass on this message. You don't have to pretend that you know him very well. The two of you are completely different, said Ling Wu. You're right. It's just that the meaning behind it might be the other way around, said Yang Dingtian. After saying that, Yang Dingtian walked out directly and didn't pay any more attention to her. Sect master, why don't I go and talk to her? Yun Zhenna said in a low voice, it should be more effective if I offer my body. No need. We're very busy. Yang Dingtian said. But, shouldn't we save anyone? Said Yun Zhennu. Yang Dingtian turned around and said to Yun Zhennu, Zhennu, perhaps in your heart, I'm a leader, a just and selfless person, a person similar to a statue of a god. But I'm not. I'm just a mortal, and I have my own disgust. When I encounter something that I hate, I won't hurt it. But I'll try my best to avoid it. Do you understand? Just like you in the past. I used you, but I never thought of saving you. It's harm that saved you and awakened you. It's not me. Do you understand? Yun Zhennu trembled and said in a low voice, I understand. Therefore, Ling Wu's fate should be in her own hands. Whoever hurt her would be the one to save her soul. Even if this kind of saving is the most thorough harm. She'll either awaken from the harm or die from the harm. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I only love the people I should love, and only care about the people I should care about. I'll save the majority, but I might not be able to take care of the minority. So be it, ignore her. Yun Zhennu's beautiful face trembled slightly. I understand, sect master. Yun Zhenna said, someone wants to use the things you care about to hurt you. Someone wants to use everything about you as a weapon to attack you. Ling Wu is one of them, and so is Vulture. He wants to defeat you mentally and ideologically. He wants to create a feeling that he wants to defeat you in the deepest part of your mental realm. Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said, however, I have to thank him. By doing this, he has exposed his true colors. Didn't you already know about his hypocrisy and shamelessness? Yun Zhennu said, no, I know about it too. No, I'm talking about his true colors. Yang Dingtian said, I once asked him what he wants. I'm very concerned about this question. Now, I seem to have gotten the answer. What answer? Yun Zhennu said. I'm not very sure now. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he walked away. Yun Zhennu stood at the same spot and said in a low voice, Sect Master, the weakness you showed made me feel that it's real. This kind of reality will make me more loyal and more convinced. There was a principle in this world, no matter how beautiful or resplendent something was, as long as it wasn't real, it would mean darkness. Back to the headquarters in Zhongjing, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that the battle between him and Wu Yuming had already begun. This battle would involve a wide range of things, including spiritual, ideological, practical, political, martial arts, and so on and so forth. Wu Yuming had asked Ling Wu to pass on the message. Don't call for a Tiando League meeting and don't let your ambitions devour you. Even Wu Yuming would disdain these words. This was merely a signal to start the battle. Now, there were more than 1 billion people and millions of soldiers in the entire middle region. This was the battle between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. If he didn't guess wrongly, there might not be any smoke in this first battle, because Wu Yuming hadn't shed all pretenses of cordiality. Only after shed all pretenses of cordiality would there be real smoke and blood. Before shed all pretenses of cordiality, Yang Dingtian only needed to grasp one point to deal with Wu Yuming. What was Wu Yuming's true colors? What did he want? Before he went to meet Ling Wu, his mind was in a mess. But now, it was clearer. Yang Dingtian stood in front of the map and looked at the center of the map. That was the Tiando League main hall. His mind gradually became clear. At this moment, Qin Huayu suddenly rushed in and said, Sect Master, a large-scale plague suddenly broke out in South Middle region. More than 10,000 people have died. Qin Wanzhou came in immediately after and said, It's starting. They've started. Shui Qingqi said, I'll head to South Middle region immediately and wipe out their operation before it sprouts. Yang Dingtian said, No, you don't have to go. Use the normal method to seal off and cut off. Don't be disrupted. This is just a smokescreen. Everyone was stunned. Shui Qingqi said, Then, where should our focus be? Zhongjing, especially the Tiando League main hall. Yang Dingtian said, We just need to be clear about one thing in this battle. What does Wu Yuming want? Then, what does he want? Qin Wanchou asked. Note. I'll continue to write the second update. It's the end of the month. Pastries asks for support. Perhaps he is just tormenting me. Yang Dingtian said half-jokingly. Then, Yang Dingtian said seriously, send someone to South Central State to check on the situation of the plague. See clearly the situation of the people who are infected with the plague? Yang Dingtian took out a few booklets and said, inside these booklets, there are many types of plagues related to the evil Tao. Furthermore, there are methods to treat and prevent them. Just use the medicine and don't panic. Yes. I'll make a trip there. Qin Huayu said and took the book and the Council of Light token. Then, Qin Huayu rode on the Devil Eagle and used his fastest speed to head south to South Central State to deal with the plague, not long after Qin Huayu left. An hour later, someone quickly came to report that a serious plague had occurred in North Central State and more than 100,000 people had died. The entire North Central State was in a state of panic. Yang Dingtian took out another book. This book was originally obtained from Qin Chichi. When she was imprisoned, she described most of the evil ways of the plague and drew pictures. She also gave the treatment methods. Thus, Yang Dingtian made a lot of copies of this booklet just in case he needed it. At this moment, he handed the book to Zhu Hongxue and asked him to go to North Central State to deal with the plague, and Zhu Hongxue did not leave for long. He came to report again, a plague had occurred in Ningjing Island in the western part of Great Central State. Immediately, Yang Dingtian sent out Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua had not left for long, a plague had occurred in Gale Island in the southern part of Great Central State. Yang Dingtian sent out Duan Ruyan. Following that, the plague in the entire Great Central State rose and fell, continuously occurring. Later, the plague directly occurred in Great Central State and constantly approached Zhongjing. After Duan Ruyan, Qiu Wanjie. Then Song Shao, then Kuei Qing, and then Qin Wanchou. Basically, every 2 hours or 4 hours, there would be a huge plague that would come. Finally, there was only one Dongfang Minmi left by Yang Dingtian's side. Little Tian, this is a diversion. Dongfang Minmi said, someone wants to transfer all of your helpers away. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Don't worry. Right at this time, Yunjena came in at lightning speed and said with a pale complexion, Sect Master, a plague happened in Heaven Wave City. It's less than 1,000 miles away from Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian, they're finally here. He handed the booklet in his hand to Dongfang Minmi and said, Master, you'll probably have to go this time. No, you can't have no one by your side. Dongfang Minmi said, this is his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Trust me, that might not be the case. Yang Dingtian said. How do you know? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian, if he knows, what is he going to do? Then, he had to consider the problem from his point of view. Master, go and save Pestilence, it's all right. Even those who seem to be dead can be saved. Our Council of Light has enough plague materials, especially Black Heaven Sect, they have even more resources. Sect Master, do you want to transfer Junior Uncle Wu Ying from Yinyang School? Do you want me to transfer Mother and Father from Cloud Sky Pavilion? Yun Zhenu asked anxiously. No need. Yang Dingtian said. There were more than 10 plague outbreaks in the entire Zhongjing continent, causing countless deaths and injuries. Previously, there was a storm, but now, there was lightning and thunder. The dark clouds and the shocking lightning caused the entire Zhongjing continent to be in a state of panic. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless people were like lambs, filled with fear and uneasiness. Under such an atmosphere, the leaders of the forces participating in the Tiando League still went to Zhongjing one by one. After all, they were important figures, and the plague could not harm them. Moreover, they had seen the plague attack clearly during Zhu Qingzhu's era. Although they did not know who did it, they had a rough idea of what was going on. There was only about 1 day left before the Tiando League. Midnight, the worst news had finally arrived. A total of 19 leaders from North Zhongjing, South Zhongjing, and East Zhongjing had suddenly disappeared on their way to the Tiando League. Just like when Kuei-si went missing, they disappeared from this world. No one knew what happened, and no one knew where they went missing. Moreover, these leaders were the ones who disrespected Yang Dingtian the most. They had attacked him many times. During the first war in Cloud Sky City, and the second war in Zhongjing continent, these leaders were Yang Dingtian's staunchest opponents and attackers. After hearing the bad news, Yun Zhenou's face turned pale. She almost collapsed on her seat. Sect Master, how could they do this? How could they be so despicable? Yun Zhenou asked in a trembling voice. Now. What should we do? Don't worry. Yang Dingtian said, this should be the last wave of attack. You are the only one left with me. If they want me to send you out, I will be speechless. Yun Zhenou's lips trembled as she asked, Then what should we do now? Will they attack the headquarters directly and kill you? Kill me? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, they won't. Let's go out for a walk. Now? No, it is too dangerous for you to go out, Yun Zhenou said. Don't worry, they won't, Yang Dingtian said. Before Wu Yuming comes to look for me, we have to meet someone. Then, Yang Dingtian walked out. Yun Zhenou immediately followed him out in a panic. At this point in time, the streets of Zhongjing had been cordoned off. Other than the patrolling warriors, there was no one else in sight. Almost all the citizens felt an extremely dangerous aura. All of them hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. Yang Dingtian walked forward confidently. Suddenly, Yun Zhenou felt that this route was somewhat familiar. Sect Master, we are going to meet Ling Wu. Yun Zhenou said. Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said. But, didn't you say that you hate her very much and don't want to see her? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, but I have no choice but to meet her. Yang Dingtian said. Thus, Yang Dingtian met Ling Wu again. It had been almost 3 days since the last time they met. When he met Ling Wu again, her frailty had completely disappeared. Her eyes were burning with passion again. After seeing Yang Dingtian, her eyes lit up and were filled with fighting spirit at once. Yang Dingtian, you came at the right time. I have been thinking about your fallacies for the past few days. I have completely figured it out. Ling Wu said. Oh? Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I'm all ears. You said that I don't like to wear coarse clothes anymore and like to wear white brocade clothes. You said that my skin was dark and rough in the past and now it is white and tender. You said that I was simple and wild in the past and now I am pretending to be proud and noble. All of these are because I have forgotten my past and betrayed myself. You said that I have completely denied my past because of my inferiority complex. This is a kind of stupidity and depravity. Ling Wu sneered, what a brilliant fallacy. It has practically pierced the deepest part of my heart, making me bleed and in so much pain that I wish I was dead. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, then, what do you think now? Ling Wu said, it's very simple. I only have one question for you. What were we humans like in the very, very ancient era? We were in the primitive society. I know what you want to say. Yang Dingtian said, but, in order to not spoil your sense of achievement, you had better say it. In the primitive era, we humans didn't wear any clothes and completely exposed our bodies to the outside. There was no privacy at all. Yet, we didn't feel ashamed either. We ate everything, including our own kind. We didn't feel ashamed either. Later on, we ate tree leaves on the ship. Then, we ate tree bark. Then, we ate clothes. Ling Wu sneered and said word by word, don't tell me you think that this is also a kind of forgetting the past and betraying myself? From being completely exposed to wearing animal skins and tree leaves, this is a kind of evolution. From wearing coarse clothes to wearing brocade clothes and satin, this is also a kind of evolution. Everyone has the power to yearn for a higher realm. I am no exception. Yet, you regard my progressive behavior as a depravity, betrayal, and inferiority complex. This is the most absurd behavior. Yang Dingtian nodded. What a brilliant fallacy. It seemed as if it was really impeccable. A very brilliant theoretical counterattack. But, it didn't come from you. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, because, the matters related to the primitive society of the primal chaos world are still not historical facts that you can come into contact with. Someone must have told you how to refute my theory. You don't have such a high standard. You should still have a way to transmit information to the outside world. Ling Wu's expression trembled slightly as she said, so what? In short, I'll refute your fallacy. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, do you think that wearing coarse clothes to wearing brocade clothes is a kind of evolution? Of course. Everyone loves beauty, said Ling Wu. Yes, brocade clothes look better than coarse clothes. Everyone loves beauty. In the past, you liked red. But now, you wear white because you feel that red is a little gaudy, right? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Don't find excuses and don't change the topic, said Ling Wu. Alright, let's go back to the topic. Everyone knows that brocade clothes are more beautiful than coarse clothes. Why do so many people still wear coarse clothes? Yang Dingtian said. It's very simple. Because brocade clothes are expensive, many people can't afford it, said Ling Wu. Yes, many people can't afford it, so they don't wear it. Then, when you wear coarse clothes, is it also because you can't afford silk and satin? At that time, although your family had undergone a drastic change, you were still rich and lived a life of luxury. That shouldn't be a problem, right? However, the only reason why you wear coarse clothes is because you view it as beautiful. Moreover, you were running a ship at that time. This was a kind of tiring labor. You viewed it as beautiful. Later on, a kind of extremely arrogant and illusory temperament appeared in front of you. You started to feel inferior and started to deny the beauty of labor and the beauty of simplicity. Therefore, you stopped running a ship. Instead, you changed to making clothes. Of course, using the fashionable words from our side, you are a fashion designer. That day, when Vulture and I headed to the central continent, we just happened to be on your ship. You stayed in the cabin almost all the time. You didn't come out to interact with the sailors or the passengers because you started to loathe and deny it. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, you said that going from coarse clothes to brocade clothes is a kind of evolution. Going from being exposed to the wind and sun to having snow-white skin is a kind of evolution. That's right, everyone yearns for a better life. However, they won't feel ashamed of their past labor and exhaustion. They won't deny their previous efforts. Betrayal is betrayal. Don't talk about evolution. You're talking nonsense. Ling Wu suddenly stood up and said sternly, you're talking nonsense. All right. I've come here for two matters. Firstly, I'm sure that the current you hates me to the bone because I've torn your inner heart apart. Therefore, you'll break through your bottom line next. You'll start to distort the truth and misrepresent a deer as a horse. Yang Dingtian said. Bull**T. Don't tarnish my noble character. Don't slander my upright character. Ling Wu said. Of course, I believe that's what you're thinking in your heart right now. However, when you're faced with the fact that you can bite me, you probably won't be able to resist this temptation. Especially when you're used to being righteous, Yang Dingtian said, alright, I won't argue with you anymore. You can see for yourself when the time comes. Secondly, I'll completely imprison you in a windowless dungeon. After that, you'll be cut off from all contact with the outside world. Yang Dingtian took out a snow-white jade box from his bosom and handed it to Ling Wu. This is for you. You can't open it now. However, when I release you and you see Wu Yuming again, you can open it. You're welcome to open it when the time comes. After that, Yang Dingtian ordered, imprison Ling Wu in the dungeon. Don't let her communicate with the outside world, especially with a certain type of bird. Back to the headquarters in Beijing, at this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten. There were only a few hours left before the Tianda League conference. Sect Master, aren't you going to sleep? Yun Zhenu asked. The sky is about to brighten. I won't sleep. Perhaps someone will come looking for me soon. Yang Dingtian said. How did you know? Yun Zhenu asked. Yang Dingtian smiled. After an hour, there was a report from the outside. Sect Master, Wu Yuming requests to see you. Zhao Mu said. Yun Zhenu was stunned. Alright, I'll go and see him. Yang Dingtian said. On the streets in the wee hours of the morning, other than the surveillance eyes, it was quiet. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming walked slowly, side by side. Wu Yuming, let me tell you. What exactly do you want? Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said, Yang Dingtian, you think that your status will rise after taking over the central continent. You think that you can stand side by side with me and ask me this question, right? Yang Dingtian smiled. I'm sorry. I still can't answer you because your field of vision is too narrow. You're standing too low. You're still too insignificant. Wu Yuming said. Oh. Then why did you come to see me? Just to mock me? Yang Dingtian said. I'm here to tell you something. Wu Yuming said. What is it? I'm all ears. Yang Dingtian said. I'm warning you one last time. Don't hold the Tiando League Assembly. Wu Yuming said, no matter what reason you use, no matter how embarrassing it is, cancel the Tiando League Assembly. I've never lied. If you don't cancel it, you'll definitely regret it. Yang Dingtian smiled casually. Wu Yuming said, Yang Dingtian, I rarely speak so seriously, but every word I say is worth more than gold. If you don't listen to me, the consequences will be very serious. Yang Dingtian sneered, you've really put in a lot of effort to stop the Tiando League Assembly. 13 plagues broke out and countless people died. But I want to tell you, don't worry. Not that many people will die. I have enough measures to stop the plagues. I also have enough medicine to save those people. If nothing unexpected happens, the plagues have been stopped. Ning Wuming smiled faintly. Those plagues of yours all came from evil ways. I know all the types of plagues. How to prevent them, how to treat them, and even the medicine. Black Heaven sect has already prepared enough, Yang Dingtian said. So what? Wu Yuming said casually. Also, a total of 19 leaders who came to participate in the Tiando League Assembly have disappeared. These people were my absolute opponents in the past. By making them disappear, not only can we destroy the Tiando League Assembly, but it can also make it easier to frame me in the future. Yang Dingtian said, unfortunately, I've already sent Shadowless, Kuei-Si, and Yin Kalen to hide beside these people and replace them midway. Now, the experts you sent to kidnap these 19 leaders should have been captured or killed. These 19 leaders should be on their way to Zhongjing. Wu Yuming's face trembled slightly, good move. Yang Dingtian sneered, so, you can't stop the Tiando League Assembly from being held. That's a pity, Wu Yuming said, I warned you not to hold the Tiando League Assembly. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I've already warned you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Goodbye. Instantly, Wu Yuming disappeared without a trace. After daybreak, Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Qin Wanzhou, Dongfang Minmi, and the others all arrived one after another. Because of the booklet of evil ways and the sufficient medicine, the plagues were controlled in the shortest time possible. At first, the death toll of these plagues was very scary, but many people didn't really die. In the end, the total death toll was more than 170,000. That's right, it was still a very scary number, but it was much better than what they had expected. In fact, the Council of Light even won the hearts of many people because of this rescue operation, 4 hours before the start of the Heavenly Dao Union Conference. Shadowless, Kuei-Si, and Yin Kalen returned with the 19 missing leaders. Of course, they also caught the 5 attackers. So far, all of Wu Yuming's schemes had been defeated. It wasn't easy. Qin Huayu said, Sect Master, we finally defeated all of Wu Yuming's schemes and survived these difficult 5 days. The Tiando League Assembly can be held smoothly. Yes, no one can stop the Tiando League Assembly from being held. No one can stop the unification of the world. No one can stop the evil ways of preparing for war. Yang Dingtian said, as long as we achieve this goal, nothing else matters. Qin Huayu heard Yang Dingtian's voice and trembled slightly. Sect Master, we won, right? Yes, we won. Yang Dingtian said, although we can't change some of the results, we still won. Of course, Wu Yuming might also think that she won, but I can only say that summer insects can't be compared to ice. How can sparrows know the ambitions of swans? As for the results, we will see in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the Tiando League Assembly officially began. The 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches had been maintained for hundreds of years, and the names had not changed much. In these hundreds of years, some forces had risen, while others had declined. For example, Wooden Sword Castle, one of the original 9 clans, had wanted to attend the Yinyang school's worship ceremony, but it was difficult to pay for the travel expenses. Some forces were not part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, but they were very powerful. For example, the Divine Weapons Villa and Cloud Sky City were not part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. In the Tiando League's list of forces, other than the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, there were more than 10 major forces. Sometimes there were more than 40, and sometimes there were more than 50. There were a total of 53 forces on the Tiando League's list. However, other than these 53 forces, there were many subsidiary forces that also belonged to the Tiando League. For example, the Autumn Water Sword sect was a subsidiary force of the Northwest Qin City, but it was still considered a member of the Tiando League. These subsidiary forces were not vassals. They were basically independent, or at least semi-independent. Each of them had a territory that ranged from 100 to 1,000 miles. There were more than 1,000 subsidiary forces like these. After Yang Dingtian came to this world, the Tiando League had held 2 large-scale meetings. Fortunately, both of them were against Yang Dingtian. The first meeting was to expel Cloud Sky City from the Tiando League and punish Yang Dingtian for his crimes against Dongfang Bingling. The second meeting was to punish Yang Dingtian for establishing the Council of Light to split the Tiando League and for the Central Continent to form an army to suppress the Western world. The third meeting, Yang Dingtian was still the main character of the Tiando League. However, this time, he was definitely the main character. Moreover, this Tiando League was completely different from the previous 2 meetings. For the first and second Tiando League meetings, only the first-tier Tiando League members participated. More than 1,000 subsidiary forces did not participate. Why? Because Yang Dingtian had set up the Central Committee. This was still an internal affair of the Tiando League. The Tiando League's general meeting would only be held during the war against the evil ways. All the members of the 1,000-plus affiliated factions would also participate, therefore, this meeting was the real meeting. This was the first time in 200 years since the Doomsday War. The Tiando League will be held on the first floor of the Zhongjing Grand Hall. This was a ring-shaped hall. The 3 great sects sat at the highest position in the center of the hall. The leaders of the 9 clans were seated in the first row of the Great Hall. The 9 seats surrounded the 3 central clans, the 27 sects were in the second row. They formed a circle around the 9 sections. Next were the other forces and their subsidiary forces. One circle after another, one circle after another. There were a total of 1,539 seats, filling up the entire hall. It was the exact opposite of the cinema. The main hall here was the highest in the middle, and the further one went, the lower it would be. Therefore, the 3 central clan seats were at least 10 meters higher than the outermost seats. Especially the hidden sect's seat in the middle. It was 3 meters higher than the Yinyang school and Black Heaven sect. Therefore, sitting in the center of the Great Hall gave one the feeling of being at the top of the world. This should be the center of power of this world, billions of people, tens of millions of soldiers, and the rulers of millions of martial artists were all in this great hall. This was the first time Yang Dingtian sat on the highest seat in the center of the great hall. Dongfang Minmi sat on the left, and Xue Qingqi sat on the right. Dongfang Minmi stood up and said slowly, "The Tiando League's biggest meeting has officially begun. Leader of the hidden sect, please give the highest order." Yang Dingtian stood up and scanned the entire hall. This was the highest position in this world. It was more powerful than the ancient China Emperor and the United Nations. The territory of this world was many times larger than that of Earth. Yang Dingtian was forced and pushed to this position. When he sat down or stood up from his seat, he was a little excited, but he didn't feel too satisfied with what he was doing. He also did not feel like he was in control of the world. This was because he knew clearly that with his current strength, he was not qualified to sit in this position. When his strength was not compatible with the seat he was sitting on, he would feel his butt burning when he sat on it. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. It was Su Wupiao, his master, Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanzhou, and even Zhu Qingzhu. They were the ones who pushed or helped Yang Dingtian, who was a fugitive from the Yinyang sect, to reach this position. They were the ones who allowed him, a mere 5-star 9th-grade grandmaster, to sit in this position. Yang Dingtian noticed that the Vulture sect had also sent someone to sit on the left side of northwest Qin City. However, Lingzi was not here. Only Lingxi was here. Before we start, let me say a few words. Yang Dingtian said, I feel that the position of this hall is not good. The middle is high and the sides are low. This way, I and the 3 sects can be high above. However, this way, I can't see many people in the back seats, and many people can't see me either. If we can't see each other in this kind of situation, there might be a problem. Therefore, in the future, I still suggest that the middle seat is low and the sides are high. This way, both sides can see each other clearly. Yang Dingtian's words won the favor of most people, but also the disdain of some people. The disdainful people thought that he indeed felt that he was not qualified to sit in this position. Little did they know that Yang Dingtian was really talking about the matter. This kind of arrangement was really inconvenient. Basically, Yang Dingtian could not see the people in the back rows. Alright, now that the small talk is over, let's talk business. Yang Dingtian said slowly, the first thing, I believe everyone knows. The demon King Wendian is about to be resurrected. Evil demon Prince Li Ming, Queen Devil Queen, and Princess Mu Dan, these 3 peak evil ways, are going all out to revive the demon king. The day Wendian revives is the day the World Extermination Army comes back. When these words were said, the expressions of the more than 1,000 people changed slightly, but they were not too shocked. Of course, they were not too shocked because this was the World Extermination War that happened every 200 years. It was the same every time. Now, it was time. Although it was scary, it was not surprising. Therefore, the first thing is to prepare for war. Now, I will announce the first Tiando League order. All members of the Tiando League in the Primal Chaos mainland, all 1539 forces in a territory of 200,000 miles, enter Level 1 war readiness. All members of the Tiando League are to stop expansion, conflict, and war. Stop all disputes. Train the army, reorganize the armaments, and prepare for the upcoming World Extermination War. Now, let's vote by a show of hands. Members of the 3 sects, let's vote. Raise your hands in agreement. Those who oppose, stand up. Those who remain silent, abstain. When these words were said, the representatives of the 3 sects all raised their hands in agreement. Members of the 9 sects, let's vote. Raise your hands in agreement. Those who oppose, stand up. Those who remain silent, abstain. When these words were said, almost everyone's gaze turned towards the Vulture sect. Currently, the 9 sects, Qin City, World Society, Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Earth-Splitting City were all in the hands of Yang Dingtian. The other 5 sects also followed the lead of the Black Sky sect and Yin Yang School. Only the Vulture sect was an exception. Unfortunately, the Vulture sect was currently the strongest faction in the world. Only the Crepuscular Sea could contend with it. Unfortunately, the Crepuscular Sea had become the Vulture sect's absolute ally and in-law. Therefore, the Vulture sect's attitude was crucial. As expected, 8 of the 9 sects raised their hands. Only the Vulture sect's Ling Shi remained seated. As the host, Dongfeng Minmi said calmly, Vulture Palace, are you abstaining? Ling Shi smiled and slowly raised his hand. No, I agree. Then, he slowly raised his hand. There was no such thing as absolute democracy in any place or plane. The martial arts civilization of the Primal Chaos continent had some democratic genes, but that was only part of it. When it came to the internal voting of the Tiando League, 5 sects had a veto vote. These 5 sects were the 3 sects, the Vulture Palace, and the Northwest Qin City. As long as one of the sects vetoed any matter, the resolution would not pass. However, when it came to a matter of life and death like the Doomsday War, there was not much democracy. This vote was basically just a show of attitude. In fact, when it came to such matters, the leader of the hidden sect had the supreme power. Once the leader of the hidden sect gave the order to start the war or enter Level 1 war readiness, this matter would be passed directly. Any objections would be invalid. However, Yang Dingtian currently didn't have enough prestige and strength. He couldn't make the decision with a single word. Therefore, a large-scale vote was required. Even so, once the three sects all agreed, no one could overturn the situation. Now that the three sects and the 9 sects had all agreed, the next vote was just a formality, as expected. The 27 sects will vote. Raise your hands in agreement. Oppose, stand up. Silently abstain. Almost immediately, the 27 sects all raised their hands to vote. Of course, some of the 27 sects had already been destroyed, such as the White Cloud City. Therefore, that position would be empty. As for who would fill it, that would be discussed later. The remaining first-tier members of the Tiando League vote. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Second-tier members of the Tiando League vote. Swish, 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 swish. More than 1,000 people raised their hands at the same time. The scene was spectacular. The first Tiando League order was officially passed. The chaotic world entered Level 1 war readiness. All forces were to stop all disputes, conflicts, and expansion. All forces were to reorganize and prepare for the world-ending war. Yangding Tian, now, I announce the second Tiando League order. The Tiando League's Council of Light is officially reorganized as the highest authority during wartime. During the period of war readiness and war, the Council of Light has the highest authority over the military forces and resources of any Tiando League member. This includes commanding, mobilizing, adjusting, executing and other military forces. Once this was said, many people's expressions changed. Although there was no mention of the internal affairs of the various forces, the Council of Light had the highest authority over military forces and military resources. Military resources covered a wide range. Territory, money, crystals, etc. It covered almost everything. Of course, these military resources did not include martial arts secret manuals and mystic skill secret manuals. Previously, the Council of Light wanted to get the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal power and the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's small crystal crossbows, but they couldn't get their hands on them. And with this order, the other party had to hand them over unconditionally. Of course, the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa had already voluntarily handed them over. Of course, the Council of Light had actually signed a secret agreement with the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Once the world-ending war ended, the Cloud Sky Pavilion had the right to withdraw all members of the secret technique of the crystal power and let the Cloud Sky Pavilion still have exclusive control over the crystal power. Moreover, all the members of the Council of Light who were in charge of the crystal power were from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. This project was also completely completed by the Cloud Sky Pavilion alone. The three major sects of the world, let's begin the voting. Raise your hands in agreement, stand up in opposition, or silently abstain. Without a doubt, the three sects all raised their hands in agreement. Then, everyone's gaze fell on the representative of the Vulture Palace. Because once they raised their hands in agreement, it meant that the Council of Light had the right to mobilize the Vulture Palace's Black Vulture Army. Of course, this was only on paper. Now, if the Council of Light wanted to mobilize the Vulture Palace's Black Vulture Army, it was purely wishful thinking. This time, everyone did not have to wait for long. The Vulture Palace's Xianxia was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Then, the 9 sects all raised their hands in agreement. Next, the 27 sects all raised their hands in agreement. Finally, more than 1,000 people all raised their hands in agreement. There was no other way. Since the 3 sects and 9 sects had all agreed, no one dared to disagree. Not to mention the affiliated sects, even if the members of the 27 sects dared to abstain or object. Then the Tiando League would teach them how to behave in a matter of minutes. Because this was the highest will of the Tiando League, after the voting ended, Dongfeng Minmi and Xianxia immediately drafted the 2 highest orders of the Tiando League on the special energy jade, written with special celestial chi energy. It would never be destroyed, could not be forged, and would be preserved forever. The 2 great grandmasters engraved the Heavenly Law Union's orders on the 1 square meter piece of jade, 1 word at a time. Dongfeng Minmi wrote the first order, and Xianxia wrote the second order. Then, Dongfeng Minmi was the first to sign with special celestial chi energy, and Xianxia was the second. The reason why Yangding Tian did not sign was because the leader of the hidden sect needed to be the last to sign, and his name had to be written above all the members. Next, it was the 9 sects' turn to sign. These 2 pieces of jade were passed down one by one. Every sect's representative had to use special celestial chi energy to sign the name of the sect they belonged to. Yes, it was the sect, not their own name. Because this person might die, but the sect would usually last forever. And these few thousand recovery jades would record everything from the beginning to the end. A full 4 hours later, more than 1,000 people present had all signed their names. Then, these 2 pieces of jade were passed to Yang Dingtian. He wanted to write his name on all the signatures, and then these 2 highest orders would take effect and have the highest authority. From then on, the chaotic mainland would enter a new era. Yang Dingtian put his fingers together and released his unique chaotic celestial chi, and was about to sign on the jade. Hold on. Someone spoke, and then someone walked in slowly. Yang Dingtian pursed his lips. He had been waiting for this voice for a few hours. Note, the reason why it was sometimes called the Vulture Sect and sometimes the Vulture Palace was because the Vulture Palace announced that it had changed its name to the Vulture Sect. But in an official Tiando League meeting, it was still the Vulture Palace. The first update has been delivered, and I will continue with the second update. Hold on. Almost instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. It was Vulture Palace's Ling Shi. Dongfang Minmi said, representative of Vulture Palace, do you have any objections? Ling Shi said, preparing for the evil ways and establishing the Council of Light, Vulture Palace has no objections and fully supports it. But the last signatory should be the leader of Hidden Sect, right? Dongfang Minmi said, that's right. His Excellency Yang Dingtian is the new leader of Hidden Sect. Is that so? Ling Shi said, what can prove that His Excellency Yang Dingtian is the leader of Hidden Sect? Dongfang Minmi said, Thunder Mystic Skills, Hidden Sect's Ancient Sword, Whirling Calamity Sword Technique. Once he said this, everyone nodded. That's right, if there were only 1 or 2, it would not be enough to prove that Yang Dingtian was the leader of Hidden Sect. But 3 together was enough to prove it. Then I'm curious, Ling Shi said, this Yang Dingtian is your disciple, how did he become the successor of Hidden Sect? Then whose disciple is he? Dongfang Minmi was about to speak again when Yang Dingtian stood up and said, I'm the disciple of my master, Dongfang Minmi, and always will be. I'm the successor of Hidden Sect because of 2 reasons. First, the pig-slaying swordsmanship that I learned is the highest martial arts of Hidden Sect. It was created by the ancient savior, Shiwu Piaoyan. After the ancient nihility was destroyed, the Shiwu family passed it down from generation to generation and established Hidden Sect. Once Yang Dingtian said this, the entire place was shocked. Hidden Sect was the most mysterious force in the world. Almost no one knew its origin. Now, Yang Dingtian said that Hidden Sect was created by the ancient savior. This was a secret that no one knew. Second, I believe everyone here has heard of the change of Yin Yang Mirror. This secret was not made public, but many people know about it. The previous leader of Hidden Sect demonized and became the Queen Devil Queen. Before she demonizes, pass the position of the Hidden Sect to me. Then, Yang Dingtian took out the crystal arrow that Shiwu Piaoyan had given her and said, this arrow belongs to the previous master of the Hidden Sect, Shiwu Piaoling. I believe many people know about it. Yang Dingtian injected profound qi. Suddenly, a shadow gradually floated out of the crystal sword. It was the previous master of the Hidden Sect, Nihility Piaoling. Rhinoceros asked, according to what you're saying, you were appointed as the successor by Nihility Piaoling at the last minute? Right. Yang Dingtian said. Then that's strange. Why did she need to appoint you as her successor? She's already over 200 years old. Within these 200-odd years, they should have already decided on a successor. Why do they have to be in such a hurry? Lingxi asked. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. This was the most painful part of his heart. He didn't want to face it, but he had to. Her original successor was Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, there was another round of exclamations. However, they felt that it was reasonable and didn't feel too surprised. Why? Because Dongfang Bingling's martial skills were too high level, she had not made any progress until she was a teenager. Her talent was almost the highest in the entire chaotic world. However, when she was a teenager, her cultivation did not make any breakthrough. So, she was humiliated in the Yinyang school. Then, she ran away from home and disappeared from the world. When she reappeared, Dongfang Bingling had become a bright star. She had become the fairy of the ninth heaven and the immortal of the world. Therefore, although everyone was shocked, they were not surprised that Dongfang Bingling was the successor of the hidden sect's Nihility Piaoling. Then why did she pass it to you at the last minute? Rhinoceros asked. Because Dongfang Bingling was implanted with the soul-devouring devil beast, which activated the first-grade evil spirit in her body. She demonized into Princess Mudan, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Everyone was completely shocked. Nihility Piaoling demonized. Dongfang Bingling demonized. This wasn't a secret to the top echelons of the Tiando League. However, it was still an absolute secret to most people. Now that it was revealed, everyone was truly shocked to the point of despair. Even the previous master and successor of the hidden sect had become part of the evil Dao. What hope was there for this doomsday war? Previously, everyone had great hopes for Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. This was because Yang Dingtian had defeated Qin Chichi, Zhu Qingzhu, Ning Wuming, and even wiped out the Ning clan and Joyous Palace. Now, it seemed that the evil Wei's forces in the Primal Chaos mainland had been wiped out. Therefore, everyone had great hopes for Yang Dingtian's victory. As for the Demon King Wendian, of course, he was powerful. However, everyone was doubtful about his resurrection. Now that they heard that even the previous hidden sect leader and Dongfang Bingling had demonized, what hope was there for this war? Instantly, countless people's morale fell. Then where's the evidence? Rhinoceros said, you said that Nihility Piaoling passed the hidden sect leader to you before he demonized. Where's the evidence? Just relying on the crystal sword won't do. Did you record the scene at that time? No. Yang Dingtian said. Rhinoceros smiled. No. Then I'll sort it out. You said you're the hidden sect leader and gave several pieces of evidence. First, your pig-slaying swordsmanship was created by the hidden sect's ancestor, Nihility Piaoyen. You're the only one who learned it. Second, you have the hidden sect's ancient sword and Nihility Piaoling's crystal sword. Third, you know the swaying calamity crossing sword. Fourth, Nihility Piaoling passed the position of sect leader to you before he demonized. Fifth, and the most important, you have thunder talent. You know thunder mystic skills. Am I right? That's right. Other than the order, Yang Dingtian said. Rhinoceros said, all right, then I'll refute you one by one. First, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was created by the hidden sect's ancestor, Nihility Piaoyen. Do you have evidence? Yang Dingtian said, no. Rhinoceros smiled and said, second, the hidden sect's ancient sword and Nihility Piaoling's crystal sword are all real. But in the last Doomsday War, the hidden sect leader bestowed large amounts of personal belongings to those who made outstanding contributions in the Tiando League. Therefore, a considerable amount of them were lost in the world. Yang Dingtian nodded. Rhinoceros said, third, you know the swaying calamity crossing sword. From what I know, there are many ways to achieve the special effect of the swaying calamity crossing sword. I know how to do it too. Do you need me to perform it again? No need. I believe you can perform it, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, fourth, Nihility Piaoling passed the position of sect leader to you. It's all just your words. You don't have any evidence, right? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. The fifth one is also the most important one. Everything else could be faked, but no one could fake the lightning elemental talent. Thunder talent is 1 in a billion. Therefore, thunder talent has become the symbol of the hidden sect's successors. You know thunder mystic skills. Therefore, no one has any doubts about your identity as the hidden sect's successor. Rhinoceros said with a smile, but if I remember correctly, you went to the Five Elements Hall's secret realm once. The final checkpoint there is a sky full of lightning. Those who pass will be rewarded with thunder mystic talismans. As long as you swallow the thunder mystic talisman, you will possess thunder talent. Therefore, your thunder talent comes from the Five Elements Hall's secret realm, and not from yourself. After you obtained the thunder mystic talisman, your ambition grew, and you immediately had the thought of pretending to be the hidden sect's successor. Therefore, you pretended to be the hidden sect's successor, Wu Ming, and swindled away the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from the Yinyang school. I'm not wrong, am I? Then, Rhinoceros did not wait for Yang Dingtian to speak and said loudly, do you dare to let me summon the relevant witness? Do you dare to let me tear off your mask in front of the Tiando League members? Sure. Yang Dingtian said. Ha ha ha. Rhinoceros laughed loudly and said, you don't dare. The most important witness is Ling Wu. In the West Continent, you tried to get rid of her. However, you were greedy for her beauty, so you put her under house arrest. Later on, she escaped. However, you didn't expect that after she escaped to the Central Continent, you used a scheme to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming kill each other. You used a scheme to defeat Zhu Qingzhu, and took control of the Central Continent. She still couldn't escape from your evil claws because she knew your fatal secret. Therefore, you captured her again a few days ago and imprisoned her. Unfortunately, I've already rescued her. Summon the witness. Rhinoceros shouted loudly. Xue Qingqi and Dongfang Minmi were just about to stop him. This was really undisguised shamelessness. Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace wanted to carry out a terrifying attack on the Central Continent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to put Ling Wu under house arrest because she had a very close relationship with Wu Yuming. In this place, it became Yang Dingtian was afraid that Ling Wu would divulge Yang Dingtian's secret. Moreover, he was greedy for her beauty and couldn't kill her. Therefore, he imprisoned her. As expected, Ling Wu was rescued by someone. She walked in slowly under the protection of the Vulture Palace's experts. Moreover, there wasn't only one witness. There was also an acquaintance. Shimanju also walked in as a witness. He was really an undying cockroach. Ning Wuming was annihilated, but he didn't die. Then, he turned around and sought refuge with the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming. In order to make Ling Wu keep the secret, Yang Dingtian tempted her many times with glory, splendor, and wealth. For example, marrying her as a concubine, bestowing a castle, and bestowing a large territory. However, Miss Ling Wu was upright and noble. She rejected all of them and abandoned the glory, splendor, and wealth of the West Continent to escape to the Central Continent. She only made clothes for a living. Vulture sighed and said, here, please allow me to represent the world's righteous path to express my greatest respect to Miss Ling Wu. After he finished speaking, Rhinoceros stood up and bowed deeply to Ling Wu. Ling Wu's face suddenly trembled, and her gaze became blurred. Miss Ling Wu, are you willing to take responsibility for what you're going to say next? Rhinoceros asked. Ling Wu hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing. Rhinoceros said, didn't you meet Yang Dingtian on Inferno Island that day and rescue him? Moreover, when you met him, wasn't he cultivating lightning-type profound skills? Coincidentally, the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm just happened to be on Inferno Island. Yang Dingtian was expressionless as he looked at Ling Wu. In the dungeon, he once said to Ling Wu, you might still scrupulously abide by integrity and fairness now, but you hate me to the bone. Once you have the chance to take revenge, you'll definitely break through your bottom line, invert black and white, and turn a deer into a horse. Therefore, Ling Wu's complexion instantly turned ghastly pale, and her entire body turned ice cold. At that time, she still felt that it was beneath contempt. But now, Yang Dingtian's words were like an arrow that pierced her heart. Rhinoceros's words were filled with many traps. For example, it was Ling Wu who took Yang Dingtian away from Inferno Island, and Rhinoceros said that she rescued him. When Ling Wu met Yang Dingtian, he was cultivating his profound energy underwater, and he said that he was cultivating lightning-type profound skills. Rhinoceros said, Miss Ling Wu, please answer me yes or no. Yang Dingtian was still looking at Ling Wu. This woman's ending would be completely decided at this moment. Would she completely fall into the abyss and be destroyed, or would she climb up the cliff with one hand? Ling Wu's entire body was trembling, and her entire mind was practically blank. Miss Ling Wu, you can just tell the truth. No one can harm you, said Rhinoceros. Yes, I met Yang Dingtian on Inferno Island. Ling Wu gritted her teeth and said. After that, she repeatedly told herself in her heart, I'm not lying. I didn't turn a deer into a horse. And invert black and white. I indeed met Yang Dingtian on Inferno Island. However, this kind of deception to herself was lamentable and laughable. That's right, she indeed didn't lie on the surface, but she was indeed cooperating with Rhinoceros. Then when exactly was it? Asked Rhinoceros. The 3rd day of the 5th month 2 years ago, said Ling Wu. Thank you, Miss Ling Wu. Rhinoceros said, thank you for your honesty and integrity. Rhinoceros said, and coincidentally, on the 25th day of the 5th month, the hidden sex disciple, Wu Ming, stopped the Northwest Tiando League from punishing Cloud Heaven City. Furthermore, he took away the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from Cloud Heaven City's elder Yang Yan. Rhinoceros looked towards Shimanju and said, witness Shimanju. At that time, did the hidden sex disciple, Wu Ming, take away the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from Cloud Heaven City's great elder Yang Yan? I wasn't in Cloud Heaven City at that time, but Elder Yang Yan indeed said that the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was taken away by the hidden sex disciple, Wu Ming, said Shimanju. Rhinoceros smiled and said, that's strange. Why would the hidden sex disciple be so fond of Cloud Heaven City? Why would he specially go to save Cloud Heaven City? The pig-slaying swordsmanship was only cultivated by Yang Dingtian alone. Why would the hidden sex disciple take away the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? What's even more ridiculous is that there's only one pig-slaying swordsmanship in the entire world. It was clearly in Wu Ming's hands, but in the end, Yang Dingtian learned the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? That proves one thing. The so-called hidden sex disciple, Wu Ming, is Yang Dingtian impersonating him. Once these words were spoken, it was like a thunderbolt that stabbed towards Yang Dingtian. Everyone in the main hall focused their gazes on Yang Dingtian, waiting for his explanation. Yang Dingtian, this place is fair and impartial. You can explain, said Rhinoceros. No, I'd better not explain. I won't interrupt your rhythm. You can continue, said Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Rhinoceros was slightly stunned. Her gaze trembled. Yang Dingtian's reaction was too calm. If you're not going to explain, I'm going to conclude. Don't regret it. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance, said Rhinoceros. It's fine. You can continue, said Yang Dingtian. All right then. Rhinoceros yelled out, my conclusion is that everything you said is fake. You're not the hidden sex disciple. What pig-slaying swordsmanship was created by the hidden sex ancestor is just your boasting. Your thunder attribute talent completely came from the thunder attribute mystic talisman in the 5 elements hall mystic realm. Your hidden sex ancient sword and the so-called swaying calamity crossing sword are all fake. You learned them from Dugufengwu. Everyone knows that many people know how to use special effects to imitate the swaying calamity crossing sword. Especially people from evil ways. You have 5 pieces of evidence to prove that you're the hidden sex patriarch. Now, my piece of evidence has been refuted as worthless by me. I'm asking you to explain, but you can't find any excuses. Rhinoceros said, I also have 2 very important witnesses. All these prove that you're not the hidden sex patriarch. You're just an ambitious person who deceived the entire world. You're trying to usurp the highest authority of the entire Tiando League. Your crimes are unforgivable and should be executed by 1,000 cuts. Once these words were out, everyone was shocked. Rhinoceros revealed a cold smile. This made everyone recall what Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, don't hold the Tiando League assembly when you go. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Dingtian, what else do you have to say? Rhinoceros said sternly. Yang Dingtian said, you haven't finished your last words. Continue. Rhinoceros's expression changed again and said, yes, I still have one last thing to say. In this world, there's indeed a hidden sex disciple, the personal disciple of Nihility Piaoling. However, that person isn't you. It's the Netherworld Xizang Lord, Wu Yuming. After that, Rhinoceros said loudly, let's welcome the true master of the hidden sect, Wu Yuming. Instantly, the doors of the main hall slowly opened, the incomparably handsome Wu Yuming, who looked like an immortal, entered slowly in his snow-white robe. Even at this moment, he was holding his wife, Vulture's hand, as if he was walking into a hotel instead of the Zhongjing main hall. For many of the people present, it was their first time seeing Wu Yuming. They couldn't help but be completely impressed by his elegance. Wu Yuming and Vulture walked to the center of the main hall. He said gently to Vulture, you, go sit on the side for a while. I'll have a few words with your brother Yang Dingtian. Be careful of him. Vulture said, don't be too righteous and kind. That will only make you a target for bullying. Wu Yuming walked up the stairs step by step to the center of the main hall. Brother Yang Dingtian, come here. Let's talk for a while. Wu Yuming said. Okay. Yang Dingtian smiled. Then, he got up from his seat and walked to Wu Yuming's side. Wu Yuming really had ulterior motives. When the two of them stood together, regardless of appearance or demeanor, it was like heaven and earth, the difference between cloud and mud. At once, it made people feel that only Wu Yuming's demeanor was worthy of the title of Master of the Hidden Sect. Yang Dingtian's image was too ordinary. One look and it was obvious that he didn't look like it. Brother Yang. In this world, if I were to find someone I admire, it would definitely be you. Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian stood side by side. He smiled and said, your talent, your wisdom, I admire them all. Although Wu Yuming's voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear him. However, there was another sound coming from his stomach. Only Yang Dingtian could hear it. His other voice sneered, Yang Dingtian, I told you before. I told you to never, ever hold a Tiando League meeting. Otherwise, the consequences would be very tragic. You would regret it for the rest of your life. In the end, you didn't listen. Now you finally know. Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. I am a carefree person. I don't care about power and status. Therefore, I don't really care about the position of Master of the Hidden Sect. Wu Yuming said in a voice that everyone could hear, therefore, since a long time ago, you have been using the name of Master of the Hidden Sect to do things. Although I wasn't too happy, I felt that it wasn't easy for you. Therefore, I didn't expose you because I don't care about this position. Hehe, Yang Dingtian. Wu Yuming's other voice was filled with infinite coldness, I will let you climb to the peak first. Then, I will let you fall. It must be very painful and tragic. You have the world in your hands one moment, and in the next moment, you have nothing and your reputation will be ruined. Yang Dingtian was still smiling as he listened to Wu Yuming's words. Wu Yuming continued to speak loudly, however, I have no choice but to stand up today. Brother Yang, your ambition is too big. It's fine if you take away the position of Master of the Hidden Sect that belongs to me. However, you can't usurp the highest authority of the Tiando League. You can't drag the entire Tiando League into the abyss. Therefore, for the sake of the world, I have no choice but to stand up. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, Yang Dingtian, that's right. You are the Master of the Hidden Sect. I am not. Wu Yuming's cold voice continued to resound in Yang Dingtian's ears, however, I can easily distort the truth. I can take away everything. That belongs to you. More than a dozen plague attacks and the kidnapping of 19 participants. This series of events is all fake. It's all a smokescreen. I just want you to think that you have won and successfully convened the Tiando League conference. Then, I will take away everything that belongs to you. Ling Wu loved you in the past, right? I can easily brainwash her and make her betray you. I can make her ruthlessly stab a knife into your heart. Vulture admired you in the past, right? She slept with you, was like your brother and sister, and faintly admired you. However, I can easily snatch away her heart. Now, she despises you even more. Yang Dingtian, you can't compare people with each other. I have said this long ago. I am at the peak of the mountain, and you are like an ant on the ground. I can't even be bothered to talk to you because the difference between us is too great. I can easily crush you to death with just a finger. However, that will make you feel too comfortable. If I want to play, I will play you until you wish you were dead. Yang Dingtian had asked Wu Yuming several times about his motive and what he wanted. After that, he understood after meeting Ling Wu for the first time. Even though this result was absurd, it was the correct result. Wu Yuming's motive was to trample on Yang Dingtian. It was to torture Yang Dingtian. After he understood this point, everything became clear as to what he wanted to do, therefore, it wasn't strange for such a scene to happen now. Yang Dingtian didn't have any reaction to Wu Yuming's words. However, Xianxia below was as violent as fire. He was almost deceived. As for Kuei, his entire body was trembling and his face had turned green. Especially Kuei Si. He had long known about Wu Yoming's hypocrisy and viciousness. Wu Yuming, you keep saying that you are the hidden sex master. What evidence do you have? Say it. Don't talk nonsense. Song Xiao said furiously, don't put on such a disgusting performance. It disgusts me. Wu Yoming's eyes revealed a trace of pain and said, I really don't want to show any evidence in order to prove myself. That will make me feel like I am putting on a monkey show. However, I shall be humiliated today. Wu Yuming said indifferently, what are the most important pieces of evidence for the hidden sex master? Guildmaster Song, tell me. Song Xiao said, lightning attribute innate talent, hidden sex swordsmanship, the evidence of the previous hidden sex master's inheritance and the sect master's keepsake. Wu Yuming said indifferently, Yang Dingtian doesn't have the evidence of the previous hidden sex master's inheritance. You didn't ask for it, but you asked for it from me. Is this fair? I have no choice. I admire sect master Yang Dingtian. I hate you. It's as simple as that. Song Xiao said bluntly. All right then. Wu Yuming said, I shall humiliatingly show you the evidence of me being the hidden sex master. Then, Wu Yuming slowly pulled out his sword. I believe many people recognize this sword. Wu Yuming raised the sharp sword in her hand and gently inserted her mystic qi. Instantly, the sword blade emitted a five-colored radiance. Like a dragon or a phoenix, it roamed the horizon. Before Nihility Piaoling sect master forged the soul sword and cultivated the sword's soul, he used this five-splendor sword. Wu Yuming said, this isn't an ordinary hidden sex ancient sword. It is Nihility sect master's personal sword. Everyone looked at the five-splendor sword in a daze. That's right, this sword was indeed one of Nihility Piaoling's personal swords. Nihility Piaoling would usually carry 3 swords, and the five-splendor sword was one of them. No one expected it to be in Wu Yuming's hands. Immediately after, Wu Yuming said indifferently, hidden sex sword art, swaying calamity crossing sword. Previously, I was worried that Brother Yang would feel awkward, so I didn't use it. Today, I will let everyone see the true swaying calamity crossing sword. Finishing her statement, Wu Yuming's body gently bounced, and the artifact sword in her hand was gently thrown out. Swaying calamity crossing sword's first sword, River Tears, Wu Yuming floated up gently and floated in the air. The sharp sword in her hand gently revolved and turned. One round, and another round. Every lap seemed to be the same, but every lap seemed to be different. After 9 rounds, Wu Yuming floated back gently. These 9 circles were still condensed in the air and didn't dissipate for a long time. At this moment, Lingxi casually threw out a sharp sword, which pierced through one of the circles. Bang! In an instant, this iron sword that pierced through the circle was instantly smashed into pieces. Du Gufengwu also knew this move, but she used her mystic qi to forcefully create the effect. It only had the form and not the spirit. With a single glance, Yang Dingtian could tell that Wu Yoming's Tears of the River was much more superior than Du Gufengwu's. Next was the second move, Soul Departing Mirror. Wu Yoming's sword art was once again much more superior than Du Gufengwu's. Her sword easily sliced the entire space in the Grand Hall, and then distorted and deformed. Immediately, everyone saw that everything in front of them had become strange and bizarre. The image of the entire hall seemed to have been cut into countless pieces before being randomly reassembled. Some were stretched, some were twisted. Everyone present had only heard of this sword technique and had never seen it before. A set of sword techniques could actually distort and cut the entire space. This was simply unheard of. In this world, only the hidden sex swordsmanship could achieve this. Today was truly an eye-opener for him. Then the third move, the fourth move, the fifth move, all the way until the 9th move. After the swaying calamity crossing sword was completed, Wu Yuming floated back to her original position and stood beside Yang Dingtian. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a daze and had not awakened from his swordsmanship. Looking at Wu Yoming's ethereal figure, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him should be the true successor of the hidden sect. This set of sword skills could only be used by the disciples of the hidden sect. Wu Yuming said, next, it should be the most important thing, the lightning element. He sheathed his sword and stretched out his finger. At this moment, everyone then noticed Wu Yoming's hand. Slender like jade, although it was the same size as a man's hand, in terms of shape and skin color, it was more exquisite than a woman's hand. Her finger tapped lightly. Pa! Instantly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Without a doubt, this was lightning element energy. This is not some lightning element mystic skill, it's just lightning element energy, the release of lightning element innate talent. Wu Yuming smiled. Everyone nodded their heads. That's right, this was definitely lightning element energy. Wu Yuming displayed 3 pieces of evidence. Nihility Piaoling's personal sword, Hidden Sex sword technique swaying calamity crossing sword, and lightning element innate talent. Finally, he looked towards Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang, you said that Nihility Piaoling had passed the position of sect master to you and asked you to show evidence. You don't have it, right? But, I do. Wu Yuming took out the recovery jade and held it in her hand as she gently inserted her mystic chi. Instantly, a huge light figure appeared in the sky above the main hall. At first, the light figure was blurry and distorted. Later on, it gradually became clear. Everyone saw a peerlessly beautiful woman. Many people had never seen her in person, but they had seen her portrait. Furthermore, they had seen her image in the recovery jade from 200 years ago. Hence, they could recognize at a glance that this woman was Nihility Piaoling. She had not aged at all. She was still as beautiful as 200 years ago. Then, Wu Yuming appeared in the image. He came in front of Nihility Piaoling and slowly knelt down. Disciple Wu Yuming greets master. Nihility Piaoling stretched out her jade hand and slowly said, "Get up." The image ended, everyone instantly held their breaths. All of their gazes looked towards Yang Dingtian alone. This was a fatal blow. The previous Nihility Piaoling's personal sword, swaying calamity crossing sword, and lightning element energy were nothing. Only this recovery jade image was an absolutely fatal blow. It was absolutely irrefutable evidence. While Yang Dingtian said that Nihility Piaoling had passed the position of sect master to him, he had no evidence. In comparison, almost everyone's balance had turned towards Wu Yuming. They felt that Wu Yuming was the real hidden sect disciple, and Yang Dingtian, although he was incomparably heroic, but he was really a fake. At this moment, Wu Yuming's face was filled with pain and helplessness. Only Yang Dingtian could read the extremely pleased smile in his eyes. The worst outcome that Yang Dingtian was worried about had happened. Vulture sect and Netherworld Sea had completely leaned towards the Temple of Annihilation. So, Wu Yuming's disappearance for the past few months was not to bring Vulture back to Netherworld Sea to meet his mother. Instead, he went to find the Queen Devil Queen. No one could fake the recovery jade. So, this video was real, but this video was just recorded not long ago. The Nihility Piaoling in this video was no longer Nihility Piaoling, but the demonized Queen Devil Queen. The 5 Splendor sword in Wu Yuming's hand was also just bestowed by her. And his swaying calamity crossing sword might also have just been learned. This meant that the Vulture sect and Netherworld Sea, the 2 most transcendent and mysterious powers, had completely leaned towards the Temple of Annihilation. After Li Ming's lackey Ning Wuming had been completely destroyed, Zhu Qingzhu had completely given up. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was about to unify the world, he had fully prepared for the evil ways and the war of annihilation. The Temple of Annihilation felt that something was amiss, so they finally compromised with the Netherworld Sea and Vulture sect and made some kind of deal. At this most crucial moment, the Vulture sect and Netherworld Sea had finally stood on the same side. In this deal, no one knew what the Vulture sect and Netherworld Sea had gained, but they had definitely gained a lot. At the very least, if Wu Yuming succeeded, then the entire Tiando League would belong to the Netherworld Sea and Vulture sect. Previously, they had enslaved Ning Wuming and forced Zhu Qingzhu to sign the humiliating agreement to obtain the biggest bargaining chip. Now, one of them had died, and the other had given up. Yang Dingtian had really appeared out of nowhere, and Wu Yuming had no choice but to move from behind the scenes to the front stage. Of course, this was only Yang Dingtian's guess. Perhaps the truth was far more unfathomable than this. There was one point that Yang Dingtian still could not understand. From the moment Wu Yuming appeared, she had been using all kinds of ways to torture and trample on him. Why was that? She was a genius and should not have cared about him. Why was she so against him? Lingxi said slowly, now that the evidence is irrefutable, why isn't everyone coming to greet the leader of the hidden sect and the new leader of the Tiando League? Then, Lingxi was the first to kneel. Vulture Palace greets the leader of the hidden sect, Her Excellency Wu Yuming. 7 Refined Lane's First Madame Gongsun greets the leader of the hidden sect, Her Excellency Wu Yuming. Horizon City greets the leader of the hidden sect, Her Excellency Wu Yuming. Countless people knelt down one after another. In the end, almost half of the entire Zhongjing Grand Hall had knelt down. That's right, half of the people had knelt down. Yinyang School and Black Heaven Sect stood still, supporting Yangding Tian. Among the 9 factions, Qin City, Xianxia Society, Fisher City, Cloud Sky Pavilion, Rouran Valley, and Jade City also stood still. Out of the 9 factions, 6 supported Yangding Tian, and 3 supported Wu Yuming. Rouran Valley was the Yinyang School's absolute supporter. Bu City was very close to the Mystic Heaven sect, but it was only very close. It was truly surprising that she was standing on Yangding Tian's side. As for the 27 factions, a total of 9 factions knelt down to greet Wu Yuming. The remaining 17 factions all stood, supporting Yangding Tian. Out of the 53 first-tier factions of the Tiando League, 18 factions knelt down to support Wu Yuming. The remaining 35 factions all supported Yangding Tian. Oh, there was also Shimanju, leading the exiled Cloud Sky City. There were also a few others who led the exiled Autumn Water Sword sect and Cloud Sky City. They also knelt down to support Wu Yuming. However, out of the remaining 1,000-odd factions affiliated to the Tiando League, almost half of them supported Wu Yuming. Lingxi looked at the people standing and said slowly, Sect Master Dongfeng, Sect Master Zhua, are you trying to go against your master and distort the truth? Are you trying to rebel and completely split the Tiando League? Bullsh *T. Song Xiao said loudly, I don't care who Wu Yuming is. I knew it. Our Council of Light only recognizes one master, and that is His Excellency Yangding Tian. The Council of Light will not recognize any other Tom, Dick, or Harry, even if they are God. Song Xiao, are you trying to rebel? Lingxi said angrily. So what if I'm rebelling? With Song Zhao's violent temper, he slammed the table and said sternly, Wu Yuming, that be **starred, pretentious and disgusting. One look and I know he's not a good person. I only have one thing to say. He's either a demon or a ghost. You want me to be loyal to him? Dream on. Hearing Song Zhao's direct attack, Wu Yuming's face finally twitched slightly. At this time, Earth-splitting city's Kuei-Si also stood up slowly and said, I'd like to make it clear here. Earth-splitting city is a member of the Tiando League's Council of Light. I'm only loyal to His Excellency Yangding Tian. As for a certain deity's face, I've already seen through it. I'm disgusted to this day. I feel disgusted just by looking at him. Let's not talk about greeting him. Kuei-Si's words were even more vicious. Bullsh *T, how dare you talk about my husband like that? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Little Princess Vulture was instantly enraged. She pulled out her sword and said sternly, my husband is 1,000 times better than Yangding Tian. My husband is righteous, upright and selfless. Yangding Tian, on the other hand, is ambitious and only knows how to use hypocrisy to brainwash people. Not to mention other things, you even snatched the wife of your subordinate. Don't you think so? Yangding Tian, tell me yourself. Did you snatch Qin Huayu's wife, Ning Roer? You still want to be loyal to such a shameless person? What a joke. When she said this, everyone was shocked and looked at Yangding Tian in disbelief. In everyone's hearts, even if Yangding Tian pretended to be the leader of the hidden sect, it was to fight against the evil ways. He was still a hero. However, if what Vulture said was true and Yangding Tian snatched the woman of his loyal subordinate, then he was worse than a beast. Yangding Tian, tell me directly. Did you snatch Ning Roer to be your concubine? Yes or no? Tell me directly. Vulture pointed at Yangding Tian and said sternly. Shut up, you little **tch. Qin Huayu suddenly stood up and said sternly, if you continue to distort the truth, I will tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha, Qin Huayu, you are really a coward. Your woman was snatched and Yangding Tian made a cuckold. You dare to be angry but don't dare to say anything. Vulture sneered. Qin Huayu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He grabbed his sleeves and slashed down with his sword. He said coldly, Vulture, before I say anything, I will sever all ties with you. From now on, you and I will no longer have any feelings for each other, only enemies. Hee, whatever. Vulture sneered. I don't want to be associated with you. I will ask you one question. Did Yang Dingtian snatch your woman? Qin Huaiyu was attending the meeting as an officer of the Council of Light, so his seat was very far back. He came to Sky Phoenix Pavilion's Duanruyan and knelt down to kowtow. Then, he looked at everyone and said, in the past, I was a despicable and shameless person. 8 years ago, I went to the southwest continent to search for the treasure left behind by Li Tianxiao. I met Sky Phoenix Pavilion's female disciple, Ning Roer. I had evil thoughts and forcefully molested her, making her pregnant with my child. When these words were said, everyone's expressions changed. Qin Huaiyu actually admitted to his molestation in front of countless people. After that, I returned to Qin City directly. As for Miss Ning Roer, she lost all her cultivation and was left with a daughter, my daughter. Qin Huaiyu said, later, Ling Yanmei rebelled under my Qin City's instigation. My father imprisoned Pavilion Master Duanruyan. When these words were said, it was like a thunderbolt. Qin Huaiyu had dragged out his father's scandal. Qin Wanchou stood up and bowed to Duanruyan. Alright, I know that you have a crush on me, so you imprisoned me. I forgive you. Duanruyan waved her hand. Qin Huaiyu continued, thus, Ling Yanmei became the new Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master. Ning Roer had no place to stay in Sky Phoenix Pavilion, so she brought her daughter to find me. On the sea, she met Sect Master Yang by chance. At that time, Sect Master Yang's cultivation was very poor. He was barely a great mystic martial master. They encountered pirates and Sect Master Yang risked his life to save them. Thus, Ning Roer thought of Sect Master Yang as her younger brother. Later, Sect Master Yang went to Five Elements Hall's secret realm. As for Ning Roer, she came to my home. After seeing my daughter, I felt the pain of my sins a few years ago. I didn't dare to face her anymore. Thus, I didn't dare to marry her and she didn't want to marry me. Qin Huaiyu narrated the journey of the two of them and his own transformation. I thought that Ning Roer and I would continue to be in a deadlock. We couldn't be together and we would never find our own happiness. Qin Huaiyu said, until one day, I met Miss Song Lihua. She easily pierced my heart and made me kneel before her beauty and wisdom. The more I loved her, the more I felt that I wasn't worthy of her. She knew all the ugly things I had done, but she didn't care at all. In the end, under Sect Master's half coercion and half push, I finally married Miss Song Lihua. Ning Roer said that as long as I didn't find happiness, she wouldn't marry. Qin Huaiyu said painfully, and I was the same. I found happiness, and it was the most beautiful happiness in the world. Then what about Ning Roer, this poor woman? If she didn't find happiness, how could I be at ease? Thus, she married Sect Master in the end. The beginning of Ning Roer and I was my sin. We can have a wrong beginning, but we can't have a wrong ending. Qin Huaiyu said painfully, Vulture, according to your words, Ning Roer doesn't want to marry me and can't marry Sect Master. Then what about her? Can she only live alone? Instantly, Vulture was speechless. Everyone present was relieved of Yang Dingtian. How could this be considered snatching a woman? This was completely fulfilling the happiness of both parties. Qin Huaiyu didn't hesitate to smear his and his father's reputation to wash Yang Dingtian's honor. Following that, Qin Huaiyu sneered, you might think that Sect Master married Ning Roer because he was lustful, right? Then I can tell you that Sect Master and Miss Yanyan Shiman have been married for 2 years, but the time they spent together was less than half a month. Sect Master was outside every day, fighting for the chaotic mainland, fighting to save this world. What kind of vicious person was I in the past? Why would I be loyal to him? Do you think I'm a fool? Following that, Qin Huaiyu laughed, what's Sect Master's cultivation now? He's just a grandmaster. My father, President Song Shao, Pavilion Master Duanruyan, City Lord Kuei Si, and even Pavilion Master Yun Kalin who hated him to the core, which one of them didn't have a higher cultivation than him? Is Sect Master's scheme very good? It's just SOSO. Is his method good? It's just SOSO. Why would we be loyal to him? Are we stupid? With that, Qin Huayu suddenly knelt down in front of Yang Dingtian and said, I, Qin Huayu, hereby swear that I will forever be loyal to His Excellency Yang Dingtian. Even if he asks me to kill Sect Master Nihility Piaoling, I will still charge forward bravely. Well said. Qin Wanchou laughed and said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by everyone. A few months ago, I was still obeying Sect Master in public but opposing him in private. I almost joined the Temple of Annihilation of Evil Ways because they promised to give me a second-grade evil spirit. But now, I can solemnly tell Her Excellency Wu Yuming. When we pledge our loyalty to someone, it's definitely not because of his background, identity, or any other token or symbol. Humans are not pigs or dogs that need to rely on a sign to show their identity. There is only one reason why we are loyal to someone, and that is because he is worthy of our loyalty. Qin Wanchou looked down at everyone and said slowly, so, I hereby solemnly declare. No matter what happens, I, Qin City, will stand firmly on Sect Master Yang's side. As for rebellion? It doesn't matter, we can fight today. Yun Kailan suddenly drew his sword and said sternly, what nonsense are you talking about? If you want to fight, let's fight now. I'm going to kill this beast Lingxi right now. With that, those who stood on Yang Dingtian's side all drew their swords. As long as the order was given, they would start a massacre. Note, I'll continue to write the second update. Seeing this scene, Vulture was not the only one who was shocked. Even Wu Yuming was shocked. In their minds, the Council of Light was simply a group of ambitious people. Yang Dingtian had completely used his reputation as the leader of the hidden sect to command the heroes. Zhu Qingzhu, Qiu Wanjia, and Song Xiao were all ambitious and ruthless people. They were not truly loyal to him. They were just using Yang Dingtian to expand their forces. Once something happened, they would definitely push Yang Dingtian out to be the scapegoat. Yang Dingtian was merely a grandmaster. How could he make so many ambitious and ruthless people submit to him? Vulture and Wu Yuming definitely did not believe it. In their eyes, be it wisdom or cultivation, Yang Dingtian was just ordinary. He didn't have much wisdom as a leader. How was it possible for him to make everyone pledge their loyalty and obedience? At most, it would be a youngster like Zhu Hongxue. Therefore, in their fantasies, after Wu Yuming showed that illusory image, it would be irrefutable proof that he was the culprit. Therefore, that video could be used as a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian. It could make Qin Wanchou, Song Xiao, and the rest abandon Yang Dingtian instantly. However, they did not expect that under such circumstances, these people would still stand firmly on Yang Dingtian's side. They did not even hesitate to fight and completely fall out with the Vulture sect and the Netherworld Sea. Even Yang Dingtian did not expect such a result. His master was definitely on his side. As for Shui Qingqi, he had an extreme personality and did not like to communicate with others. But once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. Therefore, even under strong pressure, he might not change his stance. As for Qin Wanchou, it was a little out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. This person was a ruthless person. If he turned his back on Yang Dingtian, he would not be surprised at all. But who would have thought that not only did Qin Wanchou not betray Yang Dingtian, he was even more resolute. He didn't even hesitate to sully himself to save Yang Dingtian's reputation, and didn't even hesitate to fight. Of course, this was also because Yang Dingtian did not understand Qin Wanchou, this ambitious and ruthless character. Qin Wanchou's schemes were as deep as the sea, incomparably cunning. But in the end, he was an ambitious and ruthless person, a proud and ruthless person. The reason why he was wandering around before was because he hadn't officially chosen a side. Once he had officially chosen a side, an ambitious and ruthless person like him would be the most resolute. Once he had chosen a side, he would be a fool if he still wavered. Qiu Wanjia, on the other hand, was slightly worse. His heart was still wavering. However, Qin Wanchou and Song Xiao were so resolute. If he dared to waver, it was guaranteed that the Divine Weapons Villa would no longer exist tomorrow. Now, the entire West Continent was in the hands of the Council of Light. Therefore, even if he wanted to waver, he did not have the strength to do so. Song Xiao. His personality was even more paranoid and temperamental. Once his temper matched, he didn't care about good or evil anymore. In fact, Song Xiao had already determined that Yang Dingtian was an impostor. But so what? In the Council of Light, he had conquered everywhere. Wasn't it satisfying? As for whether Yang Dingtian's identity as the hidden sect leader was an impostor, what did it have to do with him? Just like when he was preparing to collude with Qin Chichi previously, he thought, so what if they were so righteous and evil? What did it have to do with him? As for Kue Si, she was the cleverest person and also the person who understood Wu Yuming the most. As for Yin Kalin, she hated the vulture sect to the core. What did it have to do with her whether Yang Dingtian was an impostor or not? As long as she could be the enemy of the vulture sect, she was willing to do anything. Under such complicated reasons and the camaraderie of fighting side by side, everyone in the Council of Light, without exception, chose to stand on Yang Dingtian's side. Of course, there was another, the biggest reason for this. That was, once they came into contact with Yang Dingtian, they could clearly see his true character and character. There was a type of person who would instinctively make others trust him after coming into contact with him. And Yang Dingtian, without exception, was this type of person. Following behind Yang Dingtian, they would never have to worry about being betrayed or sacrificed one day. This was because this person was very foolish. He would always be the first to rush. No matter how weak he was, he would always block everyone behind him. This was the temperament of a leader that seemed almost foolish. Even if there were millions of people, I would still go forward. Wu Yuming was too smart, so it was impossible for her to have this temperament. In fact, they even despised this temperament. At this moment, the entire hall was already at daggers drawn and bows bent, ready to explode at any moment. For the first time, Wu Yuming felt a sense of defeat, a deep sense of defeat. She had always looked down on Yang Dingtian's foolishness and integrity. What she pursued was a type of wisdom, a type of strategizing, a type of decisive victory thousands of miles away. What she pursued was a type of wisdom that grasped the world tightly in her hands, a type of wisdom that could bring peace to the world. Like Yang Dingtian, she was too foolish, too straightforward, too cheap, too vulgar. The human heart was like water, and the people's movements were like smoke. This was the law in Wu Yuming's heart. He did not trust anyone. He felt that everyone was unreliable and evil by nature. To be precise, everyone in the world was not good. Therefore, what was needed was to use supreme wisdom to control them, and not to invest emotions to influence them. This was too childish. Now, when he felt that he had complete victory in his hands, he realized that those people who were loyal to Yang Dingtian were really loyal, and not using Yang Dingtian. This was an incomparably huge blow to Wu Yuming. How could a person like Yang Dingtian have so many heroes and ambitious people loyal to him? But who was he? He was the incomparably intelligent Wu Yuming, the incomparably noble Wu Yuming. How could he admit defeat like this? Suddenly, the pain in his eyes became more and more intense. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang. I originally had no intention of fighting for power with you. I was only worried that you would drag the world into the abyss of war. How many wars have you fought in the time that you have been in power? How many people have died? Now that you have become the leader of the Tiando League, won't there be a world war? Won't millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of people die? Wu Yuming looked around the hall with pity and said, but I did not expect this. In order to prevent a disaster from happening, I caused another disaster. Now, the flames of war are about to erupt in this hall. Then, won't I, Wu Yuming, become a sinner? Then, Wu Yuming looked up to the sky and sighed, fine, fine, fine. His eyes were filled with infinite sincerity as he looked at Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang. Promise me that after you become the leader of the Tiando League, you will not cause a new disaster of war. You will not let countless innocent people die. I am a fake. Then, Wu Yuming cried and said in pain, as long as there is no world war, as long as the people are not displaced, I can give up everything. I can completely disappear from this world. You, Yang Dingtian, are the leader of the Tiando League. I am a fake. Amazing. Amazing. Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanzhou, Dongfang Minmi, and everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wu Yuming's scheming and acting skills were really unparalleled in the world. This move of retreating in order to advance was really amazing. What noble character and unquestionable integrity, what unparalleled benevolence and righteousness. For the sake of the world, he was willing to endure humiliation and give up the position of the leader of the Tiando League to the fake Yang Dingtian. His performance had even influenced most of the people present. Even those who were on Yang Dingtian's side were convinced and felt that Wu Yuming was really the leader of the Yin sect. He was the one who truly cared about the world, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not lose anything. The position of the leader of the Tiando League was not something that could be given away just because he wanted to. After his performance, many people felt that he was the real leader of the Tiando League. Also, he had said that he begged Yang Dingtian not to cause a bigger war and let more innocent people die. There was another meaning to his words. As long as there was a disaster of war in the future, it could be blamed on Yang Dingtian. At that time, he, Ning Wuming, would have no choice but to return and command the world to attack Yang Dingtian in order to save the world. Wasn't it easy to cause a disaster of war? How much power did he, Wu Yuming, secretly control? Wu Yuming's face was covered in tears. Suddenly, he bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian and said, "Sect Master Yang, disciple Wu Yuming begs you." Immediately, Wu Yuming's appeal was pushed to the extreme. Countless people were shedding silent tears as they were criticizing Yang Dingtian in their hearts. Vulture cried loudly. He suddenly pulled out his sword and said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, you humiliated my husband today. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Tear you into pieces." As for Ling Wu, her previously uneasy and wavering heart had completely become firm. I'm not wrong. As long as the goal is righteous, even if the method is dishonorable, it's still righteous. I'm lying for the sake of the righteousness of the world. If I don't go to hell, who will? Even though her face was covered in tears, she felt that her heart was incomparably strong. After bowing deeply for a full 7 minutes, Wu Yuming stood up and said, "Sect Master, disciple will take his leave now." "Wait." Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said with a pained expression, "Could it be? Could it be that Sect Master wants to kill me?" "No." Yang Dingtian said, "It's not good for you to leave without explaining clearly." After that, Yang Dingtian looked towards the countless people who were touched by Wu Yuming with red eyes and said slowly, "I've always been a person who is realistic and doesn't like to be emotional. Just now, no matter if it was your or Ling Shi's performance, I didn't interrupt it, right? Now, please allow me to go straight to the point." Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Shi and said, "You said that my lightning attribute talent comes from the lightning attribute profound talisman, right?" "Of course." Ling Shi sneered. "Alright, then what about Wu Yuming's lightning attribute talent?" Yang Dingtian said, "Could it be that it doesn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman?" Yang Dingtian's gaze was like lightning as he looked towards Ling Wu and said, "That's right, Ling Wu saw me on Inferno Island and at that time, I was indeed practicing lightning attribute profound skills. I had indeed entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret manual and I had indeed obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman there." "Then let me ask you, Ling Wu, did you also save Wu Yuming on Inferno Island?" At that time, was Wu Yuming also struck by lightning until her entire body smelled charred and was on the verge of death? Why? The reason was very simple. Because Wu Yuming had also entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm and was struck by endless lightning when she passed the last stage. Her entire body smelled charred and she was on the verge of death. However, she had obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman. Therefore, Wu Yuming, your lightning attribute energy comes from the lightning attribute profound talisman. Is that right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Even Wu Yuming's lightning attribute talent was fake? It all came from the lightning attribute profound talisman? Wu Yuming, if it wasn't for the lightning attribute profound talisman, why would you go to Inferno Island? Why would you be struck by lightning until your entire body was charred black? Yang Dingtian said sternly, "Ling Wu, do you dare to deny that you saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and your entire body was charred black by lightning? And when you saw me on Inferno Island, I was still safe and sound?" Immediately, everyone's gaze looked towards Ling Wu. If she admitted that she had saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and that her entire body was charred black, then it would prove that Wu Yuming had gone to the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm and was struck by lightning for the lightning attribute profound talisman. That meant that her lightning attribute talent also came from the lightning attribute profound talisman. Ling Wu felt as though countless needles were pricking her body, and she was filled with absolute uneasiness. Yang Dingtian's words once again resounded in her ears. You can still insist that you're upright now. But when it's time for you to take revenge on me, when it's a critical moment, you'll definitely distort the truth and distort the facts. Just now, when Ling Wu said that she had seen Yang Dingtian on Inferno Island, it could still be said that she wasn't lying. But now, Yang Dingtian said slowly, Ling Wu, you were the one who told me about this matter. You saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and then helped him recuperate until he recovered. When you saw him at that time, he was charred black. Now, you can tell everyone once again, isn't that the case? Ling Wu's body started to tremble, and her face started to turn pale. The words that Yang Dingtian said to her resounded in her ears again and again. She closed her eyes and tried her best to isolate herself. She kept telling herself in her heart, I'm doing this for justice. As long as the goal is correct, even if it's a lie, it's still righteous. If I don't go to hell, who will? She encouraged and cheered herself on with all her might. A moment later, Ling Wu slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian. I've never said such words to you. I've also never saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island, let alone being charred black all over. Ling Wu's words were like a thunderbolt, everyone's doubtful gazes instantly gathered on Yang Dingtian. If what Ling Wu said was the truth, then Yang Dingtian was slandering Wu Yuming. In that case, his moral character was truly vile. A complacent sneer instantly appeared on Ling Shi's face. However, Wu Yuming still bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. There wasn't any complacency. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he revealed a look of pity. Ling Wu was finished. To her, death was a kind of mercy in the future. Moreover, this kind of lie was too stupid. One had to know that it was during the interrogation of the revenant ghost bird that she revealed the past of saving Wu Yuming. This kind of formal interrogation would be recorded by at least a dozen reflection jades. Such a lie was completely vulnerable, just when Yang Dingtian was about to present the reflection jades as evidence. However, Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu with pity and said, Miss Ling Wu. For the sake of justice in the world, you lied and concealed the truth from me. I feel extremely guilty. However, I, Wu Yuming, can't let you bear the sin of lying. I'll definitely admit to the things that I've done. That's right, I was indeed saved by Miss Ling Wu on Inferno Island. At that time, I was indeed charred black all over. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Ling Wu's entire body was trembling. She looked at Wu Yuming in disbelief. Her eyes revealed incomparable admiration and reverence. This is what a gentleman is like. This is justice in the world. In order to protect my reputation, he would rather hurt himself to reveal the truth, even if the truth was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, a woman of Ling Wu's status wasn't clear. However, Wu Yuming couldn't be any clearer. For an organization at the level of the Council of Light, even if it was a relatively small matter, they would definitely use reflection jades to record it, let alone an interrogation. There were at least 4 to 5 reflection jades that recorded the conversation between Ling Wu and Wu Yuming from various angles. There was no use in lying. That's right. The reason why I was charred black and lying on Inferno Island was because I entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm. Wu Yuming said. When these words came out, everyone was astonished once again. The situation immediately started to be disadvantageous to Wu Yuming. However, Yang Dingtian knew that Wu Yuming definitely had even more powerful words at the back. That's even more correct. I went to the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm for the lightning attribute profound talisman. Wu Yuming continued. Immediately, everyone's astonishment reached the peak. However, Wu Yuming said loudly, my purpose was to prove one thing. To prove whether there were lightning attribute profound talismans in the 5 Elements Hall? It was to prove Yang Dingtian's innocence. I wanted to prove that Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute innate talent didn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman. If I could prove this matter, I would report to Master and let her truly accept Yang Dingtian as her disciple. Lightning attribute innate talent is 1 in a billion. A talent is hard to come by. I was willing to help Brother Yang Dingtian turn from a fake hidden sex disciple into a real one. However, I failed. The reward in the Five Elements Hall's secret realm was indeed a lightning attribute profound talisman. And Yang Dingtian's innate talent did indeed come from the lightning attribute profound talisman. When these words came out, everyone suddenly understood. Amazing, truly amazing. If Ling Wu didn't lie as a foreshadowing, then Wu Yoming's words wouldn't have much lethality. It would be easy for others to feel that he was lying. However, Ling Wu had obviously helped him to lie. Yet, he still said it truthfully. His words instantly made others believe him incomparably. This person's grasp of people's hearts was truly amazing. Furthermore, before Yang Dingtian wanted to show the evidence, he directly cut in. Of course, some people might feel that I'm lying. Because I've also entered the Five Elements Hall's secret realm and I've also obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman. Then, how can I prove that my lightning attribute innate talent didn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman? Wu Yuming said indifferently, it's very simple. Wu Yuming took out an item from his bosom. Then, he opened his palm and let everyone see it clearly. This was a blue jade talisman. There was a slight lightning strike on it. That's right, this was a lightning attribute profound talisman. After that, Wu Yuming placed this lightning attribute profound talisman on the table and pointed with his finger. Pa! Another lightning strike struck out. In an instant, the entire main hall entered the climax. Wu Yuming had already taken out the lightning attribute profound talisman and placed it aside. Yet, it still released lightning. This could only prove one thing, that he possessed the lightning attribute profound talisman. Of course, this was for the majority of people. And to Yang Dingtian, this situation could only prove one thing, and that was that Wu Yuming had two lightning attribute profound talismans. His guess was not wrong. At this moment, there was also a grandmaster from the Netherworld Sea whose entire body's chi sea and profound veins had been completely destroyed by lightning. His cultivation was completely crippled. Because she had gone to obtain the second lightning attribute profound talisman for Wu Yuming. She could not withstand the damage of the lightning from the Five Elements Hall's secret technique. Even though she had taken out the profound talisman, it had already been completely destroyed. Moreover, even so, she would not be able to live for more than 3 days. Because, as long as Wu Yuming displayed this profound talisman, her death date would arrive. Because a dead person would not reveal a secret. Powerful, powerful, he was truly at his wit's end. Almost all the possibilities had been considered. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he was truly in awe. The current situation instantly slid in a disadvantageous direction for Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang, I've already explained your suspicions of me. Do you have anything else to ask? Wu Yuming said. At this moment, Ling Shi laughed loudly and said, everyone has seen clearly that sect master Wu Yuming's lightning attribute energy completely comes from her innate talent. Yang Dingtian, you can't prove that your lightning attribute talent came from yourself, right? It's time for you to prove yourself. Yang Dingtian smiled in his heart and said, then, what a coincidence. I happen to have a lightning attribute profound talisman that I haven't used yet. After saying that, Yang Dingtian also took out a lightning attribute profound talisman from his bosom and placed it on the table. Then, with a point of his finger, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Yang Dingtian proved that he could release lightning attribute energy without relying on the lightning attribute profound talisman. Immediately, for the first time, Wu Yoming's expression changed. She was the same as Ling Shi, unwilling to believe that Yang Dingtian possessed lightning attribute talent no matter what. So at the first moment, she determined that Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute energy came from the lightning attribute profound talisman. But she never thought that Yang Dingtian threw away the profound talisman and still released lightning. Immediately, the situation became incomparably complicated. Ling Shi's gaze flickered intensely, then he laughed loudly and said, Yang Dingtian, this doesn't prove anything at all? Perhaps, you have a second lightning attribute profound talisman? The moment these words came out, Wu Yoming's gaze turned cold. Idiot. Ling Shi immediately wished that he could give himself a tight slap. He was really an idiot. If Yang Dingtian had 2 lightning attribute profound talismans, didn't that also mean that Wu Yuming might also have 2 lightning attribute profound talismans? This was completely killing 800 enemies and sacrificing 1,000 of oneself, and Yang Dingtian was precisely waiting for this moment. On Wu Yuming's side, the evidence was too damn solid, it was really difficult to break through, and now, on the lightning attribute, it was really an excellent breakthrough point. If Yang Dingtian made good use of this point, he could really gain the upper hand in theory for the first time. Yes. Yang Dingtian said lightly, as long as you pass the last stage in the 5 Elements Hall Secret Realm, you will be rewarded with a lightning attribute profound talisman. So, Wu Yuming and I are very likely to have 2 lightning attribute profound talismans. This doesn't prove anything. Of course, if I'm not wrong, the entrance of the 5 Elements Hall Secret Realm should have been destroyed by now. Now, it's impossible to get a lightning attribute profound talisman. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Yuming and said, since the lightning attribute profound talisman doesn't prove anything, then let's discuss, what is the true meaning of the lightning attribute talent? Okay? Wu Yuming's gaze trembled and she said with a smile, okay. Yang Dingtian, okay, then let me ask you, in the deepest part of the martial arts civilization, what exactly is the lightning attribute energy? What is it like? How is it produced? In an instant, the whole battle entered Yang Dingtian's home ground. In this home ground, Yang Dingtian's wisdom could kill Wu Yuming in seconds. Note, the second update is 6,000 words, the second update is 11,000 words, please support, boss. Wu Yuming immediately smiled and said, Brother Yang, are you testing my understanding of the lightning element? Just treat it as an academic discussion, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming's smile was full of wisdom and self-satisfaction. She said lightly, my insect's understanding of the lightning element is the most profound. It's a good opportunity to discuss it with Brother Yang. First, I will answer your first question. What is the lightning element energy, how about it? Yang Dingtian said, I'm all ears. Everyone present pricked up their ears. Lightning element energy is not in yin and yang, but in the 5 elements. It originates from the dark void, so the owls that grow in the darkness are lightning element beasts. And the lightning that we usually see is also in the sky filled with dark clouds. Only when the 2 suns cover the sun will lightning be born, Wu Yuming said. After she finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. It was very reasonable. Wu Yuming said, what does Yang Dingtian think about my explanation? Yang Dingtian said, please continue, Brother Yuming. Next, I will answer your second question. What is the lightning element energy like? First, the lightning element energy is not in yin and yang, so it can penetrate any defense. It does not have any destructive power, but when it comes into contact with a certain life form, no matter if the life form is yin or yang, it will immediately react and produce the effects of yang. This is also the reason why after being electrocuted, my whole body was charred black. Wu Yuming said lightly, but there is still a secret that I might as well tell Brother Yang. When the lightning element comes into contact with a matter without yin or yang, there will not be any destructive power. For example, the most ordinary and dry stone, or extremely dry wood. So it is not impossible to defend against the lightning element energy, as long as the whole body is covered in completely dry leather. When she said this, everyone was greatly impressed. Everyone really thought that the lightning element could ignore any defense. Who would have thought that Wu Yuming would actually say that ordinary leather could actually do it? Why don't we do an experiment here? Wu Yuming said, who has leather in their hands? It's absolutely dry and doesn't even have any sweat on it. I have one. One of the leaders raised his hand. He was wearing a brand new leather glove. Brother Yang, use lightning to strike his hand. Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian waved his hand, and a foot-long lightning bolt shot out, striking the man's hand. Pa! That person exclaimed. He was so scared that his whole body started to tremble and his face turned pale. After the electric shock, he found that he was completely fine. He immediately exclaimed, I'm fine, I'm fine. These leather gloves can really block lightning attribute mystic skills. Sect Master Wu is mighty. Instantly, countless people looked at Wu Yuming with admiration. In the past, everyone thought that the lightning element was defenseless and that in the future, all they needed was leather armor. Wu Yoming's speech could be said to have epoch-making significance. Wu Yoming was not arrogant in the slightest. Her expression was calm as she said, "As for how the lightning energy is produced? If it's the lightning energy outside the human body, then I can only say that it's from the collision and compression of the dark void. If we talk about how the lightning energy in the human body is produced? In other words, what is lightning talent? Why is it 1 in a billion?" When these words came out, everyone's ears perked up. Lightning talent was so rare, who didn't want to know how to possess it? Wu Yuming said indifferently, lightning talent is completely determined by one's qi and profound veins. Accurately speaking, this is a kind of flaw. Everyone's profound veins are divided into yin or yang. But for people with flaws, their qi and profound veins will have a hole and defect. This place is not divided into yin and yang. So when the profound qi energy flows through this place, it will change. Through a special cultivation technique, it can produce lightning energy. Immediately, someone asked, "Sect Master Wu, then how did this flaw come about?" Wu Yuming said, "Coincidence, it's definitely a coincidence. When a person is born, they will be attacked by the dark void energy that drifts between heaven and earth, causing this flaw. So many snakes and owls that live at the edge of the dark void have lightning talent. And for us humans, it's 1 in a billion." Instantly, everyone was enlightened. Vulture's face was filled with boundless pride. Purely from the theory of the primal chaos continent, Wu Yoming's explanation was indeed flawless. Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, "Brother Yang, I've finished explaining, please advise me." "It's amazing," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yoming's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. "But, it's a bunch of nonsense," Yang Dingtian continued. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. "You're the one who's talking nonsense," Vulture said angrily, "My husband's wisdom is as vast as the sea. You can't find a rebuttal, so you use words to attack. Yang Dingtian, you're really shameless." Wu Yuming raised her hand to stop Vulture's anger and smiled at Yang Dingtian, "Brother Yang, if you have a different opinion, please advise me." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, I'll answer you first. What is the lightning energy? What is the lightning energy? It's very simple. It's just the energy produced when yang particles and yin particles meet. That's all, it's not related to the dark void." Yang Dingtian said. "Brother Yang, you're talking nonsense." Wu Yuming said, "Then why is lightning always produced in the dark sky where the sun is not seen? Why are there many demon beasts at the edge of the dark void with lightning talent?" Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "It's very simple to prove this point. Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan, please come up and help." Duan Ruyan walked up. "City Lord Kuei Qing, please come up," Yang Dingtian said. Kuei Qing also came up. Yang Dingtian said, "Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan and Miss Kuei Qing don't have lightning talent, this is certain." Wu Yuming nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "Martial Aunt Duan Ruyan, Miss Kuei Qing, please each bring a piece of silk and a piece of fur." At this time, in the main hall, there were people wearing fur and silk. It was very simple. Soon, both of them had silk and fur in their hands. Everyone's eyes widened, not knowing what Yang Dingtian was going to do. "Martial Aunt Duan Ruyan, Miss Kuei Qing." Yang Dingtian said, "Take the silk in one hand and the fur in the other, and then rub it hard and fast. Soon, you will be able to see the extremely mysterious and profound lightning." Duan Ruyan and Kuei Qing did as they were told and began to rub the silk and fur. Both of them were high-level martial artists, and their speed was extremely fast. Swish 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 swish. Almost a moment later. Pa! A blue electric flower of a few inches suddenly appeared between the fur and silk. Immediately after, electric flowers also burst out from Kuei Qing's hand. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, there was static electricity in the earth. But did the chaos world have it? There was, but it was very, very little. Because the energy system of the chaos world was different from that of the earth, the environment that formed static electricity was much more difficult. But there was still static electricity, but no one knew that it was electricity because there was no electric fire. Yang Dingtian said, "In fact, my experiment just now answered 3 questions at once." What is lightning energy, how is it, and how is it produced? Wu Yuming said indifferently, Brother Yang's theory is very wonderful, but we always feel like scratching an itch through the boot. That string of sparks is very much like fire, not electricity. You just said that it was explained in terms of martial arts civilization. Then please tell me, what is going on for a martial artist to have lightning talent? Okay? Okay. Yang Dingtian said, you are right about one thing. Why does a person have lightning talent and can release lightning mystic skills? It is indeed because there is an energy hole in his body, and there is no distinction between yin and yang. But this is definitely not a flaw, and it is definitely not an attack by the dark void. It is because his mystic meridian's talent has almost reached the extreme. If a person has the 9 yang mystic meridians or the 9 yin mystic meridians, that is the extreme, and what is the end of the extreme? It is chaos. Therefore, people with 9 yin mystic meridians and 9 yang mystic meridians have a natural chaos, because their mystic meridians have reached the extreme. Wu Yuming said, that means, Sir Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians are the 9 yang mystic meridians, and it has reached the extreme? Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said, so, when I was still an enlightener, even if I was naked in a world of ice and snow, I would not feel any cold. Okay, then as you said, how many people with 9 yang mystic meridians or 9 yin mystic meridians are there in this world? Wu Yuming asked. It should be just me. Yang Dingtian said, this kind of mystic meridians may not appear even once in a few hundred years. What a joke, you are not afraid of boasting to the heavens. Vulture laughed at the side. That's good, that's strange. Wu Yuming said, every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent. And there is one hidden sect disciple every 200 years. Based on what you said, doesn't that mean that some hidden sect disciples do not have lightning talent? But, every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent, how do you explain that? When she said this, everyone nodded their heads. Who said that every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent? Yang Dingtian laughed coldly, this generation's Dongfang Bingling does not have it. You said that hidden sect disciples do not have lightning talent? Wu Yuming laughed, her eyes revealing a proud smile. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then I have nothing to say, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Wu Yuming said. The one who is narrow-minded and spouting nonsense is you, Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian said coldly, why is it that every hidden sect disciple can release lightning mystic skills? It's very simple. Because they have cultivated hidden sect's secret technique, yin-yang reversal. No matter if it is yin-yang mystic meridians or yang mystic meridians, they can all turn into chaotic mystic meridians. Just like me. Whoosh. Yang Dingtian summoned a mystic flame. Look carefully, this is the original Yang Million Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh. Yang Dingtian summoned another mystic flame. Look carefully, this is the original Yin Demon Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone was shocked to find that these two mystic flames were pale white and colorless. They were not green or red. This is Chaos Mystic Qi, this is the Chaos attribute. Yang Dingtian said, Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan, can I lend you a strand of hair? Duan Ruyan plucked a strand of hair. Burn the strand of hair on the Million Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan placed the strand of hair on the Million Spirit Demon Flame and it was completely unharmed. The Million Spirit Demon Flame was a heaven and earth mystic flame, it could even melt bloody black gold. How was it possible that it could not even burn a strand of hair? Look carefully, this is the chaos attribute that does not differentiate between yin and yang. It does not have any attacking power. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Go. Yang Dingtian swung the strand of hair lightly. Instantly, the two mystic flames flew out. Yang Dingtian said, look carefully, I will now show you the birth of the most mysterious lightning-type mystic skill in this world. The Yang Million Spirit Demon Flame on the left, after being modified by the Chaos attribute, became countless Yang energy particles. The Yin Demon Spirit Demon Flame on the right, after being modified by the Chaos attribute, became countless Yin energy particles. When the two collide, instantly, the two mystic flames collided violently. Lightning, appear. Bang. An incomparably huge bolt of lightning instantly filled the hall within a radius of a few hundred meters. In that instant, countless resplendent lights filled the entire sky. It was incomparably gorgeous and shocking. In the end, it completely disappeared into the air. When the hidden sect disciples cultivate to the highest level, they can reverse yin and yang. A person's body can have chaos mystic meridians, yin mystic meridians and yang mystic meridians. When the yin mystic qi and yang mystic qi enter the chaos space, they become yin and yang charges. When they collide with each other, they can release extremely powerful lightning without any mystic skill. This is the secret of the hidden sect disciples possessing lightning innate talent. This is the ultimate secret of the lightning-type mystic skill. It is not something that comes from the dark void. Therefore, Wu Yuming, your explanation of the lightning-type innate talent and lightning-type energy is complete nonsense. You have never learned the real hidden sect's secret manuals. You do not understand the profoundness of the hidden sect's cultivation techniques. You are just blindly touching the elephant and spouting nonsense. It is simply laughable. Hiding a lightning-type mystic talisman on your body and pretending to have lightning innate talent. Laughable. Wu Yuming, not only do I have lightning innate talent, I can also leave my body, use my martial wisdom and the hidden sect's supreme cultivation techniques to create a brand new lightning. I can also analyze and create from the highest point of martial arts civilization. Because I am the real hidden sect disciple. And you are the fake one. Wu Yuming was about to open her mouth. Yang Dingtian's hands suddenly waved wildly. Clap 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 clap, almost instantaneously, a few, dozens, hundreds of lightning bolts struck out wildly. In an instant, the entire sky above the main hall was completely filled with gorgeous and resplendent huge lightning bolts. There were huge ball lightning, strip lightning, light screen lightning, everything that one could think of. Instantly, everyone present was mesmerized and intoxicated. Wu Yuming? Is this something that the so-called lightning-type mystic talisman can release? Yang Dingtian sneered, if you are a hidden sect disciple, you can release lightning that is as fast and as powerful as mine. No, because the time is too short and your lightning-type mystic talisman energy is too weak. You imposter, you hypocritical and shameless imposter. Note, the first update has been delivered, I will continue to write the second update. Without a doubt, in this debate of lightning energy, Wu Yuming was utterly defeated. On the surface, his words were impeccable, but they were all nonsense. They were all empty theories and they were all literary theories. And although Yang Dingtian's words were incomprehensible to everyone, there were many technical terms. However, it was very straightforward and all of it was solid. It was logical and meticulous, and it even combined theory with reality. It was an eye-opener for everyone. Now, if they were to talk about how Yang Dingtian used the thunder attribute mystic talisman, it would be pure nonsense. Immediately, everyone looked at Wu Yuming to see his reaction. Wu Yuming bowed deeply and said, Brother Yang, your lightning talent far surpasses mine. I admire you. Your understanding of lightning energy also far surpasses mine. I've learned a lot. When these words came out, the entire audience was stunned. Wu Yuming admitted defeat so easily? Of course, this was Wu Yuming's intelligence. When she encountered something that she was not good at, she would immediately admit defeat. She would never quibble and would never fall into a disadvantageous position. Then, Wu Yuming said, however, although my lightning is inferior to yours, if you say that my lightning came from a lightning talisman, that would be an insult to me. After saying that, Wu Yuming's right hand gently pointed. Pa! A bolt of lightning that was several feet long suddenly burst out. It was extremely powerful. His lightning was not as huge as Yang Dingtian's, as resplendent, as gorgeous and as numerous, however, his lightning was also 4 to 5 feet long. The key point was that it was filled with a domineering aura, and the key point was that his lightning was not only blue, it was also permeated with purple and golden edges. Therefore, it seemed that his lightning had become incomparably luxurious. Brother Yang, could it be that my lightning is also a lightning talisman? Can it be released? Wu Yuming said indifferently. Yang Dingtian did not speak. He guessed that Wu Yuming's lightning was indeed released by a lightning talisman. However, it was not only a lightning talisman, there was also a very familiar energy smell that Yang Dingtian was very familiar with. Millennium L, that's right, it was the lightning unique to the Millennium L, but how did he do it? Yang Dingtian had no idea. Did he take the Millennium L as his martial soul, or did he just use the L's demon core to amplify his energy? Yang Dingtian did not know, but there was no doubt that this was the energy aura of the nightingale. However, there was no evidence. As for the golden edge, it was unknown whether it came from some kind of mystic flame or some kind of special mystic chi energy. In short, Wu Yuming knew that her lightning-type mystic skills were far inferior to Yang Dingtian's, so she took a shortcut. She used the Millennium L's lightning-type energy and added a special light effect. This way, he wouldn't lose too badly in a competition of the lightning element. Furthermore, after his defeat, he did not linger in the battle and directly admitted that his lightning energy was inferior to Yang Dingtian's. It would be enough as long as he could clear himself of the suspicion of using the lightning attribute talisman. Lingxi immediately continued, Yang Dingtian, your lightning attribute talent is very high, but so what? Lightning attribute talent is merely a symbol of the hidden sect's disciples. It only says that the hidden sect's disciples will definitely have lightning attribute talent. In fact, the hidden sect's disciples rarely use lightning attribute mystic skills in battle. This is just a flashy thing. Without waiting for anyone to refute, Lingxi immediately said, even if your lightning attribute talent reaches the heavens, it can't change the fact that you're pretending to be the hidden sect's disciple. You keep saying that Wu Yuming is a fake, but no one can deny the video evidence from the Echo Jade. The evidence from Nihility Piaoling is the real evidence. Do you have evidence that Nihility Piaoling passed you the hidden sect's position? No, no matter what, you're a fake. Yang Dingtian doesn't have it, but I do. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi slowly stood up and said, that day, Yang Dingtian encountered the yin-yang mirror incident and was willing to take the blame. How could he remember to use the Echo Jade to record everything? However, there was another person who recorded everything. Lingxi and Wu Yuming's expressions completely changed. Who? Dongfang Minmi slowly said, Lung Qingchen, because he was also present at that time. This Echo Jade was found from his corpse. Dongfang Minmi took out the Echo Jade and slowly injected mystic qi. Instantly, another image appeared in the sky above the main hall. The peerlessly beautiful Nihility Piaoling flew over from afar. Then, Yang Dingtian directly knelt in front of her. Following that, Nihility Piaoling placed her hand on Yang Dingtian's head and then took out a crystal sword. Then, the image abruptly stopped. Instantly, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Yang Dingtian also had video evidence. Wu Yuming's gaze suddenly turned cold. He would never have imagined this scene. But he knew what this meant. It meant that Yang Dingtian was scheming against him. Yang Dingtian had video evidence of Nihility Piaoling long ago, but he didn't take it out previously. He only took out this evidence after he used electric energy to defeat Wu Yuming. There was a fundamental difference between taking out this evidence early and taking it out late. After Lingxi's expression changed drastically, she suddenly said sternly, what can this prove? This can only prove that you've met Nihility Piaoling sect leader. Is there a scene of Nihility Piaoling sect leader accepting you as a disciple? Yang Dingtian, you've only met Nihility Piaoling sect leader. But you used this to pretend to be the sect leader of the hidden sect. Wu Yuming sect leader is different. She saw everything clearly. Nihility Piaoling sect leader personally admitted to accepting him as a disciple. No one can change this. Yang Dingtian, no matter how high your electric talent is, even if you show the video evidence of meeting Nihility Piaoling sect leader, it can't change the fact that you're an imposter. Let me ask you, is the imposter John Do Lingxi sect leader you? Since you can impersonate him the first time, you can impersonate him the second time. Lingxi said sternly, if you have the ability, you can also deny the video evidence of Nihility Piaoling sect leader accepting Wu Yuming sect leader as a disciple. This video was undoubtedly recorded by Nihility Piaoling sect leader after he demonized. However, this could only be known in his heart, there was no evidence. However, at this time, there was no need for evidence. As long as Yang Dingtian voiced this suspicion, others could fill in the gaps. Alright, Lingxi, shut up. Wu Yuming shouted coldly, then, Wu Yuming sighed and said, I understand everything. After saying that, Wu Yuming bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, I misunderstood you, junior brother Yang. Then, Wu Yuming said to everyone, "Why did I become Nihility sect leader's disciple? This has to start from 200 years ago. Of course, this period of history is not very glorious. 200 years ago, in the Doomsday Battle, there were two sects that stood aloof from the world. They were the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. Nihility Piaoling sect leader personally visited the Netherworld Sea and found my mother, Wu Yu. He asked her not to help the Demon King Wendian. However, some people know that my mother has always been infatuated with the Demon King Wendian. However, she can also clearly distinguish between good and evil. In public, she should stand on the side of the Tiando League. In private, she should stand on the side of the evil ways. My mother fell into a painful choice, but in the end, she still chose the side of justice. Although the Netherworld Sea did not participate in the battle, we provided a large number of treasures. Moreover, my mother personally lobbied the Vulture Palace, Wulingzi, not to help the evildoers and to let him join the Tiando League. Therefore, the second most powerful force in the evil ways, the Vulture Palace, joined the Tiando League. Of course, our three sects also have an agreement, which is the marriage between the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. Moreover, as long as my mother gives birth to a descendant, regardless of gender, the hidden sect leader, Nihility Piaoling, will accept him as a disciple. This is a very ancient agreement. My marriage to the Vulture Palace and my becoming Nihility sect leader's disciple are all part of this ancient agreement. Wu Yuming said calmly. The demonization of my master, Nihility sect leader, is really unexpected. Previously, I always thought that junior brother Yang Dingtian was an imposter, but now I know. He really did see my master for the last time. The moment before my master demonized, junior brother Yang Dingtian was also by his side. Wu Yuming's tears fell as she bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, "Junior brother, before master demonized, I was not by his side. Instead, you were. Senior brother is indescribably grateful. Please accept my bow." After saying that, Wu Yuming bowed deeply. "I also know that before master demonized, you were the only one by his side, so he must have entrusted you with many things. Previously, senior brother wronged you. I'm sorry." Wu Yuming said gently, then held Yang Dingtian's arms with both hands, F***ck, F***ck. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart only had this word, not only Yang Dingtian, but Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou also only had this word in their hearts. Was Wu Yuming a human or a ghost? At this time, she could still make a comeback. Moreover, she did not tarnish her image at all, seeing that Yang Dingtian's lightning talent surpassed hers, and seeing the video evidence that something had happened to Yang Dingtian, she immediately opened her mouth. She said that it was Nihility Piaoling who took him in as a disciple first and entrusted Yang Dingtian later. She immediately called him junior brother intimately and used gentle means directly. It was completely like a needle hidden in silk floss, making it impossible for anyone to refute. At this time, if Yang Dingtian said that the video of Wu Yuming was fake and was recorded by Nihility Piaoling after demonizing, he, Yang Dingtian, would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position and lose his grace. She had already apologized to you and directly acknowledged you as her junior brother, yet you still want to bite back. Moreover, Wu Yuming's needle hidden in silk floss was really a needle hidden in silk floss. He kept saying that Nihility Piaoling had entrusted something to Yang Dingtian, but he did not say that Nihility Piaoling had passed on the position of sect leader to Yang Dingtian. Overtly and covertly, he still said that Yang Dingtian had usurped Wu Yuming's position of hidden sect. But she did not say it out loud, so how could he refute? Was it a guilty conscience? At this time, Lingxi was also completely convinced. His gaze changed and he immediately found the key point. Then, he directly bowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "In this way, I've really wronged junior brother Yang Dingtian. However, sect leader Nihility only entrusted some things to you and did not hand over the position of sect leader to you. Otherwise, she would have handed the hidden sect token to you, right? So, junior brother Yang Dingtian, did you remember wrongly? Alright, stop talking." Wu Yuming said, "Since it's all a misunderstanding, then there's no need to fight. Junior brother, this position is handed over to you, I support you." After saying that, Wu Yuming even patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder. "No." Lingxi said, "I'll say the ugly words first, this is not just about the position of hidden sect leader. The ancient agreement between the three families 200 years ago, are we going to abide by it or not? When he said this, the whole place was silent. Xianxia said, if we abide by it, then we need Wu Yuming to become the hidden sect leader. In this way, my Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will stand on the side of the Tiando League. If Yangding Tian becomes the hidden sect leader, then there's no need to abide by the agreement. My Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will still not stand on the side of the Tiando League. Dongfang Minmi said calmly, could it be that you want to stand on the side of the evil ways? No, I didn't say that. Xianxia said, my Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will form an Eastern Tiando League and let Wu Yuming be the sect leader and continue to abide by the agreement. Yangding Tian, you'll be the leader of your Western Tiando League and we'll be the leader of our Eastern Tiando League. Both the East and West will fight against the evil ways together. Xianxia, how dare you split the Tiando League? Wu Yuming shouted angrily. I'm sorry. For the sake of the agreement from 200 years ago, I have no choice but to do this. Xianxia suddenly placed her sword across her neck and said, Sect Leader Wu, if you give up the position of sect leader today, you'll be trampling on the agreement between our three sections. I'll die in front of you. Wu Yuming said angrily, are you trying to force me to my death? Husband, if you can't give up, why should you give up? Vulture also suddenly placed her sword across her neck and said, Husband, if you give up this position, I'll also die in front of you. Even if I die, I'm not willing to let the villain who plotted against you be complacent. After saying that, Vulture said to Ling Wu, Sister Ling Wu, you saved my life. I beg you to say something. Otherwise, some bastards will have their way. Ling Wu suddenly clenched her teeth and knelt in front of Wu Yuming, saying, Sect Leader Wu, please don't abandon the common people because of righteousness. Some things can be given up, but some things can't be. Wu Yuming looked painfully at Ling Wu who was kneeling on the ground. She looked painfully at Vulture and Xianxia before looking at Yangding Tian. Fine, fine. All of you are forcing me. How can I bully junior brother Yang when he's my master's benefactor? I'll just end my own life. Wu Yuming suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed it across her neck. She committed suicide in front of everyone. Swoosh. The sword slashed across. Fresh blood spurted out. Wu Yuming was really fierce. She wanted to cut half of her own neck open while she was still alive. Clang. Yangding Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed her sword. Of course, he didn't want to save Wu Yuming. He couldn't wait to tear Wu Yuming into pieces. However, Wu Yuming's suicide was just an act. She wouldn't die. If the plot was allowed to develop, Wu Yuming would faint in front of everyone. Then, Xianxia would fly into a rage and snatch Wu Yuming away. She would announce the establishment of the East Tiando League in front of everyone and let Wu Yuming become the leader of the East Tiando League. Then, the entire Tiando League would officially split. Since Wu Yuming had already fainted, the responsibility for the split wouldn't fall on his head. Then, what would happen next would undoubtedly be the civil war between the East and West Tiando League. As for the reason for the civil war, it was too easy to find. Wu Yuming could find 100 reasons to start a war with Yangding Tian even with her eyes closed. Moreover, every one of them was open and aboveboard. At that time, before the world-ending war had even begun, the East and West Tiando League would already be fighting to the death. The so-called East Tiando League wasn't important. However, if the Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades worked together to openly attack Yangding Tian, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, Yangding Tian couldn't let him succeed. He could only interrupt Wu Yuming's act. Brother Netherworld, the Tiando League will not split. I won't allow it. Yangding Tian said. Yes, the Tiando League cannot be split. Wu Yuming allowed the blood to flow from her neck as she spoke sincerely. Then what should we do? Yangding Tian asked. I don't want to fight for the position of sect leader. However, in order for the Tiando League to not split, I have to fight for it. Wu Yuming said indifferently, how about this? At this time next year, we will have a duel to determine the winner. The winner will become the sect leader. How about it? Okay. Yangding Tian said. Then, in order to prevent this matter from escalating, I will take my leave. Wu Yuming said. I'll send you off. Yangding Tian said. Then, the two of them stretched out their arms. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. Today, I won't stop. I will cripple you, Wu Yuming said. I know. Yang Dingtian said, what's your cultivation now? 8-star Great Grandmaster, Wu Yuming said. Wow, amazing. Yang Dingtian said, there's still a year left. I shouldn't lose. As long as there's a 5-star Great Grandmaster, I can destroy you. A year? 5-star Great Grandmaster? Are you dreaming? Wu Yuming said. I can't help it. Who asked me to have 9 Xianxia veins? Yang Dingtian said. How does it feel to be betrayed by a woman who once loved you? Wu Yuming smiled and said, it must be very painful. It's just SOSO. Yang Dingtian said, today, didn't you want to make me regret it completely, make me fall from the peak, and make me live a life worse than death? In the end, you have to put on a suicide act. You're so ugly that it's unbearable to look at. How does it feel? Wu Yuming's face twitched violently. Then, she said, the more painful it is, the fiercer the revenge will be. I'm just letting you die a year later. You don't have to be so happy. Wu Yuming, I used to think that you were very powerful. Yang Dingtian said, but now, it seems that you're not even as good as Ning Wuming. Of course, even Ning Wuming can't compare to your disguise and scheming. However, your vision and your heart are too narrow. Ning Wuming still has a woman who is completely in love with him, and you are completely useless. Are you a woman? Wu Yuming said, I just need to grasp this point. Next year, on this day, you will die. That's enough. Then, goodbye. Yang Dingtian said, see you next year? Goodbye. That's the day you die. Goodbye. Wu Yuming said, then, the two of them bade farewell. After Wu Yuming walked a few steps away, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered something and said, oh right, brother Yuming. I have a letter that I asked Lingwu to pass to you. Remember to open it and take a look. The contents of the letter should be displayed now. Oh right, read it alone. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing. Lingwu, what are your plans from now on? Do you want to go to the Netherworld Sea with me? Wu Yuming asked. No. First Madame Gong's son invited me to join the 7 refined lane and let me become the 6th Madame Gong's son. I'm still thinking about it. Lingwu said. That's good too. I feel that your future on the martial path will be very bright. However, no matter where you are, please remember that the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Sect are your other homes. Wu Yuming said. Thank you, big brother Wu. Lingwu said, however, in today's situation, your benevolence and righteousness have caused you to suffer a great loss. Wu Yuming said seriously, Lingwu, I'll only tell you one thing. Being despicable is the passcode of the despicable. Being noble is the motto of the noble. No one can change this, just like how no one can change their own fate. Lingwu nodded and said, I'll remember this. Yang Dingtian's actions can succeed for a while, but he can't succeed for a lifetime. Oh right, I heard that he has a letter that he asked you to pass to me. Is that right? Wu Yuming asked. Oh, that's right. Lingwu said. In fact, she didn't dare to open it and take a look. That's right, she didn't dare to open it, no matter what the reason was, she had broken her bottom line twice today. Twice, she had misrepresented a deer as a horse. Twice, she had reversed black and white. Yang Dingtian had hit the nail on the head. Therefore, she was afraid that there were even fiercer words in the box. She didn't dare to look. Then give it to me. Wu Yuming said. Lingwu passed the small jade box to him, ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** box was completely sealed and couldn't be opened at all. Moreover, it couldn't be opened with brute force. That would completely destroy it. Wu Yuming used many methods, but was still unable to open it. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, a bolt of lightning streaked across Wu Yuming's fingers. Sure enough, a crack appeared in this box. After that, it opened silently. Wu Yuming's heart turned cold. Yang Dingtian had long known that she had a lightning-attributed mystic talisman. Therefore, he possessed lightning-attributed energy. There was a piece of paper lying inside the box. Wu Yuming took it out and opened it to take a look. With just a glance, Wu Yuming's entire body trembled and twitched. Her face suddenly turned purple and a mouthful of blood was violently spurted out. Yang Dingtian, I'll tear you into pieces. Brother Yuming, when you see this letter, your plan to seize the position of hidden sect master should have already failed. You've planned for this day for a very long time. It's really not easy. In order to obtain the lightning attribute mystic talisman, you barged into the Five Elements Hall's secret realm and braved the heaven-defying lightning to break through. In the end, you burned yourself until your entire body was charred black. You're really going all out. Let me think. Just the lightning attribute mystic talisman is still not enough. You should have gone to meet the Queen Devil Queen, kneeled down and called her master. Then, you should have recorded it using the Echo Jade and publicly displayed it in the main hall as evidence. What plague attack? What missing meeting leaders? All of these are just smokescreens. You deliberately pretended to stop the Tiando League conference from being held. You made me go through untold hardships to overcome all difficulties and finally allowed the Tiando League conference to be held. In the end, you came to snatch everything from me and made me lose all standing and reputation. You wanted me to fall from the peak into hell and live a life worse than death. Unfortunately, after meeting Ling Wu for the first time, you finally understood my goal. I finally know your purpose. Your purpose is to torture me. Thus, everything you wanted to do could be easily guessed. Just as well. I'll tear off your painted skin in front of countless people. Brother Yuming, you're only SOSO. Perhaps, your ability is merely to deceive Ling Wu and Vulture, these two women who think they're not smart enough? Yuming's brilliant scheme to seize the world. You shed all pretense of cordiality and exposed your crotch. Finally, in order to thank Brother Yuming for your love for me, I'll specially gift you a picture. Although Yang Dingtian's letter from before had made Wu Yuming furious and his heart had suffered a heavy blow, it was still not to the extent of making him vomit blood. All the crux lay in the last picture. This picture was definitely erotic and violent. A man was mighty and majestic. Especially, a certain part of him was completely outstanding. Then, a woman knelt at his feet with the two words Vulture written on her back. A few words were written on the side of the picture: I'm Yang, the best. Borrow my seed, find me. All of Wu Yuming's fury and frustration instantly erupted. He suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed wildly, smashing everything in the room into smithereens. He suddenly tore off the jade crown on his head. His hair was disheveled and his face distorted as he tore this letter into pieces. Wu Yuming raised his sword and slashed violently, destroying everything in the room. He Ming tasted sweetness in his mouth. He spit a mouthful of blood. Because Spirit Vulture and Ling Wu were still outside, he couldn't let out his furious roar. He could only roar from the bottom of his throat. Yumings, you're, Yang Dingtian, you're out of Yang Dingtian's Yang. I'm fine. Wu Yuming's face was distorted, but he said the most gentle words in a light tone. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the mess in the room was instantly reduced to dust, and all the embarrassing scenes were gone. Yang Dingtian, I will make you wish you were dead. Sect Master, you shouldn't have agreed to the duel with Wu Yuming. Xianxia said, although he was extremely cunning, he was obviously at a disadvantage. I had no choice. I had to delay him. Yang Dingtian said, otherwise, once the East Tiando League is established, there will be endless civil wars. Our current strength is not enough to resist the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture sect. So, we have to give him hope and let him think that he can seize everything as long as he kills me a year later. Then, within this year, we can reorganize the Central and East continents. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality, the civil war might break out tomorrow or the day after. That's right. But Wu Yuming's cultivation is unfathomable. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through after Master. A year later, the duel between Sect Master and him will be extremely dangerous. Xianxia said. I have a general plan. Yang Dingtian said, there are two things that can let me break through to Master. What? Xianxia asked. The first is the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The second is the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Yang Dingtian said, originally, this Netherworld Ghost Flame was going to be given to the Vulture sect. Now, it seems that there's no need to waste it. This mystic flame, I must get it. We will do our best to help Sect Master get these two things. Xianxia said, but it's not enough to break through to Master. It's far from enough. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, next, it depends on other opportunities. There are still more than 4 months before the Netherworld Ghost Flame blooms. During this time, the most important thing is the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. What should we do? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian said, in this world, there are 2 sets of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. 2 sets? Dongfang Minmi was surprised. Yes, because the 4th rank of the manual was written by Senior Shiwu Piaoyan in the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire respectively. He used their martial arts halls and materials, so he must leave a backup set for them. Yang Dingtian said, so now there is 1 set in the chaotic world, and the other set is in a certain martial arts hall in the Mermaid Empire. However, after the ancient Nirvana, the world changed greatly. The Mermaid Empire under the sea, we don't know what it has become. Even if it hasn't changed, we don't know where the Mermaid Empire under the sea is. Dongfang Minmi said, so the focus is probably on the set in the chaotic world. Master, there is a very, very strange person. Yang Dingtian said, the person who put the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship up for auction at the Merchant Palace in the Demon City. At that time, I thought he was from the evil ways and auctioned the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to lure me out, so I didn't participate in the auction and passed by the manual. Now it seems that whether he is from the evil ways or not, he must have a purpose for auctioning the manual, and that purpose must be me. That's right. Dongfang Minmi said. If his purpose is me, and if he has the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he will definitely come for me again. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone nodded. So, we will split into 2. 1. I will go to the Merchant Palace in the Demon City to see if he has auctioned the second half of the 4th rank again. The other, in the name of the Council of Light, we will offer a bounty for the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to the world at any cost. Yang Dingtian said. Okay, we will immediately issue a bounty to the world. Xianxia said, but in that case, Wu Yuming will also know that we are looking for the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. They will definitely try their best to stop us. They already know that we are desperately looking for the second half of the 4th rank. Whether it is public or not, they will try their best to stop us. Yang Dingtian said, but this is good. Let them focus on stopping me from looking for the secret manual, and not on disrupting the Tiando League. Then, Yang Dingtian said, Master, Junior Uncle Qin, I will leave the Central Continent to you. I have to go back to Cloud Sky City. Yao Rao will give birth in a few days, and there is no news yet. You know that her child is very special. I have to go back. Yes. Sect Master. Xianxia said. After coming out of the Central Capital Palace, Yang Dingtian directly rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew towards the West Continent. 14 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful aura enveloping the entire Cloud Sky City. It was Du Guxiao. Yang Dingtian asked Yao Rao to ask him to help protect Cloud Sky City, and he really came. Son-in-law Yang Dingtian greets father-in-law. Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Whoosh! Du Guxiao's golden figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Your son has been born. Has the matter in the Central Continent been settled? Du Guxiao asked. Yes, it has been settled for now, Yang Dingtian said. What's the result? Du Guxiao asked. Wu Yuming tried to usurp the position of Hidden Sect Master, but failed. Yang Dingtian said, so we decided to hold the competition on this day next year. Du Guxiao frowned slightly and said, this day next year. At that time, although he can't kill you, your chances of winning are still very small. Winning or losing is not important. Yang Dingtian said, I just want to use this year to completely reorganize the Tiando League and prepare for the evil ways. Du Guxiao said, don't forget, a great demon from the evil ways is standing in front of you. Is it good for you to directly say that you want to destroy us? Father-in-law is a person with great wisdom and can resist the temptation of the soul-leaving palace. How can we use the evil ways or the Tiando League to divide us? Yang Dingtian said. Oh, you also know about this matter? Duke Xiao smiled faintly and said, Zhu Qingzhu, you're very surprised, right? More than surprised, I'm scared out of my wits. Yang Dingtian said, I originally thought that with 6 great masters against 6 great masters, I would be in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect Zhu Qingzhu to be so powerful. He single-handedly killed 4 masters from the evil ways and more than 30 masters. If he didn't show mercy and willingly admit defeat, I'm afraid that other than the ancient giant beast Xiao, we would have all been killed by him. Yang Dingtian shook his head with lingering fear and said, I will never forget this scene. I didn't expect that after Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways fought, we still couldn't win. In the end, we relied on Zhu Qingzhu's temperament to obtain the so-called victory. No, it's not the so-called victory. Duke Xiao said, your victory over Zhu Qingzhu was justified. It was a true victory. Even if your cultivation is 100 times lower than his, that victory was a victory of a higher level. Because of this, Zhu Qingzhu was disheartened and gave up everything. He came to see you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, he wanted to travel far away to find the answer in his heart. Of course, he would come to see me, an old friend. Duke Xiao said. Yang Dingtian seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard that you are even more powerful than Zhu Qingzhu. How about you help me kill Wu Lingzi? I'm not his opponent. Duke Xiao smiled faintly and said, Kid, Zhu Qingzhu is powerful, but I'm also powerful. But the most powerful one is your other father-in-law. That's really powerful. Uncle Shiman? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Duke Xiao said, if he wasn't framed by Zhu Qingzhu. Now, Zhu Qingzhu and I are no match for him. In 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to half-step saint. At that time, when he sees that you are being bullied, he can directly take a sword and go and take Wu Lingzi's dog head. Yang Dingtian imagined that scene and couldn't help but be fascinated. Don't think that he won't do that. Duke Xiao said, that father-in-law of yours is a ruthless person. When he kills people, he isn't any less merciful than Zhu Qingzhu. In Cloud Heaven City, he killed people until their heads rolled. You don't know that Qin Wanqiu would change places every night. No one knew where he would stay. They were all worried that your father-in-law would come and kill him one day. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Father-in-law, there's something I'm curious about. Why do all of you talk about how powerful Uncle Shiman is? I remember that 3 years ago, his cultivation was weaker than my master, you, and Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. 3 years ago, he was probably a 7-star or 8-star martial grandmaster. He was weaker than us. But do you know when he broke through to martial grandmaster? Duke Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Your master, me, and Zhu Qingzhu all broke through to martial grandmaster before the age of 40. Duke Xiao said, and your father-in-law only broke through to martial grandmaster when he was 50. But when he was 52, he broke through to 7-star or 8-star martial grandmaster. We spent more than 10 years, but he only spent 2 years. His momentum was like a stormy sea, unstoppable. If he wasn't framed, it was very possible for him to break through to half-saint within 5 years. Because he chose the most difficult path. Once he walked it, it was unstoppable. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue once again. Uncle Shiman's momentum wasn't inferior to his at all. It had been almost a year since Yang Dingtian broke through to martial grandmaster. In this year, including the first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he had only broken through to 5-star level 9, and Shiman Wuya had broken through to 8-star martial grandmaster from martial grandmaster in 2 years. Yang Dingtian could be considered to have cheats, but Shiman Wuya had completely cultivated by himself. No wonder everyone admired Shiman Wuya so much. And the soul-devouring mystic qi that Zhu Qingzhu had been brewing for more than 10 years was also used on Shiman Wuya. Yang Dingtian had always wanted to save Shiman Wuya. But now, it seemed that before he cracked the evil spirit energy, it was impossible to achieve. Alright, go and see your son. I'll take my leave. Du Guxiao said. Then, he disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian in an instant. Why did Yang Dingtian invite Du Guxiao over? It wasn't to guard against the enemy's sneak attack, but to guard against Yarao's berserk transformation. Ever since she escaped from the energy prison, Yarao relied on pregnancy to maintain her human form. Once Yarao went berserk, she was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Therefore, Yang Dingtian needed Du Guxiao to guard here. However, Yarao didn't go berserk. Because there were no traces of battle in the valley, of course, Yarao was also afraid that her demonization would harm others, especially her own child, so she chose to give birth in the energy prison. But after the baby was born, she didn't go berserk. When Yang Dingtian saw her, she was lying on the bed feeding the baby. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, she raised her head and glanced at him in dissatisfaction, then continued to hum a little tune. Master's wife was sitting on the edge of the bed, embroidering a little shoe. Little Tian, you're here. Quickly carry the baby. I've never seen such a strong baby. Master's wife was pleasantly surprised. Yang Dingtian went forward and picked up the baby. It was indeed strong, and it was completely heavy in the hand. It looked about the same size as other babies, but its weight was 2 times that of other babies. The moment it left its mother's grandmother, the baby immediately cried and kicked its hands and feet. Wow! What great strength! Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Probably even a 4 or 5-year-old child might not have this strength. Isn't that so? Master's wife said with a smile. When I carried it, I almost couldn't hold it. It has just been born and it already has such great strength. In the future, it will be amazing. Why don't you let the baby wear clothes? Yang Dingtian asked. Your young master doesn't want to wear it. Yarao said. Once he wears clothes, he cries loudly and kicks his hands and feet. Yang Dingtian touched the baby's hands and feet, which were filled with surging energy. Wow, you are the same as your father. You also have 9 Yangxian veins. Yang Dingtian held the baby in front of his eyes. The baby actually stopped crying and stared at Yang Dingtian with his big black eyes. No, he was staring at Yang Dingtian. That's right, a newborn baby actually knew how to stare. Baby's eyes are so bright. Yang Dingtian said. Isn't that so? The baby's eyes are not only bright, they are completely like gemstones. They have an almost solid light. Yang Dingtian has only seen this kind of light in Naga Aoshuang's eyes. Look at the baby's ears again? Yarao said. Yang Dingtian looked and was immediately stunned. The baby's ears are different from a human's. To be precise, the lower half is the same but the upper half is very pointed, similar to the ears of elves in movies. Moreover, there is a golden hair on the side of the ear. These ears look very awe-inspiring and gorgeous. However, Master's wife said with worry, when you grow up, wear a helmet and you won't be able to see. No need to wear it, our baby's ears are so beautiful and awe-inspiring. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Yarao, the baby won't have a tail like you, right? Yang Dingtian quickly looked at the baby's butt. No tail. However, there is a golden pattern on the tailbone. Looking carefully, the baby's forehead also has the same golden pattern. This pattern is faintly discernible, mysterious, and gorgeous. Yang Dingtian thought in astonishment. What kind of baby did I give birth to? Yarao, you succeeded? Yang Dingtian asked. Yarao came to the primal chaos continent from another space in order to give birth to a new perfect race. Right now, the baby seemed to be different from before. He seemed mysterious and incomparable. Alright, you guys talk, I will go take a look at the stewed soup. Master's wife said, and then she went out. Yang Dingtian hugged the baby and sat on the edge of the bed. Yarao, after the baby was born, you actually didn't go berserk. Yang Dingtian said. Do you still want me to go berserk? Yarao sneered and said, you are not at ease, you even called a nearly half-sage expert to suppress me. Yang Dingtian gently caressed Yarao's beautiful face. Little Tian, I originally planned to immediately leave with the baby after giving birth and completely disappear. Yarao said. You are not allowed. Yang Dingtian said, you are not allowed to do that. Don't worry, I can't leave even if I want to now. Yarao's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Husband, I am afraid that I can only stay by your side as a human woman in the future. I can no longer become a demon fox, I will never transform again." "Is that not good?" Yang Dingtian said instinctively and then hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Yarao said, "All the nine-tailed demon fox energy in my body has disappeared. I originally had two chi Cs, one was the demon foxes and the other was the humans. The demon fox chi C has completely disappeared." Yang Dingtian's gaze immediately fell on the baby. "That's right, all my energy as a demon fox has been transferred to the baby," Yarao said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. When Yarao was a nine-tailed demon fox, how powerful was she? Several great masters, dozens of great masters, took advantage of her weakest moment to capture her. It could be said that Yarao in her demon beast form could be regarded as the strongest person in the world. Now, all her energy had been transferred to the baby. "Wow. We have a super baby." Yang Dingtian held the baby's face and said, "Then in the future, when you fight with brother and sister, don't use too much strength." "Pfft." Yarao said, "You only know how to talk nonsense." Then, Yarao said coquettishly, "In the future, the life and death of this little girl will be in your hands, you have to take pity on me." "You vixen," Yang Dingtian said. Yarao suddenly moved her red little mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. "By the way, as compensation, I directly broke through to the 9-star Great Master," Yarao said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Note, I will continue to write the second update. If anyone knew the whereabouts of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, it would be the Demon City's merchant palace. The Sky Demon City did not belong to any faction. It was a city where both the Tiando League and Evil Ways could trade. It was managed by a merchant guild. This was because the Demon City was the most prosperous city in the world. Almost everything in the world could be traded here. It belonged to the Land of Chaos. However, it was completely different from the Land of Chaos. It was more prosperous. Although it was extremely dark and depraved, it had order. The Demon City Merchant Guild had a powerful warrior force and a powerful armed force to protect the city. Other than that, the Demon City Merchant Guild also had a powerful warrior mercenary army. In the Tiando League, many top experts who had committed heinous crimes chose to seek refuge in the Demon City. Therefore, many high-level warriors who had nowhere else to go in the Land of Chaos would conceal their identities and become a warrior mercenary army in the Demon City. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Sky Demon City was an extraordinary and powerful force in the Land of Chaos. As the leader of the Council of Light, Yang Dingtian was very likely to be the leader of the hidden sect. Therefore, when he openly visited the Sky Demon City, the Merchant Guild, as the ruler of the Demon City, immediately mobilized all their forces to frantically restore order in the city. Nearly 100,000 golden cavalrymen chased away every beggar on the streets. Nearly 100,000 hooligans, ruffians, and villains in the city were all swept clean. Of course, the so-called swept clean did not mean that they were killed. Instead, they were all ordered to stay at home and not go out. All those who wore strange clothes, had strange appearances, and were extremely vicious were either locked up at home or thrown into the dungeons. All the wanderers were locked up in various castles and given food. All the high-level warriors who were wanted by the Tiando League were all in hiding and did not appear. In short, when Yang Dingtian arrived at the Sky Demon City, this must be an orderly, prosperous, and stable city. The Demon City Merchant Guild was indeed worried that Yang Dingtian's army would sweep this place clean and bring it under the rule of the Council of Light. Previously, Xianxia had led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to the city. When they were only 200 to 300 miles away from the Demon City, the ruler of the Sky Demon City was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Of course, with their formidable strength, they were not afraid of Xianxia. At that time, they were not afraid of Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. However, once the war started, the business and prosperity of this city were completely finished. However, the current Yang Dingtian was extremely powerful. He directly controlled the West Continent, the East Continent, and half of the East Continent. Although Sky Demon City had a powerful armed force and the world's most luxurious equipment and weapons, Sky Demon City didn't have much of a choice. However, if they wanted to fight against the Council of Light, which had a population of more than 1 billion, with only 4 million people, it was simply wishful thinking. Therefore, when they received the news of Yang Dingtian's visit from Yang Dingtian's special envoy, they immediately decided to welcome Yang Dingtian with the highest standard of etiquette. Just as the Chamber of Commerce felt that the dust had settled, they suddenly received a letter from Wu Yuming's special envoy, stating that Her Excellency Wu Yuming would also like to pay a visit to Sky Demon City. What's more, Wu Yuming's visit was also on May 25th. The two prospective hidden sect leaders were actually competing at this time. Wu Yuming was so shrewd. Logically speaking, she would definitely not compete with Yang Dingtian over personal feelings. However, Yang Dingtian's letter had indeed infuriated her completely. However, the rulers of Sky Demon City were having a headache because they did not know who they should receive. These two people were not good to offend either of them. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had already competed with Wu Yuming once. It was at the 7 Refined Lane. Ling Wu entered the 7 Refined Lane and became 6th Lady Gongsun. When First Lady Gongsun invited Yang Dingtian to attend, she also invited Wu Yuming. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not attend and wrote a sentence, "You're on your own." However, Wu Yuming attended and sat on the most honorable seat. First Lady Gongsun addressed her as sect leader. As for Yang Dingtian's sentence, it was hung on display in the main hall. Gongsun had slapped Yang Dingtian's face. After competing at the 7 Refined Lane, Wu Yuming chose to compete with Yang Dingtian in Sky Demon City. On the morning of May 25th, Yang Dingtian and the Devil Eagle Guards were punctually at the plaza at the south gate of Sky Demon City. Speaking of which, Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce had also racked their brains. They had mobilized 3,000 Cloud Eagle Guards to receive Yang Dingtian in the air. On the plaza at the south gate of Sky Demon City, almost all the prominent figures of the Chamber of Commerce had turned out in full force. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here since dawn to receive Yang Dingtian. Moreover, all the members of the Chamber of Commerce had also turned out in full force, from the head of the Chamber of Commerce to all the members. When Yang Dingtian landed, everyone immediately bowed to greet him. Sky Demon City Chamber of Commerce and all the honorary residents of Sky Demon City welcome Sire Yang Dingtian. The head of the Chamber of Commerce was a short and fat middle-aged man who was covered in oil. He had a mighty mustache and a pair of fawning and shrewd eyes. His face was as white and bright as a bun that had just come out of the steamer. This was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Salambas. Of course, if anyone thought that they would be deceived by his fawning attitude, that would be too stupid. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rule Sky Demon City for 30 years. "Hello, Sire President." Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Salambas was slightly stunned. Then, he instinctively extended his hand and shook Yang Dingtian's hand. In this world, there was no such thing as a handshake. Yang Dingtian had extended his hand very suddenly. As a result, the other party instinctively grasped the most accurate etiquette. "Sire Yang Dingtian is our Sky Demon City's most distinguished guest. Before entering the city, may we have the honor of being lectured by Sire?" Salambas said respectfully. Yang Dingtian nodded. Immediately, Salambas led Yang Dingtian to the podium that had been set up long ago. Although it was temporarily built, the entire podium was resplendent and magnificent. Yang Dingtian walked up step by step. Looking at the tens of thousands of people present, he slowly said, "Some people say that Sky Demon City is the most prosperous city in the world. I am absolutely certain of this." After those words were spoken, everyone present immediately felt proud of him. However, some people also say that Sky Demon City is the most evil city in the world, the dirtiest city. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. A shelter, a safe haven, is necessary. However, it still needs order. Therefore, I hope that the Chamber of Commerce can establish this order and make Sky Demon City more prosperous, but also reduce the evil and filth. Yang Dingtian's speech was over. His words were not very polite, but Salambas, the Chamber of Commerce's master, completely accepted it and said loudly, "Sire Yang Dingtian's instructions are deafening and will be the guiding light for the next stage of our Chamber of Commerce's work. We will follow Sire Yang Dingtian's spirit and do our best to build Sky Demon City into a free, prosperous, clean, and beautiful city." Then, he even more respectfully invited Yang Dingtian to board a carriage made entirely of gold and precious stones and entered Sky Demon City. Almost at the same time, Wu Yuming also entered Sky Demon City with his wife. However, he landed at the East Gate. Here, the atmosphere was equally magnificent and the scene was huge. The one who came to welcome Wu Yuming was Sky Demon City's city lord, Su Amuro. There were also all the Demon City's generals and high-level martial artists, a total of thousands of people. It was really difficult for Sky Demon City. Neither Yang Dingtian nor Wu Yuming dared to be negligent. They directly sent out 2 teams, one civil and one military, to receive them with the highest etiquette. Of course, Wu Yuming was still very unhappy. Because everyone knew that the Demon City's city lord was only the master on the surface. The real master was only the Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, no one in Sky Demon City was negligent, but in reality, they had already made their choice. It was just that they had chosen Yang Dingtian and not Wu Yuming. Even so, Wu Yuming still had a smile on his face and gave a passionate speech. Unlike Yang Dingtian's half-reprimand, Wu Yuming greatly praised Sky Demon City's freedom and prosperity. In his words, he greatly affirmed Sky Demon City's role and hoped that Sky Demon City's role would continue to be carried forward. After entering the city, Sky Demon City had organized 2 grand and luxurious banquets to entertain Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. Then, the Council of Light officially held a meeting with Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. The main purpose of Yang Dingtian's visit this time was, of course, the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, there was another equally important purpose, and that was to suppress Wu Yuming. Of course, he would not participate in the meeting. The leaders of the meeting were Qin Wanqiu and Song Lihua. In the meeting, Qin Wanqiu could give Sky Demon City the most important things. First, to acknowledge the authority of devil coins. Second, to be willing to acknowledge the current situation of Sky Demon City. These 2 points were especially important. Currently, everyone knew. Gold coins and purple crystal coins were only the 2nd and 3rd class currencies in the chaotic world. The real 1st class currency was devil coins. This devil coin was issued by Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. It could be used to trade, buy all kinds of expensive treasures, buy armies, buy martial arts experts, and even buy territories. In other words, the small Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce already had the feeling of the Federal Reserve on Earth. As the world's currency, the US dollar had 2 major supports. The first support was the petrodollar settlement system. The second support was the United States Navy, land, and air forces. And the support of devil coins was basically 3. First, to connect the Tiando League and evil ways. Second, to have astronomical treasures and resources. Third, to Sky Demon City's mysterious military force. This military force came from the evil ways and Tiando League's traitors, exiles, fugitives, and refugees. But currently, part of Sky Demon City's lifeline was already in the hands of Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian had already cleansed the entire chaotic land and surrounded Sky Demon City. As long as Yang Dingtian was willing, he could completely seal off Sky Demon City and not let any food or materials enter the city. Then, no matter how much wealth and treasure Sky Demon City had, it would be useless because it could not produce food. Now, the Council of Light had become Sky Demon City's largest food supplier, and it was the only supplier. Previously, almost the entire world supplied food to Sky Demon City. But now, the chaotic land had become the territory of the Council of Light. The other forces' food could not be transported to Sky Demon City. Because of this, Sky Demon City chose to let the Chamber of Commerce receive Yang Dingtian, and let the city lord and all the armed forces receive Wu Yuming. Lord Sharonbath, our Council of Light is willing to continue supplying Sky Demon City with food and materials. We are also willing to acknowledge the authority of demon coins and are willing to maintain Sky Demon City's current state. But we have 2 conditions. Qin Wanqiu said. Please speak. Sharonbath said. First, the Tiando League only has 1 leader, and that is Lord Yang Dingtian. Anyone else is a schemer and a usurper. You let the city lord receive Wu Yuming, and we are very dissatisfied. So, I want you to change the way you address Yang Dingtian. Don't call him Lord Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian, Sect Master Yang Dingtian. Also, Sky Demon City is not allowed to have any substantial contact or cooperation with Wu Yuming. Sharonbath's face twitched, and then he said, City Lord Qin, please speak of the second condition. The second condition is that Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce must make Sky Demon City's armed forces and martial artists transparent. We need a list of names. We need to know how many great masters, and martial saints are in Sky Demon City. For these people, their stars, ranks, and the attributes of their profound veins must all be marked. Their real names and origins must also be clearly written down. Of course, we respect Sky Demon City's freedom. Once our wanted criminals enter Sky Demon City, we will not directly enter to capture them. Instead, we will use the power of the Chamber of Commerce. Sharonbath's expression changed when he heard the second condition. These two conditions are more demanding than the other. Currently, he is not willing to agree to any of them. Although Sky Demon City's lifeline is in Yang Dingtian's hands and they have chosen to side with Yang Dingtian, they are not willing to offend Netherworld Sea and Vulture Palace. Sharonbath said with a flattering expression, May I ask City Lord Qin, what will happen if we don't agree? Not even a grain or an inch of cloth can be transported into Sky Demon City. The entire Sky Demon City will be completely sealed and demon coins will become a pile of trash. Qin Wancho said. Sharonbath's face is still full of smile, the fat on his face twitched as he said, Could it be that you are not afraid that I will cooperate with Wu Yuming? Qin Wancho said, If that is the case, we have no other choice. Our Devil Eagle Legion, Devil Dragon Legion, tens of thousands of cannons, millions of artillery shells and millions of troops will raise Sky Demon City to the ground. Of course, I know that your Demon City has a very, very powerful and mysterious martial power. But I believe that you can't go against the entire Radiant Parliament, the nearly 10 great grandmasters, nearly 100 great grandmasters, and thousands of revered martial artists. Sharonbath said, Don't forget, there is also Wu Lingzi and Wu Yu, 2 half-sages. Will those 2 take action? Qin Wancho asked. Sharonbath's face twitched. In fact, if Sky Demon City has the least dealings with 2 forces, it is without a doubt Vulture Palace and Netherworld Sea. One of them is reclusive and doesn't have any dealings with anyone. The other is greedy and wants to keep all the treasures in their bosom. And now, the Council of Light is Sky Demon City's biggest customer and also its biggest supplier. Now, 80% of Sky Demon City's transactions are with Yang Dingtian's forces. Which one is more important, it is clear. But, negotiations. They are always shouting prices in the sky and sitting on the ground. Who knows how long it will take to negotiate back and forth. In fact, both sides have something that they didn't say, but they are waiting for the other side to say it. That is the pig-slaying sword technique's secret manual, 4th stage, 5th stage and even 6th stage. The place with the most treasures in the world is Sky Demon City. If there is anyone in the world who knows the clues of pig-slaying sword technique, it must be Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. And Sharonbath in front of him is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, at least on the surface. Now, Sharonbath hopes that Qin Wancho will take the initiative to ask for help. And Qin Wancho hopes that Sharonbath will take the initiative to ask for help. Just like this, they talked back and forth for a few hours without any results. Then, the negotiations were interrupted by a matter. Yang Dingtian proposed to visit Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. And almost at the same time, Wu Yuming, who is inspecting the homeless camp, also formally proposed to visit Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. Both of their goals were very simple. Yang Dingtian wants the pig-slaying sword technique, and Wu Yuming wants to stop him. And Qin Wancho directly said that between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming, only one can enter Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce today. If Yang Dingtian is allowed to enter, then Wu Yuming must be rejected. If Wu Yuming is allowed to enter, then Yang Dingtian must leave immediately and go to Sky Demon City. Immediately, Sharonbath and Samoros fell into an extreme dilemma. In the morning, during the welcoming ceremony, they can still sit on the fence. At night, Yang Dingtian completely cut off their leeway and forced them to make a choice. Sharonbath painfully said to Qin Wancho, City Lord Qin, please wait a moment. We need to discuss this internally. Then, City Lord Samoros temporarily bid farewell to Wu Yuming and entered the City Lord's mansion for a meeting. There are 19 people in the Chamber of Commerce and 6 martial artists, a total of 25 people. They are the highest authorities of Sky Demon City. After 4 hours of difficult discussion, the result was out. Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce invited Yang Dingtian to inspect. Sky Demon City's Women's Self-Help Association invited Wu Yuming to inspect. Sky Demon City finally made a choice. They chose Yang Dingtian and rejected Wu Yuming. When City Lord Samoros formally invited Wu Yuming and his wife on behalf of the Women's Self-Help Association for an inspection, even the shrewd Wu Yuming's expression changed completely. Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. This morning, it could be said that she was sitting on the fence. Tonight, it was a direct slap in the face. How dare you do this? How dare you do this? Your Sky Demon City actually dared to slap Wu Yuming's face. You actually dared to slap my Netherworld Sea and Vulture Palace's face. Wu Yuming almost couldn't help but flick her sleeves and leave. But she was extremely shrewd and forcefully endured it. Then, accompanied by City Lord Samoros, she smilingly went to inspect the Women's Self-Help Association. The Women's Self-Help Association was a charity organization organized by the Chamber of Commerce. Every year, countless women from all over the world were abducted and sold to Sky Demon City. Human trafficking was too ugly, so the Demon City Chamber of Commerce had to create a cover and set up the Women's Self-Help Association. The main purpose was to take in the abducted women and do weaving and other work in exchange for remuneration. However, this organization was just an empty shell. Where could they find so many women in such a short period of time? Most of the women who were abducted to Sky Demon City were either female slaves or prostitutes. At that time, Samoros had no choice but to clear out 5 brothels and gather 300 women to enter the Women's Self-Help Association to do weaving work. In the end, when Wu Yuming entered the Women's Self-Help Association in high spirits, she was instantly thrown back by a few hundred coquettish glances. How would these women know how to weave? All of them were sitting in front of the textile machine and flirting. Brothel girls love money and girls love pretty girls. Seeing a handsome man like Wu Yuming, these women were instantly overjoyed and infatuated. How would they still remember their mission today? All of them swayed their hips and said coquettishly, "Yo, sweetheart, I have never seen such a handsome man. Come, let this sister dote on you. This young master. Come, try this sister's ability. I guarantee that you will be unforgettable." Wu Yuming instantly exploded in anger. Such a great humiliation, such a great humiliation. Finally, Wu Yuming lost all her elegance and flung her sleeves and walked out. Of course, no one knew. That night, the woman who wanted to seduce Wu Yuming had her tongue cut off, lips cut off, eyes dug out and thrown into a group of beggars to be tortured to death. However, it was not done by Wu Yuming but by Vulture. Yang Dingtian entered Sky Demon City's merchant palace to search for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The person who received Yang Dingtian was a stunning beauty. She was the second wife of the merchant guild's master, Salambas. She was so stunning that it was comparable to an enchanting woman. Her face was gorgeous, especially her pair of big watery eyes. They were like hooks that could steal a man's soul with just one look. Note, I will continue to write the second update. While visiting the Shang Palace in the Demon City, Yang Dingtian wondered if the woman in front of him was really Salambas' second wife. This was because this woman named Kong Bao had only been throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Dingtian at first. Later on, she had intentionally or unintentionally rubbed her body against his arm. Later on, when she was serving tea, she had intentionally or unintentionally lowered her delicate body. In the inner warehouse, when she was showing Yang Dingtian the treasures, she had taken the opportunity to open a drawer to bend down, making the curves of her body appear particularly soul-stirring. It was fine if Salomas used a honey trap on Yang Dingtian, but he was even willing to offer his own wife. Wasn't this too ridiculous and absurd? If it had been in the past, Yang Dingtian would not have fallen for the trap, but he would definitely have taken advantage of the situation to feast his eyes. But now, Yang Dingtian could only sit upright and still, not knowing where to put his eyes. First of all of his wives were stunning beauties. Whether it was in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, they were not inferior to this stunner in front of him. Secondly, with his current status, even a little bit of ugliness would be a disgrace. Wow, it's too enclosed in here. It's really hot. I'll go change my clothes. The second wife walked into the inner room. When she came out again, the woman was even more stunning. The fabric of her skirt was even thinner. Yang Dingtian finally could not help but ask, "Alright, madam, may I ask if there is a secret manual of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the Shang Palace? I'm willing to buy it at a high price." The second wife immediately revealed a smug look. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a teasing gaze. "Boy, even if your heart is as iron, you still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with." After hearing Yang Dingtian's question, the second wife immediately said coquettishly, "Sect master, if you want the pig-slaying swordsmanship, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Why? Do you have it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No," the second wife said. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "If you don't, then I'll take my leave." "Sect master, what's the hurry?" The second madam leaned over and sat on Yang Dingtian's lap. She said in a tender voice, "You're too realistic to leave as soon as you say you don't have anything." Yang Dingtian said helplessly, "Madam, can you get up and talk? This is the greatest disrespect to your husband. But I can't help it when I see such a heroic figure like sect leader. What should I do?" Second Madam Kongbauer said in a tender voice, "Why don't we pick another quiet and comfortable place, and I'll tell you everything in detail." Yang Dingtian frowned. "Alright, let's talk here." Second Madam Kongbauer said, "We don't have the pig-slaying swordsmanship now, but that doesn't mean we won't have it in the future. What you want is the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "How about this? Within 3 months, we'll send the secret manual to Cloud Sky City. What do you think?" Kongbauer asked. "Are you confident?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm 80 to 90% confident." Kongbauer stretched out her delicate hand and carefully looked at her delicate fingernails. "What's the price?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We don't talk about money when dealing with sect leader," Kongbauer said. "Then what do you want?" Yang Dingtian asked. Kongbauer said, "We don't want anything. Within 3 months, we'll send the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to your home. Of course, the 2 conditions that City Lord Qin Wancho gave us during the day really put us in a difficult position. Qin Wancho gave them 2 conditions. The first condition was to acknowledge Yang Dingtian as the only sect leader of the hidden sect and refuse to acknowledge Wu Yuming. The second condition was to publicize Sky Demon City's martial grandmasters, masters, and revered martial artists. Salambas was really shameless. In order to achieve his goal, he didn't hesitate to use his wife to use a honey trap. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask himself, "Am I that lecherous? Why did Salambas think that his honey trap would be effective?" Now, Kongbauer had already given the conditions. She wanted to use the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in exchange for Sky Demon City not agreeing to these 2 conditions. In other words, they had to continue to sit on the fence between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. And they weren't willing to publicize their martial strength. "Impossible," Yang Dingtian said directly. Kongbauer said in a sweet voice, "Sect leader, although your Council of Light is incomparably powerful, you can't compare and search for treasures and treasures. However, in terms of searching for treasures and secret manuals, they are not as good as us, the Shang Palace of the Devil City. Our claws and teeth are spread across every inch of the world. We can smell the treasures wherever they are. Therefore, other than our merchant palace, no one can get the pig-slaying swordsmanship." Yang Dingtian said seriously, "Madam, the pig-slaying swordsmanship is my private matter. And the 2 conditions that I'm negotiating with Sky Demon City are official matters. I definitely won't mix up public and private matters. There's absolutely no room for discussion on this." After saying that, Yang Dingtian got up and left. Demon City's merchant palace had arranged for Yang Dingtian to stay in the most luxurious manner. Salambas's attitude is humble, but his mouth is stubborn. There's no room for compromise on these 2 conditions. Qin Wancho said, "Sect master, how's your harvest?" Demon City's merchant palace might not have the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but they're confident of getting it. Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, they have an absolute clue." "Oh right, that middle-aged man who auctioned the first half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, have you found any clues?" Qin Wancho said, "We have a total of more than 300 people. Half a year ago, we hid in Sky Demon City. But we didn't get any information about this person. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air. Song Lihua said, according to his portrait, we've checked all the forces in the entire chaotic world, but we didn't find any clues about this person. In short, this person is very mysterious, as if he doesn't exist in this world. Following that, the negotiations between the Council of Light and Sky Demon City reached a dead end. Even if Qin Wanzhou threatened him with war, that oily Salambas didn't relent at all, and Wu Yuming, after inspecting the so-called Women's Self-Help Club, left in a huff. In the end, the negotiations were announced as a failure. Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light officially left Sky Demon City. After returning to the central continent, the Council of Light immediately began to impose sanctions. On Sky Demon City, an army of 500,000 directly approached Sky Demon City, completing the encirclement. Then, they immediately imposed a food blockade on Sky Demon City, not allowing a single grain to enter Sky Demon City. After this stance was taken, Sky Demon City, which was centered around commerce, immediately fell into a panic. More than half a month later, Salambas's second wife, Kong Baoer, appeared in front of Yang Dingtian once again. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, don't you think you're too overbearing? When others don't agree to your demands, you immediately use your power to bully them, Kong Baoer said coquettishly. Yang Dingtian said, your existence is illegal to begin with. It goes against the interests of the Tiando League. Kong Baoer said, how about this, we each take half a step back. We're willing to publicly acknowledge you as the master of the hidden sect, but the second condition is that we can't publicize our martial strength. If that's the case, we'll lose the foundation of our survival. But in exchange, we're willing to reveal clues about the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Tell me. Yang Dingtian said. The second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is in the Dongli grassland, Kong Baoer said. Yang Dingtian's pupils constricted and said, why do you say that? Do you still remember that mysterious middle-aged man who came to auction the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Kong Baoer asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. In fact, we noticed his existence even more than you did, Kong Baoer said. This person is really too mysterious. It's as if he suddenly jumped out of a rock. And you might not believe it, but he didn't disguise himself. If he did, we would definitely be able to see through it. And then? Yang Dingtian said. When he came to auction the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you were just rising up. Although we were already paying attention to you, we didn't really care. Kong Baoer said, but later, after you defeated Qin Chichi and completely rose up in the primal chaos continent, our Devil City's merchant hall began to pay attention to you. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, continue. Kong Baoer said, once we started paying attention to you, we knew that the middle-aged man came to auction the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship for only one purpose, and that was you. Yang Dingtian nodded. That mysterious middle-aged man appeared with the pig-slaying swordsmanship for only one purpose, and that was Yang Dingtian, Kong Baoer said. Because of your rise, we felt that the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship would definitely be a rare commodity worth hoarding. Thus, we frantically searched for the whereabouts of that mysterious middle-aged man. You know, Sky Demon City is ours. We have countless eyes watching everyone who enters Sky Demon City. Take you for example, although you deliberately didn't bid for the pig-slaying swordsmanship when you participated in the auction, and even disguised yourself, we still found out your true identity. Yang Dingtian nodded, indicating that he didn't find it strange. Let's talk about something else. Earlier, when you and Miss Dongfang Bingling entered Sky Demon City, we were also the first to know. Moreover, we made a deal with Ning Wuming, so Ning Wuming hunted you down. Kong Baoer said, I believe you won't blame us for this. Continue. Yang Dingtian had already said that he would absolutely not allow a sinful place like Sky Demon City to exist, but now was not the time to make a move. But the strange thing is, we don't have any information about this middle-aged man. Kong Baoer said, he seemed to have suddenly appeared in Sky Demon City. We don't have any information about him entering the city, nor any information about his accommodation, nor even any information about his rental car. Maybe he flew into Sky Demon City and didn't stay in a hotel, but just spent the night in a random corner. Yang Dingtian said. As long as he is a person, as long as he is in Sky Demon City, no matter where he is, we will eventually find him. Kongbauer said firmly. When you completely rose, we used all our strength to search for traces of that mysterious middle-aged man's existence in Sky Demon City. The more we investigated, the more shocked we were. This person is really too mysterious. Not only mysterious, but also very strange. Yang Dingtian said, logically speaking, he auctioned the pig-slaying swordsmanship for me. Then, now that I am the master of the Council of Light, he should have appeared, but he didn't. The reason is very simple, he has been killed. Kongbauer said. Killed? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Yes, he has been killed. Kongbauer said, we used all our strength to search every inch of his traces in Sky Demon City, and finally found his residence. We finally understood why there was no information about him. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, do you know why? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Because he lived in a cave in the underbrush, a cave half a foot wide and 5 feet long. Kongbauer said, when we found that place, we only saw a pool of blood and a few scales. We took the scales, and then began to use the most brilliant evil art masters to analyze every step he took in Sky Demon City's merchant hall, every corner he touched. Finally, we obtained a piece of information, that mysterious middle-aged man's energy aura was exactly the same as the energy aura on these scales, and the aura of the blood in the cave was exactly the same. Therefore, we came to a conclusion. That mysterious middle-aged man is not a person. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. Kongbauer said, he came from the Dongli Prairie, from the most mysterious and powerful Naga tribe. Naga tribe? Yang Dingtian asked doubtfully, why did the Naga tribe come to me? That I don't know. Kongbauer said. Then why are you so sure that the Naga tribe still has the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. Because that mysterious middle-aged man did not leave immediately after auctioning the first half. Kongbauer said, our guess is that he deliberately let the first half of the 4th rank fall into your hands, and after you learn it, you won't be able to stop even if you want to. The second half of the 4th rank is the content of the transaction between the Naga tribe and you. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and agreed with this judgment. It was very reasonable. The Naga tribe sent an envoy to auction the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to let Yang Dingtian have a taste of their power. Then, they would be determined to get the second half. Therefore, the Naga tribe proposed a transaction, and at that time, they could ask for a huge price. But why didn't the Naga tribe come to him directly, but instead entrusted the Devil City's merchant palace to auction it? This was yet another mystery. Of course, maybe that mysterious middle-aged man already knew that Yang Dingtian would be going to the Devil City's merchant palace to participate in the auction, so he used this method to pass the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yang Dingtian. Who knew that Yang Dingtian did not participate in the auction, allowing Kuei-si to buy the secret manual? Then, who killed the Naga tribe middle-aged man? This was another mystery. However, the reason for killing the Naga tribe middle-aged man was definitely because of Yang Dingtian. Then, Kongbauer handed over the scales and blood of the mysterious Naga tribe middle-aged man. Now, can you lift the seal on Sky Devil City? Kongbauer asked. Not yet, I still need to verify the authenticity of your words. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian called his master, Dongfang Minmi, and Qin Wanzhou, and repeated Kongbauer's words. Then, he took out the scales and blood. Dongfang Minmi took the scales and sniffed them, saying, yes, this is the scales of the Naga tribe. Yang Dingtian asked, Master, how much do you know about the Naga tribe? The Naga tribe is the true overlord of the Dongli grassland. Dongfang Minmi said, the half-human tribe of the Dongli grassland has been fighting for thousands of years, and hundreds of millions of people have died. However, no one dared to invade the Naga tribe's territory. Even the entire half-human tribe did not dare to take half a step into the Naga tribe's territory. More than 10 years ago, I was already a martial grandmaster. When I was traveling the world, I wanted to enter the Naga tribe's territory. Did you enter? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Dongfang Minmi said, after entering the stone door, it was as if I had entered a ghost wall. I walked for more than a month, and it was endless repetition. In the end, I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian was surprised. At that time, Dongfang Minmi was already a martial grandmaster, but he could not enter the Naga tribe's territory. It could be seen how powerful and mysterious the Naga tribe was, Qin Wancho said. For thousands of years, everyone knows where the Naga tribe's territory is, but no one can enter. Everyone also knows that the Naga tribe's Queen Poisa is the world's #1 beauty, the Dongli grassland's #1 expert, but no one has ever seen her. The Dongli grassland's #1 expert? How strong is that? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Anyway, the legend of Queen Poisa has been around for hundreds of years, Qin Wancho said. Yang Dingtian suddenly said in surprise, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that the pig-slaying swordsmanship's fourth stage, second half, is in Queen Poisa's hands? Then why is she looking for me? Everyone shook their heads. Dongfang Minmi hesitated for a moment, then said to Yang Dingtian, Little Tian, regarding Queen Poisa, you might as well ask Yao Rao. She has lived for thousands of years, so she might know more than us. 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian appeared in Cloud Sky City. Queen Poisa, Dongli Grassland's #1 expert, #1 beauty? Yao Rao said in surprise, why are you asking about her? You didn't provoke her, did you? Why? Is she very powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. Am I powerful? When I was a demon fox? Yao Rao asked. Nonsense, of course you're powerful. A few great masters, dozens of great masters couldn't do anything to you. Of course you're powerful. Yang Dingtian said, after you go berserk, you're even more powerful than the demonized Zhu Qingzhu. But, when I entered the Naga tribe's territory, I was chased by that female snake for tens of thousands of li. Yao Rao said, that was about 100 years ago. Later, I swore that I would never step into Dongli grassland for the rest of my life. Only then did she let me go. So powerful? Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. Of course. Yao Rao said, I'm already more than 1,000 years old. She might be even older than me. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel numb. Why would such a powerful person look for him? Then why did she send someone to look for me? Yang Dingtian asked. Look for you? Yao Rao said, impossible. In her eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Yang Dingtian pinched her little mouth. Yao Rao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and said, heavens, I know. She knows that you've successfully made me pregnant. She wouldn't be looking for you to have a baby, right? Yang Dingtian was thoroughly shocked. ******** Note. Today's 2 chapters are close to 11,000. Brothers, I beg for your monthly votes and support. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. That doesn't make sense. This Queen Poisa has been in this world for thousands of years. If she wanted to borrow it, she would have borrowed it a long time ago. Yang Dingtian said. I have also been in this world for thousands of years. Why did I only borrow it a year ago? Yao Rao said. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that he really had to sell himself for the pig-slaying swordsmanship? That, Yao Rao suddenly giggled and said, don't pretend to be a hypocrite. Queen Poisa is more beautiful than me. If she really wanted to borrow it from you, it would be too cheap for you. Yang Dingtian still hadn't decided whether to go to Dongli grassland or not. Generally speaking, going to Dongli grassland was still very dangerous. Because the evil ways were very powerful there. Previously, Yang Dingtian had met a traitor of Black Sky sect and became the lackey of the evil ways of Dongli grassland. Even Qin Chichi had gone to Dongli grassland to ask for help. However, if the destination was only the Naga tribe, then he wouldn't have to deal with the evil ways of Dongli grassland. However, the most dangerous thing was still the Naga tribe itself. It was still that mysterious and powerful Queen Poisa. Therefore, before the decision was made, Yang Dingtian still returned to the central continent. Then, the Council of Light slightly lifted the blockade on Sky Demon City. However, they still put a lot of pressure on them, forcing them to publicly deny Wu Yuming. Of course, this was another long wrangling negotiation. Yang Dingtian asked his master Dongfang Minmi a question. Did Poisa kill people? Was it dangerous? Dongfang Minmi said that Poisa didn't kill people. However, she was extremely dangerous, so much so that for hundreds of years, Queen Poisa was already known as the most mysterious and most dangerous expert. Yang Dingtian was still working. As his personal secretary, Yun Zhenu was reporting the progress of the Central Continent's reorganization. The honeymoon period between the Council of Light and the forces of Xianxia state has gradually passed. That's because our reorganization has entered the true depths of the water, and has already begun to touch upon the key interests of the leaders of these forces. Therefore, most of the forces in Central Continent are becoming more and more resistant to our reorganization. Yun Zhenu said. Has anyone publicly announced their intention to withdraw from the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. That's not true. Yun Zhenu said, but the secret collaboration has already begun. Moreover, there is already a rumor going around, saying that you didn't reorganize Xianxia state to prepare for the evil path or the battle of doomsday. Instead, it's for your personal dictatorship. And when the reorganization reaches a certain level, you'll strip the power of the leaders of these forces and think of a way to kill them all. Finally, you will rule the world. The entire chaos world will become your empire. Without a doubt, this rumor was spread by Wu Yuming. As for the so-called ruling of the world, a single man's empire. This was the content of Yang Dingtian's conversation with Qin Wanqiu back then. Now, it had become evidence to slander Yang Dingtian. What else? Yang Dingtian asked. As the reorganization deepens, the Central Continent's forces and Wu Yoming's forces are getting closer and closer to one another. Yun Zhenu said, therefore, the reorganization work is now in a dilemma. If we act too harshly, we will push all the Central Continent's forces to Wu Yoming's side. If we act too gently, we won't be able to achieve the goal of the reorganization, and won't be able to achieve the goal of preparing for evil ways. Regarding this difficulty, Yang Dingtian had already made sufficient mental preparations. The reorganization of Central Continent would definitely be extremely difficult. Because it involved the interests of too many people. Moreover, with Wu Yuming stirring up trouble, the reorganization work would undoubtedly become even more difficult. Currently, they could neither attack nor condone the Central Continent's forces. How about this? Next, we will be tight on the outside and loose on the inside. As for the reorganization of key interests, such as the division of defense zones, gathering of power, forming the Council of Light Army, etc., we will be tight on the outside, but in reality, we will temporarily relax. We will shift our focus to the construction of the Central Continent's navy, and also gather the Central Continent's resources to build new torpedoes, artillery, cannons, warships, etc. Yang Dingtian said, in short, we will use the Central Continent's resources to supply the West Continent to build warships, weapons, and build a new elite army. As for the reorganization of Central Continent, we will try our best to use verbal pressure on key interests in exchange for the other party's compromise. Yes. Yun Zhenu said, this is the same as City Master Qin and sect leader Dongfang's opinions. Right, what should we do with the 7 refined lane? What about the 7 refined lane? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenu said, you also know that the women of the 7 refined lane are admired by the world. They travel the world and have a huge influence on public opinion. Especially when it comes to young martial artists. Now that they have started to promote Wu Yuming, we will be at a disadvantage in public opinion. Yang Dingtian asked, have they gone overboard? Yun Zhenu said, they have already openly mocked you during the performance. They have even started to spread rumors about you in private. They have tarnished and slandered your moral character and cultivation. Yang Dingtian frowned. The 7 refined lane had always been on the opposite side of him. He was clear about this. Now, 3rd Lady Gongsun was Wu Yoming's concubine and 6th Lady Gongsun was Wu Yoming's confidant. This Wu Yuming was practically the son-in-law of the 7 refined lane. They would definitely be more biased towards her. City Master Qin, what are their opinions? Yang Dingtian asked. Bribe, divide, and assassinate. Yun Zhenu said, sect leader Dongfang's opinion is to kill only 1st Lady Gongsun. City Master Qin and guild leader Song Zhao's opinion is to kill the entire 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian's teeth turned cold. In Yang Dingtian's impression, his master had always been kind and gentle. However, when it came to critical moments, he would not show any mercy and would directly use killing methods. As for Qin Wanchou and Song Xiao, they were even more vicious and wanted to kill the entire 7 refined lane. As for how to kill the 7 refined lane, City Master Qin and Guild Leader Song have different opinions. Yun Zhenna said, City Master Qin's opinion is to use the evil ways to kill them all. As for Guild Leader Song Zhao's opinion, he wants you to directly issue a kill order and openly slaughter the entire 7 refined lane. Following that, Yun Zhenna took out a few documents and said, in fact, Sect Leader Dong Feng, City Master Qin, Guild Leader Song, and Pavilion Leader Duan have all submitted relevant reports regarding the punishment of the 7 refined lane. Did the 7 refined lane really cause such a huge impact? Yang Dingtian asked. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can disguise yourself and take a stroll on the streets. Your reputation is getting worse by the day, while Wu Yoming's reputation is getting better by the day, Yun Zhenna said. Alright then. Go and make some preparations and disguise yourself. We will go out and take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Yun Zhenna replied and walked out leisurely. Yun Zhenna's walk was very charming and beautiful. Just like Dugu Fengwu, her upper body didn't move, and her legs didn't even move from side to side. It was as though she was completely relying on the strength of her waist. Therefore, when she walked, the curve of her back was especially charming. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to have thought of something as he stared at Yun Zhenna's slim waist. Yun Zhenna was very sensitive and immediately felt as though her back was being pricked. She turned around and instantly saw Yang Dingtian's piercing gaze. Yun Zhenna's face turned red as she said, Sect Patriarch, your gaze is making me suspect if you want to marry me and not be your so-called secretary. Yang Dingtian's face turned red as he laughed embarrassedly. Why? Did I make you think of Dugu Fengwu again? Yun Zhenna said, if that's the case, I don't mind letting you relieve your yearning. No, I am not that infatuated. Yang Dingtian said, it's just that I thought of something and suddenly had a ridiculous thought. What thought? Yun Zhenna asked. It's not easy to say. Yang Dingtian said, come over. Yun Zhenna walked over. Yang Dingtian came behind Yun Zhenna and placed his hands on her slim waist. Her waist was very slender, but it was compact and filled with elasticity. Hey, Sect Patriarch, if you are going to do this, I am really going to suspect if you are going to take in another concubine. Yun Zhenna said. I am pressing down on your waist. Try walking again. Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhenna walked forward and realized that it was very unnatural. She was almost unable to walk as though the strength in her legs had been locked. Yang Dingtian let go of Yun Zhenna and said, I finally know why you and Dugu Fengwu have the same walking posture. It is because the two of you are using your waist to walk, and it is different from the others. Yun Zhenna said, that's right. I really didn't notice it. After hearing what you said, I also felt it. But so what? Is there a need for you to be so curious and specially study it? Yang Dingtian said, think about it. What kind of thing uses the strength of the waist to walk? Yun Zhenna was astonished. What kind of thing uses the waist to walk? It was like a snake. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenna disguised themselves and walked on the streets. They started to interact with the people in close proximity. It was fine when they came out, but Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode from anger. No wonder Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanchou, Song Xiao, and Duan Ruyan all wanted to make a move on the 7 refined lane. This was too despicable and too shameless. The public opinion of the 7 refined lane was too powerful. Right now, Yang Dingtian's reputation wasn't just bad. It was simply terrible. I really didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be such a person. Qin Huayu is so loyal and devoted, but he actually snatched away someone else's wife. What is a wife? Qin Huayu's daughter was also snatched away. She is only 8 years old now. It can't be, right? Then wouldn't Yang Dingtian be worse than a beast? That's not all. Do you know Song Lihua? She was bestowed to Qin Huayu as his wife by Yang Dingtian. This woman is actually Yang Dingtian's woman. Qin Huayu is only her husband on the surface. He is only supporting Yang Dingtian's woman. In the restaurants and brothels, there were such rumors everywhere. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he instantly wanted to draw his sword and chop off the heads of the most despicable people. However, these people were just the most boring people. Killing them wouldn't help. Yang Dingtian left and said, "How can this be?" When the women in the 7 refined lane were performing sword dances and playing the zither, they couldn't possibly start spreading rumors. They didn't start spreading rumors, but they started acting on the stage. Yun Zhenna said. "What kind of show?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Thunder Blood." Yun Zhenna said, "Recently, it has become popular in the entire Zhong continent. Furthermore, they are planning to perform in the West and East continent." Yang Dingtian said, "But the 7 refined lane didn't have such a show before." 6th Lady Gong's son is the main planner of this Thunder Blood. She is also the main lead. Yun Zhenna said, "Now she should still be acting. You can go and take a look." Yang Dingtian went to a manor in the 7 refined lane. Inside, there was already a sea of people. Countless people were squeezing in front of the stage to watch the show. This was the Thunder Blood that had become popular in the Zhong continent recently. The plot was about a castle called the Thunderbolt Castle. The castle master was benevolent and dignified. The young lord was benevolent and righteous. In order to better govern the Thunderbolt Castle, the young lord went out to travel the world when he reached adulthood. On the way, the young lord picked up a dying beggar and cured his illness. After saving his life, the young lord took him in as a servant and traveled the world together. This servant was very loyal. Later on, the young lord was prepared to recognize this servant as his sworn brother. Later on, the old castle master suddenly fell seriously ill. He sent a letter to the young lord to return to the castle. The messenger found the place where the young lord was traveling. However, the young lord wasn't there. Hence, he passed the letter to this servant. After this servant saw the letter, he immediately had evil thoughts and poisoned the young lord to death. Then, he started to disguise himself as the young lord and returned to the Thunderbolt Castle. He was prepared to impersonate the old castle master and become the new castle master. However, although the old castle master was dying, he still recognized that this servant was not his son. Hence, this servant strangled the dying old castle master to death and became the new castle master of the Thunderbolt Castle. After becoming the new castle master, this thief was very good at acting. He bought people's hearts everywhere and had a good reputation. Many people were loyal to him, especially the commander of the inner guards. However, one day, the new castle master fancied the wife of the commander of the inner guards and raped her. The commander of the inner guards was in great pain. However, he still chose to endure and be loyal. From then on, the wife and daughter of the commander of the inner guards fell into the devil's claws. Later on, this new castle master fancied the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle, who was his sister in name. Hence, on a stormy night, he raped the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle. However, she was still his sister in name. Hence, he couldn't marry her. Hence, he married the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle to the loyal commander. Hence, in name, the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle was the commander's wife. However, in reality, she was raped by the new castle master every night. Not only that, this bastard new castle master even extended his evil claws to the old castle master's wife, who was his mother in name. The loyal commander couldn't hold it in anymore and prepared to resist. However, he was no match for the evil thief new castle master. In the end, he died tragically. Just when everyone thought that the evil thief castle master was still at large. Suddenly, the real young master appeared. It turned out that he wasn't poisoned to death. Instead, he was saved by a kind shipgirl. Then, the young master traveled the world and became a disciple of a famous teacher. He didn't despise the shipgirl's lowly background and married her as his wife. When he achieved great success in his cultivation, the young master brought his wife back to the Thunderbolt Castle and tore the evil thief castle master into pieces. When Yang Dingtian saw this script, his entire body trembled. Good script, good script. That evil servant was Yang Dingtian. That kind and handsome young master was Wu Yuming. That loyal but ignorant commander was Qin Huayu. His wife and daughter who were taken and humiliated were Ning Ro and little Ningning. And the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle who was humiliated and married to the commander in name was Song Lihua. And that kind-hearted boatman was Ling Wu. It really wasn't easy. A story that contained all of the content. Yang Dingtian plotted to murder Wu Yuming and usurp the position of hidden sect master. Yang Dingtian took Qin Huayu's wife and daughter. Yang Dingtian humiliated Song Lihua and forced her to marry Qin Huayu and so on. The sense of immersion in this drama was too strong. It was no wonder that Yang Dingtian's reputation had plummeted in less than a month. It was extremely smelly. Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't pay much attention to the 7 refined lanes provocation of him. He really didn't expect that people could be shameless to this extent. First, Madame Gong's son was a woman. The so-called 6th Madame Gong's son, Ling Wu, was also a woman. She obviously knew that this was fake, yet she actually dared to distort the truth and viciously slander and attack Yang Dingtian. 6th Madame Gong's son was currently acting as the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle. At the climax of the plot, she personally killed her enemy and then shouted sternly, "Yin Lady, your death can't wash away your sins and my humiliation." Then, she abruptly cut her own throat with her sword and died. No. The young master suddenly rushed in and cried out sorrowfully. Instantly, this drama ended. The people in the theater had completely gone crazy. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot and were filled with absolute hatred and resentment towards the evil thief Yin Lady. Kill him, nobody knew who started it. Then, many people rushed onto the stage and wanted to tear that actor Yin Lidi into pieces. He was so scared that he ran for his life. Kill Yang Dingtian deserves to die. Yang Dingtian deserves to die. This was no longer a hidden attack, but a direct attack. Yang Dingtian, Yin Lidi, to think that they came up with this name, Indomitable Spirit. This thunderbolt blood had achieved an unprecedented success. It was like a huge bomb that was thrown into the central continent. First Madame Gong's son even joked that 6th sister alone was comparable to an army of 100,000. In a specialized pavilion, Ling Wu sat in front of the crystal mirror and removed her makeup. Her body was still trembling slightly. That feeling was very complicated. It was very satisfying, and also faintly uneasy. On the stage, when she killed Yin Lady, that kind of satisfaction made her tremble all over. It was as if she had really killed Yang Dingtian with her own hands. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked in. Ling Wu was shocked. She turned her head and immediately saw Yang Dingtian. Immediately, her expression changed and she said with a trembling voice, "You, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here." Yang Dingtian walked in front of her and said, "I've said it long ago. Once a person breaks through his bottom line, there will be no bottom line at all. However, I still didn't expect that a person could be shameless to this extent." Ling Wu's face twitched as she said, "I'm sorry. Only shameless means can be used against shameless people. As long as the result is just, the process isn't important. If I don't go to hell, who will? I don't hit women." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "However, I can't control my disgust towards you. I'm sorry." Slap. Yang Dingtian slapped Ling Wu's face fiercely, sending her body flying more than 10 meters away. Ling Wu smashed onto the ground fiercely. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She crawled up from the ground painfully. The smile on her face appeared slightly sinister as she said, "Hit me, hit me. If you have the ability, hit me to death. You shameless usurper, schemer, and loner. Even if I die, it will be honorable." "No, I won't kill you." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? I'll watch as you're fooled and manipulated. In the end, you'll become neither human nor ghost. I won't kill you, but perhaps someone else will. He might even make you beg for death. Dream on." Ling Wu sneered. Right at this moment, First Madame Gong's son suddenly rushed in. She pulled out her sword at lightning speed and said sternly to Yang Dingtian, "Yang Dingtian, you dared to hurt the people of my 7 refined lane? I'll definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Get out of here immediately." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "First Madame Gong's son, although I'm still considered tolerant, my breadth of mind isn't that broad. You've trampled on my bottom line. I'll make the 7 refined lane dirtier than the dirtiest brothel. After that, I'll completely erase the 7 refined lane from this world. Note, I'll continue to write the second update. Sir Yang Ding Tian, please understand that it is our freedom to act however we want. Even if you are, you have no right to interfere, not to mention that you are not the leader of the hidden sect. First Madame Gong Sun said, as for erasing the 7 refined lane, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate us. The 7 refined lane has never been afraid of anyone in the past few hundred years. Her words were half true and half false. But in the end, the 7 refined lane had never been afraid of anyone because their network was extremely wide. Almost all the young martial artists in the world were their admirers and worshippers. Yang Dingtian said, then, do you have the freedom to attack others and distort the truth? First Madame Gong Sun said, our show did not distort the truth or slander anyone. You think too much. If you insist on an explanation, then I can only say that this show is purely fictional. If there are similarities, it is purely a coincidence. But please do not feel guilty. Understood. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, originally, I was still conflicted. Since you have no bottom line, then it will be easier for me to do things. Then we will wait for your methods. Please leave, First Madame Gong Sun said. Yang Dingtian left, all the important members of the Council of Light were in the small meeting room of the Central Capital Palace. There is only one topic today, and that is how to deal with the public opinion attacks from the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wancho said, Pavilion Master, how do you control this? Do you want them to stop slandering you or do you want to teach them a lesson? I want the 7 refined lane to lose all standing and reputation, and then completely erase them from this world, Yang Dingtian said. Alright, since the sect master has this idea, we can do whatever we want. Qin Wancho said, let's set a goal for the whole thing first. Our goal is to completely destroy the 7 refined lane. Not only do we want to completely destroy them, but we also want them to lose all standing and reputation. Yang Dingtian said, also, we want the battle to be as intense as possible and for as long as possible. Put all of Wu Yoming's attention on the battle against the 7 refined lane. We will build a new path under the guise of a new path and begin to reorganize the central continent. Yes. Qin Wancho said, compared to us, although Wu Yuming is in the dark, her strength is limited. If all their energy and resources are focused on the battle at the 7 refined lane, they won't be able to take care of anything else. Duan Ruyan frowned. It's easy to destroy the 7 refined lane, but it's too difficult to ruin their reputation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Over the past few hundred years, the 7 refined lane's reputation had been too good. Not only were they artists, but they were also social activists and philanthropists. He traveled the world, gave alms, and did good deeds, and built hundreds of orphanages. Not to mention, every woman in the 7 refined lane was as beautiful as a fairy and was the dream lover of almost everyone in the world. This was why First Madame Gong Sun dared to say that the 7 refined lane had never truly feared anyone in the past few hundred years. Because no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't challenge a group of beauties and artists. You can't use force against them. Once you do, you'll be condemned by everyone. Therefore, the 7 refined lane was definitely a huge power in the primal chaos mainland that controlled public opinion. Not to mention, almost all the young martial artists in the world were fanatical fans of the beauties of the 7 refined lane. Therefore, it was too difficult to ruin the 7 refined lane's reputation. And it was too easy for them to ruin someone's reputation. Yang Dingtian said, to deal with an organization like the 7 refined lane, we have to fight poison with poison. Their image is their foundation and their most powerful weapon. Once their image is ruined, the 7 refined lane won't be worth mentioning. Duan Ruyan said, that's right, but the right to speak is in their hands. People will listen to what they say, but no one will listen to what we say. Yang Dingtian said, then we have to think of a way to make people listen to us. Sect Master, do you have any ideas? Qin Wancho asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, make a report. Report? What's a report? Qin Wancho asked. A newspaper is a 3-foot square of paper. Print all kinds of news, important matters, gossip, secret information, and so on. Yang Dingtian said, a newspaper has a total of 4 to 5 large pieces of paper, with hundreds of thousands of words and pictures. First, organize a team of tens to hundreds of people to write the content, then engrave it, and finally print it. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of copies, and then sell them to millions of people at cost price. The so-called news must be true and serious. Important matters must be majestic and imposing. Gossip must be deep and secretive, and secret information must be terrifying and incisive. Yang Dingtian said, and the attack on the 7 refined lane can be hidden in the gossip and secret information. In order to be true and authoritative, we can even self-deprecate to a certain extent. Expose Song Zhao's secret information, expose Qin Wanchou's secret information, and expose some of my scandals. In short, we must make this newspaper popular in an instant. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, here, I can say a few titles for everyone to refer to. For example, The Secret of Dongfang Minmi's Resurrection. For example, The Mystery of Zhu Qingzhu's Defeat. For example, Demoness Infatuated Yang Dingtian. Wait. Once these words were said, everyone was completely stunned. Once these titles were published, it would be disastrous. It could be said that it would instantly cause an uproar in the world, and it would guarantee that everyone would fight to be the first to read it. If it was in the West continent, the circulation of this newspaper would be much smaller. If it was in the Southwest continent, it would be even more difficult. That was because the people there were all mountainous people who didn't know the world's common language. And the central continent was the most prosperous place in the world. There were astronomical numbers of city residents, and their literacy rate was relatively high. Therefore, this kind of newspaper could easily circulate. In a blank world, this newspaper could easily snatch away all the rights to public opinion. At that time, the 7 refined lane would be dreaming if they tried to use drama to snatch the rights to public opinion. At most, a few thousand people would be able to watch a drama. But a newspaper could instantly be read by hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. Good idea. Song Lihua said loudly. Moreover, regarding the control of the central continent's reorganization, we can also indirectly achieve it through this newspaper. I'll immediately gather manpower from the West continent. Duan Ruyan said, this is a good idea, but others can also copy it. What if they also start a newspaper? Yang Dingtian said, those that haven't been approved by the Council of Light are all illegal newspapers. We'll immediately confiscate them. We can't openly destroy the 7 refined lane, but can't we just confiscate a printing workshop? Song Lihua said, then, does attacking the 7 refined lane have no bottom line? No, it has to be real. Yang Dingtian said, because this newspaper is only convenient for us to destroy the 7 refined lane. It can also play a greater role in allowing us to control the world's public opinion. It will be of great use in the future doomsday war and the reorganization of the central continent. But if it's real, it'll be difficult. Song Lihua said, we don't have any spies in the 7 refined lane. It's too late to plant them now. We have one person. I'll think of a way to meet her tonight. Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, I don't have the spirit ghost bird with me. This was the first sentence 5th Lady Gongsun said when she saw Yang Dingtian. In a secret pavilion, Yang Dingtian met 5th Lady Gongsun, who was also Qin Ji. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, you usually avoid me like the plague. Why did you take the initiative to meet me today? Qin Ji sat down flirtatiously. She blinked her eyes and said, let me guess, what's the matter? If it wasn't necessary, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to meet this Qin Ji. She was a demon woman, and there wasn't a single time when Yang Dingtian didn't suffer any losses when dealing with her. Oh right, do you want me to help you kill Ling Wu? Qin Ji gritted her teeth and said, little B*G's should all die. This B*TCH has actually started acting. She even wrote Blood of Thunder. I didn't expect you to be filled with righteous indignation. Yang Dingtian said. No, I don't care who she's slandering or attacking. However, she deserves to die for snatching my limelight. She deserves to die for trying to stop me from becoming the #1 woman in the world. Qin Ji said, I'll help you with this. Tell me, how should I kill her? Poison her, explode her, skin her, break her bones, break her limbs, turn her into a human stick and throw her on the streets to beg? Anything is fine. Looking at her gnashing her teeth, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Yes, to be precise, I want to deal with the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian said. Deal with the 7 refined lane? Qingji frowned. Yes, I want to turn the 7 refined lane from a sacred place in the hearts of men into a brothel. Yang Dingtian said. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Qingji said. Why? Yang Dingtian said. Because it's a brothel? Oh no, it's even dirtier than a brothel. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. Don't you know? First, second Lady Gong's son was played by Zhu Hongyu, then by Lingxi, and then by Lingxi's father. Then, father and son played together. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Don't you know why the 7 refined lane is so influential? It's because there are women from the 7 refined lane in every leader's house. They either become concubines or madams. Qingji said, the 7 refined lane also has a secret misty pavilion. They're in charge of pimping the big shots in the world. Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane also controls hundreds of high-class brothels in the world. There's even one in Sky Demon City. And these brothels are managed by the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian was already speechless. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane opened hundreds of orphanages in the world and adopted tens of thousands of orphans. But do you know that among these orphans, the prettiest ones, regardless of gender, are all sent to the brothels? The prettiest ones are sent to the Misty Pavilion as gifts to the big shots in the world. Even when they see a pretty boy or girl on the streets, even if they're not orphans, they'll think of ways to create conditions to turn them into orphans. Then, they'll appear like saintesses and take them away, raising them to become the 7 refined lane's cash cows. Yang Dingtian's mouth was already agape. Don't you know? Every year, the organization that buys and sells the most people from Sky Demon City and abducts the most children is the Shura Pavilion under the 7 refined lane. Their business has even spread to the Dongli grasslands. They even buy and sell the half-humans. Qingji said, so, you're actually telling me that you want to turn the 7 refined lane into a brothel? Is there anyone who's as difficult as you? You want to turn the Shura hell into a paradise? Just kill me. Yang Dingtian's worldview was completely refreshed. The Shura Pavilion could be said to be the most notorious organization in the world. Abducting children, abducting women, and committing all kinds of crimes. It could be said to be the dirtiest and most evil organization in the world. Because it was located in Sky Demon City, the world's powers couldn't do anything to it. But who would have thought that it was also a part of the 7 refined lane? Do many people know about this secret? Yang Dingtian asked. In the 7 refined lane, there aren't more than 3 people who know about it. Qingji said. Then how did you know? Yang Dingtian asked. Qingji was slightly embarrassed and turned her head away, saying, because I'm talented in a certain aspect, so. I was recommended to work in the Shura Pavilion. Currently, my work is very outstanding, and I might be in charge of the Shura Pavilion in the future. F***ck. No wonder she knew so clearly. These filthy crimes had all been through her hands. As for why Qingji would work in a place like the Shura Pavilion, Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised at all. Don't look at me like that. You also know that I don't have a bottom line. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, then, are you willing to help me destroy the 7 refined lane? I'm willing. Qingji said, but I have a condition. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows jumped, and he said, what condition? Marry me as a concubine. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched, and he suddenly didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Can't I? Then stay here tonight and accompany me for a night. Qingji said. Yang Dingtian's entire body twitched. Pfft. Qingji laughed and said, look at your useless appearance, I'm just teasing you. Recently, I'm not interested in men anymore, and I've started to play with women. You can't imagine how many women I've played with. Yang Dingtian raised his hands in surrender and said, all right, great aunt, stop fooling around. Tell me your condition. After you destroy the 7 refined lane, I want to become the owner of the 7 refined lane. Xianxia said, at that time, not only will the 7 refined lane listen to you and become your harem, even I, the owner of the 7 refined lane, can become your plaything. Yang Dingtian automatically filtered out Xianxia's words. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised by Xianxia's condition at all. This woman had no bottom line and was wildly ambitious. Of course, she couldn't be considered wildly ambitious, because a perverted ambition couldn't be considered true ambition. Hey, is this very difficult for you? Xianxia said, you have to know that if I help you, it means that I have to betray my woman. Your woman? Yang Dingtian said in shock. If I didn't roll in the sheets with First Madame Gong's son every day, do you think I would have been promoted so quickly? Xianxia said righteously. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's worldview was refreshed again. However, it still remained the same. No matter what perverted things Ji did, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, oh right, Vulture knows about our relationship. If you help me in the dark, won't it be exposed? Xianxia said casually, don't worry. I have something on her, and it's not just one. Yang Dingtian said in shock, what do you have on her? Xianxia said, first of all, she's the 2nd woman I'm going to betray. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened. I've played Vulture before. Is that so strange? Xianxia said, but that bitch was brainwashed by Wu Yuming. Later on, she pretended to be serious and didn't let me touch her. But don't worry, I have 2 of her scandals in my hands. She won't dare to touch me. Yang Dingtian shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of his messy thoughts. He said, all right then, you can start writing articles to expose the scandals of the 7 refined lane. You have to do it step by step, from small to big, from shallow to deep. Each article should be about 3,000 to 4,000 words. You have to have concrete evidence. No problem. I'll write a few articles tonight, Xianxia said. Then, she started to take off her clothes. Yang Dingtian said in shock, what are you doing? I'm preparing to write an article, Xianxia said. Why are you taking off your clothes to write an article? Yang Dingtian asked. When I do things, I don't like to be restrained. Xianxia said, when I'm alone at home, I like to wear nothing. Then, I'll place expensive crystal mirrors everywhere. This way, I can see my beautiful and perfect body at any time. Yang Dingtian's scalp tingled again. Yang Dingtian decided that when the first article was published, he would immediately head to the Dongli grasslands. He would go to the Snake Men's territory to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This was because Yang Dingtian had no other choice. If he did not go to the Dongli grasslands, he would have to go to the underwater Mermaid Empire. However, who knew where the Mermaid Empire was? Although the Snake Men's territory was mysterious and dangerous, at least he knew where it was. The reason why he was waiting for the first article to be published before leaving was because no one in the chaotic world knew how to do such things. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian had seen countless newspapers and magazines during his time on Earth, from the People's Daily to the yellow tabloids on the street. Moreover, when he was in university, he was once a member of the school newspaper, so he had a unique understanding of how to run a newspaper. Of course, in the chaotic world, he was the only one who knew how to do it. Of course, he was unique. The Western continent's literary team had a total of more than 100 people. Soon, they arrived at Zhongjing by Demon Eagle and immediately got to work. The name of the newspaper was also decided. It would be called Chaos Times. In the first issue of the newspaper, Yang Dingtian, as the editor-in-chief, personally reviewed every article and every picture. There were no cameras in this world, only echo jades. However, the images could not be printed in the newspaper, so they still had to be drawn by hand. However, this world also had an advanced place. That was the crystal panel used for engraving. It could be made soft or hard, so it could be reused and the work of engraving would be very easy. In short, under the personal control of Yang Dingtian, the first issue of Chaos Times was published. Before it was published, the important members of the Council of Light immediately read the newspaper. The contents of the newspaper almost instantly shocked the entire Council of Light. Note, second update, 10,000 yuan for today's second update. Bosses, it's the end of the month, vote for the monthly vote. The first issue of the newspaper had a total of 4 pages. Half of them were news and current affairs. At Yang Dingtian's request, this part of the content was very authoritative, serious, realistic, and even objective. It included the acute issue of land reform in the southwest continent. Also, the negotiations between Sky Demon City and the Council of Light. Also, the partial investigation report and name list of those who infiltrated in evil ways were published. Also, the popularity of the Central Continent's 7 refined workshops drama, Thunder and Blood, that's right, even the drama, Thunder and Blood, which slandered Yang Dingtian, made it into the news. However, there was no news about the reorganization of the Central Continent. Because this matter was too important, and Yang Dingtian's experience in this area was far from Qin Wanzhou and the others. Therefore, he couldn't find a good entry point, so he let Qin Wanzhou and the others control the relevant content. Next, a quarter of it was gossip. And this secret of the 8 trigrams was quite exciting. The first article, Yang Dingtian fell in love with the demoness, Du Gufengwu. The second article, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. The third article, Qin Wanzhou's wife defected to evil ways. The fourth article, Zhu Qingzhu's history. Each of these 4 gossip secrets was enough to catch everyone's attention, and the weight of each was astonishing. Moreover, each of them was incomparably realistic. The remaining quarter of the secrets were more like the secret exploration of the chaotic world, the search for the ancient oceanic martial arts civilization, the truth of the taboo continent, the mystery of the ancient annihilation, and so on. In short, these 4 newspapers had more than 100,000 words and more than a dozen pictures. They were all authentic, authoritative, and realistic. He had started with Yang Dingtian right from the start. Of course, the so-called starting with Yang Dingtian was also using the spring and autumn annals. On the surface, it was smeared, but in reality, it was deified. One had to know that on the earth plane, domestic movies and articles were relatively rigid, and they were only focused on Gao Dequan. To create a glorious image, there was no flaw, fairness, integrity, selflessness, and so on. It was as if they couldn't wait to pile up all the virtues. On the other hand, Hollywood's main theme movies were cunning. The heroes in those movies were all flawed and full of all kinds of flaws. They looked very realistic. However, when he thought about it carefully, those shortcomings were actually very likable. These shortcomings could actually set off a slightly glorious image. And Yang Dingtian's article did exactly that. For example, in order to defeat Qin Huayu and save Shimin Yanyan, Yang Dingtian had barged into the Temple of Evil Ways by himself. There was no doubt that this was a mistake. To put it bluntly, this was colluding with the evil Dao. However, the people who read the newspaper would think that Yang Dingtian was daring and had a strong sense of adventure, but they would not doubt his justice. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian seemed even more aggrieved, especially when compared to Wu Yoming's treatment. He was indebted to the Vulture Palace. In order to revive his master, he had traveled thousands of miles to beg Wu Lingzi. In the end, he had suffered great humiliation. Of course, this also laid a huge foreshadowing for how Yang Dingtian would revive his master. Of course, Dongfeng Minmi's revival was originally a secret that couldn't be revealed. However, there was no doubt that the Vulture Palace was clearly aware of this. Therefore, instead of hiding it and letting the Vulture Palace use it as a weapon in the future, it was better to reveal it in advance and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In short, in these 2 articles that exposed Yang Dingtian's secret, it seemed that Yang Dingtian had repeatedly made mistakes and suffered setbacks, but in fact, it had completely highlighted Yang Dingtian's courage, risk taking, filial piety, and other glorious qualities. Compared to the 7 refined workshops Thunderbolt Blood that was blatantly smearing someone, it was many times more realistic and brilliant. Under the overall control of Yang Dingtian, after the first newspaper was published, the first people who read it crazily were not the public, but the people inside the Council of Light. This thing was too high and mighty. It directly touched on the highest level secrets of the Council of Light. After reading this newspaper, they would definitely have a faint feeling of being full of vigor. Especially those secrets of Yang Dingtian, it was completely irresistible. The Council of Light was definitely rich and imposing. They directly printed 200,000 copies of the first issue, and then used the Demon Vulture army to send it to various cities in the central continent for the largest distribution. After that, Yang Dingtian waited for the feedback in the Zhongjing Palace. Although he was full of confidence, after all, newspapers were completely new to the chaotic continent. He didn't know what the result would be. On the Earth plane, when newspapers were first born, it didn't cause a huge sensation. Instead, it seemed to be relatively niche and slowly became popular after a certain period of time. And in China, when the first real newspaper was published at the end of the Qing dynasty, it also didn't cause much of a sensation. In short, it was a relatively long period of time for newspapers on the Earth plane to become popular and then to control the power of public opinion. Of course, this was also related to the content of the newspaper. Hundreds of demon vultures used the shortest time to deliver the first issue of the Chaos Times to the central continent, and a small portion to the east and west continents. Because the first few issues were free, these hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all snatched up at the beginning. Many people didn't even know what this thing was. When someone started to read it, almost instantly, they were attracted. To put it more exaggeratedly, some people even felt that the darkness in front of them was instantly pierced by a ray of light after reading the words in the newspaper. One had to know that the content of this newspaper was the world's top secret and the most important thing. Ordinary people had almost no way to understand it and could only speculate based on rumors. Now, as long as they read this newspaper, they could enjoy the same level of information as the great feudal lords and great feudal lords. People were born unequal. In the chaos world, ordinary people and even mid-level and low-level martial artists. Between high-level martial artists, great feudal lords and great feudal lords, personal cultivation and wealth were unequal. There was also another kind of inequality, and that was the inequality of information. This newspaper almost instantly smoothed out the inequities in this information. Therefore, unlike the slow popularity of newspapers on Earth, in the Chaos continent, the first issue of the Chaos Times caused a huge sensation almost immediately. From the beginning, it was just a casual reading, but it quickly became a scramble to be the first to read it. As people at the top of the Chaos continent's pyramid, many great feudal lords, and leaders of large forces also received this newspaper one after another. After reading it from beginning to end. Amazing. Almost all the big shots let out such a sigh. Their vision was different from ordinary people and mid-level and low-level martial artists. They could see the power behind this newspaper at a glance. More importantly, the content and secrets of this newspaper were not even known to people of their level. In fact, not to mention them, for example, the relationship between Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu, most of the leaders of the 9 clans and 27 sects probably didn't know about it. However, these feudal lords and great feudal lords were obviously more concerned about the reorganization of the Council of Light. In the end, they searched through the newspaper but couldn't find a single article related to it. This was also why Yang Dingtian was so careful. Before finding a good entry point, he definitely wouldn't act rashly on such an important matter. Many people's first reaction when they saw this newspaper was that the content looked very real and very authoritative, but it wasn't real. Therefore, the low-level people asked the low-level martial artists, the low-level martial artists asked the middle-level martial artists, the middle-level martial artists asked the high-level martial artists, and the high-level martial artists asked the feudal lords and feudal lords. When most of the feudal lords heard this question, they nodded and said, "It's real. It's because it's real that it's scary." Of course, there were also many smart people whose first reaction was to do the same thing and start a newspaper to fight for the right of public opinion. But many people realized that they couldn't do it. First of all, the paper in the chaotic world was relatively expensive. Needless to say, the scrolls used for martial arts secret manuals were simply woven from energy nephrite silk and were worth tens of thousands of gold. Even ordinary books were made of parchment paper. For example, the letter that Yang Dingtian left for Wu Yuming was made of parchment paper. The parchment paper in the chaotic world was different. After a layer of parchment was peeled off, it would be cut into more than 5 pieces using celestial qi. So each piece of paper was very thin and very flexible. Speaking of which, the quality was better than the paper on Earth. Next was the silk scroll. And the lowest layer was used to record something called a white leaf. This was a kind of leaf that was relatively flat and very big. It could be used to record words. Then there was a problem. Since paper was so expensive, there should be very few books. So there should be very few literate people. However, the literacy rate in the central continent was relatively high. Among the nearly 1 billion people in the central continent, the literacy rate was more than 15%. Because there were a lot of books in the chaotic world. At least, it was much more than ancient China. Why? Because it was left behind by the ancient civilization. All the books of the ancient civilization in the chaotic world were made of a very special kind of energy crystal material. After being processed by a special secret technique, it became soft. Then, it was cut into thin pieces with celestial qi and written with a celestial qi pen. This way, the words could stay on it forever. Therefore, these books would not be damaged even if they were buried underground for 10,000 years. In fact, this secret technique had been completely passed down by now. This kind of book could not be made now. It was because of the existence of countless books that after the ancient civilization was destroyed, the chaotic world could be born in a short period of time. In today's chaotic world, the cheapest thing was the parchment paper. The cost of a 1-foot-long piece of parchment was about 2 silver coins. For a large piece of parchment like the chaotic daily, almost an entire piece of parchment paper was used to cut it into 4 or 5 pieces with celestial qi. Therefore, the paper alone cost 40 to 50 silver coins. If hundreds of thousands of copies were issued at a time, it would cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, this amount was not much in terms of money alone. Because the economy of the chaotic world was completely out of balance, it was abnormal. For example, if all the magic coins in Yang Dingtian's hands were exchanged for gold coins, almost all the gold coins in the world would not be enough. In fact, the gold coins in the chaotic world could only be used to buy daily necessities and low-level martial arts materials. Purple crystal coins were used to buy mid-level and high-level materials, while magic coins were used to buy the best martial arts resources. If hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all made of parchment paper, it might be affordable to convert them into money. But by then, money would not be enough to buy parchment paper because hundreds of thousands of sheep had to be killed to publish a newspaper. The sheep in the entire chaotic world would not be enough to publish for half a year. After Yang Dingtian took charge of Cloud Sky City, he immediately formed a secret team to make paper out of wood. Even the Council of Light had abandoned parchment paper and silk half a year ago and directly switched to white paper. And this paper factory was located at a secret seaside that no one knew about. It produced an endless stream of cheap snow-white paper. Therefore, the paper cost of a copy of the Chaos Times was less than 10 copper coins to Yang Dingtian. Of course, the most important thing was the content. After Yang Dingtian took control of the Radiant Parliament, he would have the most authoritative content. Furthermore, he would have the talent and the ability to deliver information in the shortest time. In short, it was almost impossible for others to do the same thing so far. After a long discussion about how long the Chaos Times would be published, Lin Jiufeng decided to publish the Chaos Times. It could not be too long or too short. In the end, it was decided to be an issue every 7 days. After the 5th copy, they began to collect money. The reason why they collected money was not because they could not afford it. With the Council of Light's current strength, it would not be a problem even if they distributed millions of copies for free every issue because the engravings could be used repeatedly. Instead, collecting money would be more authoritative and make the newspaper more valuable. And the price of each copy of the newspaper was 1 silver coin. This was not a cheap price, and they could make a profit directly. The reason why the price was set like this was because they considered authoritative and high-end. After the first issue was released, the effect was sensational and caused a storm. Yang Dingtian was still worried and kept an eye on the release of the second issue. However, Yang Dingtian had already begun to let go of the second issue's content. He was only doing the final check on the content. In fact, after the final draft was in his hands, he could not change a single word. This was because Yang Dingtian was at most intelligent. As long as he set the tone and attributes of the newspaper, this team, which had been trained by Tang Guozhao and Song Lihua for more than a year, was full of talents. There were many who wrote better than Yang Dingtian. As long as Yang Dingtian set the tone, it was true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it was gossip, it had to be absolutely true and have enough weight. Then, this team could do things very well. After the second issue of the Chaos Times was released, hundreds of thousands of copies, it was instantly sold out. Countless people fought to be the first to read it. It could be said that after just 2 issues, the Chaos Times began to crush the Seven Refined Workshop's theatrical performance in terms of the power of public opinion. In the first issue of Gossip, a total of 4 super important secrets were exposed. After the second issue, this would not be done. In every issue, there would only be 1 super important secret and 3 super important secret. Furthermore, in the second issue of Gossip, the 7 Refined Workshops matters were written. It was still the same saying, if you want to blacken someone, blacken yourself first. This time, the gossip was also super important and instantly attracted everyone's attention. This issue's main gossip was that Du Gufengwu was impersonating Third Lady Gongsun, and Yang Dingtian was impersonating Wu Ming from the hidden sect. There were definitely less than 10 people who knew about this secret. It was definitely considered a top secret in this world. Now that it was exposed, it instantly caused an uproar in the world. The 7 Refined Workshop and Wu Yuming were still planning to attack Yang Dingtian for impersonating the hidden sect's disciple, Wu Ming. In the end, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to speak out. Many things were scandals when they were exposed from other people's mouths. When it came from one's own mouth, it was magnanimous. Of course, the gossip of the 7 Refined Workshop in the next issue was even more eye-catching. That was, Fifth Lady Gongsun was once a man. It could be said that in every issue of Gossip, there would be an absolutely explosive content. Furthermore, it would be absolutely true and could make the entire gossip section extremely valuable and authoritative. When that time came, they would start to expose the 7 Refined Workshop's prostitution scandal and the child abduction scandal. They would be able to gain the trust of everyone in the world. In addition to a large amount of evidence, they would be able to force the Sky Devil City's Merchant Association to come forward and identify Wu Ming. When that time came, the 7 Refined Workshop, which was currently limitless and was sought after by countless people, would become even smellier than a public toilet. Song Lihua, I will leave the newspapers to you guys. Yang Dingtian said, remember, this is a battlefield, and it is our home ground. Not only do we have to win, but we also have to defeat the enemy completely. When I return, I hope that we will have an absolute advantage in the battle of public opinion. I hope that by then, the 7 Refined Workshop will have already become a synonym for disgrace and filth. Yes, sect leader. Song Lihua said. Regarding the article on Central Continent, you must be extremely careful. Listen to the opinions of City Lord Qin Wanchou, sect leader Xue Qingqi, and sect leader Dongfang Minmi. Find the best entry point and slowly open it up. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Lihua said, the 3 sect leaders have already found an entry point. It is Heavenly Edict Academy and Black Heaven Sect's Celestial Qi Condensation and Purification Array. This entry point is sufficiently stimulating. On the surface, it will cause the least damage to the interests of the Central Continent's feudal lords, but in reality, it will cause a great deal of damage. I will leave it to the 3 sect leaders. You can publish it whenever they officially decide on the article. Yang Dingtian said, but remember, the newspaper can be written in the spring and autumn annals, but it must be true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it will harm your own interests, you must insist on this point. Yes, sect leader. Song Lihua said, when that time comes, if the 7 Refined Workshop is completely ruined, what should we do? What should we do to the people in the 7 Refined Workshop? Of course, we will not pursue the innocent. However, the guilty, such as First Madame Gongsun, must be publicly judged and publicly executed. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sect leader. Song Lihua said. That night, under the instructions of Dongfang Minmi and the others, Yang Dingtian flew using celestial qi and secretly headed to the Dongli grassland, to the Snake People tribe, to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou originally wanted to send a great grandmaster to accompany Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian rejected them. Now, Central Continent and East Continent could not do without the presence of a few great grandmasters. Although Yang Dingtian was only a 5-star grandmaster, there were very few people in the world who could kill him instantly. Note, the first update has been delivered, I will continue with the second update. Before setting off, Yaorao had already helped Yang Dingtian change his appearance. Not only did she change his face and eyes, she even changed his race. Now Yang Dingtian's appearance is that of a Foxman raceman. Yang Dingtian knows a little about the Foxman race and has a good impression of them. Therefore, he pretends to be a Foxman raceman. Yaorao's standard is very high and also very deceptive. She gave Yang Dingtian some kind of pill and Yang Dingtian's ears inexplicably turned into fox ears. His eyes also inexplicably turned brown. Of course, Foxman race people have tails. Yaorao found a tail from God knows where and placed it on Yang Dingtian's tailbone. Therefore, a brand new Foxman raceman appeared. In order to keep it a secret, Yang Dingtian did not even ride on the demon eagle. Instead, he used his own Xianxia to fly over 10,000 miles. After 2 days and 1 night, he finally arrived at the Dongli continent. Yang Dingtian prepared to recover his Xianxia on a small island before secretly sneaking into the Dongli grassland and enter the snake race territory. However, before he even got close to the Dongli grassland, he already felt that something was wrong. Because there are flying beast mounts everywhere in the sky. On the sea surface, there are patrolling barbarian race warships everywhere. There are also all kinds of castles built on almost all of the small islands. They are monitoring the entire coastline of the Dongli continent. How could this be? Yang Dingtian had no choice but to be careful. He flew 10,000 meters high in the sky to avoid the patrol of countless flying beast mounts. Dongli continent is close to the coastline. It is 3,000 to 4,000 miles of desert. This 3,000 to 4,000 miles is completely desolate and uninhabited. Everywhere is a blood-red desert. Looking down now, it is actually brightly lit, as bright as day. The entire desert has turned into an incomparably huge construction site. Half-human race is actually building a defensive line here, that's right, a defensive line. Moreover, it is a very strong and powerful defensive line. Huge rocks dug out from the bottom of the desert were built into huge city walls. There is a castle in every 3 miles. Behind the city wall, there were countless tents and torches. How long was the coastal desert of the Dongli continent? It was at least 6,000 to 7,000 li. This group of crazy half-humans actually wanted to build a city wall within a few thousand miles. Were they crazy? Was he challenging Qin Shi Huang to build the Great Wall? However, the forces dispatched by the half-human clan were much more powerful than the Qin First Emperor. As far as the eye could see, the entire desert was filled with the half-human race. Oh, no, they were usually wild beasts. Millions of half-humans and millions of wild beasts. In this place, the half-human race was on full display. There were hundreds of races, and they had everything. There were also all kinds of wild beasts, more than half of which Yang Dingtian had never seen before. The mammoth was as tall as a building, and the 3-eyed giant was more than 10 meters tall. However, these millions of half-humans were all slaves. Because they had collars around their necks and shackles on their feet. Every one of them was riddled with wounds and on the verge of death. Other than the millions of slaves, there were also hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers supervising the work. Among these hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers, 1/3 were werewolves, 1/3 were leopard men and 1/3 were eagle men who could fly, but other than that, Yang Dingtian saw the Naga tribe. That's right, the Naga tribe that had been living in seclusion for thousands of years had actually made a public appearance. Dongfang Minmi had said that the Naga tribe was the overlord of the Dongli grassland. However, in the thousands of years of war, the Naga tribe had never participated in it. No one dared to enter the territory of the Naga tribe, and the Naga tribe had never left their territory. Therefore, for thousands of years, everyone knew about the existence of the Naga tribe and also knew about the existence of Queen Poisa. However, almost no one had seen her before. Now, the Naga tribe had actually made a public appearance. What was going on? Moreover, Yang Dingtian could see it. Among these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the number of Naga tribe warriors was extremely small. There were only a few hundred of them. However, these few hundred Naga tribe warriors were the absolute masters of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They were the highest commanders of the entire army. The Naga tribe had already left their territory? And they had already begun to dominate the Dongli grassland? How could this be? what exactly had happened. Yang Dingtian used stealth to descend and finally saw the face of the Naga tribe. It was very ugly, very scary, and even ugly to the point of being disgusting. Although they were called the Naga tribe, most of them had very little human characteristics. It was just a thick snake body with 2 arms. These arms were even covered with scales. As for the face, it could only be said that it vaguely had the feeling of a human face. However, whether it was the eyes or the mouth, they were still the characteristics of a snake. Among the hundreds of Naga tribe people present, 80% of them had this ugly, terrifying, and disgusting appearance. Among the remaining 20%, the human characteristics were relatively more obvious. As for the Naga tribe woman in the center, her human characteristics were already very obvious. Almost her entire upper body was human, but her entire body was covered with scales. Her face was also a human face. However, there were also thin scales on her face and she did not have human ears. If she did not have scales on her ears, this Naga tribe woman's face could be considered beautiful. Soon, Yang Dingtian understood. In the Naga tribe, the closer one was to a human, the higher one's status and the stronger one's strength. Therefore, this beautiful Naga tribe woman became the highest leader of these Nagas. Yang Dingtian flew up into the sky again and began to look down on everything on the ground. He discovered the Foxman tribe. Moreover, it was a large number of them. All of them were wearing collars and shackles as slaves. Under the whips of the werewolf army, they were building castles and city walls. Every one of them was covered in scars. In order to prevent these slaves from secretly hiding weapons, these slaves did not even have any clothes on them. They could only barely cover their bodies. Furthermore, there were even more ugly and sinful scenes. Not far from the city walls, there was a pit with tens of thousands of people. Inside, there were countless corpses of half-human slaves. Yang Dingtian searched hard and finally did not see Princess Xianxia and day by day Bella. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, it had only been 1.5 years since Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland. In these few thousand miles of desert, there were already countless castles erected. The 6,000 to 7,000 miles of giant city walls were actually half completed. This project was dozens or even hundreds of times bigger than the Great Cloud Heaven City and Cloud Heaven City's 100 miles of city walls. When Yang Dingtian was building the Great Cloud Heaven City, there were almost no deaths. All the dangerous tasks were done by the people with the highest cultivation. However, in this Dongli grassland's desert defense line, it was unknown how many half-human slaves had died. Previously, Yang Dingtian had noticed that Yun Zhena used her waist to walk. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that it was very special. Dugu Fengwu also used her waist to walk. Therefore, when she walked, it was very sexy and seductive. Of course, there was another person who used her waist to walk. That person was Naga Shuang. Yun Zhenu was brought up by a monk, Mistress Rosemary. Coincidentally, Yun Zhenu's walking style was exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu's. Coincidentally, Mistress Rosemary also disappeared not long after Dugu Fengwu went missing. Therefore, Yun Zhenu had no choice but to return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think that so-called Mistress Rosemary was Dugu Fengwu and Dugu Ashwang's mother. Of course, if it was just this identity, it wouldn't be much. More importantly, she was also a second-generation Naga who came to the human world to borrow the seed. A defective second-generation Naga. In fact, when Yang Dingtian heard that the Dongli grassland's #1 beauty and #1 expert, the Snakemen race's Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian would have even more distant thoughts. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian didn't say it out loud, he was looking forward to meeting Dugu Fengwu in the Dongli grassland. Now, the Snakemen race had actually started to enslave and rule the entire Dongli grassland. They had turned almost all the kind-hearted half-human race into slaves. They had turned the entire desert into hell. In that case, everything had changed. Yang Dingtian had to temporarily put down his unrealistic fantasies. Then the question was, what was the purpose of the Snakemen race building the biggest defensive line in history? Was it to resist the Legion of Doom, or to resist the human army? Yang Dingtian also knew that the evil ways had a hidden and powerful force hiding in the Dongli grassland. Then, was everything in front of him related to the evil ways? Was the birth of the snake men race related to the evil ways? Xianxia wasn't very clear about the power of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland. She only knew that the highest leader of the evil ways was called the Young Lord. Of course, it was unknown if this young lord was Li Ming. Yang Dingtian also knew that the other Grandmaster Spiritualist, Gui Wuzi, who had defected from the Black Sky sect, might be in the Dongli grassland. He was once the biggest evil ways spy in the Black Sky sect. In the Foxman race, Yang Dingtian had once met Gui Wuzi's master, Yin Tianchong, who was a grandmaster. Gui Wuzi was more than 100 years old. It was obvious that he couldn't become the young master. Gui Wuzi was one of the only two spiritualists in the world. He was a grandmaster spiritualist a few decades ago, but he was only a subordinate of this young lord. Then, the possibility of this young lord being Li Ming was quite high. He didn't expect that after leaving the Dongli grassland for a year and a half, there would be such a drastic change. At this time, there were too many mysteries. Who was Queen Poisa? Had the entire East Parting grassland, which was tens of millions of square kilometers, become the Serpent Men Empire? Who was this defensive line in front of him targeting? Did the rise of the Snake Men have anything to do with the evil ways? Was the so-called young lord of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland Li Ming? Also, why did Yang Dingtian see so many Foxman slaves here? Did the Foxman race still exist? Were Princess Xianxia and Day by Day Bella alright? Now, the Snake Men had completely changed. They were no longer living in seclusion. Instead, they had grown terrifying fangs and had begun to rule and enslave the entire Dongli grassland. Without a doubt, he had to change his plan. He couldn't directly rush into the Snake Men's territory. At least, he had to investigate everything first. If the evil ways had colluded with the Snake Men, then Yang Dingtian would be walking into a trap. Therefore, he had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. Immediately, Yang Dingtian flew into the depths of the Dongli grassland. Note, it's the end of the month. The deeper he went into the Dongli grasslands, the more it felt like hell to Yang Dingtian. That was because there were flames of war, destruction, and death everywhere. Almost every tribe, every forest, and every valley was burning. Everyone was being massacred. Countless werewolves, demon wolves, eagle men, and leopard men were crazily destroying every tribe and crazily capturing every slave. Under the Snakeman race's enslavement, the cruel half-human army was followed by death wherever they went. Now, Yang Dingtian saw that most of the half-human tribes on the ground had already disappeared. They had all become the Snakeman Empire's military camps and castles. The Snakeman Empire's slave army was in every corner of the forest, searching for half-human slaves to build a terrifying desert defense line. Yang Dingtian had stirred up trouble, but he couldn't bear it any longer. That was because the cruel slave army had practically trampled on the bottom line of intelligent life. Slaughtering, capturing, raping, and cooking were a series of crimes that were constantly being played out on this land. Therefore, in the process of investigating, Yang Dingtian became a chivalrous hero. He began to crazily hunt down the Snakeman Empire's slave army in the forests of the Dongli grasslands. Of course, it wasn't correct to call it a hunt. Although Yang Dingtian came and went without a trace, when he killed, he was fierce and decisive. At first, when a dozen werewolf cavalry teams were searching for slaves, Yang Dingtian killed them all in a flash. Later, when he encountered a few hundred werewolf cavalry teams, Yang Dingtian also killed them all in a flash. Yang Dingtian didn't take the initiative to provoke the Snakeman Empire's slave army. His goal was to save the fleeing half-human race. In order to hide his identity, Yang Dingtian covered himself in a black cloak. Every time the Snakeman Empire's slave army moved out and raised their butcher's knife, he would appear. No matter how many slave soldiers there were in the Snakeman Empire, from dozens to hundreds, he would kill them all in less than a quarter of an hour, saving the fleeing half-human race from the butcher's knife. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, in the end, Yang Dingtian killed more and more of the Serpent Men Empire slave army. More and more half-humans were rescued by Yang Dingtian, and they began to gather and flee towards the east. In the process of playing the role of a chivalrous hero, Yang Dingtian had more or less figured out the whole situation. About 10 months after the great battle in Cloud Sky City, the Naga tribe that had been sealed off for 1,000 years suddenly left their territory. A group of less than 1,000 Naga warriors attacked the werewolf tribe, demon wolf tribe, eagle men tribe, leopard men tribe, Lizard Men Tribe, Ghost Men Tribe, Tiger Men Tribe, and Lion Men Tribe, the Dongli grassland had a total of a few hundred half-human clans. These 8 clans were considered the strongest ones. Less than 1,000 Snake People warriors had completely defeated the higher-ups of the 8 clans in just over half a month. They had captured the leaders of the 8 half-human clans and captured all the experts and brought them into the territory of the Snake People tribe. Half a month later, the few thousand half-human experts of the 8 clans were all released and their strength had increased tremendously. Then, the few million half-human warriors of the 8 clans all became the slave army of the Snake People tribe. Then, the few thousand Snake People tribe warriors led the few million half-human tribe slaves to form 16 armies and began to sweep across the entire Dongli grassland. Then, the end of the Dongli grassland's half-human tribe began. Wherever the brutal slave army passed, not even a blade of grass grew and everything was destroyed. On the Dongli grassland, one tribe after another fell. Countless villages and villages were destroyed, and countless half-humans were slaughtered. In just over half a year, more than 90% of the tens of millions of square kilometers of the Dongli grassland had fallen. Almost all the tribes were destroyed. In the shortest time possible, the Snake People tribe enslaved the few million troops of the 8 major battle clans and swept across the Dongli grassland, establishing a huge Snake People empire. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Dongli grassland was unified, and it was almost the first empire in the entire chaotic world. That's right, it was a real empire. Queen Poisa had become the queen of the Dongli Empire. Under the queen, there was the high priest, the prime minister, the 4 great commanders, and the 16 generals. The few million barbarian soldiers of the 8 major clans were under the command of the 16 generals. Moreover, Queen Poisa had established a complete class system. The Snake People tribe was the noblest tribe in the empire. The Spirit People tribe and the Eagle Men tribe were first-class tribes. The Lion Men tribe, the Leopard Men tribe, and the Tiger Men tribe were second-class tribes. The Werewolf tribe, the Demonic Wolf tribe, and the Lizard Men tribe were third-class tribes. The remaining few hundred half-humans, including the Beast tribe, were all enslaved. Now, all the large cities and villages of the Dongli grassland had fallen. The few million troops of the Snake People Empire were guarding the entire Dongli grassland. Teams of dozens and hundreds of people began to search for the half-humans in the primitive forests and the depths of the mountains. The half-human slaves that Yang Dingtian had seen in the desert were only a part of the Snake People Empire. In fact, the Snake People Empire didn't just want to build a defensive line of 6,000 to 7,000 miles in the desert. She wanted to build the entire Dongli grassland into a military fortress. In fact, the city wall she wanted to build wasn't 6,000 to 7,000 miles, but more than 30,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Compared to Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian's Cloud Sky City was nothing. This queen actually wanted to encircle the entire Dongli grassland with a gigantic city wall. Once the city wall was built, seawater would be drawn in and a moat that was 100 meters wide would be dug. What was even crazier was that this gigantic project was already half completed. The Snake People Empire had used tens of millions of half-human slaves, millions of giant beasts, and millions of barbarian soldiers to build this unprecedented military defense line. Now, the 30,000 miles of military defense line had entered the climax of construction. Countless half-human slaves had died. Tens of millions of slaves weren't enough. Therefore, the Snake People Empire's slave army had no choice but to frantically search for the half-humans that had escaped to the deep mountains in the Dongli grassland. In fact, when the several hundred half-humans were attacked, they also thought of forming an alliance to resist the Snake People Empire. However, the Snake People Empire's slave army was too fast. The 8 tribes' slave army were basically demonic beast cavalry that traveled thousands of miles in a day. Before the half-human alliance could reach an agreement, millions of slave soldiers had already surged over like a tide. This was even faster than the German Blitzkrieg in World War II. In fact, the Snake People Empire had swept the entire Dongli grassland in less than 3 months. This was because the 8 tribes were the most powerful fighting tribes in the Dongli grassland. They were the 8 overlords of the Dongli grassland. When the 8 tribes joined forces, they were enough to sweep the Dongli grassland. However, for thousands of years, the 8 tribes had been at war with each other. Not to mention the 8 tribes joining forces, even the 3 tribes joining forces had never been seen before. They were always at war with each other. In less than a month, the Snake People race had made the leaders of the 8 tribes kneel under their scales. From then on, the 8 tribes formed an incomparably powerful force that swept the Dongli grassland. Then, as the 9th overlord of the Dongli grassland, and also the smartest tribe, what was the fate of the Foxman race? The Foxman race had split up, a portion of them had surrendered to the Snake People Empire, while another portion had joined the resistance army. Therefore, a portion of the Foxman race had become the Snake People Empire's slave army. Of course, the Snake People race's main use was that they had many beauties. Therefore, these beauties had become the Snake People Empire's prey. Moreover, because half of the Foxman race had joined the resistance army, the Foxman race's position in the Snake People Empire was not fixed. They were not slaves, nor were they told what race they were. Queen Poisa had issued a decree that once the Foxman race's resistance army was completely annihilated, the Foxman race would become a second-class race. Then, where was the resistance army? The resistance army was everywhere. The current resistance army had become similar to a guerrilla army. They had begun to launch sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire cities and towns. They had also launched sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire slave army and rescued captured half-human slaves. Then, where was the resistance army's base? In the Holy Valley at the far east of the Dongli grassland. It was an extremely dangerous place where one person could guard against 10,000 people. Now, the Holy Valley was the only place in the entire Dongli grassland that had not fallen. It was also the destination of countless slaves fleeing. It was also the only pure land in the Dongli grassland. The Foxman race was the main force of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Now, the Snake People Empire's million-strong army, 2 commanders, and 8 generals had already built an extremely powerful castle and defense line outside the Holy Valley. Now, the Holy Valley's war was about to break out. Once the Snake People Empire's million-strong army was fully assembled and the defense line was completed, they would launch the final counterattack against the Holy Valley's resistance army. The Foxman race's leader, Day by Day Bella, happened to be one of the leaders of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Of course, he was not the highest leader. The highest leader of the Holy Valley's resistance army was Saintess Xianxia and her disciple, Huang Yu. Saintess Xianxia was like a savior who had suddenly descended. When the half-human race was in complete despair, when Day by Day Bella's Foxman race's resistance army was almost completely wiped out, she appeared. With her own strength, she killed dozens of Snake People race's experts and hundreds of half-human race's experts, saving the last resistance of the Foxman race. Then, she and her disciple, Huang Yu, appeared in every corner of the Dongli grassland to save the tribes that were still resisting. Thus, the scattered half-human race's resistance army gathered under Saintess Xianxia's command and became a powerful force that retreated to the far east of the Dongli grassland. Of course, there was actually nothing in the far east of the Dongli grassland. There was only an undulating stretch of huge rocky mountains. Saintess Xianxia gathered hundreds of experts and used force to split open a crack in the Rocky Mountains. Behind the crack was a huge valley that looked like a paradise. The half-human race's resistance army and the escaped slaves entered the valley. Because of Saintess Xianxia, this valley was named Sacred Valley and became the last pure land of the Dongli grassland. Now, millions of half-human race's people were in Sacred Valley and there was an endless stream of half-human race slaves escaping to Sacred Valley. However, the path of escape was becoming more and more difficult because the Snake People Empire had built a 1,000-mile defensive line in front of Sacred Valley, completely surrounding the entrance to Sacred Valley. Because the final battle in Sacred Valley was about to begin. Therefore, the resistance army's guerrillas had begun to retreat from Dongli grassland to Sacred Valley and prepare to participate in the final battle. After the resistance army's guerrillas left, the fate of these escapees became tragic. Because there was no one to lead them to Sacred Valley and no one to protect them from the slave army's pursuit. And Yang Dingtian's appearance just happened to fill this gap. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was 3,800 miles away from Sacred Valley. This was the territory of the Snake People Empire's 5th Legion. The 5th Legion's highest commander was the Snake People General Viper Mo. Her encampment was 1,300 kilometers away in the southeast Demon City. It was a completely new castle. Under her command, there were over 300 Snake People warriors and 400,000 slave soldiers from 8 clans. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian only took action to save the slaves that were being hunted down. Later, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to attack and began to search for the Snake People Empire's slave army to destroy them. Therefore, the number of people that Yang Dingtian had killed was increasing. In less than 10 days, the number of Snake People Empire's 5th Legion that died in Yang Dingtian's hands had exceeded 20 to 30,000. And the number of half-human race slaves that Yang Dingtian had rescued had also exceeded 20 to 30,000, and Yang Dingtian's name had spread far and wide. He had become the savior of the entire southeast Dongli grassland and the 5th Legion's nightmare, and yet, no one had ever seen Yang Dingtian's appearance. Because of this, all the slave soldiers that saw Yang Dingtian had died. Therefore, the Snake People General Viper Mo had always thought that Yang Dingtian was an elite rebel army of the Holy Valley and that there were no less than a few thousand of them. Of course, they did not know that there was only one Yang Dingtian, and now, Yang Dingtian had become too powerful to be ignored, because the Foxman race slaves that he had rescued had begun to gather together. They also felt that Yang Dingtian was an elite member of the resistance army. Therefore, they instinctively approached him. Therefore, the number of escaped slaves increased and finally, there were tens of thousands of them, and Yang Dingtian had begun to run for his life. He alone had to protect these tens of thousands of people. And General Viper Mo had also discovered these tens of thousands of escaped slaves and was about to organize an army of 100,000 to kill them. Therefore, for the past few days, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to kill all the slave soldiers that approached these 30,000 slaves. He did not allow any slave soldiers to come within 1,000 meters of these 30,000 slaves. However, these slave soldiers were only scouts. Yang Dingtian had already seen General Viper Mo's army of 100,000. They had formed a huge pocket formation 500 miles ahead and were waiting for these 30,000 slaves to rush in. Within the Holy Valley, Saintess Xianxia was wearing a blue veil that only revealed 2 pairs of eyes. But just these 2 pairs of eyes were enough to turn all living things upside down. This was a woman whose beauty was not inferior to the nihility Piaoling. She was wearing a long dress that was the color of the sea. It caused her delicate curves that were like mountains and rivers to release a devilish charm. In front of her was her disciple, Huang Yu. She was wearing a fiery red dress that accentuated the curves of her body. Her curves were incomparably alluring. On her face was a pure gold mask that only revealed a pair of eyes that were like burning flames. The beauty, figure, and temperament of these 2 women could be at the top of the pyramid of this world. Our messenger bird sent a message that there are tens of thousands of escaped slaves 4,000 miles away from the Holy Valley. They are heading towards the valley. Saintess Xianxia said. Also, a mysterious force appeared and killed tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, saving these tens of thousands of slaves. Has our resistance army all returned? Her voice had a very special feeling to it. It was as mysterious as the sea, generous, and with a mesmerizing magnetism. Day by day Bella said, reporting to Saintess. Our resistance army has a total of 150,000 guerrillas. Most of them have returned to participate in the final battle in the Holy Valley. There are less than 10,000 people outside and they are all scattered. To be able to kill tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, it should not be our force. Then whose force could it be? The patriarch of the butterfly tribe asked. It doesn't matter whose force it is. As long as we fight against the Naga Empire and save the half-human slaves, they will be our comrades. Xianxia said, according to our intelligence, the Naga General Viper Mo has gathered hundreds of thousands of soldiers and is preparing to kill this force and the 30,000 slaves. We can't let our comrades and compatriots die like this. We have to go and rescue them. Day by day Bella said, Saintess, I also want to rescue them. However, the final battle in the Holy Valley is right before us and the Naga Empire's encirclement is about to be completed. If we want to rescue them, we will have to break through the Naga Empire's encirclement. We will suffer heavy losses and the gains will not make up for the losses. No, we can't give up on anyone. Even if the sacrifice is huge, we have to bring them back. Saintess Xianxia said, Huang Yu, lead a group of the most elite warriors. There is no need for a lot of them, less than 1,000 will do. Take the fastest flying mounts and rush out before the Naga Empire's encirclement closes. Rescue the 30,000 escapees and that mysterious comrade and bring them back to the Holy Valley. Yes, master, Huang Yu said. Then she turned around and walked out of the simple wooden hall. She began to gather the elite warriors, preparing to break out of the encirclement of the Snakeman Empire and rescue the 30,000 fugitive slaves and the so-called mysterious comrade-in-arms. Now, the number of slaves under Yang Dingtian's protection was increasing. The number had exceeded 50,000. After General Viper Mo finished setting up the encirclement, he did not even send any scouts. When the 50,000 escapees saw that the Naga Empire's slave army did not appear, they immediately felt that the resistance army protecting them was more powerful. According to the crowd, there were already tens of thousands of elite resistance army protecting them. As for Yang Dingtian, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was only one person, and not tens of thousands of people like in the legends. Of course, he did not know that Xianxia also thought that there were at least a few thousand elites. In front, General Viper Mo had already gathered 200,000 soldiers and was waiting for the 50,000 escapees to rush in. At this time, the 50,000 escapees were only 100 miles away from General Viper Mo's army. Sanctus Xianxian, disciple Huang Yu, who is she? Yang Dingtian thought for the last time. Then, he went alone towards the Viper demon army of 200,000. There was no other way. In order to protect the 50,000 escapees, he could only think of a way to kill Viper Mo and throw the slave army into chaos. Note: I will continue to write the second update. Viper Mo was a female snake, as one of the 16 generals under Queen Poisa of the Naga Empire. There was no doubt that her cultivation was very powerful. At this time, the camp was magnificent. Although she was only a Naga, she liked luxury very much. Therefore, she couldn't wait to pile all the luxurious things in the world in her room. She was already more than 800 years old. When she was still a small snake, she had followed Queen Poisa. To her, Queen Poisa not only meant a leader, but also played the role of a mother, even though Her Majesty the Queen looked younger than her. It was very simple to see the cultivation level of a Naga. The more beautiful they were and the closer they were to humans, the higher their cultivation level. Therefore, as one of the 16 generals, Viper Mo, who had cultivated for 800 years, was already very, very human. Sitting in front of the expensive crystal mirror, her upper body was too perfect. Other than being a little demonic, there was almost no snake aura on her upper body. She was completely human. Her face could be said to be as beautiful as peach blossoms. Even among humans, she could be called a peerless beauty. As for the part below her waist, it didn't appear in the mirror at all. Because she hated to see that it was a snake's body. She also felt that she was very strange, and she also felt that the entire Naga race was very strange. They clearly looked down on humans and regarded them as ants, but they really loved their human faces and bodies and hated their snake bodies. All Naga race had one goal in their lives. That was to completely shed their snake bodies and completely transform into a human body. It was as if it was a gift from the heavens. Once they became human, that kind of beauty, that kind of temperament, that kind of curves and figure almost crushed human beauties. Even their skin and their aura completely surpassed almost all women in this world. Because their beauty needed 1,000 years to brew. Therefore, every Naga race woman was extremely narcissistic. Unfortunately, in the entire Naga race, only the queen could completely transform into a human form. Even the 4 great commanders were still snakes below their legs. Of course, it wasn't impossible to completely transform into a human form. A form-setting pill would do. This way, even if a Naga was 200 or 300 years old, they could completely transform into a human form. But in that case, all of his cultivation would stop, and his lifespan would be less than 100 years. Furthermore, this was neither a human nor a snake. There was no way for them to breed offspring. Therefore, unless it was a spy sent to the human race, no snake people would be willing to take this kind of form-setting pill. Viper Mo didn't care about the 50,000 slaves and the so-called elite resistance army. The rise of the Snakeman Empire was unstoppable. Queen Poisa was invincible. What a perfect body. Viper Mo stroked her neck in front of the mirror and sighed, "It's a pity that such a perfect me can't have any man. Can the women of the Naga race get married?" Of course, after reaching adulthood, any Naga could give birth to offspring. However, she could only breed with the male snake. The offspring born in this way would be worse than the previous generation, and in the end, they would completely degenerate into ordinary poisonous snakes. Then, what should they do if they wanted to give birth to powerful offspring? They needed to completely transform into human form and find a human to mate with. That way, they would be able to give birth to perfect and powerful descendants. Of course, it was very, very difficult to mate with a human. Because it was extremely rare to find a human who could make the Naga fall in love. It was almost 1 in a billion, therefore, after Queen Poisa completely transformed into human form, she searched the world to find a human who could breed offspring. She didn't know how many years she searched secretly, but she couldn't find one. Because she couldn't find a human who could make the queen fall in love with him. The queen's husband recruitment became the most important thing in the Snakeman Empire. Because only by recruiting a royal husband could they give birth to a perfect next generation. And the next generation was likely to be a perfect race of gods. At that time, the Naga race could truly become the absolute ruler of the entire chaotic world, therefore, almost all the elites of the Naga race were working hard for this goal. Although humans were weak, like ants, there was a mysterious gene in their genes. However, within the human body, there was a small section of genes that was incomparably mysterious and powerful. If one wanted to breed a perfect and powerful race, this section of human genes was indispensable. The Naga race was a matriarchal society. Any male snake was extremely ugly, disgusting and ferocious. Therefore, as long as the Naga women had cultivated for more than 300 years, they would rather be alone than marry a male Naga. Because it was too disgusting. In their eyes, these male Nagas were just beasts. Not only that, Viper Mo also hated any male of the half-human race. Therefore, her personal guards and the people who served her were all women. In front of the mirror, she had been feeling sorry for herself for more than 2 hours. General, the beast generals have been waiting for you for 2 hours. Outside, a purple-blue leopard female general said. This female leopard person was very similar to a human. Her entire face was that of a human woman. Only her forehead had leopard patterns, 2 leopard ears, and of course, a leopard tail. The female leopard people could be considered a very special and beautiful group. Every female leopard person's body was very healthy and beautiful, almost possessing explosive strength. Moreover, every female leopard person had a valiant and formidable-looking face. And this female leopard person general was a beauty among beauties. She was the eldest daughter of the leopard person king, the princess of the leopard people race. Her cultivation was valiant, beautiful, and decisive. Therefore, she became the leader of Viper Mo's personal guards and was usually doted on by her. Let them continue to wait. Viper Mo coldly said. Those 50,000 slaves have already entered the encirclement. You should go and prepare for battle. That female leopard person general said. Because she was doted on by General Viper Mo, her words were a little bolder. I told them to wait. You actually destroyed my beautiful mood. You deserve to die. Viper Mo was furious. Suddenly, he flew out like lightning. His 4 to 5 meter long snake body suddenly wrapped around that female leopard person general. He opened his gorgeous mouth and bit down on her beautiful face. Ah! The female leopard person general issued a mournful and miserable cry. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Then, half of her pretty face was bitten off by the viper demon while she was still alive. Then, her body was thrown away like a straw. Viper Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to swim into the luxurious room. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt sorry for himself. Truly a perverted, cruel, and beautiful creature. The invisible Yang Dingtian saw all of this. He saw with his own eyes that half of the valiant leopard person general's face was bitten off. Then, her body twitched and turned blue and purple as she died. This General Viper Mo, although beautiful, was still a poisonous snake. After being bitten by her teeth, there was no doubt that she would die. This beautiful female leopard person general was obviously doted on by her. However, just by slightly angering her, she was bitten to death. The viciousness of the Naga race could be seen. Yang Dingtian had no idea about the cultivation strength of the Naga race. Therefore, he did not know how strong Viper Mo, one of the 16 generals, was. However, at this moment, he was in the midst of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of Naga race experts and hundreds of half-human race experts. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Viper Mo, he had to be fast. He had to use the actions of an assassin to kill Viper Mo, killing a person in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility skill and approached bit by bit. He had to kill her in one strike, however, it was precisely because he was slowly approaching and observing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was actually stunned by Viper Mo's beautiful face and perfect upper body. The beauty of the Naga race was truly soul-stirring. That kind of gorgeous temperament even surpassed the most beautiful Foxman race. In fact, these Naga races' bodies already faintly had Shuang'er's gorgeous scent. However, no matter how stunning and charming she was, he had to kill her. Yang Dingtian became invisible and arrived behind her. He was less than a foot away from her perfect back. His invisibility skill was indeed powerful. Viper Mo did not notice him at all. This was truly a perfect back. There were almost no flaws. That kind of beautiful arc was as if it was drawn by an artist. Just the 16 generals were already so beautiful. Then how beautiful would Queen Poisa be? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was his chance, it was time. Shua. Like lightning, Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade spirit sword pierced out from the isolated space at supersonic speed and stabbed towards Naga race's General Viper Mo's heart. Almost at the moment when the sword pierced out of the isolated space, Naga race's General Viper Mo instantly discovered it. Viper Mo did not turn around. Her body immediately erupted with an incomparably powerful energy aura, instantly enveloping the entire space. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain. His entire body was completely unable to move. At this moment, the sword in his hand was less than 2 inches away from her heart. However, he couldn't go down and couldn't move at all. Then, Viper Mo suddenly turned around like lightning. Instantly, a green light burst out from her beautiful eyes and locked onto Yang Dingtian. Her entire beautiful face instantly became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Her gorgeous lips opened and sharp poisonous fangs suddenly stretched out. At this moment, the air in the entire space seemed to have solidified. As for Yang Dingtian, it was as if he had been frozen by a poisonous snake. No, this saying was laughable. He was originally frozen and completely unable to move. However, his heart was incomparably shocked at this moment. He had already desperately overestimated the strength of the Naga race. However, the Naga race's general in front of him was only one of the 16 generals. Logically speaking, she should not be that strong. As for Yang Dingtian, he was a 5-star 9th grade master. With his invisibility skill and near-emperor-grade spirit sword, even if he wanted to assassinate a great grandmaster, it would be difficult for the other party to resist. In less than 0.01 seconds after the sword was drawn, his entire body was completely frozen. This Naga race's General Viper Mo's body burst out with a special energy that instantly froze him and made him unable to move at all. What kind of energy was this? What kind of demonic technique was this? Yang Dingtian suddenly recalled the scene in the underwater maze city. All the people of the Mermaid Empire were frozen into stone. Because wherever Medusa's gaze landed, everything was frozen into stone. Could it be that the Naga race's Viper Mo's energy was similar to that of a god? This was only the Naga race's 16 generals. Above them, there were still the 4 great marshals, and the last was Queen Poisa. One of the 16 generals was already so powerful and terrifying. Viper Mo grabbed Yang Dingtian's sword and pulled fiercely. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was pulled out from the isolated space. Seeing Yang Dingtian's face, Viper Mo immediately let out a disdainful sneer and said, "So it's just an ant from the Foxman race. You also want to assassinate my noble Naga race's general." Following that, Viper Mo quickly used silk to wrap her delicate body. Her gaze landed on Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword and said, "This sword is not bad. I want it." Then, she directly snatched the sword from Yang Dingtian's hands. "As a lowly Foxman race, you actually saw my noble and beautiful body. Then, before you die, I can only gouge out your eyes," Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she stretched out her lily-white hand and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. And Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to have been completely frozen. He was completely unable to move. He could only watch this Naga race's General Viper Mo gouge out his eyes. Her lily-white hand and fingers were as white as onions. They were slender and delicate, incomparably beautiful. After a burst of fragrant wind, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His vision suddenly turned black and he could not see anything. He could only let out a miserable howl in his heart. Because his entire body was frozen, he could not make any sound. He completely did not expect that he would end up like this. He originally thought that assassinating a Naga race's general would be a cinch. He did not expect that his love rival would end up in such a miserable state. General Viper Mo was undoubtedly incomparably vicious and cruel. When her 2 fingers stabbed into Yang Dingtian's eyes, she did not hesitate at all. However, just as she stabbed, 2 thin pieces fell out from Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. Yang Dingtian's eye disguise film fell off. Because he was pretending to be a Foxman race, he had to wear the Foxman race's fake eyes from the Primal Chaos continent. "You are not a Foxman race?" General Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she moved her incomparably beautiful face closer to Yang Dingtian's face and sniffed. "Yes, you are not a Foxman race. You are a human." General Viper Mo sneered, "Although I have seen very few humans, the lowly and filthy aura of humans, even if you are in disguise, I can still smell it." Swish 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 swish. General Viper Mo's sword was as fast as lightning. In an instant, she tore apart Yang Dingtian's clothes, revealing his true body. "As expected, you are a filthy and disgusting human." General Viper Mo's beautiful face was filled with disdain and disgust. She even covered her nose and circled around Yang Dingtian to observe. She was a real and complex creature. Her lifelong pursuit was to transform into a human form. However, she despised humans and completely viewed them as inferior creatures. A filthy and disgusting human actually knows invisibility mystic skill? General Viper Mo covered his nose and examined Yang Dingtian. "Speak, where did your invisibility mystic skill come from? If you don't speak, I will castrate you." After saying that, Viper Mo placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's vital point. As long as she slashed, Yang Dingtian would become a eunuch. Don't think that Viper Mo can't do it. She can definitely do it. Just. Now, when she dug out Yang Dingtian's eyes, she was incomparably nimble. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He had never been in such a sorry state before, nor had he been in such a dangerous situation. "You're not going to speak?" Viper Mo said, "Then I'll do it." After saying that, Viper Mo slashed down with her sword. Yang Dingtian roared in his heart. "My entire body is frozen. Even if I want to confess, I have to be able to open my mouth first." Then, he felt his vital point turn cold and immediately, he couldn't feel anything. It's over, it's over. Yang Dingtian was almost scared out of his wits. Was Yang Dingtian cut? No, because the treasure sword in Viper Mo's hand was Yang Dingtian's soul sword. She resisted Viper Mo's will and bounced away. That's right, this was a soul sword close to the Emperor grade. Although it had yet to cultivate a sword spirit, it already had the will of primal chaos. Its highest purpose was to not allow anyone to harm its master. Viper Mo immediately looked at the treasure sword in his hand in astonishment and said in disbelief, "Will of the sword? Sword spirit?" Then, Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian. "You are just a human master, how can you have a sword spirit? You look like you are only in your 20s. Interesting, interesting." This Viper Mo didn't seem to be willing to do things a second time. She tried to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyeballs, but in the end, a fake pupil fell out. She could have continued to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyes, but she didn't do so. When she wanted to castrate Yang Dingtian, she was rejected by the soul sword. Then, she could have pulled out another treasure sword to complete the task, but she still didn't do it. Interesting, interesting. A lowly human actually almost cultivated a sword spirit. You actually have a soul sword close to the Emperor grade. You are not simple. General Viper Mo said. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This General Viper Mo was curious about him. This was good, this was good. In this way, his life could be considered saved. However, he had really seen a ghost. Just what kind of energy was this that had frozen his entire body? It was so frightening that he was completely unable to resist it. Could it really be the energy of Queen Medusa's faction? If he wanted to save his life, it would depend on his performance. If Yang Dingtian was lucky enough to escape, he would definitely warn himself not to underestimate the enemy. He was used to being the king of the human world, so he looked down on one of the 16 generals of the Naga race. The result was that his eyes were almost dug out and he became a eunuch. However, even if you are a human who has cultivated a sword spirit, you are still a lowly human. Viper Mo said, I have no patience for lowly races and creatures, so you should die. Yang Dingtian's heart beat wildly. No way, no way. So decisive? So decisive, this General Viper Mo was really decisive. He did what he said. If he said he would kill Yang Dingtian, he would kill Yang Dingtian. Subsequently, she opened her beautiful little mouth and revealed sharp venomous fangs. She then bit down viciously at Yang Dingtian's neck. In an instant, an extremely poisonous venom was injected into Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart stopped beating. Then, his entire body turned green. Then, Yang Dingtian's body was thrown away like trash. Human blood is indeed dirty. Viper Mo stuck out her small tongue and licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, she shook her head in disgust. She picked up the cup of water to rinse her mouth and spat it out. However, a small amount of blood still entered her body. Sigh, my mood was ruined by this lowly human. Viper Mo lost the mood to pity herself in front of the mirror. She put on the armor on the ship and wanted to go out to discuss the matter of killing the half-human slaves and the elites of the resistance army. She was filled with absolute impatience. Because this matter was too small, too small. Tens of thousands of slaves, thousands of rebels, they were just ants. If it wasn't for absolute power, she wouldn't care at all. She kicked the green Yang Dingtian to the side and slithered towards the camp outside. The 4 to 5 meter long snake body slithered on the ground and gracefully walked towards the camp. At this moment, General Viper Mo suddenly felt a burst of itchiness on the snake's body. There was also a burst of heat. Her mind was swaying. When she lowered her head to look, she was completely stunned. The snake scales below her were quickly fading and turning into human legs. What was even more shocking was that an unprecedented feeling welled up in her heart. This feeling was vaguely like a snake person who was dreaming of a ball being tempted. Note, the second update is sent to you. Today's 2 updates are close to 11,000. How could this be? There was only one human in a billion who could make a female from the snake people fall in love. Moreover, it was a snake people who had completely transformed into human form. However, Viper Mo had not completely transformed into human form. Not only did this human in front of her move her heart, he even transformed into human form directly, which exceeded her hundreds of years of cultivation. How could this be? Who exactly was this human in front of her? This feeling was completely incomparable. That kind of soft and sweet feeling seemed to be born from the depths of her heart and then rippled out. This was only the beginning. Next, this feeling seemed to have turned into a ball of flame that burned from the depths of her heart. This feeling made Viper Mo unable to stand straight and fall to the ground. Then, she watched helplessly as her snake body turned into 2 beautiful long legs. What a perfect pair of legs. I've finally become a complete woman. I've finally become a complete woman. Viper Mo's tears fell uncontrollably. All the females from the snake people tribe were crazily pursuing this scene. She had also dreamed countless times of the moment when she completely transformed into human form. At this moment, her dream had come true. However, this ecstasy was quickly swallowed by the surging flames in her heart. Swallowed by instinct, she wanted to give birth to offspring. This was the pursuit of every female snake people. Viper Mo was not a human, but a snake. Once a snake was in love, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when you saw 2 snakes combining, you must run as far as possible. If you interrupted them, they would definitely chase after you crazily. Viper Mo fell to the ground. Yang Dingtian, who was extremely dirty and disgusting in her eyes previously, became extremely cute and attractive in her eyes at this moment. Although she had grown a pair of legs, she still crawled towards Yang Dingtian like a snake. She wanted to save Yang Dingtian, she wanted to save this man, **********. Although Viper Mo was extremely poisonous, If the darkness mystic flame was around, it would be nothing to Yang Dingtian. Because the darkness mystic flame could even swallow the deep sea mystic poison, let alone viper mo's snake venom. However, the darkness profound flame was still in a deep slumber, and it had been in a deep slumber for almost a year. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's body was completely penetrated by viper mo's poisonous snake. An ordinary person, even a martial grandmaster, would not be able to withstand viper mo's venom. However, Yang Dingtian was Yang Dingtian after all. Even if he did not have the darkness profound flame, the deep sea profound poison had circulated in his body before. Therefore, viper mo's snake venom could not kill him. After the deadly poison entered Yang Dingtian's body, Yang Dingtian's energy sea and profound veins automatically circulated, dissolving viper mo's deadly poison bit by bit. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian was poisoned, his body first turned dark green, and then it gradually faded away. However, Viper Mo did not know this. She used all her strength to crawl behind Yang Dingtian, and said in a trembling voice, don't worry, I'm here to save you, I'm here to save you. She used her jade-like hands to cover her stomach, and then condensed a lump of golden-colored energy in her stomach. She slowly forced it into her mouth, and then this lump of golden-colored energy entered Yang Dingtian's mouth. This was Viper Mo's incomparably precious profound chi pill, and it was almost equivalent to Viper Mo's second life. Just a moment ago, she still regarded Yang Dingtian as a pig, a dog, and grass, and would not even blink when killing him. But once she was aroused, she would definitely go crazy, and she would even be willing to give up her second life, the profound chi pill, just to save Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this was the difference between some demonic beasts and humans. They were far more vicious than humans, but also purer. Once they were aroused, they would completely disregard everything. However, she did not know that Yang Dingtian would not die at all. Her snake venom could not kill Yang Dingtian at all, and Yang Dingtian's golden-colored profound chi was neutralizing the poison, and at this moment, an incomparably powerful energy directly entered his body. This energy was so powerful that it was completely unstoppable. Like an energy bomb, it directly exploded in Yang Dingtian's profound meridians, and then crazily rushed into Yang Dingtian's chi sea. This profound chi was completely like a surging tide, crazily rushing into Yang Dingtian's chi sea. Yang Dingtian only felt his chi sea expanding incomparably, expanding. Boom. Then, his chi sea suddenly trembled, and a white light flashed, and Yang Dingtian's entire body directly turned into a lump of nothingness. Yang Dingtian had actually broken through, directly breaking through to become a 6-star grandmaster. Viper Mo's profound chi pill directly helped him break through to become a 6-star grandmaster. This breakthrough did not even stop. The surging profound chi was still crazily rushing into Yang Dingtian's chi sea. Yang Dingtian's chi sea was constantly trembling. 6-star first class. 6-star second class. 6-star third class. Asterisk. The green on Yang Dingtian's body gradually faded, and he returned to his normal skin color. Viper Mo lay on Yang Dingtian's body, happily watching him recover his vitality. Seeing that his life was no longer in danger, she immediately touched his face with infatuation, trembling as she said, such a handsome face, such a seductive face, such a noble and charming face. This was too much. Previously, she kept saying that Yang Dingtian was such a dirty and lowly human. Now, in her little mouth, this face had become noble and charming, handsome and seductive again. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's face was just barely handsome, and it was far from handsome men like Wu Yuming and Zhu Hongxue. It seemed that once a creature like the Naga tribe fell in love, the man in her eyes would become the most handsome man in the world, no matter how ordinary he was. What a likable husband, Why didn't I realize it? I'm really blind. Viper Mo's jade-like hand gently touched Yang Dingtian's face, trembling as she said, I even dug your eyes out just now. Sorry, does it hurt? Then, she bent down her beautiful face and kissed Yang Dingtian's eyes. Does it still hurt? Viper Mo said in a sweet voice, then reached out to touch Yang Dingtian's eyebrows, and said in a daze, such handsome eyebrows, such charming eye sockets. Could it be that all the Naga tribe were so blind once they fell in love? At this time, Yang Dingtian's eyes were closed because his chi was breaking through, so he did not open his eyes. If she praised his eyes for being charming, then it would be fine. But now, because his eyes were closed, she praised his eye sockets for being charming. It was really unreasonable. I used my sword to kill you just now, it's really unforgivable, I almost became a sinner. Viper Mo said in a trembling voice, wait, I'll cut off my right arm to apologize to you, okay? Just now, did I hurt you, did I hurt you? Viper Mo, who was muttering to herself, could no longer suppress her emotions, and instinctively wanted to dominate the man in front of her. Can't. The female Naga ruthlessly slapped herself. Pa. With a crisp sound, her snow-white body was immediately sent flying dozens of meters away. I want to give him to Her Majesty, to let him revive the entire Naga tribe, I can't. Viper Mo painfully tangled together. But I can't help it, I really can't help it, I really can't resist it. Then, Viper Mo crawled towards Yang Dingtian again. I don't care, no, I can't, I want to give him to Her Majesty. Then, Viper Mo's body crazily struggled and slapped on the ground. Her slender legs slapped the ground with force. Although she already had human legs, she still had the habit of slapping the ground with her snake tail. In the end, she completely couldn't control herself. She immediately took Yang Dingtian's sword and began to cut her own body, wanting to let the pain suppress her instincts. Just like that, her body was suddenly dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. I don't care. Even if you destroy me, I don't care, no. Just like that, Viper Mo continued to crawl towards Yang Dingtian and continued to cut her own body with the sword. Yang Dingtian's breakthrough stopped, 6-star, 9th grade, was only a little bit away from 7-star Grandmaster. She was almost breaking through to 7-star Grandmaster, just a little bit more energy and she would break through. When the breakthrough stopped, Yang Dingtian's divine sense returned to his body. But his entire body was still completely frozen, completely unable to move. It was really strange, his mystic meridians were unimpeded, his sea of qi was also surging and powerful. But his entire body seemed to be completely frozen, completely unable to move. What kind of terrifying energy was this? After recovering his divine sense, Yang Dingtian suddenly smelled a strange fragrance and couldn't help but open his eyes to take a look. Suddenly, he saw a stunning beauty lying in a pool of blood. This stunning beauty was Viper Mo. Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that she had completely transformed into a human form. She actually grew a pair of legs, and it was a pair of perfect legs. It was completely indescribable, even Mu Lianyi's pair of beautiful legs couldn't compare. However, her body was already riddled with scars and countless wounds were bleeding, her entire body was already pale without a trace of blood, and her entire body was lying in a pool of blood. She is crazy? What are you doing? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Then, he was surprised to find that his mouth could move, his eyes could also move, but his neck was still unable to move. I'm afraid I can't control it. The stunning beauty Viper Mo said in a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian with incomparable affection and fanaticism. This kind of gaze completely made Yang Dingtian tremble all over. Because he really had never seen such a fanatical gaze. Yan Yan was so infatuated with him, her eyes were blurred, but she had never been so fanatical. This kind of fanaticism couldn't emerge from human eyes at all. Just now, this female snake demon was still looking down on him, who knew that when he woke up, she would be so affectionate. He wasn't a handsome man, and he wasn't like Wu Yuming, who was so handsome that he didn't look like a real person. Control what? Yang Dingtian asked. I have to control myself. I can't be on good terms with you because I want to give you to the queen. You will become our husband, the supreme ruler of the Serpentman Empire, second only to one person and above millions of people. You will become the ancestor of the race of gods. Viper Mo said in a trembling voice, but I really can't control myself, so I let myself bleed and let my flames flow in with my blood. This female snake demon had really gone completely crazy. At this moment, her beautiful face was pale, and she actually looked delicate and pitiful. Her entire face was so white that it was almost transparent. Once I completely suppress it, I will give up everything, then take you to our imperial capital and give you to the queen. Then, I will bury the love in my heart. Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian with her fiery eyes and said, Darling, wait for me a little longer. Wait for me a little longer. After my blood of desire has completely flowed out and I have regained some energy, I will take you to the imperial capital. Yang Dingtian said, You just killed me like I was nothing. Can I ask you what happened? Your blood transformed me into a human form. You made me fall in love. Viper Mo said, So, you and the queen will give birth to a perfect and powerful race, and our Serpentmen Empire will rule the entire chaotic world. For the Serpentmen Empire, I can give up everything, including my love. Afterward, Yang Dingtian recalled that this female snake demon had actually offered her second life to him, the mystic energy golden core. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Did the Serpentman's love come so suddenly and so crazily? She was completely irrational. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Are the feelings of the Serpentman also sudden and fierce? Love is the guidance of the heavens. It is an instantaneous feeling. Don't tell me I'm as hypocritical as you humans, wanting to reject but welcoming? Do I have to look at the other party's cultivation, the other party's background, the other party's ability? Nightmare said, Our love is instantaneous, but also eternal. May I ask what kind of energy you used to freeze my body in an instant? Yang Dingtian asked. I was frozen in an instant without any room to resist. This is my unique talent. Viper Mo said proudly, Her Majesty said that when I completely transform into a human form and find my lover, the offspring we give birth to might be Queen Medusa. After that, Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian with feverish eyes. The king's husband can't marry other wives, so I will beg Her Majesty to give the throne to you. Then you can take me as your concubine. Maybe we can give birth to a Queen Medusa. At this moment, the voice of the serpent woman filled with fear came from outside. General, the 50,000 slaves are very close to us. Should we attack? This was the first female general of the serpent men under Viper Mo. Xianxia. After 4 hours, Viper Mo still hadn't appeared in the camp to organize the attack. Xianxia finally couldn't help but come in and asked timidly. Viper Mo was temperamental, fierce and cruel. Even the female generals under her were very afraid of her. Attack, but for such a small matter, I won't go. You command the whole battle. Viper Mo said. Yes. Xianxia said, Your Highness, are you all right? She actually called Viper Mo Your Highness. I'm all right. You leave quickly. Viper Mo said sternly. Yes. Xianxia quickly retreated. Xianxia wanted to lead the army to kill the 50,000 half-human slaves, but there were more than 200,000 barbarian soldiers. Once they started killing, the 50,000 slaves wouldn't have any power to fight back. Moreover, Yang Dingtian who was protecting them wasn't here. After Xianxia left, Yang Dingtian said, Your Highness Viper Mo, can I ask you for a favor? Call me Mo, that's my maiden name. Viper Mo said, Because Her Majesty considers me as her niece, she calls me princess. Whatever you say, whatever you want, I will agree to it, no matter what it is. When Viper Mo spoke, she didn't hide her feverish feelings. Can you let go of the 50,000 slaves? Yang Dingtian asked. Viper Mo's beautiful eyes flashed with pain as she said, Husband, I can't. If it's a private matter, I can do anything you want, I can give you anything you want. But this is official business, I don't have the authority to agree to it. If I agree to it, I will be betraying the Naga Empire, betraying Her Majesty. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and used his Xian energy to try to dissolve the energy that was solidifying his body. Then he would use Viper Mo as a hostage to save the 50,000 slaves. Seeing Yang Dingtian close his eyes, Viper Mo thought that Yang Dingtian was angry. She immediately said in a soft voice, I'm sorry, husband, I can't do what you want me to do. If you are angry, after I send you to Her Majesty, you can kill me with your sword. Yang Dingtian still closed his eyes and used his Xian energy to dissolve the special solidifying energy with all his might. At this moment, Viper Mo's breathing became more and more rapid. Her feelings seemed to have begun to rise gradually. Because she rejected Yang Dingtian just now, her heart was filled with guilt towards her lover. Then, the guilt turned into passion. Viper Mo groaned in pain, then she picked up the sword and cut herself again. Suddenly, the little blood that was originally not much surged out again. Her weak and delicate body suddenly collapsed to the ground. At this moment, suddenly, a golden figure rushed in like lightning. A woman with a golden mask and an extremely charming and seductive figure instantly appeared between Yang Dingtian and Viper Mo as if she had teleported. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Princess Viper Mo, your death date has arrived. After saying that, the mysterious woman suddenly slashed her sword at the weak Viper Mo. Note, the first update has been sent, I will continue to write the second update. Fengwu. Yang Dingtian almost blurted out, this woman who rushed in had a similar style of dressing to Dugu Fengwu. Especially when she was moving up and down, she had a valiant aura. In the past, Dugu Fengwu loved to wear men's clothes, and only her tall and straight figure could make men's clothes look unusually charming and free. This woman might not be wearing men's clothing, but she was very androgynous. Furthermore, she was wearing a pure gold mask and had sharp and beautiful eyes. Even though she was wearing a mask, from her figure and aura, it was hard to tell if she was male or female. Furthermore, whenever Dugu Fengwu appeared, there would be a patch of golden light. When this woman rushed in, there would also be a patch of golden light. Furthermore, she was extremely ruthless and decisive as she directly chopped off Viper Mo's beautiful head. Stop. You can't kill her. Yang Dingtian shouted. This woman who rushed in was obviously the disciple of Dongli Grassland's savior, Saintess Xianxia, Huang Yu. At this moment, she finally looked at Yang Dingtian in the eyes. After looking him up and down a few times, she didn't hide the disdain in her eyes and said indifferently, "Are you her pet?" Yang Dingtian lowered his head to look at himself and then at Viper Mo on the ground. No wonder this woman had such suspicions. You are indeed a beast and play so wildly. Huang Yu looked at Viper Mo, who was covered in blood, and smiled faintly. Alright, you degenerate boy toy. After killing her, I will immediately slaughter you and let you play such disgusting games in the underworld. I am not a boy toy. Yang Dingtian said, alright, this is not important. The important thing is, didn't you see? This Viper Mo in front of you is a female from the snake race, and she has transformed into a human. At this moment, Huang Yu's gaze instantly landed on Viper Mo's legs, and her eyes trembled. She was really a careless woman. She only noticed such important information now. In the entire Naga tribe, only Queen Poisa can transform into human form. Viper Mo's cultivation is not enough, how can he transform into human form? Huang Yu suddenly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's vitals and said, if you don't tell me, I can only turn you into a eunuch. I hope Viper Mo doesn't mind that his pet is a eunuch. As a result, Yang Dingtian was threatened for the second time today. Huang Yu, if you dare to hurt Lang Jun, I will tear you into pieces and throw you into the 10,000 snake cave. Your flesh and blood will enter the snake's stomach, the weak Viper Mo said coldly. Oh, so it's not a pet. It's an affectionate couple. Huang Yu lightly drew a line with her sword. Suddenly, a wound appeared, and blood flowed out. Stop, you crazy woman. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, I knew it. Once I meet a crazy woman like you, I won't have a good ending. This General Viper Mo drank my blood, so he transformed into human form. Huang Yu's face changed dramatically, and said in a hoarse voice, you're telling the truth? Yang Dingtian said, the truth is in front of you. You can see it clearly. Huang Yu said, you really are a scourge. Thank you for telling me, but I can only kill you. I can't let this world be filled with the tragedy of Naga's destruction. Are you crazy? Yang Dingtian said, are you Saintess Xianxia's people? Are you from the Holy Valley? So what if I am? Huang Yu said. I'm with you. Yang Dingtian said angrily, I protected several tens of thousands of slaves and escorted them to the Holy Valley. General Viper Mo used several tens of thousands of soldiers to set up an encirclement. I had no choice but to assassinate General Viper Mo. You came to assassinate her? Huang Yu said, but you ended up in this state, playing a fairy fight on the ground? This crazy woman, she really doesn't care what she says. I hid behind her and was about to stab her heart with my sword. As a result, she released an extremely powerful and mysterious energy that completely froze my body. Yang Dingtian said, afterward, she wanted to kill me. She used her poisonous fangs to bite my neck and poisoned my entire body. But my blood entered her body and turned her into human form. So, you shouldn't have killed her. You should have taken her hostage, saved the 50,000 slaves, and brought her to the Holy Valley to threaten Queen Poisa. Although she is only one of the 16 generals, her identity is very special. She has some kind of ancient Medusa's talent, so she is very important to Queen Poisa. Huang Yu's burning eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. You don't believe me? Yang Dingtian asked. I believe you. Huang Yu said, what about your companions? What about your partner who saved tens of thousands of slaves with you? It's just me. Yang Dingtian replied. You alone saved 50,000 slaves and killed several tens of thousands of slaves? Huang Yu said, if you were so strong, you wouldn't have been humiliated by this snake demon like a piece of trash. Whether you believe it or not, I am alone. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then I am relieved. You can rest in peace. Huang Yu said, then suddenly stabbed her sword into Yang Dingtian's chest. Blood suddenly spurted out. You are crazy. You know I am on your side and you still want to kill me? Yang Dingtian angrily said. I believe you are on our side. But if you can make Queen Poisa fall in love with you, maybe you can give birth to a perfect race. So I can only eliminate you. Otherwise, the Snake Empire will really rule the world. Huang Yu said, at worst, I will apologize to you. Finished speaking, Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes and slowly stabbed the sword in her hand. She wanted to pierce Yang Dingtian's heart without any hesitation. This which is still killing people like flax. You dare to kill my Lang Jun, go die. At this moment, Viper Mo, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly sprung up like a poisonous snake. The blood on the ground was suddenly sucked back into her body. She opened her mouth at Huang Yu and spat out countless green blood arrows. Because she bled herself, Viper Mo became extremely weak at this time. But in order to save Yang Dingtian, she directly spat out her life-saving Xian poison. Naga's last life-saving Xian poison is the deep-sea Xian poison. And Viper Mo, as a member of the snake race, also has her own life-saving Xian poison. Once it is spat out, she will not live for long. Lang Jun, let's go and find Her Majesty the Queen. Viper Mo exclaimed, then her entire body turned into a stream of light, fiercely pouncing towards Huang Yu. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body completely regained mobility. And Huang Yu, seeing Viper Mo's Xian poison, was immediately horrified. She desperately surged all the Xian qi in her body and shot backwards. Her entire body was like a cannonball, dodging at lightning speed. Because of the treasure bestowed by her master, she was able to withstand Viper Mo's body-locking inherent skill. But she was unable to withstand the 800-years-old snake demon Xian poison. If she was hit by it, she would definitely die. Following that, Huang Yu almost frantically dodged the green Xian poison behind her. And Viper Mo, whose entire body was riddled with injuries, chased after Huang Yu crazily. Lang Jun, quickly go and find Her Majesty, go and find Her Majesty. At this moment, although Viper Mo was incomparably weak, she was really like a malicious spirit, crazily chasing after Huang Yu, absolutely not letting her off. And that green Xian poison, its speed was even faster, chasing after Huang Yu like lightning. Huang Yu was almost running for her life. Because she could withstand Viper Mo's body-locking secret technique, so although she couldn't do anything to Viper Mo, but she wasn't too afraid of Viper Mo. But she really didn't expect that Viper Mo, in order to protect this man, would even give up her own life-saving Xian poison. She had never encountered such a dangerous moment. Using all her strength to escape, she was almost unable to pull out the Xian poison to chase after him. Bam! Suddenly, that green Xian poison exploded. Instantly, the Xian poison turned into a huge circle, enveloping Huang Yu within. Then, the Xian poison suddenly contracted and was about to drill into Huang Yu's body. Huang Yu accepted her fate as she closed her eyes. Although she was unwilling, she was incomparably free and easy. If I die, then I die, what does it matter? Then, she closed her eyes and waited for death. Just at this moment, like a flash of lightning, Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared beside her, using his body to block the surging Xian poison for her. Whoosh! Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly burst out two Xian flames, instantly forming an energy shield, enveloping himself and Huang Yu within. Don't! Seeing the Xian poison suddenly condensing towards Yang Dingtian, Viper Mo cried out in alarm. She never thought that Yang Dingtian didn't escape, but suddenly appeared beside Huang Yu. Then, she suddenly wanted to withdraw the Xian poison, but it was already too late. However, what happened next completely shocked her. Because the Xian poison was actually unable to break through that flame shield, and these two flame shields were actually pale white and colorless, Yang Dingtian also didn't have it easy because he couldn't let the million spirit demon fire and devil spirit demon fire touch, otherwise it would turn into a huge lightning bolt. So between the two Xian flames, there was a layer of chaos Xianqi. Although her Xian poison was far from Naga's deep sea Xian poison, it could also directly corrode Xianqi and Xian flame. Now, it was actually unable to enter his Xian flame shield? It was really too scary. You're heavily injured. If you don't plan to kill me, then hurry up and withdraw the Xian poison. That way, the damage will be smaller. Then, recuperate properly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian then withdrew the Xian flame shield. After saying that, he and Huang Yu immediately disappeared from the space. He used the invisibility profound skill and brought Huang Yu into the isolated space. Then, Yang Dingtian used the invisibility profound skill and madly sprinted for 1,000 meters. At this moment, Huang Yu opened her eyes and said, "We don't have to die just like this?" After running for dozens of miles, Huang Yu struggled free from Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "Looks like that snake demon has deep feelings for you." Because she was afraid of hurting you, she actually withdrew the Xian poison and even let me off. Yang Dingtian looked at her deeply and instinctively reached out to touch the wound on his chest. Because he felt that he didn't need it, he didn't wear the deep-sea mystic clothes for a long time. A few days ago, he secretly put it on Yin Yan's body, and Yin Yan still didn't know about it. If this woman in front of him was really Du Gufengwu, then how many times had she killed him? He really couldn't count. Now, she had completely forgotten who he was, and even her face had changed. Forget it didn't matter if this woman in front of him was Du Gufengwu or not. He didn't want to provoke her and disturb her anymore. Let her bid farewell to the past completely. Huang Yu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said, "You saved me." "Yes, you're welcome," Yang Dingtian said. "I still have to say sorry," Huang Yu said. Then, she suddenly flashed and thrust her sword at Yang Dingtian. This demon woman. Even at this moment, she still wanted to kill him. Even if he had just saved her life, she still wanted to kill him. However, this was more in line with her character. "You crazy woman. Do you think you can kill me?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. "You're just a gigolo who relies on his face to make a living. How capable can you be?" Huang Yu said and suddenly thrust her sword. Clang! Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly slashed on her sharp sword. There was a loud sound. In an instant, the two of them were sent flying. After landing, Yang Dingtian felt his qi and blood surging. Huang Yu staggered for a while and vomited a mouthful of blood. "I said before, you aren't a match for me," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Viper Mo's army has already gone to kill the 50,000 slaves. I have to go save them and don't have the time to be entangled with you." Then, Yang Dingtian directly flew towards the direction of the 50,000 slaves. Huang Yu quickly caught up and said, "Who are you? There aren't many humans at your age who can defeat me. It doesn't matter who I am. The key is whose side am I on?" Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu was silent for a moment and then said, "Follow me. I brought 1,000 elites to save the 50,000 slaves. My people are over there." After saying that, Huang Yu flew towards a valley in the west. After the two of them flew for dozens of miles, a delicate cry suddenly came from the sky. Miss Huang Yu, our people and the 50,000 slaves have been completely surrounded in the valley. Hundreds of Naga race and hundreds of thousands of slave army have surrounded us." A beautiful Foxman race woman rode on a white eagle and shouted at Huang Yu. Then, her beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian and revealed an extremely surprised and ecstatic look. "Big brother Yang Dingtian." Subsequently, that Foxman race girl cried out delicately as she jumped down from the white eagle and pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Before Yang Dingtian could react, the Foxman race woman threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and hugged him tightly as she cried, "Big brother Yang Dingtian, I missed you so much. I missed you every day." Yang Dingtian did not expect to meet the Foxman race's Princess Xianxia here. Note. It's the end of the month. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote a few. Thank you everyone. Seeing Xianxia act like this, Huang Yu frowned and said, Xianxia, you know him too? Xianxia suddenly remembered that there was another person beside her. She immediately let go of Yang Dingtian and turned her face to the side. Yes, she is the benefactor of our Foxman tribe. Xianxia said. Okay, how is the situation over there? Huang Yu asked. A few hundred serpent men and 200,000 barbarian slaves have surrounded us. They will attack soon. The commander is the #1 general under the Viper Demon Princess, Xianxia. Xianxian Beep said. Let's go. Huang Yu glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, Sir, why don't we have a competition to see who can kill more people? This woman is still so competitive. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the man and woman flew toward the valley as fast as they could. This was indeed a cramped valley. The entrance was narrow and the terrain was dangerous. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The reason why Huang Yu's rebel army chose this place should be because of the terrain here. The reason why the Naga Empire's army let the slaves and rebel army escape here was probably because they wanted to wipe them out. Once the two entrances were blocked, the people inside would not be able to escape. At this time, the Naga Empire's army of 200,000 had basically finished their preparations. Layer by layer, they surrounded the valley tightly. They were just waiting for Xia's order to send out the wolf cavalry and attack. Yang Dingtian asked Xianxian Bela to find a black cloak for him, allowing his body to be shrouded in darkness. In the narrow valley, more than 50,000 people were crowded. More than 1,000 rebels, 1/3 of them were guarding the front exit, 1/3 of them were guarding the back entrance, and the remaining 1/3 were guarding the air. Then, they selected the strong slaves from the 50,000 to be the reserve team. I will guard the exit, you guard the entrance. Huang Yu directly ordered Yang Dingtian. There were more enemies at the exit, and they were more ferocious and elite, so it was more dangerous. Yang Dingtian, I'll guard the exit, you guard the entrance. Don't talk nonsense, Huang Yu said bluntly. The moment she opened her mouth, she really wanted to anger people to death. Big brother Yang Dingtian, I'll be with you. Xianxia also followed with her saber in hand. Xianxia, stay with me, Huang Yu said. But, I want to follow brother Yang Dingtian, Xianxia said. Huang Yu frowned. Xianxia worshipped her the most and followed her all the time. Now that Yang Dingtian had arrived, she had actually abandoned her to follow him. No. Huang Yu said coldly. It will be very dangerous later. Xianxia, follow me. Yang Dingtian grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and rushed towards the back entrance. At this time, more than 300 elite resistance army had gathered at the entrance. The leader was a leopard man warrior. He was valiant and majestic, as tall and straight as a mountain. That's right, most of the leopard men had already surrendered to the Snake Man Empire, but a portion of them had joined the resistance army. This leopard man warrior was called Jing Lei. He was once a cavalry commander of the leopard men. At this time, these 300 resistance army soldiers were neatly arranged into a human wall. They stood upright with shields and blocked the entire entrance. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, Jing Lei glanced at Yang Dingtian and Xianxia and said, Xianxia, who is this pretty boy? That's right, Yang Dingtian wasn't considered a very handsome guy among humans, but in front of the wild leopard men, he was indeed a pretty boy. This is my big brother Yin. He is a great hero. He will be in charge of commanding you. Xianxia said proudly. Hee, great hero. I can beat him with my nose. An elephant man beside her said rudely, shaking his powerful nose. When Jing Lei heard that Yang Dingtian was here to command them, his eyes turned cold. The golden fur on his body stood up and he said, Pretty boy, you want to command us? Are you hard enough or not? Come. If you want to command us, let's fight first. After saying that, the majestic leopard man leader walked out of the formation and walked towards Yang Dingtian. As he walked, his body emitted explosive sounds. The stone floor under his feet shattered inch by inch. He wanted to show Yang Dingtian his strength. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you command us. As long as you can survive 3 moves, I will let you have a position beside me. If you can't survive 3 moves, you can go to the back and lick Xianxia's tail. Jing Lei sneered. Yang Dingtian had experienced the barbarity of the half-human race. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red. I am only here to participate in the battle. You are the highest commander. I will follow your orders. Yang Dingtian obviously wouldn't argue with such a straightforward person before the battle. Haha. Jing Lei laughed loudly. He walked over and patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. Although you are a coward, you know your place and you are honest. Xianxia, is he your lover? Xianxia angrily walked over and ruthlessly kicked Shocking Thunder's majestic leg, but the other party laughed out loud. Jing Lei, I am warning you. Don't look down on others. Xianxia said. Jing Lei said, what is your name? Yan Nantian. Yang Dingtian said. That's good. Yan Nantian, you and Xianxia will be at the back of our human wall. You are the last line of defense. If you are finished, the 50,000 people behind you will also be finished. Remember, this battle is to test whether or not you have the qualifications to lift Xianxia's tail. If you dare to turn around and run, I will smash you into meat paste with 1 punch. Thunder said, and then continued to walk to the front of the human wall in the middle. Here, Yang Dingtian had learned a new phrase, flipping the tail. It was really barbaric. However, animals really liked to play this game. Xianxia and Yang Dingtian came to the last row of the human wall and said softly, Big brother Tian, don't be angry. Although Jing Lei is barbaric, he is a good person. I know. Yang Dingtian said. Also, our resistance army is under a lot of pressure. Moreover, the elites are all fighting tribes, so their words and actions are very barbaric. Don't mind them. Xianxia said. I won't. I like their character. Yang Dingtian said. It was indeed so. This leopard man leader Jing Lei's words were incomparably vulgar. And Xianxia was so beautiful. However, when he looked at Xianxia, there was only the love of a sister. There was no greed. As a fighting tribe, leopard men had always been brave and frank. However, these leopard men seemed to be too frank. In front of them, there was a leopard man woman. Yang Dingtian was quickly teased by her. Her tail directly swept across Yang Dingtian's waist. She then turned around and said, Oh, a human. The women of the leopard tribe were the most outstanding beauties in the battle tribe. Their degree of humanization was very high. Their whole body was human except for an extra tail, 2 leopard ears and the leopard mark on their forehead. Leopard men-women had very hot figures. They were healthy and strong. Yang Dingtian quickly dodged. He really didn't expect that the dignified hidden sect master, who was almost the highest leader of the human race, would be teased by a leopard man-woman. Jingyu, what are you doing? Xianxia angrily slapped away the leopard man-woman's hand. As a good sister, I have to check for you. A man's capital is the foundation of a woman's happiness. The gorgeous leopard man-woman said wildly, humans are famous for being unbearable. But you're lucky. This human is not inferior to us leopard men. If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Xianxia said angrily. Don't worry, I won't snatch. The leopard man-woman said in surprise, but when you flirt for the first time, you have to let us listen. If it's a trash, for your happiness, we have to chase him out of your room. The battle hasn't started yet. Why don't you check here now, Xianxia? Suddenly, a half-human woman's voice sounded. Immediately, the 300 resistance army elites all stood up and instigated one after another. Xianxia's face turned red and she ignored them. Yang Dingtian was also at his wits' end. These half-human race were too vulgar and couldn't be resisted at all. As the leader, Jing Lei did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and listened to the crowd's jeering. They're here. Suddenly, a leopard flew over as fast as lightning. When it arrived in front of the crowd, it stood up straight. This was a human leopard. Because he could walk upright, but his body was more like a leopard than a human. Generally speaking, he was the best scout and cavalry. After hearing this sound, all the jeering stopped. The 300 resistance army elites instantly became incomparably serious. All the soldiers' bodies suddenly arched. All their muscles instantly tightened, and the hair on their necks instantly stood up. The 300 resistance army elites instantly condensed into a rope and became an incomparably powerful force. Boom 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 boom, then, a rumbling sound was heard. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. The Naga Empire's slave barbarian army began to charge. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw the Naga Empire's army. It was the werewolf cavalry regiment. Tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry, covered in black armor, surged over like a black tide, covering the sky and earth. Looking down from the sky, tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry were like huge black shadows. And the 300 resistance army at the entrance of the valley were pitifully small, almost insignificant. The werewolf cavalry was getting closer and closer. The momentum of tens of thousands of cavalry charging, a timid person would probably be scared out of his wits. 3,000 meters away. 2,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away. 500 meters away. Bend down. Jinglei ordered. Immediately, the 300 elite resistance army suddenly bent down. Human, don't worry, I will protect you. I won't let Xianxia become a widow. The leopard girl in front suddenly said in a surprised voice. She was no longer as rough as before, but seemed serious. Thank you. Yang Dingtian said. He was truly grateful. Of course, he did not need the protection of this leopard woman, but her heart was incomparably sincere. Because of Xianxia, she was willing to protect a strange human on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry, the closest vanguard, was only 300 meters away. Gotcha! Suddenly, all the werewolf cavalry suddenly straightened the spears in their hands and faced the wall of resistance soldiers. Raise your swords! Jinglei roared. Immediately, the 300 resistance soldiers pulled out their sharp swords in unison. Awoo! The werewolf cavalry let out an astonishing roar and instantly accelerated. Like a storm, they rushed fiercely toward the thin wall of 300 resistance soldiers. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, it was like a monstrous wave hitting the dam, making a loud noise. Countless werewolf spears pierced through the shield and stabbed into it. The first row of the resistance army, less than 100 people, trembled violently as if it had been hit by a huge rock. It spat out a mouthful of blood, but it did not retreat half a step. Kill! There was a fierce roar. The leopard leader, Jinglei, slashed down with the 2-meter-long giant sword in his hand. Suddenly, the werewolf cavalry in front of him, together with his mount, was directly split into two halves. Flesh and blood flew, and blood spurted. At the same time, the 100 resistance army experts in front of him slashed down with their giant swords. Swish! The sword light flashed. The werewolf cavalry at the front were all split into two halves, and blood spurted out. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and his blood boiled. This was the absolute aesthetics of violence. This was the most naked confrontation of blood and power. Yang Dingtian had also experienced several great battles. However, the scene in front of him was almost the most direct. It was almost no less bloody and fierce than the battle between the demon dragon army and the demon wolf army. Swish, 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 swish. The row of resistance army experts in front was like a complete killing machine. All of their movements were almost neat. All of the giant swords were raised together and slashed down together. There was no heroic spirit at all. Everyone condensed into a sharp blade. In this way, in addition to the initial fierce impact of the resistance army, the next one was a one-sided massacre. These 100 giant swords seemed to be tireless, crazily slashing. The werewolf cavalry in front of them, one after another, rushed forward crazily, and then were split into two halves by these 100 giant swords. In just 15 minutes, a thick layer of corpses piled up in front of the resistance army wall, and blood flowed everywhere. Yang Dingtian had the most elite cavalry and winged cavalry under his command, but he had never had such elite heavy infantry. The combat power of this resistance army was far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. Yang Dingtian had already seen that among the resistance army experts in front of him, there were more than 10 experts above the martial honor level. However, none of them left the organization, and none of them played the hero. All of them gathered together and became a complete fighting machine, asterisk 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 boom. Just as the battle at the entrance behind Yang Dingtian began. At the entrance in front of Huan Yu, the battle broke out at the same time. They were facing tens of thousands of leopard and lion cavalry. Their combat power was more ferocious than the werewolf cavalry. As for Huan Yu, she was a high-level master. She had completely integrated into the group, and in the middle of the first row, she fought. Similarly, it was an overwhelming victory. Asterisk 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 swish 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 swish, the battle continued. Countless werewolf cavalry, as if they were not afraid of death, rushed forward one after another, crazily charging. And the first row of resistance army wall, like tireless killing machines, raised their swords, raised their swords, raised their swords, and slashed. Half an hour later, finally, the first row of resistance army wall had its first casualty. It was a leopard warrior. His Xianxia could not support him, and his movements were half a step slower. He was immediately pierced by the werewolf's long spear. In the blink of an eye, a warrior behind him stepped forward and killed the werewolf rider. Then, the pierced leopard warrior was immediately dragged behind the human wall. The reserve team quickly rushed forward and carried him away for treatment. Throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest bit of panic. This was a very, very elite and powerful army, and Yang Dingtian did not make a move. His mission was not here for the time being. His spiritual aura was firmly locked onto the hundreds of snakemen experts in front of him. These were his true opponents. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The frenzied slaughter ended after an hour. The Snakemen Empire sounded the horn of temporary retreat. Obviously, the strength of this resistance army was far beyond their imagination. In just an hour of battle, the werewolf cavalry left behind at least 10,000 corpses. Nearly half of them were injured, and they had to retreat, and the resistance army had less than 10 casualties. As the highest commander of the Snakemen Empire, He Sha was obviously preparing to change the battle strategy. After the horn of retreat sounded, almost all of the enemies retreated. Stop the battle, rest. Thunder shouted loudly. Suddenly, the entire resistance army relaxed. The entire steel-like defense line suddenly relaxed. Brother Tian, let's go. Xianxia pulled Yang Dingtian and immediately turned to run. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. But soon, he knew why. Because the first thing the resistance army did when they relaxed was to take off their pants and pee. Moreover, they were peeing on the enemy's corpses. While peeing, they laughed boldly, using this method to express their disdain for the enemy. Perhaps this could be considered as a way to relieve pressure on the battlefield, but it was really rough. That's what's so annoying about these people. I have to run away as fast as I can every time, Xianxia Bela said angrily. At this time, the leopard girl walked over and glanced at Yang Dingtian, then patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, you didn't pee. You passed the first test." Yang Dingtian was speechless. He looked at her hand, hoping that there was nothing on it. After the leopard girl left, Jing Lei, who looked like a majestic mountain, walked over. His arm that was as thick as a tree trunk patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said, "Not bad, you didn't pee from fear." Yang Dingtian nodded painfully. These barbarians, didn't they know to wash their hands when peeing? They even patted people's shoulders. However, these barbarians' requirements for Yang Dingtian were really low. It was fine as long as he didn't pee. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then, these resistance army elites used this time to adjust their breathing and started to take pills. Huan Yu walked over and said with her chin raised, "Hey, I killed 1359 people. How many did you kill?" "0. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. Xianxia immediately said, "It was Thunder who didn't let Brother Tian go to the first row. That's not fair." "Humph, if you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. Don't find excuses," Huan Yu said and walked away. Xianxia looked at Huan Yu's back and said, "Brother Tian, Miss Huan Yu is very proud. She doesn't even want to talk to others. Now she often comes to find trouble with you. Do you two know each other?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know how to say it. I feel that you two know each other, and your relationship is not normal." Xianxia said, "Anyway, it doesn't look normal. It's like a pair of enemies." A girl's intuition was indeed very scary. The time to rest was very short. Only half an hour later, the Serpentine Empire once again made a comeback. The three groups of resistance army immediately built a steel wall, full of absolute fighting spirit and morale. At the beginning of the battle, the people on the defensive line were still making crude jokes about Yongding Tian and Xianxia. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was the Eagleman race, the most terrifying fighting race in the Dongli grassland, riding and shooting demons in the sky. Then, the sky on both sides was covered by darkness. Tens of thousands of Eagleman race members covered the sky and the sun, crazily attacking. It didn't matter that the Eagleman race could fly. The key was that the Eagleman race had a huge number of godly archers and a huge number of ice archers. They were the most terrifying enemy. At the same time, the earth began to tremble. Countless werewolf cavalry, leopard cavalry, and lion cavalry crazily rushed over. Yongding Tian suddenly pulled out his sword and flew into the air, shouting, "Huan Yu, you deal with the ground, I'll deal with the sky." After saying that, he flew towards the tens of thousands of Eagleman race members alone. Suddenly, everyone on the ground was completely shocked. Note: the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. I don't open a chapter to ask for votes, you can't not vote. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yongding Tian in the air. Was he crazy? One person facing tens of thousands of Eaglemen warriors, this was completely crazy. Did he think he was the Sanctus High Xian? Seeing the completely shocked resistance army at the entrance, Huan Yu said, "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to fight?" Immediately, all the elites of the resistance army suppressed the surprise in their hearts, bent their bodies, and prepared for battle with all their might. However, the 50,000 slaves in the middle of the valley and the Snakemen army outside could raise their heads and look at the rare spectacle in the sky. "General, is this human crazy?" The Snakemen general next to Xianxia laughed. "Probably." Xianxia sneered and said, "In this group of resistance army, except for Huan Yu, the others are not worth mentioning. Our Snakeman race can easily kill them all." The ugly and terrifying Snakeman male next to him opened his mouth and spat out his forked tongue. "Then why don't our Snakeman race go up and kill these dirty and lowly creatures? We have cannon fodder, why don't we use it?" Xianxia sneered. Yongding Tian alone faced tens of thousands of Eaglemen warriors. The two sides were getting closer and closer. The humanization of the Eaglemen was already very high, except for the pair of wings on their backs and the two feathers on their waists. Of course, their fingernails were sharp and curved, just like the eagles. However, a high degree of humanization did not mean beauty. In fact, the Eaglemen race was the ugliest and most terrifying race. If there was only one word to describe it, it would be a devil's body and a devil's face. That's right, the female Eaglemen race had a very hot body, and that kind of curve was very difficult for humans to have. However, their faces were all ferocious and terrifying, without exception. The leopard men also had leopard ears and leopard patterns on their foreheads, but this did not hinder the beauty of the leopard men women. As for the Eaglemen race, they all had human facial features, and there were no feathers on their faces. However, they had the shape of an eagle's face. This was a complete tragedy. The eagle's face was so narrow, and it looked extremely handsome on the eagle's back, with its sharp eyes and curved and sharp beak. However, to squeeze all of a person's facial features onto such a narrow face was utterly terrifying. Yongding Tian had already made sufficient mental preparations, but when he saw the Eaglemen, he was still shocked. It was really terrifying and ugly. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all squeezed onto his face, which was less than 2 inches wide. His chin was extremely sharp, like an awl. Clearly, the 10,000 Eaglemen warriors were completely infuriated by Yongding Tian. Both sides approached each other at lightning speed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When they were within 1,000 meters, countless Eaglemen shot out sharp arrows. The Eaglemen were the most elite archers. Although they didn't have crystal crossbows, they were able to pull open the toughest and strongest bows and hit their targets with every shot. Their swords could pierce through almost any armor. Moreover, in every 10 Eaglemen, there would be one frost archer. The frost arrow that was shot out could release a fatal chill. Therefore, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared in the sky. Countless black sharp swords, like a black shadow, pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Countless frost arrows, like countless lightning bolts, rushed towards Yang Dingtian. It was almost instantaneous. Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly shot out like lightning. Facing countless sharp arrows and countless frost arrows, he rushed into the army of the Eagle Men. In an instant, all the black gold swords were shattered into pieces. All the frost arrows instantly froze around Yang Dingtian. Crack crack, Yang Dingtian's speed became slower and slower. In the end, everything around him froze. His entire body was completely frozen in the huge ice. The black demon general on the ground sneered, "What a stupid human. Even I don't dare to face the attack of the previous frost archer head-on. A mere human dares to hit a stone with an egg." At this moment, bang! Suddenly, the frozen ice on Yang Dingtian's body exploded. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian, like a bolt of lightning, rushed into the army of the Eagle Men. He pulled out his sword. Swish 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 swish, in an instant, the sword burst out a sword light of hundreds of feet. Heaven-defying whirlwind. The sword light of hundreds of feet spun wildly in the air. Bang 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 bang, wherever the sword light passed. All the Eagle Men were slashed at the waist. Swish 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 swish, the entire sky was shrouded in bright light. Then, the barbarian army of the Snakemen Empire that was charging crazily on the ground suddenly found that it was raining. That's right, it was blood rain. Countless drops of blood fell like raindrops. Then, the body parts of the Eagle Men fell like raindrops. The screams of the Eagle Men were very sharp and ear-piercing. It was like a human's voice, but also like an eagle's cry. The cries of countless Eagle Men made people shudder even more. Everyone was extremely horrified to find out, in the east parting grassland, the Eagleman race that was feared by all was now being massacred, and it was being massacred by a single person. The barbarian army on the ground suddenly stopped charging. The elite resistance army at the entrance and exit almost forgot their mission as they stared blankly at the sky. This is 2F** King exaggerated, one person against tens of thousands of people, and it was a one-sided massacre. How many people could a great grandmaster kill on the battlefield? About 10 to 20,000 people, and then his Xianxia would be completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian was a 6-star 9th grade great grandmaster, but he had the 9 Yangxian meridians, a heaven-defying soul sword that was close to the emperor grade, and the Naga royalty Xianxia in his body. Therefore, his combat strength was almost no less than a great grandmaster. No matter how many Eagle Men there were, it was useless because even a martial honorable could not escape Yang Dingtian's instant kill. The only thing that restricted Yang Dingtian was Xianxia. This heaven-defying whirlwind seemed to be infinitely powerful. However, the consumption of Xianxia was really huge. To describe it in one sentence, the consumption of Xianxia was like peeing, dropping crazily. Swish 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 swish, Yang Dingtian crazily massacred. A few hundred people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000 people, after killing 8,000 Eagle Men alive. His Xianxia was almost depleted. What were the consequences of his Xianxia being depleted? The consequences were very serious. A high-level martial artist without Xianxia was nothing, and anyone could kill him with a sword. At this time, there were more than 10 to 20,000 Eagle Men. Yang Dingtian was incomparably powerful, and he continued to kill crazily. This was a game to see who would be frightened first. Without a doubt, all the ground troops were frightened. General Xianxia on the battlefield, his gorgeous face almost changed color. When did such a powerful figure appear in the Holy Valley Resistance Army? I'm afraid he is only below Xianxian. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. Among the Nagas present, only General Viper Mo was his opponent, but General Viper Mo did not come at all. The Eagle Men leader's heart was almost bleeding. These were all the warriors of his Eagle Men tribe. The Eagle Men tribe was not like the lowly werewolf tribe, who gave birth to more than a dozen in a litter several times a year. The Eagle Men hatched from eggs, and there were 4 or 5 eggs in a litter, but after hatching, only one baby could survive, because the first thing it did after being born was to destroy all the other eggs. Among the 8 major tribes, each of the other tribes had 1,000,000 warriors, but the Eagle Men only had a little more than 100,000. Now, tens of thousands of them were about to be slaughtered. Moreover, this massacre was too horrifying. A whirlwind chopped down, and hundreds of Eagle Men warriors were cut in two. They couldn't be more dead. "General, what should we do? Do you want me to order a retreat first?" the Eagle Men leader asked. "No, his Xianxia is about to be exhausted. Once his Xianxia is exhausted, he will die," Xianxia said. She was right. Yang Dingtian's Xianxia was exhausted. What if his Xianxia was exhausted and he didn't want to become a lamb to be slaughtered? There was no other way. He had to start burning his sea of qi again. So it seemed that Yang Dingtian was still majestic and crazily slaughtering people. But in fact, he had been crazily burning his sea of qi and overdrawing his Xianxia. But it seemed that his Xianxia was endless. Finally, the Eagle Men warriors couldn't stand it anymore. This was a tribe with high intelligence. Finally, they couldn't resist Yang Dingtian's terrifying massacre. After a series of screams, they no longer cared about the battlefield orders and desperately fled in all directions. Nearly half of the more than 30,000 Eagle Men were killed, and the remaining 10 to 20,000 were all scared out of their wits and fled without a trace. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to stop burning his Xianxia. He still burned his sea of qi and made himself infinitely breezy. Holding his sword, he looked around and said lightly, "Who else?" When this voice came out, everyone present almost wanted to worship him. This was the god of war. After killing more than 10,000 people, he still shouted majestically. Suddenly, almost everyone in the Snake People Empire was frightened by Yang Dingtian and became completely silent. The Snake People Empire can't withstand a single blow. Yang Dingtian said lightly, and then slowly landed in the valley. "Huang Yu, I killed more than 10,000 people just now." Yang Dingtian's voice sounded in Huang Yu's ears. And Huang Yu had killed more than 1,000 people. Shocked, Huang Yu almost crushed her jade teeth. "How dare you show off in front of me? Next, I'll leave it to you." Yang Dingtian quickly sat on the ground and swallowed a holy water elixir. What a joke, he had to quickly heal himself, otherwise his sea of qi would start to crack again. Fortunately, the Eagle Men fled in time this time, so the damage to his sea of qi wasn't too great. The holy water elixir quickly healed the damage. Then, Yang Dingtian took out a 9th grade Xian gathering elixir and swallowed it, recovering his Xianxia in the shortest time. The Xian gathering elixir was only eaten as a last resort. If he could avoid it, he would try not to. If he had to eat it, he could only eat one at most. Otherwise, it would cause permanent damage and congestion to his Xian meridians. However, this was not a problem for Yang Dingtian. He had the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique, which could dissolve all impurities. Next, he had to condense his battle Xianxia in the shortest time possible to prepare for the next battle. "General, what should we do?" the serpent man beside Xianxia asked. Xianxia's face kept changing, and then he said coldly, "Don't be deceived by that lowly human. His Xianxia has been exhausted. Next, attack with all your strength. All the serpent men, follow me and kill Huang Yu." "Yes." Suddenly, the Serpent Men Empire blew the horn for the general attack. Nearly 100,000 cavalrymen madly rushed toward the entrance. And hundreds of serpent men, under the leadership of Xianxia, went straight to the root of the problem and killed Huang Yu. Huang Yu also quickly discovered the serpent men's plot. She suddenly pulled out her sword and said, "This is today's decisive battle. All the resistance army, guard your line of defense. Don't let any enemy enter the valley." "Yes." Thousands of elites of the resistance army shouted in unison. Then, Huang Yu suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed in the direction of the serpent men. She wanted to kill the leader of the serpent men, Xianxia. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of serpent men cavalrymen flooded into the entrance of the valley like a tide, attacking the thin line of defense formed by 1,000 experts of the resistance army. And hundreds of serpent men experts instantly moved their terrifying bodies and surrounded Huang Yu. Bang 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 bang, after a series of loud noises. Blood splattered, and the final battle began, and Yang Dingtian frantically recovered his battle Xianxia. Huang Yu wanted to kill Xianxia. But she was surrounded by hundreds of serpent men. Her sword was extremely sharp. Almost every sword had to hit the target, and every sword would severely injure the serpent men experts. But there were too many serpent men experts. An advanced master was also very uncomfortable being surrounded by hundreds of martial revered and hundreds of advanced martial grandmasters. In particular, the serpent men were half demonic beasts. At the same level, their combat power was much stronger than humans. Of course, Huang Yu was not afraid of these. The most terrifying thing was the poisonous fog that the serpent men spat out. Hundreds of serpent men spat out poisonous fog at the same time, forcing Huang Yu to seal her body. Then, her combat power suddenly dropped sharply. She killed crazily, her body was still like lightning, and her sword was like thunder. More and more serpent men died under her sword. The ground was densely packed with serpent men corpses. It was a ghastly sight. However, the number of serpent men surrounding her continued to increase. Hundreds of serpent men were almost all entangled together, completely surrounding her. Even so, she was still fearless. But the thing that restricted her was still Xianxia. She did not care about these hundreds of serpent men experts. In just 15 minutes, hundreds of serpent men experts had died under her sword. But her Xianxia was about to be exhausted. Serpent men trapping array. Suddenly, Huang Yu felt that the top of her head was dark. The space around her was almost completely covered by the serpent men's bodies. Hundreds of serpent men's tails were all entangled together, forming a whole body. Suddenly, countless poisonous snakes madly bit at her, and countless sharp swords madly stabbed at her. Countless serpent men spat out poisonous fog crazily. Swoosh 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 swoosh. At this time, no one dared to use Xian's skills. Using Xian's skills was courting death because Xian's skills needed time. Huang Yu gathered the last of her Xianqi and slashed out. Suddenly, dozens of serpent men's heads were smashed into pieces, and a ray of light appeared on top of their heads. Huang Yu was about to rush out. At this moment, her thigh suddenly went numb. Then, all the vital parts of her body suddenly went numb. The leader of the serpent men, Xianxia, turned into a black shadow and took the opportunity to crazily bite Huang Yu's body. Suddenly, the terrifying poison crazily attacked Huang Yu's delicate body. Huang Yu's vision became dizzy, and her heart turned cold. Today, I may die here. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, swoosh 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 swoosh. In an instant, the top of Huang Yu's head suddenly lit up. The terrifying serpent men array was torn open, and countless serpent men were killed into pieces. Then, her delicate body was suddenly picked up by someone and flew straight into the sky. Yang Dingtian hugged Huang Yu's soft body and scolded angrily, "Stupid woman, don't you know how to fight with them in the sky? You actually stood on the ground and fought without moving. You are not poisoned to death, you are killed by stupidity. You, what do you know? I will only be open and aboveboard. I will never hide my head and show my tail," Huang Yu said weakly. At this time, she was poisoned. Half of her body was boiling hot, and half was cold. It could be said that she was in the 9th heaven. You are still stubborn at this time. You have been bitten more than 10 times. Yang Dingtian patted her leg again. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Huang Yu said. Yang Dingtian didn't pay any attention to her. His palm was constantly patting on her waist, legs, and all over her body. Suddenly, all the green poisonous snakes on her body were forced to shoot out. Shut up, crazy woman. I don't know how many times I have saved you. Yang Dingtian quickly patted her body, and then locked all the Xian veins and blood vessels in her body to stop all the poison from flowing, lest she immediately lose her life. This Xianxia was really poisonous. In the blink of an eye, he bit Huang Yu dozens of times. Then, Yang Dingtian carried Huang Yu on his back. With a sword in one hand, he looked at the 200 snake men experts on the ground. He quickly flew in the air like lightning, condensed his Xianqi into a sword, and shot it out to kill the snake men. This Huang Yu was really stubborn. She actually fought with the snake men. Was she looking for death? The snake men's bodies were dozens of feet long, and their bodies were full of poison. They could only be killed from afar. Once entangled, even a great master would be exhausted to death. On this side, Yang Dingtian was quickly killing the snake men. Soon, the leader of the snake men, Xianxia, knew how powerful Yang Dingtian's Xianqi was. It was accurate and ruthless. As long as he was hit, his entire head would be smashed. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian was also depressed. In order to keep it a secret, he could not use lightning. Otherwise, no matter how many snake men there were, it would not be enough for him to kill. Ah! At this moment, the leader of the resistance army suddenly screamed from behind. Yang Dingtian turned around and saw that his body was full of wounds. At this time, his whole chest was pierced by a demon wolf cavalry. Moreover, the two lines of defense at the entrance were in danger. Every resistance army was dripping with blood. The casualties had already exceeded half. And the fearful snakemen army was still endless. The resistance army experts would be wiped out soon because the enemy had sent the demon wolf cavalry, the king of cavalry in the Dongli grassland. Although there were still tens of thousands of corpses on the ground, the resistance army experts would be wiped out at any time. The army of the Snakemen Empire would rush into the valley at any time and start a massacre. There was no other way. He could not care about hiding his identity. Yang Dingtian condensed his Xianxia and was about to summon powerful lightning to kill crazily. At this moment, suddenly, a shrill horn came from afar. All the Snakemen Empire troops were shocked because this was the horn to retreat. The enemy was about to be wiped out, but at this time, the horn to retreat was blown. Suddenly, the battlefield fell into a short silence. After a while, a female snakeman came forward and said loudly, "Princess Viper Mo orders all troops to retreat and let these people go." Everyone was completely shocked and confused. Why? After paying such a big price and losing so many people, they were about to be wiped out. Even Huang Yu was about to be killed. But at this time, they were retreating. This is an order. The female snake man raised the token in her hand. This was the token of Princess Viper Mo. Although they did not understand, everyone was afraid of Viper Mo and were filled with unwillingness and anger. The snake men began to retreat with the corpses of their companions. Then, all the demon wolf cavalry retreated. In the end, all the Snakemen Empire troops retreated completely. Only blood was left on the ground. Suddenly, the resistance army at the entrance was completely paralyzed on the ground. In a tent, there were only Yang Dingtian, Princess Xianxia, and Huang Yu. At this moment, Huang Yu was poisoned, and her entire body was green. Yang Dingtian suddenly tore apart her clothes, revealing her body that was riddled with scars. Xianxia let out a delicate cry and looked at Yang Dingtian timidly. Huang Yu was such an arrogant and powerful person. When she woke up, she would definitely kill people. In almost an instant, Yang Dingtian's eyes landed on Huang Yu's chest. In the past, Yang Dingtian had left an indelible scar on Du Gufengwu's chest. Note, this is the last day of the month. Please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. That's right, that scar was still there. Even though it was very faint, it was still very obvious. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but tremble slightly. This woman in front of him was Du Gufengwu. Gudu Xiao said that he had already changed Du Gufengwu's appearance and memories. In that case, it might be hard to change one's character. This woman's character was exactly the same as the demonic woman, Du Gufengwu. Similarly reckless and domineering. Just as carefree and ruthless. This proved that this woman was Du Gufengwu, which also indirectly proved that Saintess Hai Xian was Du Gufengwu's mother and Aoshuang's mother. As for whether she was the Midi mistress, that was just Yang Dingtian's guess. Seeing Yang Dingtian staring at Huang Yu's chest in a daze, Xianxia pushed Yang Dingtian's shoulder and whispered, "Big brother Tian, I know that young lady Huang Yu is very beautiful, but she is very fierce. If you look at her like this, she will definitely be unhappy and kill you." Yang Dingtian immediately came back to his senses. Huang Yu was currently poisoned, but her physique was already considered special. Even though she was unconscious, her vitality was still vigorous. If it was someone else, they would have been poisoned to death. Then, how should he detoxify? After all, this wasn't the deep-sea mystic poison, so it was still relatively easy for Yang Dingtian to detoxify. The first method was to use his own blood and transfuse it into Du Gufengwu's body. Ever since he swallowed the darkness crystal and the deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian's blood had the feeling that it couldn't be considered water after crossing the sea. It had become completely immune to poison and had the effect of detoxifying. There was another method, which was the holy water elixir. However, the holy water elixir was getting rarer and rarer. Therefore, transfusing blood might be a good choice. However, once the blood was transfused into her body, there would be a very special connection. The connection of blood was the most intimate relationship. It wasn't easy for Dugufengwu to extricate herself from all sorts of entanglements with him. Perhaps it wasn't suitable for her to have any deeper connections with him. After taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took out a holy water pill and handed it to Xianxia. Feed it to her. It should be fine. Xianxia took it and placed the sacred water pill into Huang Yu's mouth. Then, she used her profound qi to guide it into her body. The holy water pill was indeed effective, and it had a miraculous effect. The dark green marks on Huang Yu's body slowly faded away, and her vitality became more and more exuberant. Not only that, even the wounds on his body that were bitten by the black fiend began to heal. Finally, all the wounds disappeared completely. Even the faint scar on his chest was gradually disappearing, almost disappearing. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had seen it before giving her the medicine. Otherwise, he would have missed the scar. In a short 15 minutes, Huang Yu's delicate body gradually recovered to its flawless state. It was just like white jade, without a single wound. Xianxia revealed an envious look and said, "Big brother Tian, young lady Huang Yu is really beautiful, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Then do you like her?" Xianxia asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, Huang Yu opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her eyes instantly turned cold as she said, "You saved me?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said. "Do I need to save you like this?" Huang Yu said coldly, "Are you saving me, or are you seizing the opportunity to be a pervert?" Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "I don't get any rewards for saving you. I just need to take a look at your body, and we are even. You are the one who took advantage of me." Huang Yu directly slapped him. "Young lady Huang Yu, please don't. Big brother Tian is just looking at your injuries." Xianxia hurriedly explained. However, at this moment, Huang Yu was not Yang Dingtian's opponent. Not to mention, she had just recovered from her injuries. Yang Dingtian directly grabbed her wrist and gently lifted her up in the air. He said, "Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, it won't be just this little reward." Finished speaking, he threw her back onto the bed and turned around to leave. Just as he walked out of the tent, Yang Dingtian was pounced on by countless fanatical gazes. Tens of thousands of fervent and worshipful gazes, it was as if they were about to burn him. The leader of the leopard men, Jing Lei, led tens of thousands of people and suddenly knelt down. "Thank you, Hero Yan, for saving my life." Yang Dingtian suddenly felt unnatural. He walked in front of Jing Lei and pulled him up. "Jing Lei, by doing this, you don't treat me as a brother." Jing Lei fiercely slapped himself in the face. Immediately, half of his face swelled up. He said, "Jing Lei has rudely offended you before. I deserve to die." Yang Dingtian said helplessly, "Brother Jing Lei, you don't have to be like this. You didn't offend me. Facts have also proven that you have far surpassed me when commanding the resistance army. If you guys continue to be like this, I really can't stay here anymore. How about we go back to the way we were before, okay?" Jing Lei grinned and laughed. "Okay." Then, he directly stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite. There's something I want to discuss with you." Go ahead." Yang Dingtian said. Jing Lei said, "Go and ask for young lady Huang Yu." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Damn, you're really direct." What does this mean?" Yang Dingtian said. Jing Lei said, "In order to keep you guys. You also know that Dongli is very dangerous now. Our war against the Snakeman Empire is very difficult. Young lady Huang Yu is a person of great ability. If we want to keep her, we can only find a man for her to settle down. But her eyes are high up in the sky. Every man can see it. In our resistance army, no one is worthy of her. Now that a hero like Hero Yan has come, it's good that he can stay together. If you ask for young lady Huang Yu, the two of you can stay." Yang Dingtian was speechless. This leopard man Jing Lei, as expected, had a good plan. Of course, I wanted to say that you go and marry Holy Maiden Xianxia, but I don't dare to blaspheme her like this. Jing Lei said. Stop. Yang Dingtian was speechless, and said, don't say anything about Holy Maiden Xianxia. This was Ao Shuang and Feng Wu's mother. Yang Dingtian was not willing to offend her verbally. It's really shameful to say that the fate of our half-human race has to be saved by humans. Jing Lei sighed and said, but I won't wrong you. Xianxia is one of the top beauties in the Foxman race and even in the Dongli Prairie. She's yours. And my sister, Jingyu. Jing Lei pulled out the sexy Jingyu from behind and said, my sister, isn't she tasty enough? In the leopard race, she's one of the top beauties. If you stay, she'll be yours. As for the beautiful leopard girl, Jingyu was not the least bit embarrassed or annoyed. Instead, she looked at Yang Dingtian with a fiery gaze. These half-human race were too direct. Yang Dingtian hurriedly fled and said, don't worry, I'll follow you to the Holy Valley. With nowhere to run, Yang Dingtian could only go back into Huang Yu's tent. Speaking of which, she would rather face Huang Yu's cold eyes than face the fiery gazes of the half-human race outside. Huang Yu put on her brocade robe and red gold mask. She looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, your lover is pretty good to you. She's actually willing to let us all go for you alone. Yeah, she's a snake, but she's more conscientious than you. Yang Dingtian said, unlike you, you bite back. Huang Yu said, I'm starting to suspect that you're a spy sent by the Snakeman race to infiltrate the Holy Valley. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian should have exploded in anger, but he was already used to it and did not take it seriously at all. Are your injuries better? Yang Dingtian looked at her and asked. What's wrong? Huang Yu asked. Take this opportunity to leave and rush to the Holy Valley as soon as possible. Yang Dingtian said. Here, I have the final say. It's not up to you to give orders. Huang Yu said. Then, she walked out and said, help all the wounded onto the flying mounts. We'll continue forward to the Holy Valley. Half an hour later, 50,000 slaves, hundreds of wounded, and hundreds of resistance army soldiers passed through the valley and headed east toward the Holy Valley. Speaking of which, it was really strange. Along the way, the Snakeman Empire's army seemed to have completely disappeared. Huang Yu and the resistance army were still on full alert and sent out scouts hundreds of miles away. However, the Snakeman Empire seemed to have forgotten about the 50,000 slaves and the hundreds of elite resistance army. Along the way, they did not encounter any killing, nor did they encounter any encirclement. Even when Yang Dingtian and hundreds of elite resistance army took the initiative to attack the towns of the Snakeman Empire and stole an astonishing number of mounts, the Snakeman Empire did not seem to have any reaction. They allowed their people to be killed and their mounts to be stolen. Just like that, they walked all the way and robbed all the way. In the end, with 2 people and 1 mount, all the slaves did not need to walk on their legs anymore and their walking speed suddenly increased greatly. However, they were not professional cavalry after all. Even with the Dongli grassland mounts, their daily speed was still very slow, only 300 to 400 miles. During this period, Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were still like a pair of enemies. Both sides tried to avoid meeting each other as much as possible. Even if they met, they would immediately look away and pretend not to have seen each other. However, Yang Dingtian also had his troubles. Although Xianxia's gaze was lingering, she was more reserved. And the beautiful leopard girl's exclamation was quite wild and bold. It had already been several times that she had crawled into Yang Dingtian's tent. Later, Yang Dingtian did not dare to sleep at ease, therefore, Yang Dingtian had said all the resolute words. However, he had completely underestimated the leopard girl's tenacity. Yang Dingtian simply did not sleep and went to stand guard every day. As a result, the leopard girl also followed him. And she was getting bolder and bolder. Later, Yang Dingtian really had no choice but to squeeze into Huang Yu's tent again. There was no other way. This was the only place she did not dare to enter. As a result, when she entered for the first time, she was greeted with Huang Yu's sword without exception. What do you mean? Huang Yu said coldly. Yang Dingtian said, I saved you and you have to repay me, so from now on, I will live in your tent. And you are not allowed to leave. You have to stay inside. Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time before saying, then do as you wish. With that, she went straight to bed and crawled under the blanket to sleep. Yang Dingtian flicked the blanket on the ground and wrapped it around himself to sleep. Suddenly, he heard an abnormal burst of suppressed laughter. Then, he vaguely saw Huang Yu's blanket shaking. Are you having epilepsy? Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Huang Yu had always been serious and did not smile. However, seeing Yang Dingtian being forced into her tent by Huang Yu with a smug look, she could not help but laugh. Huang Yu said, Jingyu is very beautiful. How can a villain like you let her go? There are too many women. My waist can't take it, Yang Dingtian said. Who are you kidding? Huang Yu rolled her eyes at him in the dark. Hey, are you really a spy from the Snake Empire? I didn't see any pursuers along the way. Your lover Viper Mo alone doesn't have this ability, Huang Yu said. Use your pig brain to think about it and you will know why, Yang Dingtian said. Hey, can't you speak properly? Why do you have to curse me? Huang Yu said. You kill people when you attack. Can't I vent my anger by cursing you? Yang Dingtian said. Why are you so narrow-minded? You are not a hero at all, Huang Yu said. Yang Dingtian did not answer. The tent suddenly fell into silence. Hey! Suddenly, Huang Yu spoke again. What's the matter? Yang Dingtian said. Will you stay? Huang Yu asked. Stay for what? Yang Dingtian asked. Help the innocent half-human race resist the Snake Empire, Huang Yu said. When did you become so righteous? Yang Dingtian asked. What do you mean by that? I have always been righteous. Don't speak as if you are familiar with me, Huang Yu said angrily. I won't stay. I have more important things to do on the human continent, Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu fell into silence. After a long time, she said, Are you going to sit and watch the Dongli Prairie fall into hell? Are you going to sit and watch the Holy Valley be destroyed? Yang Dingtian was still silent. Don't tell me you don't care about Xianxia? Huang Yu asked again. If that day comes, I will take Xianxia away, Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and said coldly, You really disappoint me. Yang Dingtian continued to remain silent. The conversation that night seemed to have consumed all of their enthusiasm. Therefore, in the next few days, although the two stayed in the tent, they didn't say a word. They were getting closer and closer to the Holy Valley. When they were 200 li away from the Holy Valley, Yang Dingtian saw a huge defensive line. The Snakeman Empire had built an incomparably huge line of defense here. It spanned 1,000 miles and was dozens of meters tall. There were also countless castles. Densely packed and dark, there were at least a few million soldiers. The Snake Empire had sent out their most elite troops to completely surround the Holy Valley's resistance army. When Yang Dingtian and the others arrived, there was only a gap less than 10 li in the defensive line. At this time, there was no one near the gap. The Snake Empire's army allowed Yang Dingtian, Huang Yu, and 50,000 slaves to pass through the defensive line and enter the Holy Valley. Perhaps in their eyes, the Holy Valley's destruction was already destined. Letting Yang Dingtian and the others into the Holy Valley would save them a lot of trouble. The 50,000 slaves were let into the Holy Valley. Even so, when they saw the entrance to the Holy Valley, countless people cheered. After walking for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the only pure land in the Dongli continent. In their hearts, as long as they could reach the Holy Valley, even if the Holy Valley was breached the next day, it was worth it. This was a very strange feeling. Just like in China on Earth, many rural people who went out to work would go home for the New Year regardless of the cost. Even if they could only stay at home for a few days, they would have to embark on the crowded and painful journey back to work. This was also the first time Yang Dingtian saw the Holy Valley. It was indeed a miracle of nature. This was a gigantic mountain. It was at least 10,000 meters tall and stretched for hundreds of miles. A crack had been carved into the huge mountain, leading directly to the valley behind the mountain. Under countless burning gazes, Yang Dingtian led the 50,000 slaves and defeated the rebel army into the long and narrow crack. Then, they saw a beautiful valley. This was the Holy Valley. the holy valley with a radius of several hundred li. It was a completely different world from the outside world. Everywhere was green. There was hardly an inch of bare land. There was soft grass everywhere, dense trees everywhere, crystal clear water everywhere, and bright red flowers everywhere. This place was no longer just a Xanadu. After passing through the hellish Snake Empire, this was almost a paradise. Child, this place is beautiful, right? Yang Dingtian heard a woman's seductive voice. Yang Dingtian nodded and looked around, but didn't see anyone. I'm the so-called Saintess, Xianxia. Of course, I'm also your mother-in-law. You've seen Xianxia, haven't you? Saintess Xianxia said, I'm in the forest. Come and see me alone. Note, I'll continue with the second update. Bosses, there's only 1 more hour left. Remember to vote, don't waste it. Yang Dingtian went to the dense forest alone and met his mother-in-law. She was a real mother-in-law, as formal as Madame Shiman. Because her 2 daughters were Yang Dingtian's wives. This was the most beautiful forest. There was only one color, and that was green. That kind of refreshing green almost completely baptized one's entire soul. Then, Yang Dingtian met Saintess Xianxia, his mother-in-law. In this world, Yang Dingtian had seen 3 of the world's top beauties. Nihility Piaoling, Protector Tantai, and Netherworld Si Wuyu. The beauty of these 3 people had already surpassed the category of humans, almost reaching the realm of gods and devils. Such beauty was capable of turning all living things upside down, surpassing all living things. This kind of beauty was already an incomparably terrifying and sharp weapon. It could directly use beauty to conquer everyone. The future Dongfang Bingling would reach this level of beauty. But so far, she had not reached it. And the Saintess Xianxia in front of him was undoubtedly this level of beauty. That kind of beauty was enough to penetrate one's soul, like a ray of light, conquering and enveloping one from the inside out. In the green forest, she was wearing a blue ocean-like robe. Her blue robe was like seawater, draping over her delicate body that had the curves of mountains and rivers. She was actually not able to blend into this green forest, but she could take away the beauty of this fairyland-like forest. It was as if all the light was condensed on her face, on her body. I've finally met you, child. Xianxia smiled and said, I really didn't expect that the person who came was you. But I'm really happy that the person who came was you. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a gaze filled with ocean-like love and tolerance. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, son-in-law greets mother-in-law. Xianxia smiled slightly, then her delicate body slowly floated up and said, little Tian, come up. Yang Dingtian was below her and also slowly flew up. Then, the 2 of them floated to the highest point of the forest, overlooking everything in the valley. At present, there are 3,560,000 people of various races living in the Sacred Valley, and we have 590,000 warriors. However, there are only about 1,500 elite warriors like the ones you saw. According to your human language, they are warriors above the martial ancestor realm. Xianxia said, there are less than 200 warriors above the martial venerable level, less than 20 above the master level, and only 2 above the great master level. Yang Dingtian nodded and recorded the numbers. In the Snakeman Empire, not counting the slaves, the 8 major fighting tribes have a population of more than 50 million. They had more than 10 million warriors and more than 1 million combat beasts. There were no less than 10,000 experts above the martial ancestor realm. There were no less than 2,000 experts above the martial honorable level. There are no less than 100 experts above the grandmaster level, and no less than 10 experts above the great grandmaster level. Xianxia continued. When Yang Dingtian heard this number, he could not help but tremble. The strength of the Serpentman Empire was so powerful. It was not inferior to the entire Tiando League. There were more than 10 experts above the great grandmaster level. In the Serpentmen race, the 4 commanders are all above the great grandmaster level. Among the 16 generals, 2 have also broken through the great grandmaster level. There are also 2 great grandmasters from the evil ways, so there are no less than 10 great grandmasters in total. Xianxia said. Evil ways are also in the Serpentmen Empire? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yes. Hai Xian said, under Queen Poisa, there is a prime minister, a high priest, and 4 commanders. Among them, the prime minister and the high priest are people from the evil ways. The worst-case scenario that Yang Dingtian was worried about finally happened. Evil ways and the serpent men race colluded and finally ruled the entire Dongli grassland. Hai Xian said, the strength of the serpent men empire is 10 times or 100 times more than ours. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that my strength is far weaker than Queen Poisa. Of course, it is also because of this that Poisa is so bold to walk out of the serpent men race's territory and collude with the evil ways to establish the serpent men empire. Yang Dingtian had a faint feeling that Hai Xian was going to say a very, very important secret. Yes, you must have guessed that I am also from the serpent men race. Hai Xian said lightly, the truth is far more than that. Little Tian, do you know the destruction of the underwater civilization? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, after the Naga became a race of gods, they destroyed the entire underwater civilization. Yes, but they left behind the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire, because the Sea Serpent and the Mermaid are the ancestors of the Naga. Hai Xian said, and we, the Serpent Men race, are not a land race at all. We are actually the ancient Sea Serpent race. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian was completely horrified. Seeing Yang Dingtian's gaze, Hai Xian gently shook her body. Suddenly, her entire body began to change. Her legs suddenly turned into a snake tail, a blue snake tail. Yes, this was the sea serpent race, exactly the same as the sea serpent statue that Yang Dingtian saw at the bottom of the sea. However, when Medusa attacked, all the sea serpent race were turned into stone. The sea serpent empire no longer existed. How did they survive? I don't know why, but our sea serpent empire also did not escape the disaster. Perhaps it was because of the destruction of the ancient times, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. Little Tian, do you know that the sea serpent race is divided into 2 types, one is viviparous, and the other is oviparous? Hai Xian said, all viviparous sea serpents will become extremely powerful warriors, but there is no room for evolution in their lifetime. All oviparous sea serpents are difficult to become extremely powerful, but they can give birth to a perfect and powerful next generation. When the disaster happened, all the sea serpents died, leaving a pile of eggs scattered on the bottom of the sea. After the destruction of the ancient times, the world was turned upside down. The sea became land, and the land became the sea. Countless sea serpent eggs broke, but there were still a small number of eggs preserved. After a long time, it has been like this. It wasn't until more than 1,000 years ago that these eggs gradually hatched due to some mysterious and unknown reason. Thus, the serpent men race was born. Among them, 2 eggs were hatched first. One was me, and the other was Poisa. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened as he listened to Hai Xian narrate the world's biggest secret. Because we were the first to hatch, we were also the strongest among the sea serpents. We cultivated for more than 1,000 years, and I first transformed into a human form. Thus, our mission changed. Poisa was in the territory of the serpent men race to protect the newly hatched or unhatched sea serpents. As for me, because I can transform into a human form, I left the territory of the serpent men race and traveled all over the world for 2 things. Hai Xian said, the first is to give birth to offspring. Because we found that our oviparous sea serpents are actually a matriarchal race. Once they are over 200 years old, they will be extremely disgusted with male snakes. And when they are not over 200 years old, the offspring they give birth to after mating with a male snake are very unbearable. They are no different from ordinary poisonous snakes. In this way, our sea serpent race will definitely perish. Therefore, in order to avoid the fate of destruction, I left the sea serpent race and searched for an opportunity to give birth to offspring. I have traveled all over the world for dozens of years, but I have only found one man who can make me go into heat. You know that person as well, it is Dugu Xiao. He seems to have a very special energy on his body. So, I gave birth to 2 children. One is Dugu Fengwu, and the other is Dugu Aoshuang. Hai Xian said, you have seen these 2 daughters before. Fengwu is beautiful and completely human. As for Aoshuang, she has snake-like scales. This was not a perfect ending, but it was a beautiful process. Fengwu is strong, Aoshuang is weak. Although Ao Shuang is flawed, she is still my precious daughter. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, then, why did you leave him? Because I have a second mission. Xianxia said, at that time, you scattered countless sea serpent eggs. I want to travel the world and pick up all the scattered sea serpent eggs and send them back to the serpent men tribe. Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course, there are other reasons why I can't accompany Feng Wu and Ao Shuang. Xianxia said, in short, I can't personally raise my own daughter. But in order to relieve the pain in my heart, I picked up a baby girl and used my own body to nurture her. This girl was undoubtedly Yun Zhenu. Finally, more than 10 years ago, I found a huge mountain. There were many sea serpent eggs buried in it. So, I changed my appearance and lived in seclusion there. Carefully, I found every sea serpent egg. And then brought the baby girl to grow up in that valley. Xianxia said. She was Mistress Midai. I originally thought that things would continue like this, but who would have thought that one day, a jade coffin would flow into the river in front of my door. When I opened it, I saw that it was Feng Wu. Furthermore, it was Feng Wu whose face had been completely changed. Xianxia said, I knew that the world-ending war was about to arrive. Du Guxiao did not have a choice, but he hoped that his daughter would have a choice and not get involved. So, he sent his daughter to me. Was it the will of Senior Du Guxiao that you left at that time? He didn't want you to get involved? Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe. Xianxia said indifferently, he looks like a devil, but he's actually better than anyone else. Yang Dingtian couldn't agree more with this statement. At that time, the baby girl I raised had already grown up and could be independent, so I left a letter and directly left with Feng Wu and the eggs of the sea serpent race. I returned to the Dongli grassland and returned to the snakemen race. Xianxia said, when I returned to the snakemen race, I found that Poisa had also completely transformed into a human. Moreover, a terrifying ambition was born. However, I am still stronger than her. According to you humans, we are both half-saint experts. It's just that I have cultivated for a longer time than her, so I am even stronger. Therefore, I can still suppress her ambition. Then, what happened? Yang Dingtian asked. Then one day, I don't know why, but my cultivation actually began to deteriorate at a very fast pace. Xianxia said, Poison Sha also sensed this deterioration, and her killing intent towards me grew stronger and stronger. Not only me, but Feng Wu, who was outside the snakemen race's territory, was also constantly under threat. Therefore, while my cultivation had not completely degenerated, I planned to leave the Dongli grassland with Feng Wu and send her back to the human continent. Then, I would come back alone to fight against Poisa. But, it was already too late. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He vaguely knew the reason why Xianxia's cultivation had degenerated. Xianxia sighed and said, Poisa's speed is too fast. Within a few days, she colluded with evil ways. Within half a month, she controlled all the experts of the 8 great combat tribes. Within a few months, she completely destroyed the entire Dongli grassland and established the Snakemen Empire. As for me and Feng Wu, we could only save as many people as we could. Under incomparably difficult circumstances, we finally formed a resistance army and led several million half-humans to escape to Holy Valley. Xianxia pointed at this almost fairyland-like valley and said, This valley is so beautiful and tranquil. I led several million half-humans to escape here and saved several million lives. However, in the near future, this valley will be completely destroyed. So, I really don't know if my decision is right or wrong. Poisa has already sent out all the great masters, more than 80% of the great masters, martial saints, and several million troops. They have completely surrounded Holy Valley. Xianxia said indifferently, many people think that Saintess Xianxia will definitely be able to save Holy Valley. But I know in my heart that I am far from being a match for Poisa. The Dongli grassland, the last pure land, may be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and said, Queen Poisa is a half-saint expert, then what about you? From that day onwards, I don't know why, but my cultivation has been deteriorating. Now, I am only a 9-star great master. Xianxia sighed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Perhaps, he knew the reason. Because Duguoxuang had become a Naga, a race of gods, so as her mother, High Xian's cultivation had been deteriorating. In fact, this deterioration would continue. No wonder Oxuang had the strength of a great master when she had just become a Naga. This energy completely came from her mother, even though she was more than 10,000 miles away from her mother. Mother-in-law, when will the final battle break out? Yang Dingtian asked. Soon, no more than 5 days, or even sooner. I can already feel the aura of many great masters. High Xian said indifferently, well, now that we've finished talking about official matters, let's talk about private matters. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, what private matters? Now, you and Fengwu have met by accident. What are you going to do? High Xian said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, between us, hatred is greater than love. It should be regarded as an ill-fated relationship. So, she finally changed her face and memory, and finally got rid of this ill-fated relationship. Don't be entangled anymore. No, child, you are wrong. High Xian said, Du Gushao asked Fengwu to change her memory and face, not to get rid of you. It was to get rid of her identity and fate of evil ways. As for the two of you, although love and hate are entangled, it is not an ill-fated relationship, but a beautiful marriage. She even gave birth to a child for you. Do you think you can still get rid of it? That child is your eternal bond. Do you think you can get rid of it? Yang Dingtian fell into silence. As Fengwu's mother, I can't watch the two of you like this. High Xian said indifferently, so, I have decided. If the two of you want to continue your fate, I will marry the two of you in front of everyone tonight. It will also boost the morale of St. Valley. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Mother-in-law, she is not Fengwu now. She is Huan Yu. She will kill me. Can't you beat her? High Xian said indifferently, if a woman is disobedient, just beat her. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This didn't sound like something a saint lady would say. Then, he said, but, she finally got rid of her identity as Dugu Fengwu. If we let her go back now, it will be too unfair to her. Who said she is going to be Dugu Fengwu? High Xian said, let her marry you as Huan Yu. She will think that this is her first marriage. But, she hates me so much that she is gnashing her teeth. Yang Dingtian said. Who said so? High Xian said, I saw it when the two of you entered the valley. She purposely pretended not to look at you, but she looked at you at least 10 times. Every time Xianxia came close to you and acted coquettishly, she would frown and be unhappy. She was jealous. Du Gushao is a man and doesn't understand us women. He thinks that washing away her memories is the same as washing away her emotions. This is completely different. Fengwu might have lost her memories, but the moment she sees you, her emotions will instinctively be aroused. Right at this moment, Huan Yu, or Dugu Fengwu, who was wearing a golden brocade robe, quickly flew over and said, Master, the Snake Men Empire's Queen Poisa sent a message. What message? High Xian asked. Huan Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, as long as we let this man go to her, she will let us go. Why? High Xian asked, is Yang Dingtian very important to her? Humph. Huan Yu glared at Yang Dingtian. It was unknown whether she was admiring or mocking him. This man in front of us can make the sea serpent race go into heat. Even Viper Mo, that 800-year-old poisonous snake, has transformed into a human form in advance and is in heat. It can't wait to die for this bastard man in front of us. Feng how can you be so unreasonable to him? High Xian asked. Huan Yu said coldly, do I have to be respectful to such an irresponsible man? Hey, Queen Poisa wants you to sleep with her. You can sleep with the #1 beauty in the world and become the #1 supreme in the Snake Men Empire. Where can you find such a good thing? Hurry up and go. We won't stop you. When High Xian saw Huan Yu being so sarcastic, she just smiled gently. Then, she looked at Huan Yu lovingly and said, Feng Master wants to ask you something. You have to answer honestly. Of course, I have never lied to Master, Huan Yu said. Alright, then let me ask you. Do you like this man in front of you? High Xian said, I will betroth you to him as his wife. Tonight, you two will get married. How about it? Huang Yu's beautiful face instantly turned red. Note, bosses, after reading this, remember to buy a monthly ticket. Come on, please. In addition, this chapter contains a lot of information. You have to read it carefully. Master, don't talk nonsense. Huang Yu blushed and said loudly, how can I like him? I hate him the most. If not for the fact that he is still useful, I would have killed him long ago. Is that so? Xianxia said with a smile and then lovingly stroked Huang Yu's head and said no more. Alright, let's go back. Little Tian, let's go meet your old friend. Xianxia said, and the three of them entered the valley. The valley was densely packed with houses, all of which were built with wood. Even though the valley was very large, it was still very crowded for millions of people to live in. At a glance, within a radius of a few hundred li, there were houses everywhere. Even so, 1/3 of the people were still unable to live in houses and could only live in simple animal skin tents. Moreover, Xianxia said that the sacred valley had saved their lives, so they must not destroy the living beings in the sacred valley. Therefore, the resistance army did not cut down a large number of trees and did not destroy a large number of rivers. They tried their best to set up their houses and tents in the original open space. Yang Dingtian walked leisurely. Although the Holy Valley was in a precarious situation right now, and it was absolutely crowded, it was absolutely orderly, and even seemed very peaceful. There was no fighting, no bullying of the weak. Because the best houses were for the elderly and children to live in. The worst houses were for the strong people to live in. As the armed forces of the resistance army, hundreds of thousands of them lived in the worst tents. Including Huang Yu and Xianxia, they all lived in tents. As Xianxia's disciple, Huang Yu had to squeeze in a tent with Xianxia and 4 or 5 other Foxman race girls. Of course, when it came to food, the situation was slightly reversed. Because the resistance army had to fight and a lot of construction, a larger proportion of food was distributed to the resistance army warriors. As for the children, they were still growing and would be given more detailed tasks. The elderly would be given the least amount of food. Yang Dingtian was very impressed with such a method. It was humane and not hypocritical. As Yang Dingtian walked over, he saw that the houses and the roadside were mostly filled with old people and children. All the elders of the half-human clan were doing what they could. They were either repairing armors or polishing weapons. Even many children had to help from the side. After Yang Dingtian walked past, almost all of the half-human elders stood up and bowed towards Yang Dingtian. They spoke in the half-human language that Yang Dingtian didn't understand, but he could feel their gratitude and emotions. Saintess Xianxia did not have it easy. He was actually able to govern a place of despair like a pure land. Although this place could be destroyed at any moment and there wasn't enough food, the people here were very peaceful. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw an old friend. Day by Day Bella, one of the leaders of the resistance, the chief of the Foxman race. Of course, he had to see her because he, Day by Day Bella, and 4 other Foxman race warriors would be living in the same tent. Day by Day Bella couldn't help but gasp when she saw her old friend again. Then, Day by Day Bella's eyes were about to burst when she talked about the tragedy in the Dongli grassland in the past year. This was because countless Foxman race had been captured and turned into slaves to build that terrifying defensive line. Day by Day Bella's eyes were filled with endless admiration when she talked about Saintess Xianxia. It was as if no words could express her admiration and love for the Saintess. Mr. Chief, what do you think about the upcoming battle? Yang Dingtian asked. We have no hope of winning. Day by Day Bella said directly, I'm not the only one who knows this. The Saintess also knows this. Even everyone in the Holy Valley knows this. The Naga Empire is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than us. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Even the people in the Holy Valley knew this? Then why didn't they feel any despair? Mr. Yang Dingtian, we half-human race are different from you. We live in the most dangerous environment at all times, so we don't fear death, but we do fear a worthless death. Day by Day Bella said, it's enough to live peacefully and happily in the Holy Valley for more than half a year. It's more than enough to die under the Saintess light. That's why we know the outcome of destruction, but we don't despair. When the time comes, we'll meet our deaths calmly. Then, day by day Bella poured a cup of green tree sap and handed it to Yang Tian. I'm sorry, the outside has been completely sealed. Our hunting team has almost no harvest, so the Holy Valley will soon run out of food. I also don't have any wine to entertain you. Although this tree sap is unpleasant to drink, it still has the taste of alcohol. Come, cheers. Yang Tian raised his cup and drank day by day Bella's cup. It was indeed unpleasant to drink, fishy and bitter, but with a little bit of natural alcohol, he didn't expect the Holy Valley to be so difficult that there wasn't even any food. Day by day Bella, as the leader of the Foxman race and the leader of the resistance army, she didn't have any food left, let alone the others. Mr. Yang Tian, I have a request. Day by day Bella suddenly said. Please speak. Yang Tian said. When the day of the final battle comes, all the resistance army will enter the battlefield, and everyone in the Holy Valley will also enter the battlefield. All half-human race above the age of 13, no matter if they are women or old, will pick up their weapons and fight the Naga Empire, then die calmly. Day by day Bella's face twitched, but I am a father after all, so I hope that when the time comes, you can take Xianxia and leave, and bring her back to the human continent. Day by day Bella's tears fell into the bitter tree sap, and said in a trembling voice, please forgive my selfishness as a father. Yang Tian drank the tree sap and said, I promise you, Mr. Patriarch. Thank you. Soon, Yang Tian saw the desperate situation of the Holy Valley. It wasn't that they were about to run out of food, but they had already run out of food. Previously, the hunting team of more than 10,000 people and the food they brought with them when they fled to the Holy Valley could barely survive. But now, the Naga Empire had completely sealed off the area within 1,000 miles of the Holy Valley, and the hunting team had no harvest. In order to solve the problem of food, Xianxia walked into the vast primeval forest to look for edible trees, fruits, and even branches, leaves, and roots. The animals in the forest couldn't be hunted because they were the masters. In the river, if you saw 4 fish, you could only hunt 1. Just like that, in the big pots, there were special plant roots, fruits from some trees, shredded meat, and fresh fish. In each pot, a fish would be put in. Then, it would be boiled over a large fire. All the food in the pot would be boiled to a pulp and turned into a special kind of porridge, and then distributed to everyone's bowl. The strong men would have a big bowl, and the old people and children would have a small bowl. Martial mystic experts and above could absorb Xianxia as energy without eating any food. Yang Tian found that the old people who came to share the porridge had become fewer and fewer. They chose to starve at home, but they also wanted to give the food to the people who fought for them. However, every child who received the porridge in their hands didn't care about the heat at all, and wolfed it down in a short while. Then, they used their tongue to lick the bottom of the bowl as if they had just washed it, and their eyes were still full of desire for food. At this time, the adults would take pity on them and pour the porridge in their bowls into the children's bowls. At this time, the children would hold their bowls and run away quickly, refusing to eat the adults' food. Although they were hungry, although they wanted to eat, they wouldn't eat. This was what their parents taught them with all their might. In such a desperate situation, Saintess Xianxia had taught the entire Holy Valley to be so benevolent, righteous, and humble. However, Yang Tian couldn't bear to see this peaceful despair. He walked directly into Saintess Xianxia's tent, mother-in-law. Yang Tian, I'm going back to the West Continent, and then I'll bring thousands of Demon Eagle Legion and tens of thousands of large flying mounts. I'll bring food and weapons over. Then, I'll take all the children in the Holy Valley back to the human continent. Xianxia smiled and said, Thank you, child, but it's too late. The day after tomorrow, or the day after that, the Snake People Empire will launch a general attack. Yang Tian, this is the easternmost part of the Dongli grassland, and the straight-line distance from the West Continent is less than 10,000 miles. It'll take at least 1 day and 1 night to make a round trip. Xianxia shook her head and said, No. Behind the Holy Valley is indeed a vast sea. From what I remember, the Holy Valley is more than 10,000 miles southeast of the sea, and you'll reach the West Continent. But in fact, it's an endless sea of nothingness. Even if you fly southeast, you'll never reach the end. How can that be? Yang Tian said in shock, Geographically, the West Continent is clearly about 10,000 miles southeast of us. I'm also very curious as to why this is. Xianxia said, I once flew for 10 days and 10 nights, and flew for more than 10,000 miles, but it was still a vast sea. I couldn't see the North Continent, the Northwest Continent, and so on. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. How could this be? Geographically, it didn't make sense. Little Tian, this world is different from what you think. It has an end, and the end of this world is the endless sea of nothingness. Xianxia said, we chose the Holy Valley. Although we won't be attacked from behind, it will also cut off our escape route. So, if you want to return to the West Continent, you must first go south, then east, nearly 20,000 miles, and break through the defenses of the Serpent Men Empire. By then, the final battle will have already begun. Xianxia said, and I can clearly feel that Queen Poisa will never let you return to the West Continent. You can't avoid being locked on by more than 10 great grandmasters. I know you have a stealth mystic skill, but your mystic chi will be exhausted in just a few miles. At this time, no one in the Holy Valley can lead the blockade of the Serpent Men Empire. But I can't just sit and wait for death. Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, I won't sit and wait for death. Xianxia said with a faint smile, then stretched out her jade hand and gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt an aura of the ocean and paradise. That fragrance, softness, and tranquility calmed his mind in an instant. At this time, a stooped old man slowly walked in, bowed to Saintess Xianxia and said, Master, everything is ready. Got it. Xianxia said, come and meet your son-in-law. Old slave Ah Wu greets the son-in-law. The old man walked in and bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had never seen such an old man. He was stooped and seemed to be less than 1.3 meters tall. His whole face was wrinkled like tree bark, and he seemed to be only skin and bones. A gust of wind could blow him away. Greetings, elder. Yang Dingtian bowed to him. This is my most loyal servant. I saved his life, and he is also a human. Of course, he is the other martial grandmaster among us. Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian was surprised. This stooped old man in front of him was also a martial grandmaster. Well, you can leave. I have a few words with little Tian. Xianxia said. The old slave bowed and then left. Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian, little Tian, the thing I am most worried about now is my 2 daughters. Shuang how are you now? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and he said, Mother-in-law, she is very good. Then I am relieved. Xianxia said, soon, the Serpent Men Empire should be in a temporary chaos. That is your only chance to escape. Promise me that you will take Fengwu with you, okay? Immediately after, Xianxia's beautiful face trembled slightly, and she said, everyone says that I am the saintess, but I can't win against my own selfishness. I can die by myself, but I am not willing to let my daughter die with me. She is still so young. She has a child that she doesn't know about. Saintess Xianxia seemed to be making arrangements after her death. What was she going to do? Was she going to sacrifice herself to temporarily injure Queen Poisa and create an opportunity for Yang Dingtian to escape? After taking a deep breath, Xianxia said, tonight, you will marry Huang Yu. I have already decided on this matter, and this is your responsibility as a husband. But Huang Yu, she. Yang Dingtian said. She has already agreed. Xianxia said. More than 2 hours later, the wedding of Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu, Dugu Fengwu, was held immediately. Not many people attended, and only a few leaders of the resistance army attended. There was no wine or meat at the wedding, only dozens of cups of tree sap. Then, under the auspices of Day by Day Bella, Yang Dingtian and the same woman went through the second wedding ceremony. Even today's wedding dress was provided by Xianxia. This was because after Yang Dingtian left, Xianxia secretly made a set of wedding dress for herself and Yang Dingtian, but today, she had to offer her wedding dress to Huang Yu. Huang Yu was taller than Xianxia, and her body was fuller. Therefore, Xianxia's wedding dress was smaller, and on Huang Yu's body, it looked even more voluptuous. After praying to the 2 moons and 2 suns in the sky, they prayed to the land of chaos, and they prayed to their mother-in-law's parents. Then, Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were sent to a treehouse in the forest. That was Huang Yu and Yang Dingtian's bridal chamber tonight, *********** in the bridal chamber. Only Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were lit with candles. The two of them sat across the table, and Huang Yu's head was covered with a veil. You, don't you hate me? Why are you willing to marry me? Huang Yu said, did my master beg you? She did beg me, but if I'm not willing, no matter who begs, it's useless. Yang Dingtian said, don't you hate me too? Why are you willing to marry me? Huang Yu was silent for a moment and didn't say anything. I didn't agree, Huang Yu said. Then it's just a show. You lied to your master? Well, I can cooperate with you, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, I can't let go of you. When I saw you for the first time, my heart trembled. I don't know why. I hate you very much. I want to beat you and kill you. However, I also want to be beaten and killed by you. I hate you very much, but I can't help but go to see you. When Xianxia acts coquettishly towards you, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know why. Huang Yu said, but even so, I still won't marry you. So, my master told me some things. For example, I once had a love and hate relationship with you, and I once gave birth to a child for you. She told you everything? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. No, she only told me that I once had a love and hate relationship with you, and that I once gave birth to a child for you. But she doesn't want me to go back to the past. She wants me to be the current me. Huang Yu sighed and said, then I agreed. I don't care who I was before. But I don't want to marry two men. After saying that, Huang Yu pulled off the veil on her head and looked at Yang Dingtian boldly with her beautiful eyes. Are you going to continue to hate me and sit there until dawn, or are you going to give me a complete night of candles? Her beautiful face was flushed red. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and approached her. He said fiercely, haven't I told you? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Come on, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian boldly and said, hey, I'm already married and have a child. I won't pretend to be reserved. Then, Huang Yu boldly opened her mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's neck. Then, the entire treehouse became the craziest battlefield. Then, Yang Dingtian decided that he would go find Queen Poisa tomorrow and fight alone. Note, bosses, please guarantee the monthly votes. Do you really not vote if you don't open a single chapter? As long as the sword stabbed down, Queen Poisa would be reduced to ashes. As long as the sword stabbed down, everyone in Holy Valley could be saved, and everyone in the Dongli grassland could be saved. However, Yang Dingtian still did not stab down, not because he was soft-hearted, nor because he was blinded by love. It was because of the doubts in his heart. Yang Dingtian, why aren't you making a move? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, Queen Poisa said in a hoarse voice. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Yang Dingtian's head. His gaze immediately turned to Queen Poisa's face. Her beautiful eyes were still blurred, and she was still kissing Yang Dingtian's face. If I remember correctly, you should be holding a sword of nothingness in your space ring. You can stab me at any time and reduce me to ashes. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled again. That good sister of mine is indeed powerful, to be able to send you to assassinate me. You are indeed the only one who can succeed. Queen Poisa said, I am already aroused, and my 7-inch bone gate has already opened. If not for your hesitation, I would already be dead. Yang Dingtian, when did you discover my killing intent? Just when you were struggling. Right now, you are struggling. Queen Venomusa said. Yang Dingtian, that shouldn't be. You clearly know that I came from Holy Valley, so the possibility of me coming to assassinate you is very high. That's right, I didn't take your lethality to heart. Of course, the most important thing is that I didn't guard against you at all. Queen Poisa said. Why? Yang Dingtian, because I made you aroused? No, that's not the reason. Before I tell you the reason, please tell me, why are you hesitating, why didn't you make a move? Queen Poisa said. Because I have a lot of doubts in my heart. Yang Dingtian said. What doubts? Queen Poisa said. Very subtle things. Yang Dingtian, for example, when I talked about the baby, as a grandmother, she didn't show any emotion. After Dugu Fengwu and I got married, she turned into an extremely infatuated person and didn't have her previous carefree attitude. There are many, many more, and they are extremely subtle. It's just a feeling, and there is no reason for it. Now it's my turn to answer you. Queen Poisa said, why am I not on guard against you? Because my daughter, Xianxia, is your wife. You are the person she loves the most in this world. And I also know that she has become a Naga. As soon as she said this, Yang Dingtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately tried to push Queen Poisa away. What? She was Xianxia's mother? Then, who was Saintess Xianxia, because this signified the most terrifying thing. However, Queen Poisa held on to Yang Dingtian tightly and said with a smile, that's right, I am Dugu Shuang's mother. Yang Dingtian tried to push her away again. He had never, ever thought of this possibility. It doesn't matter, child. Let's not talk about what happened between us. Even if there is something, it doesn't matter. Our sea snake race doesn't care about this, Queen Poisa said. Ridiculous. Yang Dingtian said angrily. His entire body was cold as he said sternly, you, how can you do this? Senior Dugu Xiao is my most respected senior. I am Shuang'er's husband. You, how can you do this? Isn't your sea snake race the most loyal race? Queen Poisa gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face, trying to calm him down. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed her hand away. Dugu Xiao is not Shuang'er's father, Queen Poisa said indifferently. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. Dugu Xiao is not Shuang'er's father? How is that possible? Dugu Xiao might be a hero of the world, but someone who can be nurtured by the sea snake race will not appear in hundreds of years. Dugu Xiao is not that person. Queen Poisa said, he went to the soul-departing palace and didn't ask for anything. He only took away Xianxia who was in swaddling clothes. Yang Dingtian looked at Queen Poisa in disbelief. It turned out that Xianxia was raised by Dugu Xiao in the soul-departing palace. Then, what about Dugu Fengwu? Is she your daughter? Yang Dingtian asked. No, she is not. She is Dugu Xiao's daughter. In order to deceive others, Dugu Xiao let outsiders think that Dugu Fengwu and Dugu Shuang are twin sisters. Dugu Xiao said, Dugu Fengwu's mother is someone else. Even if senior Dugu Xiao is not Shuang'er's father, Shuang'er still has a father. Yang Dingtian said, what do you think of him by doing this? Queen Poisa smiled and caressed Yang Dingtian's face. Silly child. Our sea snake race is the most loyal race. If I have a man, why would I betray him? If you don't have a man, how did you give birth to Xianxia? Yang Dingtian said angrily. Maybe there is a man, but I don't know. Queen Poisa smiled bitterly and said, when I was pregnant, I didn't know anything. I don't know who that person is. Maybe he is just a demon. During those few days, I seemed to be in a daze and didn't know anything. By the time I woke up, I was already pregnant. If there is such a man, then he is probably a demon. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Even Queen Poisa didn't know who Shuang'er's father was? At that time I was living a boring and leisurely life in the snake race. Xianxia didn't want to be lonely and roamed the world, trying to find someone who could make her go into heat so that she could give birth to a powerful race of gods. Poisa said indifferently, just like that, the days passed. It seemed very slow, but it also seemed very fast. 100 years passed by with a wave of my hand. That's right, there was a period of time when your master, Dongfang Minmi, tried to barge into my territory. In the end, I used the great illusion art to expel him. Of course, there were many people who were expelled by me. Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered. He said that his master had barged into the snake race's territory not long ago, and no outsiders knew about it. And Queen Poisa said this matter, so it was undoubtedly true. Suddenly, one day, it was as if an immortal in the sky had stretched out a hand and directly grabbed me and took me thousands of miles away, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Then, I don't know anything. When I woke up, I was already pregnant and I was in a dilapidated and lonely palace. Queen Poisa said. Palace? Soul-leaving palace? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Yes, soul-leaving palace. Queen Poisa said, a small and dilapidated palace. It was very old, and very lonely. There was no door, I couldn't break it, I couldn't get out. At that time, with my half-sage cultivation, I couldn't break a window even if I tried my best. Not to mention going out, I couldn't even look at the scenery outside. Yang Dingtian's soul was almost trembling. He said, and then? Then, I stayed in the soul departure hall for a few years. Then one day, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, and I immediately fell unconscious. Queen Vanamsa said, when I woke up, I had already recovered to my original state. Beside me, there's a baby covered in scales. You know that it's Xianxia. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then, footsteps came from outside. Queen Poisa said, I was very excited because this was the first time in several years that someone had come to the soul-leaving palace. However, I was immediately imprisoned in the darkness. I could see everything but I couldn't make any sound and no one could see me. And then? Yang Dingtian. Then, I saw a person push open the door and come in. This person was Dugu Xiao. Queen Poisa said, the first thing he saw when he came in was Xianxia, who was crying on the ground. Her entire body was covered in terrifying scales. Then, it was as if there was an energy that suddenly enveloped his body. His face fell into an expression of incomparable happiness, incomparable satisfaction, and incomparable intoxication, as if he was in a fairyland. Then, a sound came from the soul-leaving palace. This was the first time in a few years that a sound came from the soul-leaving palace. What kind of sound was it? Yang Dingtian asked. It was very ordinary, so ordinary that it couldn't be described with words. Queen Poisa said, this sound told Dugu Xiao that since he had found this place, it was a great fate. Therefore, he wanted to fulfill Dugu Xiao's wish. It could make him the #1 person in the world, give him the most powerful cultivation technique, give him the most powerful energy. Anything, as long as Dugu Xiao asks, the soul-leaving palace can give him. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Zhu Qingzhu. After he went to the soul-leaving palace, he obtained the second-class evil spirit energy and immediately became a top expert closest to the half-saint realm. There was also the lonely man. After entering the soul-leaving palace, he obtained the most powerful Yiksha body. Senior Dugu Xiao didn't want anything. He only wanted Xianxia, who was crying on the ground. Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, he looked at the crying baby on the ground with pity. He asked if he could ask for something before taking the baby away. The soul-leaving palace said no and could only take one. Furthermore, he said that this baby was to be raised in the soul-departing palace. Queen Venom Shah said, Dugu Xiao said that he wanted this baby. The soul-leaving palace was quiet for a while and said, this is not what I want to provide. Dugu Xiao said, but you said that I can choose anything in this palace. Therefore, the soul-leaving palace agreed to let Dugu Xiao take the baby away. Therefore, Aoshuang became Dugu Xiao's daughter. Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, actually, Senior Dugu Xiao has always treasured Xianxia. He even used Fengwu's birth to help cover up Shuang'er's existence? Yes, it should be so. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly. Previously, Dugu Aoshuang had always had an inferiority complex and was even extreme. She felt that Dugu Xiao didn't love her, didn't care about her, and was biased towards Dugu Fengwu. She even hated Dugu Xiao and was jealous of Dugu Fengwu. She didn't expect that Dugu Fengwu existed because of her. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then, I lost my divine sense. When I woke up again, I was already at home in the Snakeman Race's tower. Those few years in the soul-leaving palace were like a dream. It was as if nothing had happened. Queen Poisa said, in fact, I didn't feel anything strange with my own body. Therefore, later on, I always suspected that these things didn't happen. Perhaps it was really a dream. But this made me very afraid of leaving the Snakeman race. Therefore, I sent my most trusted and beloved sister, Xianxia, to scout for the humans. Xianxia is younger than you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, she is younger than me, about 100 years younger. Therefore, I was the one who brought her up. For a very long time, we relied on each other for survival. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, in fact, many of these snake men were personally brought up by me. For example, Momo, who is infatuated with you, is the one I love the most. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought that Xianxia went to the human continent and acted as Mistress Midi. She traveled the world to find the whereabouts of Duguoxuang. Later on, Xianxia came back and reported to me. Duguoxiao did have a daughter, and her body was covered in scales. Queen Poisa said, I then knew that all of this wasn't a dream. I still didn't dare to leave this tower, so I could only let Xianxia secretly protect Shuang-er. She was very interested in Shuang-er at first, thinking that she was a Naga. After more than 10 years, she didn't find any energy in Shuang-er's body, nor did she find any possibility of Naga. Therefore, she gradually gave up her mission to protect and turned to travel the world to find someone who could make her fall in love. She wanted to give birth to a powerful race of gods. Later on, she saw countless men and didn't find any signs of love, so she temporarily gave up and returned to the snakeman race. She started to ask me who made me give birth to offspring. I said that I didn't know, but she didn't believe me. She felt that I was lying to her. Therefore, she became more and more suspicious of me, more and more jealous. Until one day, she was jealous of everything I had, including my power in the snakeman race. She tried to take everything away from me. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then, she colluded with the highest spies of evil ways in the Dongli Prairie. Queen Poisa said, of course, even so, she didn't dare to make a move against me because I was much stronger than her. Until one day, my cultivation suddenly began to decline. That day, I suddenly became very weak. She didn't know what was going on, but I knew because Shuang-er had transformed into a Naga. Therefore, she, who had endured for many years, finally made a move with the spies of evil ways to kill me. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Saintess Xianxia said that Queen Poisa was colluding with evil ways, but he didn't expect that Queen Poisa would say that the one who colluded with the evil ways was Xianxia herself. Queen Poisa continued, however, the time she chose was still not right. At that time, although I was already weak, I was not weak to that extent. Therefore, I seriously injured her. I could kill her, but I couldn't bear it. Therefore, she escaped. Moreover, she began to make a move on the entire Dongli Prairie, trying to find countless cannon fodder to destroy my Naga race. But, I saw that the person who built the Naga Empire was you, and the person who turned the Dongli Prairie into hell was also you. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. I made the first move. Queen Poisa said, in the shortest amount of time, I swept through the entire Power Prairie and built the Naga Empire. Then why did you turn the entire Dongli Prairie into hell? Why did you use tens of millions of slaves to build a line of defense for tens of thousands of miles? Don't say that you didn't do these things. Don't say that you didn't kill these tens of millions of half-humans. Yang Dingtian said angrily. That's right, I did it, I killed them. Queen Poisa said. Then why? Could it be to deal with Xianxia? That can't be. Yang Dingtian said. Of course it's not to deal with Xianxia. Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, it's for you. The world extermination war is coming soon. I don't have much time left, so I have to completely clean up the Dongli Prairie in the shortest amount of time. I definitely can't let the half-humans become one of the evil ways of the Legion of Doom. I want to leave you with a complete Naga Empire. I want to build an unprecedentedly huge line of defense. In the future, when the entire human continent completely falls, you still have a final place of defense. Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian. I know what you did in the western and central continents. You're too slow, you're too soft-hearted. My heart is hard enough, so I can turn the entire Dongli Prairie into the most powerful fortress. For my daughter, for my son-in-law, what can I not do? Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, now that we're like this, how can I be your son-in-law? Queen Poisa said, actually, I don't mind giving birth to a younger sister for Shuang-er. But it seems like you mind, so there's no need to continue. Hearing Queen Poisa's words, Yang Dingtian wanted to refute it as a fallacy, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. That middle-aged man who was sent to Demon City's merchant hall to auction the first volume of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art was also sent by you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I also sent him. Queen Poisa said, did he give you the secret manual? You don't know? Yang Dingtian said. No what? Queen Poisa said. I thought he was sent by the evil ways, so I didn't buy it. The secret manual fell into the hands of Earth-splitting city's lord, Kuei, and this Naga man was killed. Yang Dingtian said. Queen Poisa's eyes trembled, revealing a trace of pain. That middle-aged Naga man's status was actually very low, not worth mentioning, but his death still made her eyes tremble. Of course, don't worry, I got the first volume of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art through another channel. Yang Dingtian said, Demon City's merchant hall, is it your people? They told me that the pig-slaying sword art is in your hands and told me to come to Dongli grassland to find you. But after I came, I first met Saintess Xianxia. Your Majesty Queen, is the second volume of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art in your hands? At this time, in Holy Valley. Old slave Ah Wu stood behind Saintess Xianxia, his eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. He only dared to release such a gaze when facing her from the back. When facing her from the front, he would feel extremely ashamed. Master, it should be about time. Yang Dingtian should have already killed Poisa. Ah Wu said. Who knows? But no matter what, that sister of mine is dead for sure today. Saintess Xianxia said indifferently, Gui Wuzi, why don't I bestow her body to you later, how about it? Xiantian Sex Gui Wuzi. Evil Wei's highest spy in Central Continent, one of the only two spirit masters in the world at that time. The second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Queen Poisa said, I don't have it here, but Xianxia may have it. Because the first half was given to me by her when she was traveling the continent. Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. The so-called Saintess Xianxia was so scheming. It was really difficult to get something from her. Now that you have seen through Xianxia, what are you going to do? Yang Dingtian said, I don't object to you killing her, but you have to let go of some people around her and the people in the Holy Valley. No, I won't kill her, and I can't kill her. Queen Poisa smiled and said, Little Tian, I'm no longer her opponent. My cultivation is degenerating every day. Previously, I could still defeat Xianxia by relying on the tower's array. Now, I'm far from being her opponent. It's just that she doesn't know that after being seriously injured by me once, she doesn't dare to attack me again. Instead, she sent you to kill me. Yang Dingtian was horrified and said, with so many great masters, you still can't kill her? I don't know. Queen Poisa said, Little Tian, she was also a half-step saint before. But after being seriously injured by me a few months ago, she was only a great master. I'm not sure if she has recovered. If she hasn't recovered, then my subordinates can kill her. If she has recovered, then she can kill all of my subordinates. Yang Dingtian said, then you have to guess that she has fully recovered, otherwise she won't attack you. If she hasn't fully recovered, even if she kills you, she won't be able to take down the Snake Empire. Queen Poisa said, if she has recovered to half-step saint, then she is invincible in the entire Dongli grassland. On the peak of the huge stone mountain, she was meditating with her eyes closed, absorbing the moonlight. Below her, there was a piece of raw stone that was spinning with white light. The moonlight in the sky and the huge mountain below seemed to provide an incomparably powerful energy that crazily poured into her body. In the end, her body became darker and darker. In fact, it was as if it had devoured all light, and its entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole. All of a sudden, her beautiful eyes snapped open. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently clenched and twisted it in the direction of Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu's bridal chamber. Bang! In an instant, the bridal chamber dozens of miles away was smashed to pieces. Then, she pressed her palm against the pond below the bridal chamber. Suddenly, the entire pond burst into blue flames, instantly turning the water in the pond into nothingness. Elder sister, the injuries you caused me have finally healed today. Don't worry, I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Xianxia said indifferently. At this moment, a stooped figure flew to the top of the mountain like a vulture. He knelt at her feet and said in a trembling voice, "Congratulations, Master, for returning to the half-saint level. I've been cultivating for nearly 2,000 years, but I'm only a semi-sage." "It's not worth mentioning," Xianxia said indifferently. "Well, I'm going to do something soon." "You deal with this place." "Yes," Gui Wuzi said. Then, like a fairy, Xianxia floated down from the sky. Gui Wuzi looked at the origin stone Xianxia sat on with incomparable infatuation. Below, there was a bottomless cave. Inside, there are countless corpses, endless corpses. All of them are women, all of them are in their teens, young half-human girls. There are tens of thousands of corpses. The originally tender and beautiful girls all have distorted faces and died in fear. All of the girls are like dried corpses, all of their blood and energy were sucked out. The exact number is 90,000. Xianxia used the most direct method to restore her half-saint level cultivation, because the seal is too strong. Most of these girls came from Holy Valley. They regarded Xianxia as their holy maiden, their lifelong idol who had given them a new lease on life. But they never thought that they would become her food. Xiao Tian, now in Dongli grassland, there is no one who is Xianxia's opponent. She can also easily kill me. It's just that a few months ago, she was scared of me, so she didn't dare to come to me directly, Xianxia said. Today, she asked you to kill me, so no matter what, she will come to me. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. So no one can stop her?" Queen Poisa said indifferently. Yang Dingtian said, "Even Naga can't? Shuang'er is now beside me, should I let her come out to see you?" "No, don't." Queen Poisa said, "I want to see her more than anything. But my relationship with her is too close. Once I see her, it will affect her dependence on you. Before the two of you have sex, you must not let her come into contact with a second person, even if that person is her mother. You must become her one and only lover in this world, a family member. Otherwise, when she is truly strong, it will be difficult for you to control her. Naga's contempt for humans is unparalleled. Xiao Tian, do you know? In ancient times, after the defective Naga looked for humans to mate with, what did they do?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. "Eat that man directly," Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, "Didn't they say that Naga are the most loyal in the world? Even your sea snake clan will be dead set once you fall in love with a male." "That's right, the second generation Naga is a race full of defects, different from the sea snake clan and Naga," Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian, "Then aren't you a second generation Naga? How can you give birth to a Naga?" Queen Poisa said, "The reason is very simple. It's because the master of the soul-leaving palace did something to my body. And you have also discovered that Shuang'er's Naga should be different from the legendary Naga." "I have never seen a real Naga," Yang Dingtian said. "I haven't seen it either," Queen Poisa said. Then she suddenly held Yang Dingtian's face and put her beautiful face close to him. "Xiao Tian, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Of course you're beautiful. Your beauty now surpasses Xianxia and Shiwu Piayan. Perhaps only Shuang'er can compare to you when she grows up." Sigh. Queen Poisa sighed softly and said, "Xiao Tian, you regard me as an elder. And I regard you as a man. Even though I gave birth to a child, I have never fallen in love. Today is the first time. Xianxia will be here soon. You have to think of a way." Yang Dingtian said. "A way?" Queen Poisa said softly, "My cultivation is degenerating every day. Now, according to you humans, I'm only an advanced grandmaster. Rather than degenerating like this, it's better to give it to you." "Give it to me? How?" Yang Dingtian said in shock. "You know the yin-yang devouring mystic technique?" Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's face instantly stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said, I really can't do it." "Then I'll do it." Queen Poisa gently pressed her jade-like hand on Yang Dingtian's chest. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's body was completely unable to move. Queen Poisa said, although I have given birth, I have checked. My body is not damaged. I don't even know how I gave birth to the child. Today, before I die, please grant me my wish." I will use the yin-yang devouring mystic technique to give you my cultivation and then die in your arms. Let Xianxia think that you killed me. That way, she will let you go. As Queen Poisa spoke, she used the yin-yang devouring mystic technique to transfer all her cultivation to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could not move, but he gritted his teeth so hard that blood flowed out. Queen Poisa's beautiful eyes trembled and tears flowed out. She said, You still feel that you can't pass the barrier in your heart, right? If I do this, it will leave you with a shadow, right? Yang Dingtian moved his gaze, indicating that he admitted it. Queen Poisa removed the restriction and said, Speak. Yang Dingtian stared at her and said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Your Majesty. Because you don't have a husband, since you want to give everything to me, I dare to accept it. However, I definitely won't accept it under such circumstances. Such a situation is too despairing. Tell me your plan. Queen Poisa said, I have already arranged everything. I will give all my cultivation to you and then die in your arms. Let Xianxia think that I was killed by you. That way, she will let you go. I have already ordered that after I die, the entire snakeman race will not resist. They will worship Xianxia as their queen and preserve their strength. One day, when you are strong enough, or when Xianxia is strong enough, you will return to the Snakeman Empire, kill Xianxia, and take control of the entire Snakeman Empire. I've already arranged everything. The day Xianxia dies, you will be the king of the Snakeman Empire. Then, Queen Poisa sighed softly and said, Xianxia has always been jealous of my rule over the Snakeman race, jealous of my power. However, she does not know that to the Snakeman race, I am not the queen, but their mother. The reason why they obey me is not because I am strong, but because they were all raised by me. Xianxia is too strong and too arrogant. She cannot be the queen of the Snakeman race. Momo is different. She has extraordinary talent and has been in love with you. So when you leave the Dongli grassland, you can make her the queen and take control of the entire Snakeman Empire. Queen Poisa said, What you need to do now is to accept everything about me, let me die in your arms, and then watch Xianxia become the queen of the Snakeman Empire, and then safely escape. How do you know that she won't kill me? Yang Dingtian said, Even if you pretend that I killed you, she might still kill me. No, you are the only one who can make her in love. As long as you don't find out her conspiracy, she won't kill you. Queen Poisa said, She even has to show the appearance of a saintess in front of everyone, in front of you. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Silly child, there is no other way. My cultivation has been degenerating, I can't waste it. Today, I will definitely die. No one can stop Xianxia. Only if I die in your arms and give the queen to her can I protect the Snakeman race and protect you. Queen Poisa said. After saying that, Queen Poisa gently stroked Yang Dingtian's lips and said, Okay, I'm done. Fulfill me. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Anyone will be captivated by your beauty. Yang Dingtian said, I said, Since you dare to give it to me, then I dare to take it. But not now, not a night of spring breeze. I want it from morning to night, I want it forever. Fool, it's impossible. Queen Poisa said with a smile, For me, a short moment is enough. Golden wind and jade do meet, is it better than countless people in the world? Yang Dingtian said. This stolen poem had instantly stirred the venomous queen's emotions as she kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. Yang Dingtian pressed down on her waist, making her unable to move, and said, It's not enough for me. I want it from morning to night. Then, let's change the plan and do as I say. How about it? No, no, little Tian. Queen Poisa said with a trembling voice, You will kill yourself. Today is a dead end, I must die. Yes, but it's a different way to die, a way to die from morning to night in the future. Yang Dingtian said, Okay, it's decided. Today, we will follow my plan, okay? Queen Venom Shah looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with pampering and dependence. Everyone says that I, Queen Poisa, am ruthless and unfathomable. In fact, it's all nonsense. I'm just a simple woman, so I stay in the tower every day, writing and drawing, and taking care of the hatched serpent men children. Queen Poisa sighed and said, Okay, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to everything you say. Asterisk 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 Xianxia, who was at the half-step saint level, directly entered within a few dozen miles of the tower. She didn't encounter any obstruction. Suddenly, she was shocked. She was really afraid of this elder sister. Although she looked so gentle and pure. But it was this pure woman who pretended to be weak a few months ago and lured her to attack, almost causing her to die. If it wasn't for her soft-heartedness, she would have become a pile of bones. Now, although she felt that her elder sister was definitely going to die, she couldn't help but be afraid when she approached the tower. After all, this was the elder sister who had raised her since she was young. She was really afraid of her. Could this be a trap? Xianxia's footsteps even slightly hesitated. However, she had no other choice. At this moment, she saw Yang Dingtian slowly walk to the window of the tower, holding the sword of nothingness that was dripping with black smoke. Xianxia was ecstatic and quickly left. Asterisk 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 note. The first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, please give me a few monthly votes, thank you. Yang Dingtian had once asked why the sword of nothingness could kill Poisa, so naturally, it could also kill Xianxia. Queen Poisa said 2 sentences. First of all, this sword of nothingness was provided by Xianxia, so she was absolutely on guard against this thing. Second, Xianxia could not die now. Before Yang Dingtian or Xianxia became strong, the Snakeman Empire needed at least one quasi-holy rank expert. As she walked up the tower, Xianxia's heart was filled with an unprecedented excitement, an unprecedented joy, and an unprecedented nervousness and unease. For the past few years, Poisa had been locked up in the tower, not knowing anything about the outside world. Before, the only way she could get information was through herself. Moreover, everything Queen Poisa did in the Dongli grassland was incomparably cruel and could not be washed away. Therefore, Xianxia was very relieved to let Yang Dingtian come to see Queen Poisa. Of course, in this world, only 5 people knew that Xianxia had become Naga: Dugu Xiao, Qin Wanzhou, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Queen Poisa. And only these 5 people knew that Naga Shuang was by Yang Dingtian's side. This was the world's top secret, and Saintess Xianxia did not know. Therefore, she was relieved to let Yang Dingtian come to see Queen Poisa. With Yang Dingtian's character of abhorring evil, and in order to protect the people in Holy Valley, he would definitely take action. On this point, Xianxia was very, very confident. Walking to the top of the tower, there was a door in front of her. Xianxia was unprecedentedly uneasy and nervous. If this was a trap, if Poisa was waiting for her inside, then this time she would be dead for sure. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. Xianxia pushed the door open. There was no suspense. She saw a corpse. It was a beautiful corpse. This woman whom she was afraid of, whom she relied on, whom she was jealous of, and whom she hated, had finally become a corpse. The only woman in this world who was more beautiful than him, who was so beautiful that he was jealous of her even in death, had finally become a cold corpse. She lay quietly on the bed, completely naked. There was also a scarlet mark on his body. Her face was still in the most blurred and intoxicated state. However, this perfect body didn't look like a corpse at all. Instead, it looked like the most perfect jade statue. Xianxia stepped forward and flipped the back of her neck. Sure enough, her 7-inch bone gate was opened. In the softest vital area, there was an extremely dark black dot. Her sister, Poisa, was dead. He was deader than dead. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was holding a sword of nothingness and standing on the side in a daze. Seeing Xianxia enter, Yang Dingtian's scattered eyes became slightly focused. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xianxia quickly ran over and hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms as she kept saying gently in her ear. Where's the box for the sword? Xianxia asked gently. Yang Dingtian took out a jade box in a daze. Be good, put it in. Xianxia held her breath. Yang Dingtian placed the sword of nothingness into the box. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief and then kept the jade box in her arms as she said gently, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Child, I'm sorry. Then, Xianxia hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms as tears kept flowing down her face. Her schemes were indeed very deep. She only said sorry but did not say why Yang Dingtian had taken the risk of using the sword of nothingness. It was as if she had said everything, but also as if she had not said anything at all. Why didn't you run? Why didn't you run after you succeeded? Do you know how dangerous it was? Thank goodness I arrived in time, otherwise you would have been dead for sure. Xianxia grumbled. When I killed her, she seemed to be very happy. Yang Dingtian said, she didn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. What did she say to you? Xianxia hugged Yang Dingtian. No, she didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia released Yang Dingtian and then took off her robe and draped it over Yang Dingtian's body. Then, she picked up Queen Poisa's green dress from the ground and a trace of admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, she put the dress on Queen Poisa's body. Alright, little Tian, I'll take you away. Xianxia said gently. Right at this moment. Whoosh 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 whoosh, outside, dozens of light shadows flashed and stopped in an instant. The 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People Empire were all present. This was the highest level of the Snake People Empire. Perhaps, this was the most beautiful and enchanting group in the world. Every single one of them, if placed in the hands of a human, would be a 1 in a million beauty. Seeing Queen Poisa's body on the bed, suddenly, everyone showed a horrified expression, then, half of them shed tears. At first, it was just tears, but later, it turned into tears of blood. And the other half of them did not shed a single tear, they just clenched their jade teeth tightly. Puff. Finally, when Guchang could not help it, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Your queen, my sister, I killed her. Xianxia said slowly, I can't sit by and watch her turn the entire Dongli grassland into hell. I can't sit by and watch countless lives become slaves. If you want to avenge her, come. Suddenly, the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People race, 20 pairs of beautiful eyes instantly looked at Xianxia. They did not hide their most hateful gazes at all. Among them, Viper Mo's beautiful corner of her eye even burst open, blood dripping from the corner of her eye. If you want to kill me, do it. Xianxia slowly closed her beautiful eyes and stood against the wind. After a long time, the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People race did not make a move. Instead, they knelt down neatly. Your subordinate pays his respects to Queen Xianxia. Xianxia's delicate body trembled violently. In her heart, it was as if a flower had suddenly bloomed. She had succeeded, she had finally waited for this day. The scene in front of her was completely out of her expectations. The half-human race was like this. Once the king was killed, even if the hatred was as deep as the sea, the clansman who killed the king would be worshipped as the new king. This was the law of the half-human race, the strongest was the king. However, Xianxia had never known this. From the beginning to the end, Poisa had never shown her strength to the Snake People race, except for Xianxia. The reason why the Snake People race worshipped Poisa as their king was entirely because of their love and admiration for her. However, people always saw the world from their own eyes, from their own hearts. In Xianxia's eyes, the strongest was the king. Then in her world, the strongest was the king. At this moment, her 1,000 years of dream had come true. In her excitement and ecstasy, perhaps because she was too close to Yang Dingtian, she even felt that deep in her heart, her feelings seemed to be rippling, burning her heart, making her completely unable to suppress it. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes could not help but quickly drift towards Yang Dingtian. Then, she immediately moved away. Saintess Xianxia defeated and killed Queen Poisa, becoming the new queen of the Snake People Empire. After this news spread, the 8 major battle clans were in a state of panic. However, the entire Snake People race seemed very calm. Within the Sacred Valley, it had completely become a sea of joy. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy, they were saved. Their saintess had once again created a miracle. Within the entire Sacred Valley, almost everyone was shouting the name of Saintess Xianxia. Only one person had tears in her beautiful eyes and her beautiful face was filled with anger. This person was Huang Yu. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she rushed into his embrace like a little bird, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred as she said, "Husband, did Master use you to kill Queen Poisa? Is it? Is it?" Yang Dingtian gently stroked her hair and said, "There's no such thing. Don't lie to me, it must be so. Huang Yu cried, only you can make the snake people race fall head over heels for you, only you have the chance to kill Queen Poisa. She must have used you, she must have done so. How could she do this? Then, Huang Yu wiped away her tears and said, husband, let's go. From today on, I don't have a master anymore. I'll follow you from now on, and we'll depend on each other. Yang Dingtian stroked her neck lovingly. She really wasn't Feng Wu, she had behaved just like Feng Wu before she got married. She was just as tough and ruthless as Feng Wu. However, after she got married, all the pretense was stripped away. This was a girl who was extremely dependent on her relationship and was even extremely stubborn. Yes, she was very much like a person. On the surface, she looked tough and powerful, but in fact, she was weak and restless. There was no doubt that Xianxia had created the illusion that she was Feng Wu, and the wound on her chest was also faked by Xianxia. Feng Wu's wound had been specially treated by her, and the scar would never disappear. Queen Poisa's body was immersed in unfreezing water, placed in a jade coffin, and then completely sealed in the highest floor of the central tower of the Snake People race. At all times, a Grandmaster Snake People would be guarding the body. Xianxia had killed her, and Xianxia had become the new queen. However, she was very smart and didn't deny everything about Queen Poisa. She still respected her as the founder of the Snake People Empire and the first queen. After that, Queen Xianxia promoted day by day Bella and the other rebel leaders to become the new generals and commanders. After that, Queen Xianxia announced the liberation of the slaves on the Dongli grassland. However, the huge defense line of tens of thousands of kilometers still had to be built. Because according to her, the end of the world was coming soon. The Snake People Empire needed to train the most elite troops and build the strongest defense line to fend off the arrival of the army. The Dongli grassland was being reorganized, the construction of cities and castles still had to be carried out. Smart people might realize that after Queen Xianxia took the throne, what she did wasn't much different from what Queen Poisa did. It was just that her methods were much gentler and gentler. However, the unique characteristics of an independent tribe such as its own territory had disappeared. From then on, the half-human race was no longer divided into werewolves and leopard men. It was a unified Snake People Empire. The half-human race was simple-minded. After experiencing Queen Poisa's cruel tyranny, even though Queen Xianxia did the same thing, they felt like they were in heaven. In the main hall of the Snake People Empire. Mother-in-law, I have to go. Yang Dingtian said. Queen Xianxia trembled slightly and looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. You still blame me, right? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Queen Xianxia stepped forward and gently grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, don't go, okay? Stay and help me. There are too many things to do in the Snake People Empire. And you are the person closest to me. Yang Dingtian said, but I also have many things to do in the human continent. Mother-in-law, the real reason why I came to the Dongli grassland is that I have yet to do. What is it? Queen Xianxia said, I will help you do it, okay? I came to find the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The people of the Demon City's merchant palace told me that the pig-slaying swordsmanship is in the Dongli grassland of the Snake People tribe. Yang Dingtian said. Queen Xianxia's beautiful eyes trembled slightly and a complicated look flashed through her eyes. Little Tian, don't go first. I will help you ask, okay? Xianxia said, I will give you a reply tomorrow. Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. Mother-in-law has the whereabouts of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? I can't say for the time being, but I will definitely give you a reply. Queen Xianxia said, by the way, Feng'er is angry with me now. She blames me for risking you and ignores me every day. Help me to talk to her. I will. Yang Dingtian said. That's good. Let's have dinner together as a family. Xianxia said softly. Yang Dingtian was about to leave. Suddenly, Xianxia gently hugged Yang Dingtian and kissed Yang Dingtian on the cheek. Little Tian, mother really hopes that you can stay. Yang Dingtian strolled alone in the fairyland-like forest. What should I call you? Mother-in-law, I really can't bring myself to call you. Should I call you Her Majesty? Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Can you call me Xianxia? You promised me that you would stay by my side day and night. Queen Poisa's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Okay, okay. Yang Dingtian said, speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Xianxia has drilled into my mind countless times, trying to probe my spirit and memory. If it weren't for your soul temporarily blocking my memory, I would have already revealed a flaw. Once a flaw was revealed, I would only have one result, and that is to die on the spot. Not necessarily. Xianxia wouldn't be willing to do that. Queen Poisa said, however, it's still too dangerous to stay by her side. Once she mentions the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you have to leave immediately. It's too dangerous to stay by the side of a half-sage. I'm really afraid that because of her ambition, she will kill you one day after successfully using you to conceive. Note, second update. Bosses, I'll buy a monthly ticket. Thank you, please. No matter what Xianxia's reply is tomorrow, I have to leave. At most, I will search for the legendary Mermaid Empire. Yang Dingtian said, when I return, it will be the time of Xianxia's death. I will put up with your soul temporarily in my brain. After I kill Xianxia, I will use soul convergence to revive you. At that time, you will still be the one to personally lead the entire Snake Men Empire. Queen Poisa said, the most important thing is, at that time, I want to become your woman and be with you openly. Alright. Yang Dingtian said, it's a deal. Husband, are you leaving? Huang Yu asked the moment she saw Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Alright, then we will leave now. I will follow you. Huang Yu said, her beautiful eyes filled with stubbornness and determination. Yang Dingtian sighed and caressed her beautiful face. Being together with her was a beautiful mistake. It was because he thought that she was Dugafengwu that Yang Dingtian agreed to marry her again. After the marriage, she removed all her strong pretense and allowed Yang Dingtian to see through Xianxia's flaws. That was why she didn't kill Queen Poisa. It could be said that Huang Yu had indirectly saved Poisa. She had also indirectly saved Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, when Yang Dingtian knew that Xianxia had killed Du Guoxuang's mother and that Yang Dingtian had been used by her to kill the queen who had wholeheartedly built the entire empire for him, Yang Dingtian would collapse. No, it is too dangerous for you to follow me. Yang Dingtian said gently, I will definitely come and get you within 2 years. No. Huang Yu said fiercely, no, is it because you still have a wife at home and don't dare to take me home? I have a wife at home, but I definitely dare to bring you home, and I will definitely bring you home, Yang Dingtian said. However, you must stay by your master's side. No, I want to go with you. Huang Yu's gaze became incomparably stubborn. She said, I am your wife. If I marry a chicken, I will follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I will follow the dog. Besides, there is a child between us. We are husband and wife. Looking at Huang Yu's intense expression, Yang Dingtian had a thought. Perhaps the woman in front of him was completely innocent. She didn't know anything about her master. Xianxia had modified her body and even modified some of her memories. But she really didn't know anything. Yang Dingtian really wanted to ask Huang Yu what her memories of him were like. Who was she, however, he couldn't ask. Once he did, he would definitely arouse Xianxia's suspicion. However, her stubborn character made her more and more like a woman. That woman was Yun Kalin. Without deep contact, one would think that Yun Kalin was a powerful guru. Only after a deep understanding, one would discover her stubborn and even narrow-minded character. Then, a terrible thing happened. Yes, Xianxia had indeed traveled the world as the lost mistress, and she had indeed adopted Yun Kalin's daughter. Then, let's assume that the girl in front of him was Yun Kalin's daughter, Yun Zhenu. Then, who was Yun Zhenu in the distant Xianxia state? Who was Yang Dingtian's personal secretary? Yang Dingtian had sent someone to thoroughly check her body. There was no wound on her chest, and she was still a virgin. Who was she? Yang Dingtian caressed Huang Yu's face and said, now, your father has used all his power to turn you into another person. He wants you to bid farewell to your past, and he doesn't want you to be involved in the future war of evil ways. Now, the human continent is in turmoil. Once I bring you back, you will be completely involved. I can't do that. I'm not afraid. Huang Yu said loudly. But I am. Yang Dingtian said, the grassland of Dongli is thousands of miles away. You're safe here. Huang Yu said fiercely, no, whatever you say is useless. I must go with you. Unless you say that you don't want me. Then I can pretend that nothing happened. Then, you will find a day to kill me, right? Yang Dingtian laughed. Huang Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, yes, I will cultivate with all my might. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I will kill you, you bastard. Then, she hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and said, husband, I beg you, don't leave me here. Yang Dingtian kissed her eyebrows gently and said softly, Huang Yu, Yang Dingtian, may be a bastard, but I will keep my words. In 2 years at most, I will come to the grassland of Dongli to pick you up. You may not know my identity. I am now the leader of the Tiando League and the leader of the Council of Light. You? Huang Yu said in surprise. Hey, what's with your tone and expression? Yang Dingtian pinched her mouth and said with a smile, all right, my cultivation may be a little weak, but it is a fact. Now, I am a little worried about your master. She said that Queen Poisa was entangled with evil ways, but in the end, she was not. I am very afraid that evil ways will infiltrate the Naga Empire. You have to help me keep an eye on it, okay? You are telling the truth? Huang Yu said. No, I am just worried. Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia didn't doubt his words at this point. Xianxia was already aware of Yang Dingtian's doubts. You will definitely come in 2 years? Huang Yu said. Definitely. Yang Dingtian said. Alright, I promise you. If you don't come, I will kill my way back to the human countries to find you. Huang Yu said. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and said, also, you have to stay at home with me tonight. Maybe when you come back the year after next, we will have another baby. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. The next day, Xianxia met with Yang Dingtian as promised. Little Tian, first of all, I have to tell you that I don't have the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage lower volume. Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and then he said, what else? However, I personally took the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage upper volume from someone. Yang Dingtian said, or, he personally gave it to me as an exchange. Who? In exchange for what? Yang Dingtian asked. A person called Yang Yuncheng, the son of Cloud Sky City's former city lord. At that time, he was fleeing to the Dongli grasslands. In the end, he was pursued. He said that he wanted to use a rare treasure in exchange for my help. Xianxia said, I don't care about rare treasures, but in their group, there was a child that I couldn't ignore. So I saved him, and he gave me the secret manual. I didn't care at all. It wasn't until you completely rose that the pig-slaying sword art became a true rare treasure. I had people send the pig-slaying sword art to the human countries and tried to send it to you. At that moment, Queen Poisa's voice rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Little Tian, this pig-slaying sword art was indeed given to me by Xianxia 16 years ago. Yang Dingtian calculated. 16 years ago was indeed the time when the Yang family rebelled for the first time and was completely chased out. It was very reasonable for Yang Yuncheng to escape at that time. And at that time, Yang Yuncheng's escape had stolen many high-level secret manuals from Cloud Sky City. Among them, it should include the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage. Of course, why were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages still in Cloud Sky City? It was very simple, because they fled in a hurry and only stole the highest-level secret manuals. And the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage was equivalent to an ordinary 8th stage secret manual. It was at least an 8th grade secret manual. Then, this meant that the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage lower volume was very likely in Yang Yuncheng's hands, but now, Yang Yuncheng was already dead. Yang Jing entered Cloud Sky City for the 2nd time to rebel and tried to kill Shimin Wuya. In the 2nd rebellion, Shimin Wuya completely killed Yang Yuncheng. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. An extremely terrifying possibility. This possibility had been ignored by him for a long time. Because he had never seen Yang Yuncheng, he had always ignored this possibility. Yang Dingtian, why did Yang Yuncheng come to the Dongli grassland? I know that because he cultivated the pig-slaying sword art, he turned from a genius to a good-for-nothing and his cultivation did not improve at all. After coming to the Dongli grassland, he regained his strength. Moreover, he used the darkness crystal to frame Shimen Wuya. Xianxia said, if I'm not wrong, it should be to see the evil ways of the Dongli grassland. Then, Yang Yuncheng had already become a good-for-nothing, so why did he suddenly become so strong? An answer appeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes, evil energy. That's right, it was evil energy. Then, the soul of a person who possessed evil energy would never die. That day, his head was chopped off by Shimen Wuya. Everyone thought that he was dead, but if he possessed evil energy, his soul would never die. Of course, with his level, he might not be able to condense his soul or have the qualifications to be resurrected. But, his soul could always be a wanderer. Then, where would his soul be? No matter where his soul floated to, when Shimen Wuya died, he would definitely return to Cloud Sky City. And when Yang Jing returned to Cloud Sky City to participate in the City Lord Martial Arts competition, he would definitely return to Cloud Sky City. Then, without a doubt, Yang Jing had failed to frame Yang Dingtian and was turned into a walking corpse by Yang Dingtian using the evil soul art. Yang Yuncheng's soul was undoubtedly in Cloud Sky City. Then, after a person who possessed evil energy was killed, his soul would be protected by the evil spirit and would never die. But without the condensing of his soul, he would become weak. Therefore, it was very difficult to possess a normal person's body, but when a person had no soul, he could easily possess another person's body. And Yang Jing's soul had been extracted by Yang Dingtian and turned into an empty body. And this body was his son's. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Dingtian suddenly shuddered. Mother-in-law, I have to return to the northwest continent immediately. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have time to say goodbye to Huang Yu and Xianxia. Please say goodbye for me. What happened? Don't worry. Xianxia said gently, if there's anything, mother can help you. No need. If nothing happened, I can easily solve it myself. If something happened, then. Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, Mother-in-law, I'm leaving. I'll send you off, Xianxia said. Then, she took a few steps forward and hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was somewhat strange. His body was slightly trembling as if it was completely out of his control. What the hell, he didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. How could there be a reaction? At this moment, he was completely like a snake to Xianxia. How could he have any evil thoughts? Then, he immediately thought of Poisa in his mind. She seemed to have stimulated some kind of thought in his mind. Xianxia, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian said in his mind. Idiot, Xianxia is hesitating. Should I turn your brain into a piece of trash and keep you here forever? Xianxia said, now is the most dangerous time for you. You must show that you have evil thoughts towards her. Only then will she let you go. Xianxia instantly felt it. Then, her heart trembled and her breathing became rapid. Yes, Yang Dingtian was going to leave. She couldn't stop him. Therefore, she had the idea of turning Yang Dingtian into a walking corpse. She was ready to directly destroy all of Yang Dingtian's consciousness. But Yang Dingtian's reaction made her heart tremble. Perhaps, it would be better if Yang Dingtian was alive and well. Only then would the Snake Man race be moved. Moreover, this proved that Yang Dingtian did have evil thoughts towards her, but he was limited by morality and couldn't cross the line. Quickly pushing Xianxia away, Yang Dingtian blushed and said, I'm sorry. Xianxia hurriedly sorted out the thoughts in her heart and suppressed her rapid breathing. She tried her best to make herself as natural as possible. Using her identity as an elder, she caressed Yang Dingtian's face and spoke gently, Go. Don't forget that the people closest to you are still in the east parting grassland. I know, I will definitely come back. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he immediately turned and left. Then, with his fastest speed, he flew towards the south, the faster the better because Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Once she calmed down, she might regret and change her mind. 6 hours ago, the Sea Heart Queen summoned her servant, Ah Wu, to a secret place. Gue Wuzi, go to the northwest continent's Cloud Heaven City. Queen Xianxia said, find Yangjing and kill him. If you find the pig-slaying swordsmanship on him, immediately use the void sword to destroy it. Yes. Gue Wuzi Ah Wu said, however, why don't you let me bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to you? With the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you can control Yangding Tian and make a deal with the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace. No, I don't need any deal. Queen Xianxia said coldly, I only want to destroy the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Because if I do that, Yangding Tian will never be strong. He will always listen to me. Northwest Continent, Cloud Heaven City, Little Peach was being intimate with her idiot husband. She loved her idiot husband who was handsome, didn't look down on her, and was obedient. Little Peach's son was almost a year old now, and he could already walk. He had even started learning how to speak. At this moment, he was sleeping on his little bed. His mother's voice seemed to have woken him up. His beautiful little face began to wrinkle and his little mouth began to pout. He was about to cry. Little Peach quickly covered her mouth so that she wouldn't wake her precious son up. Next, Little Peach would take a bath with Yangjing. She would gently wash Yangjing and change his clothes. Then, she would prepare breakfast and feed the baby milk. Next, she would gently feed Yangjing. She was very nimble. She did these things quickly and well. Then, she would temporarily hand the baby over to her most trusted maid while she went to work with Fifth Madam. Now, she could be considered as the vice manager of internal affairs of Cloud Heaven City. She was very, very proud of her identity, so she worked very hard. In particular, Mu Liani had become the true Madam Sect Master. With such a powerful backer, she would naturally work even harder. Before leaving, Little Peach gently kissed Yangjing's lips and said softly, I'm going to work. You have to be good at home. Yangjing stiffened his voice. Little Peach reluctantly left and closed the door. Suddenly, only Yangjing was left in the room. Yangjing stood in place. His originally dull and scattered eyes gradually focused and became bright. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, Son, we should take action. Note, the first update has been delivered. I will continue writing the second update. Tomorrow, I have to work again and wake up at 5 a.m. Woo woo. Holding the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in his hand, Yangding Tian still felt a lingering fear. Of course, it was not entirely because he had lost the secret manual. Still, it was not a big deal to go to the underwater mermaid empire. He had already made the relevant mental preparations. It was a complete surprise to be able to get the secret manual. What made him afraid was that Yang Yuncheng's soul had actually drifted in Cloud Sky City for several years and had taken over Yangjing's body to live for nearly 2 years. Cloud Heaven City was Yang Dingtian's most important place. If he were to harm anyone in Cloud Heaven City, what would he do? No, I can't let Yan Yan continue to be lazy. She's so talented but her cultivation is so weak. How can I let that happen? Also, Ning Rower didn't practice her sword all day long. As for Qin Jiaojiao, she's a little idiot. Forget it. That night, Yangding Tian told Yan Yan and the others what had happened. Instantly, Yan Yan was shocked. She even had a creepy feeling. She didn't expect her uncle's soul to have drifted for several years. Then, she swore that she would work hard to cultivate and protect Master's wife, the baby, and her sister. Of course, Yangding Tian still had to place his hopes on Ning Rower. After all, she had already broken through to Martial Venerable. Rower, you can go to Shijing's Celestial Qi Condensation Purification Array to cultivate for a few days every once in a while, Yangding Tian said. Okay. Ning Rower said, I'm just worried about little Ningning. She's already so naughty when I'm at home. When I'm not at home, she's going to flip the sky. When you're not at home, let Master's wife take care of her, Yangding Tian said. Child, are you worried about the safety of the family? Yao Rao said, you're worrying too much. After all, I'm still a 9-star master. Yangding Tian was stunned. You're not going outside to help me? No, I have to raise my son. Our son is more important than you. Yao Rao hugged the baby and kissed him fiercely. You're mommy's precious baby. Daddy will do whatever he wants. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Mu Lianyi hugged Yang Yichen and said, Husband, what will happen to little Peach in the future? Do you want me to find her another husband? Yang Dingtian said, This woman is very opinionated. Let her decide. If you ask her to find another husband, she'll see you as her big backer. I'm afraid she'll pinch her nose and obey you. Bah, I'm not a backer. Mu Lianyi kissed Yang Yichen and said, I'm her backer. She's your first direct disciple. Yang Dingtian gently pinched Yang Yichen's little cheeks and said, I hope that when little Qinchin and the babies grow up, everything will be over. At that time, I can also focus on guiding them in their cultivation or do other things. It was rare for Yang Dingtian to chat with his wives. Then, his wife came in with Xianxia and the others and took away all the babies. Then, she said to Yang Dingtian, Little Tian, it's getting late. Rest early. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's wives blushed. They were really embarrassed that his wife came to rush them. Sisters, should we stay together or separate? Yao Rao asked. Ning Roer was the first to run away. Mu Lianyi grabbed her and said, Sister Roer, let's stay together. That way, we'll have more time. After tonight, who knows how long it will be before we see that bastard again. Because the matter had been settled, Dongfang Minmi and the other grandmasters all returned to the Middle Continent or the East Continent. That was because they were very busy. Dongfang Minmi said that the destructive blow to the 7 refined lane had reached a critical stage. Dongfang Minmi had to go back to guard the place with Qin Wanzhou to prevent the 7 refined lane from making a final counterattack. Master, after I cultivate the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, I'll immediately return to the Middle Continent and arrange for the substantial destruction of the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. The next morning, Yang Dingtian personally brought the children from Cloud Sky City to exercise. Then, he went directly to Xijing because the cultivation of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had to be completed in the Celestial Qi Condensation Purification Array. Xijing was now the headquarters of the West Continent's Council of Light. It was the center of the entire West Continent, although a year ago, this place had undergone a terrifying purge and attack. However, this huge city showed an unprecedented recovery ability. The Council of Light directly appointed Qin Mingli as the city lord of Xijing. However, the military and politics were separated. Qin Mingli only had full power in the political and economic affairs. She did not have any military power. In the military, Yang Dingtian was very, very far. All the military belonged directly to the Council of Light's military command. They did not belong to anyone, not even Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had the highest authority in strategic decisions. However, the promotion of officers, logistics of the military, and other important matters were all under the command of the military command. Even Yang Dingtian did not have the authority to appoint any general. Qin Mingli used to be the underground queen of Xijing. Now, she lived up to her name. However, she used to desperately earn money from her family. Although there were still many family businesses in Xijing. Most of the time, she had to desperately earn money for the Council of Light. She was very capable. In just a year, Xijing had become unprecedentedly prosperous. Before the war, the population of West Continent City was more than 1 million. Later, when Yang Dingtian reorganized West Continent, the population of West Continent City was reduced by half. Now, the population of Xijing had doubled. The scale of the city was rapidly increasing every day. The economy was unprecedentedly prosperous. This was because West Continent had undergone intense reorganization. Many vassals had lost their territories. However, they had extremely rich assets. After seeing the development of Xijing, these people had transferred their assets to Xijing and engaged in various businesses. Now, these vassals were gradually transforming into big shots. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's momentum was too strong. Therefore, these people started to become enthusiastic about many of the affairs of the Council of Light. Therefore, there were more and more talents in the Council of Light. After arriving at Xijing, he first went to the city lord's residence to meet Qin Mingli. Then, this woman threw away the pen in her hand and lay on a pile of official documents to fool around. According to her, a meal now would last 3 months to half a year. Therefore, he had to eat until he was very full. Shijing's celestial qi was condensed in the purification array. This was the most heavily guarded place of the Council of Light. Tens of thousands of acres of land were the boundaries of the future Heavenly Edict Academy. The current Heavenly Edict Academy was less than one-third built. However, the academy had already started operations. The celestial qi array was in the center of the Heavenly Edict Academy. The current celestial qi array was very different from the chaotic mainland because it was based on the Snake People Empire. The scale was much larger and the energy efficiency was much higher. The demand for magnetic crystals had increased by 10 times, but they no longer needed them. They would switch to another side after a period of time. It was almost permanent. The cost of building this tens of thousands of square meters celestial qi condensation purification array could be exchanged for dozens of cloud sky cities. However, to the current Council of Light, it was nothing. All the strategic resources were self-produced. He sat cross-legged in the center of the celestial qi array. Yang Dingtian took out the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He opened the scroll, took a deep breath, and inserted his celestial qi. Boom. Just as Yang Dingtian's celestial qi entered the scroll, an extremely powerful energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and into his brain. Yang Dingtian's mind went blank as he temporarily lost all his divine senses. When Yang Dingtian's brain regained consciousness, he was already in a vast and boundless night sky. In the distance, there were endless stars. Then, countless starlight began to condense and turned into the familiar face of Shi Wu Piaoyan. It was an old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor, but with a hint of worry. "Child, I know you have seen me many times, but I can't help it. Every time I see you, it's the first time I see you, so, you'd better introduce yourself," Shi Wu Piaoyan said to Yang Dingtian helplessly. So, Yang Dingtian told him all the past again. The ancient Nirvana, the master of the hidden sect, the incident of the Yin-Yang mirror, the Snake People Empire, and so on. After listening, Shi Wu Piaoyan said, "Although you have said it many times and should not feel it, I still feel a burst of shock." Then, Shi Wu Piaoyan said, "Well, child, you have learned the first half of the fourth stage, the first move, Yin-Yang reversal, and the second move, Yin-Yang chaos. What do you think of the chaotic Xian meridians? It's mysterious and wonderful." Yang Dingtian said, "It's very, very important. It can isolate almost all energy, and it can also evolve into all energy. Yes, the chaotic attribute is the core of the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship. It is the core of the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship. It should also be the core of the Yin sect." Shi Wu Piaoyan said, "Mastering the chaotic attribute is the unique symbol of the Yin sect's disciples." Then, Shi Wu Piaoyan said, "However, it should still be a little inconvenient because all the Xian fires have lost their power. Only the thunder attribute attacks are left. Next, we will learn the second half of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, which is the third move, Yin and Yang. Once you learn the third move, you will not only have the chaotic attribute, but also Yang and Yin Xian Qi. You can totally imagine how powerful it is." Yang Dingtian said excitedly, "After the ancient Nirvana 10,000 years ago, only the master of the hidden sect had the Yin-Yang attribute. And having the Yin-Yang attribute is the highest symbol of the master of the hidden sect, the highest cultivation." Shi Wu Piaoyan said, "But for you, it is not the highest cultivation. Your realm is far beyond theirs. But for now, having the Yin-Yang attribute is definitely a qualitative leap for you. Your combat strength can advance by leaps and bounds." Yes, just the demon spirit demonic fire was amazing. The demon spirit demonic fire had two nature-defying attributes. One was immobilization and the other was a protective shield. Both required the Yin-Yang attribute. Yang Dingtian did not have this attribute, so every immobilization was very short and the energy shield was very fragile. After having the Yin-Yang attribute, the power of the demon spirit demonic fire could be exerted to the extreme. "Okay, then let's start," Shi Wu Piaoyan said. Then his figure directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian began to learn the third move, Yin and Yang. The first move, Yin and Yang reversal, transformed Yang Dingtian's Xian veins into the Yin-Yang attribute, which was extremely painful. The second move, yin and yang chaos, the yin-yang million spirit demonic fire set off from the Qi Si and baptized Yang Dingtian's yin-yang xian veins inch by inch, turning them into the chaotic attribute. The degree of pain was several times more than the first move. Then, the third move, yin and yang, what was going on? It was very simple. The demon spirit demonic fire and the yin-yang million spirit demonic fire set off together and advanced side by side, transforming the chaotic xian veins together. Then, the pain of the third move was several times more than the previous two moves combined. However, Yang Dingtian could no longer feel it. Because this pain had exceeded the limit, causing Yang Dingtian's nerves to temporarily fall into numbness. He could no longer feel anything. This body did not seem to be his at all. The demon spirit demonic fire and the yin-yang million spirit demonic fire, these two flames transformed Yang Dingtian's xian veins inch by inch. The transformation of Yang Dingtian's xian veins this time was really too terrifying and painful. So much so that the energy of Shiwu Piaoling had no choice but to follow the two xian flames and protect Yang Dingtian's xian veins inch by inch. Otherwise, he was really worried that Yang Dingtian would be smashed to pieces and die. However, for Yang Dingtian, it was better than the first and second moves. Because the pain had exceeded the range of the human body, he was already numb. Because of this, Shiwu Piaoyan had to protect him. He could not feel the pain and danger. That was it, after an unknown period of time. The transformation was completed. The third move, yin and yang, was completed. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the great yin-yang scripture, was officially completed. After the cultivation, Yang Dingtian did not directly wake up to see how many levels he had broken through. Instead, he was still in the illusion. He asked Shiwu Piaoyan to transfer the code of the second half of the fourth stage into his mind for him to study and study. As a result, Shiwu Piaoyan was shocked again. 10,000 years ago, he began to touch the peak of the martial arts civilization. He did not expect that now another person had entered the realm of gods. Therefore, he engraved the code of the second half of the pig-slaying swordsmanship into Yang Dingtian's mind. In the end, when Shiwu Piaoyan was about to disappear, Yang Dingtian asked, "Senior Shiwu, where are you going after leaving the Mermaid Empire?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Son, I have some gains in the Mermaid Empire. I have even roughly guessed the location of the Naga Empire. Next, I may go to the Naga Empire." The Naga Empire? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Where is it? In the chaotic world, but also not in the chaotic world. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "If you want to get there, you may need to tear the space." Space travel is also the direction of the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Tear the space travel. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. A martial arts scroll had reached such a terrifying and profound level. Note, I will continue to write the second update. Today, I only slept for 3 hours. I was really gritting my teeth to write. Brothers, I beg for the monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Please, please. Of course, tearing space or traveling through space is too difficult. At present, this field is not only for me, but also for the whole world I live in. So to complete the writing of the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, it will take at least decades, or even hundreds of years, or even a lifetime, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then when you left the Mermaid Empire, did you find a breakthrough point?" "There is a breakthrough point," Shiwu Piaoyan said. "I found a kind of void beast that can disappear in an instant and then appear a few miles away." Yang Dingtian said, "This may be a kind of teleportation technique. The demonic spirit beasts in our world can also do it." "I know the kind of demonic spirit beast you are talking about. Its teleportation is relatively simple. It is just the repulsion and ejection of energy. In essence, it is still a kind of straight-line movement, but its speed is extremely fast. It gives people the feeling that it is teleportation." Shiwu Piaoyan said, "But I have seen that kind of void beast. It can travel through space. Of course, this is only my breakthrough point. I need a very, very long time to analyze its principles and then write it into a secret book. It also depends on whether this principle is suitable for humans. So in order to complete this great cause, I may need to extend my life and live as long as possible." That is to say, before going to the Naga Empire, you will write down the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. To be precise, I will write down the pig-killing swordsmanship first before going to the Naga Empire. I can only hope that the end of the world has not come by then, Shiwu Piayan said. If you write down the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, where should I find it? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piayan sighed and said, Sorry, child, I really don't know about this. But I am sure that if I write down the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, if you learn it, then there is no doubt that you will stand at the top of your world. Also, if I really write down the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, I will definitely let the hidden sect you mentioned before pass on. Alright, it's time for me to disappear. Shiwu Piayan suddenly blinked and said, There is a Naga woman in your mind. She seems to have some kind of energy that allows her to give birth to Naga. After that, Shiwu Piayan disappeared. His last words gave Yang Dingtian a fright. Yang Dingtian shuddered, and then suddenly woke up. He lowered his head to look. He was startled. Did he have to be so pitiful? His 2 hands were like chicken feet, thin, dry, and riddled with scars. Looking at his own body, he was no better than a bag of bones. Most importantly, his entire body was riddled with wounds, as if he had been slashed 1,000 times. The second half of the 4th stage was simply too terrifying, torturing him to such an extent. Then, Yang Dingtian operated his profound qi to see what kind of breakthrough he had made in his cultivation. Then, when Yang Dingtian condensed his sea of qi, he found that it was completely empty, and all his profound qi had been consumed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to start breathing profound qi under the profound qi formation. This profound qi formation was indeed the most powerful and advanced profound qi formation in the chaotic world. Its effect was nearly twice that of the Xianxia sect, Qin City, and Yin Yang school. Therefore, at present, the profound qi formation of the Xianxia sect and Yin Yang school had been modified to be exactly the same as the one in Shijing. This profound qi formation gathered all the profound qi within a radius of dozens of miles and poured it into Yang Dingtian's body. Although it was far less than the secret realm, it was completely different from ordinary cultivation. It could be said that for ordinary people, breathing profound qi in the profound qi formation for 2 hours was equivalent to more than 10 hours outside. To Yang Dingtian, the efficiency was so high that it was frightening. Countless profound qi poured into his sea of qi like a tide. Yang Dingtian's originally thin body gradually became strong and plump, and the scars on the mountain also gradually disappeared. 20 hours later, Yang Dingtian's qi vessel was completely filled, and it had started to expand and expand. Boom! Yang Dingtian's mind was in a state of nothingness, and his entire divine sense was completely blank. Unsurprisingly, he directly broke through from a 6-star 9th level master to a 7-star master. Then, profound qi poured in again like a tide. 20 hours later, Yang Dingtian's profound qi filled his sea of qi again. His entire sea of qi began to expand again. Boom! After a moment of nothingness, Yang Dingtian's cultivation broke through again, and he became an 8-star master. This made Yang Dingtian very surprised, because when he broke through to the 8-star master, he was very, very decisive, without any sloppiness. There was no doubt that the 2 profound fires and the energy of the Shiwu Piayan had completely transformed Yang Dingtian's profound veins and sea of qi, and it directly created enough space for his sea of qi to break through. Why was it like this? The reason was very simple. Ordinary cultivation was divided into 2 parts, one was the trial, and the other was the profound qi absorption. The trial was to expand the space of the profound veins and sea of qi, and the profound qi absorption was to fill these spaces with profound qi. And the 2 profound fires, together with the yin and yang energy, transformed Yang Dingtian's profound veins. There was no doubt that it was an incomparably huge tempering, tormenting Yang Dingtian to the point where he could neither live nor die. It was more cruel and effective than fighting 100 or 1,000 times. Therefore, this was equivalent to an extremely terrifying trial. If it were not for the protection of the Shiwu Piayan's energy, Yang Dingtian's 9 yang profound veins would not have been able to hold on. Therefore, the baptism of the 2 profound fires had brought a huge space to Yang Dingtian's profound veins and sea of qi. After breaking through to the 8-star master, Yang Dingtian continued the profound qi absorption. After a full 30 hours, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi expanded violently again. However, this time, it was obviously not as decisive as the previous 2 times, and it was already a little insufficient. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. I must pass. As long as I pass this time, I will still have room after the 9-star master. If I can't pass, I will stop at the 8-star master level. Boom. Finally, Yang Dingtian was not disappointed. Yang Dingtian's body and consciousness once again fell into nothingness, completely blank. His cultivation broke through again, directly to the 9-star master level. Just as Yang Dingtian had guessed, only by breaking through to the 9-star master level, there would still be room. Sure enough, his sea of qi continued to tremble slightly. 9-star first class, 9-star second class, 9-star third class. However, his sea of qi finally stopped trembling. Yang Dingtian's cultivation stopped at the 9-star third class. However, Yang Dingtian was already very, very satisfied. When Yang Dingtian walked out of the profound qi array, it was already 5 days later. In just 5 days, Yang Dingtian's face was already full of beard. At first glance, he saw an extremely graceful back view. It was Yun Zhenu. Her back view was too unique, and Yang Dingtian could recognize her at first glance. The long dress she wore was like flowing water. It was loose, but it stuck to her alluring body. It was tight, but it did not make her entire body tight. Instead, it made her look very elegant. When he saw her, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. If Huang Yu was Yun Kailan's real daughter, then who was Yun Zhenu in front of him? This question had been floating in Yang Dingtian's mind. You finally came out. If you did not come out, I would have hung myself. Yun Zhenu turned around and said. She was carrying a thick stack of things in her hands. Then, she saw that Yang Dingtian was completely naked. She rolled her eyes at him and blushed. You are like this. Don't you want to have another concubine in the Valley of Cloud Heaven City? Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and walked outside to wash up in the spring. Then, he asked Yun Zhenu to bring him a robe. After putting it on, Yang Dingtian asked Yun Zhenu, Zhenu, when did you leave your master, Mi Dai Shirtai? Yun Zhenu thought for a while and said, about 2 years. Of course, I waited for my master in the valley for a long time. I left the valley about a year ago. Yang Dingtian looked at her intensely, hoping to find some clues from her face. You are looking at me like this. Are you really not going to marry me? Yun Zhenu said angrily. Yang Dingtian smiled. You rushed over from the central continent to find me. What's the matter? Did you learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship smoothly? Yun Zhenu asked. Very smoothly. Yang Dingtian said. Our newspaper has already launched the final attack on the 7 refined lane. Yun Zhenu said, according to the top-secret report, we have already destroyed many brothels and welfare centers in the 7 refined lane. They are full of evil. Moreover, our team has already entered Sky Demon City to conduct the final investigation on the human trafficking center of the 7 refined lane. The 7 refined lane is now notorious. It is smellier than a latrine and dirtier than a brothel. Did the 7 refined lane not retaliate? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course they retaliated. Yun Zhenu said, they don't even need to put on an act. They are directly slandering and attacking you. The content is already unbearable to the ears. However, the influence of our chaos times is too great. The 7 refined lane's small retaliation is like a small wave. It cannot withstand a single blow. They were directly crushed by our monstrous waves. How is the chaos times now? Yang Dingtian asked. We have already achieved unbelievable results. The power of public opinion is extremely strong. Our current enemies have no way of retaliating in the battle of public opinion. Yun Zhenu said, our authority and authenticity have allowed the circulation of the chaos times to exceed 5 million points. Because of the lack of spiritual entertainment, at least 20 million people see our newspaper directly every time. Hundreds of millions of people receive our news indirectly. Therefore, in the battle of public opinion, it is a one-sided massacre. Good. Yang Dingtian said, we will return to the central continent now and announce the death penalty of the 7 refined lane. Those who should be captured will be executed. Those who should be executed will be executed. Yes. Yunjena said. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. End of chapter 614. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.